Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 383 to Chapter 458. Similar to Qianlei, Lan Mengqin focused more on the improvement of spiritual power. Her spiritual power was probably the highest among them all. Even Yuan and Hui Hui, who had 5 rings after his second evolution, couldn't compare to her. Yuan and Hui Hui also had a more comprehensive way of improvement. After his second evolution, his emblems were used to replenish the deficit during his own evolution. Shrek Academy had strict rules. Although he had the support of his family, after entering the academy, his family couldn't provide him with a Shrek emblem. The family's resources didn't belong to him alone. Therefore, the 6 of them were now facing an important problem, and that was poverty. Sitting in the Shrek Academy's exclusive area of the auction house, Qianlei was counting with his fingers with a long face. "Don't count, it's not enough," Lan Xuanyu said expressionlessly. They had just eaten a good meal and came to the auction to take a look. There were definitely good things, and as students of the Shrek Academy, if they participated in the auction, they would definitely be able to buy them at a lower price. But the problem was that they had no money. Yes, not only were their emblems gone, but Qianlei's 5 million Federation coins had also been spent. In the past month, they had all improved to varying degrees. Their improvement speed was definitely much faster than that of the outside world, but it also brought about a huge consumption. It was this consumption that allowed them to improve so quickly. Money is not omnipotent, but without money, it's really impossible. "Boss, what should we do? We can't pick up any more scraps. It's painful, it's really painful." Qianlei's face was miserable. Ever since he happened to pick up a storage coin last time, he immediately became fond of picking up scraps. The gains from that time had supported their cultivation for as long as a month. However, in the following auctions, they no longer had such good luck. After all, Shrek Auction House wouldn't always make such mistakes. When the Shrek Auction House found out that the Ivy of Life had been picked up by someone else, there was an uproar. Many appraisers were replaced, and now all the auction items needed to be appraised more strictly before they could be auctioned. Of course, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know about this, but it was very difficult to pick up scraps again. "I don't have any money either," Lu Feng said with a sad face. His martial soul's intrinsic quality had improved, so his cultivation speed was naturally much faster and stronger than before. However, just like how Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but go to the Sea God Lake to cultivate. After a rapid improvement, once the speed of improvement slowed down, people would become anxious. If it weren't for the lack of money, he wouldn't have come out with his friends today. A single penny can stump a hero. Yuan and Hui Hui sighed. Qianlei glanced at him. "It's dark now. You're not a hero anymore. It's the sonorous rose. Get lost." Yuan and Hui Hui was furious. Qianlei turned to the other side. "Your sister is making trouble. Are you going to do something about it?" He looked in the direction of Tang Yuga, who was sitting not far away. In fact, Tang Yuga's life was very regular. On this day of the week, she would come to the auction. Therefore, they had already met several times. In addition to Tang Yuga's reminder, their relationship was now quite good. Tang Yuga just ignored Yuan and Hui Hui, and it seemed that her hostility had weakened a lot because of the previous battle. Tang Yuga looked at Qianlei, and then turned to Lan Xuanyu. "Are you short of emblems now?" She knew that Lan Xuanyu was the leader of these 6 people, although this guy's strength wasn't very good. "Aren't you asking the obvious?" Yuan and Hui Hui replied. He also didn't have a good temper towards Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga said faintly, "Why don't I give you a chance, let's bet again." Lan Xuanyu raised his eyebrows slightly and stopped Yuan and Hui Hui, who was about to speak. "Senior, how do you want to bet?" Tang Yuga narrowed her eyes. "Let's fight again, still in Douluo world. The bet, 10 yellow emblems, how about it?" As soon as these words came out, Lan Xuanyu and the others were all stunned. 10 yellow emblems. That was not a small number. If converted into Federation coins, it would be 2 million. Yuan and Hui Hui was overjoyed and was about to agree. Since his Elf King bloodline awakened, his strength had improved a lot, and now he was full of confidence. And he knew that Lu Feng and Dong Qianqiu's martial souls had also evolved. Now their overall strength, excluding Qianlei, had improved greatly compared to the last time they fought. Lan Xuanyu stopped him again and said in a deep voice, "But we don't have that much to bet, and we don't have battle armors." Tang Yuge said indifferently, "We still won't use battle armors. As for the bet, you can owe it to us for a year and return it within a year." Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Yuge. "Why does Senior want to fight against us?" Tang Yuge looked at him meaningfully, "To give you a chance to make money, and also to give us a chance to prove ourselves." In the battle that day, not only did they lose the game, but the video was also leaked. Lan Xuanyu and the others had made a lot of money. More importantly, as the #1 team of the third years, after they lost the game, the reputation of the entire third years was greatly damaged. Even the second year's team came to challenge them. Although they were defeated, Tang Yuge still felt that it was a great humiliation. After losing to Yuan and Huihui's team, she carefully studied the entire battle process. No one had watched the video more than her. In conclusion, other than Lan Xuanyu's unexpected abilities, luck played a large part. If the Angel of Judgment hadn't mutated under the influence, causing the big explosion, how could they have lost if they had restrained the two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters? It could be said that the other 4 members of their team were almost exhausted internally. And the arrow that Yuan and Huihui shot when her body mutated was also extremely abnormal. That was the explosion of her martial soul's second awakening. It didn't represent her true strength. Therefore, there had always been a voice in the third years that was unconvinced. Yes, Tang Yuge was also unconvinced, and her teammates were even more unconvinced. Losing to the first years was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, she had always wanted to find an opportunity to fight again. However, in that battle, Yuan and Huihui's coma had also affected her greatly. This made her hesitate again. Only then did she realize that in her heart, she didn't really want to hurt Yuan and Huihui. Yuan and Huihui had already told Lan Xuanyu and the others about their relationship. Tang Yuge was his half-sister from a different mother. That's right, his biological sister. His father had been married for a while before marrying the elven princess. Later on, for some unknown reason, they divorced. At that time, there was already Tang Yuge. Tang Yuge's parents divorced when she was in her mother's womb. After that, all of Tang Yuge's education included one thing: to hate her biological father. This was also the reason why Tang Yuge was hostile to Yuan and Huihui. She took her mother's surname. However, she still subconsciously thought that Yuan and Huihui had stolen her father. However, when Yuan and Huihui was in danger and almost died, Tang Yuge's heart was in extreme pain. No matter what, he was still her younger brother. At the end of the day, her heart was still kind. Therefore, after Yuan and Huihui woke up, she was no longer so hostile towards this fellow who she didn't know if she should be considered a younger brother or a younger sister. However, the third year's voices of revenge never stopped. As the #1 person in the third years and the class monitor of the third years, Tang Yuge had always been under a lot of pressure. She had to and had the responsibility to clear the name of the third years. Therefore, after hearing that Lan Xuanyu and the others couldn't make ends meet today, she suggested a bet. The Tang Wulin figurine that I supervised and made by dazzling Tang men has been released to everyone. It's very exquisite and handsome. Everyone can take a look at what the figurine that Lan Xuanyu likes looks like. You can find it on the front page of the dazzling Tangmen shop. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Senior sister seems to want to carry out this competition very much. Tang Yuge said, "This is a chance for you." Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, "In the last battle, we were actually very lucky to win. Senior sister should be very clear about this. In terms of strength, we are indeed inferior to the third years, and we admit this." Tang Yuge glanced at him. "You admit it? Then say it publicly in the academy." Lan Xuanyu shook his head. "This has no effect on me, but Huihui is the class leader now. At this time, how can I say such things to the public? This will affect Huihui's prestige. Haven't I said enough to senior sister? We have already shown weakness, why don't senior sister let us go?" Tang Yuge raised her eyebrows slightly. "So, you don't dare?" Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "It's not worth it. For 10 yellow emblems, I don't think it's worth it to risk losing the competition and losing face." We've already won once, haven't we? Tang Yuga looked at the guy in front of her in surprise. Was he really only in his teens? His ability to use words to force people into submission was really strong. Then what do you want? Tang Yuga said coldly. Lan Xuanyu said, 20. With 20 yellow emblems as the stake, we'll go all out. Moreover, if we lose, we'll only return 10. After all, the gap in cultivation between us is there. We're so weak, if the stakes are the same, it's actually unfair to us, don't you think? Of course, you can't use your battle armors. Hearing him say this, even Lan Mengqin, who was next to him, couldn't help but curl her lips. This guy's skin was really thick. Dong Qianqiu kept looking at the auction stage, as if he didn't hear Lan Xuanyu's words. That's right, boss is right. That's it. Qian Lei, who was at the side, hurriedly said, Boss, can I join you this time? No, it's better not to have you, Yuan and Hui Hui said without hesitation. He was well aware of Qian Lei's strength. This fellow's third soul skill was still useless. With him, the other side would have one more person, which was absolutely disadvantageous for them. Tang Yuga glanced at Qian Lei and said, 20 yellow emblems, right? Sure, but change it to 6 against 6 with this fatty. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yuan and Hui Hui helplessly as if to say, didn't you just expose yourself? However, when he recalled that Yuan and Hui Hui had been used by him and even called him brother, he felt relieved. This child was just so innocent. There was really no other way. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and looked embarrassed. Qian Lei, on the other hand, looked eager to give it a try. He nudged him and gave him a look. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. He had been with Qian Lei for so long and knew Qian Lei very well. He roughly understood what Qian Lei meant. He took another deep breath, looked at Tang Yuga, and said, well, let's do it next week, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because everyone usually has to cultivate and study. Let's fight again in Douluo world, and the bet will be notarized by the academy. Tang Yuga looked at him with narrowed eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this beautiful boy was a little unpleasant to the eye. This guy didn't look like a good person. The two sides didn't continue to bicker. Lan Xuanyu and his companions left the auction house. Without money, they could only stay here and watch, unable to participate in the auction. Walking out of the auction house, Qian Lei counted with his fingers, 20 yellow emblems, divided among 6 people, each person can get 3, and a little more. If we save a little, it should be enough for about 2 weeks. Lan Xuanyu said to himself, it's enough for me to go to see God Lake once. Yuan and Hui Hui said, I've wanted to buy the 1,000-year-old purple leaf fruit for a long time. It's not a problem to get 2 for 3 yellow emblems. Lu Feng said, I saw true dragon blood being auctioned last time. I don't know if I can get a few drops to use in a bath. The effect of nourishing the body should be good. Dong Qianqiu combed his long dark blue hair and said, I want the 1,000-year-old frozen grass. If I have one, it's enough for me to cultivate for half a month. Lan Mengqin looked at these 5 guys and suddenly said helplessly, didn't you think you would lose? You're already dividing the spoils? Where did your confidence come from? Would he make the same mistake again? Also, Fatty Qian, it's good enough that you're not dragging us down, but you still want to divide the spoils? Where's your face? Qian Lei said aggrievedly, why can't I get a share of the spoils? I'm also capable. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Besides, why will we lose? Didn't you win last time? This time can't be like last time, but how much can they improve in just a month? And how much have we improved? Most importantly, I have confidence in Xianyu. The others looked at Lan Xuanyu at the same time. Lan Mengqin was taken aback, yes. She didn't know when it started, but everyone had full confidence in Lan Xuanyu. It seemed that under his leadership, everyone had never failed. Lan Xuanyu said solemnly, we still can't be careless. This week, we have to practice together at least 3 times and practice our tactics. Everyone should also familiarize themselves with their improved abilities. Mengqin, don't worry, I still have confidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed. If we lose, we'll give Hui Hui to them. Why me? Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but feel wronged. Xianlei said with a smile, "Of course it's you. She's your sister, you can act shamelessly, you can make a scene. Get lost." A week later, the first years would fight the third years again. This news instantly spread throughout the Shrek Academy the next day. To Tang Yuga's displeasure, early the next morning, various details and analyses about this battle were summarized into an exchange item and appeared in the exchange center. The price was very cheap. One only needed to pay a white emblem to exchange for the time, location, and specific information about the contestants on both sides. Of course, there was only information about 5 of the third year's contestants. These fellows from the first years are really asking for money, the black-cloaked soul master said coldly. He glanced at Tang Yuga and sighed in his heart. After losing the battle last time, Tang Yuga was indeed under a lot of pressure. In that competition, she not only represented herself, but also the entire third years. In that match, everyone could see that the third years had lost aggrievedly and had lost due to luck. However, a loss was a loss. Now, everyone in the Shrek Academy knew that the third years had lost to the first years, and there were even many rumors in Shrek City. But even if they fought again, so what if they won? It was only right that they won. Could it be that the third years shouldn't they defeat the first years? But if they lost, they would have to bear even more pressure. It could be said that there were no benefits to winning, and there were great disadvantages to losing. This really made the third years angry. But in the end, they still had to fight this match. They needed to prove themselves. If they could defeat Lan Xuanyu and the others in an overwhelming manner, they might be able to recover some of their reputation. Therefore, Tang Yuga finally proposed the idea of fighting again. However, the title of this exchange item published by the Exchange Center was "The Third Years Challenge the First Years." The third years challenge the first years, what kind of words were these? These first years were really, however, there was no other way now. Just this morning, 60 people had already exchanged. These were 60 white emblems, which was equivalent to 6 yellow emblems. This was only the beginning, there was still a week to go. If they continued to exchange like this, they would probably be able to collect 10 yellow emblems before the start of the competition and be in an invincible position. This was simply, could it be that the third years were doing the same thing? Not to mention that they had already done it, what else could they do? But the issue of face didn't allow Tang Yuga to do this. This time we must teach them a lesson, the Holy Crystal Soul Master said fiercely. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of holiness in him. Tang Yuga glanced at the two of them, "Don't make the same mistake again. Let's go, this week, we will train together well." The two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters, Li Siki and Li Siming, who had been standing beside Tang Yuga, looked at her, and the one who spoke was Li Siki. "Yuga, who is our 6th candidate? Compared with the last 5 on 5, they could have one more person this time." In this regard, the third years undoubtedly had an advantage. Although they were not familiar with Qianlei's strength, they had just bought the relevant information. The information provided by the first years was all the information of the first years when they entered the school. This undoubtedly hid their improvement in the previous 2 months. However, even if there was improvement in 2 months, how much could they improve? Tang Yuga also bought that exchange. Although she was angry, she still bought it. The main reason was to see Qianlei's ability. It turned out that Qianlei was indeed as Tang Yuga revealed that day, 2 rings, and his martial soul was the summoning coin. There was a certain probability of summoning different soul beasts. When Tang Yuga saw this, she even wondered how he got into the Shrek. There was no doubt that this was good news for them. More importantly, the first years didn't know who their 6th person would be. Tang Yuga wasn't prepared to expose this. "Let's find him," Tang Yuga said helplessly. Li Siki, Li Siming, the Holy Crystal Soul Master, and the Dark Cloak Soul Master were all stunned. They looked at her in surprise. Tang Yuga said indifferently, "This time, we can't afford to lose. I will find him myself." After speaking, she walked straight into the class. The third grade's classroom was no different from the first grade's. There were also about 30 people. Tang Yuga walked into the classroom and locked his eyes on a person in the corner. The student was wearing a school uniform and was sitting there quietly, reading a book. His long black hair was messy and covered his face. His expression could not be seen. Tang Yuga paused for a moment, then walked toward his seat. You are also a member of the third years. The glory of the third years needs you. Tang Yuga stood beside him and said indifferently. The man slowly sat up straight. At this moment, it could be seen that he was very tall. The third-year students were all around 15 years old, but just by sitting there, he was almost as tall as Tang Yuga. His appearance was a little haggard, and he looked much older than his actual age. He looked up at Tang Yuga, and there was a faint green light flickering in his eyes. Their eyes met, and Tang Yuga did not back down. Okay. A hoarse voice came from the student's mouth. Tang Yuga nodded to him. Thank you. No need. After saying these two simple words, he lowered his head again and continued reading. If Lan Xuanyu was here, he would find that this person was reading a book about forging. The news of the first year's fighting against the third years had indeed ignited the outer court. The teachers completely turned a blind eye to this. It was a good thing to have competition in Shrek Academy. Moreover, the other party had notified them in advance and had been approved and verified by the academy. Gambling fights had always been one of the traditions in Shrek Academy. If one wanted to become stronger, one always needed to verify it. Actual combat was the best way to test one's cultivation. Both sides still agreed that the arena would be held in Douluo World. In this regard, Shrek Academy also specially chose a particularly large venue in Douluo World under Xiaoqi's application, which could accommodate more spectators at the same time. They also carried out a certain amount of publicity for this match. The condition for doing this was that the academy had to take half of all the income. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh. This was what it meant to die for money. Would the academy be short of money? Absolutely not. However, they were still unwilling to let go of their little income. As for the other half of the income from the tickets, it naturally belonged to the winner according to the rules. Soon, the news of the tickets being sold came back. In just 4 days, 100,000 tickets were sold out. Shrek Academy had never been bad at publicity. The announcement to the public was very simple. Shrek Academy, Outer Courts Peak Battle. It was just a sentence, but it didn't say how the battle would be or which year it would be. The words Outer Courts Peak Battle were enough to attract people, okay. Moreover, Shrek Academy spared no expense to broadcast this to the entire Douluo world. Needless to say, just the words Shrek Academy were enough to attract people. How many people were there in the Federation? There were about 15 billion people in the few administrative planets, and more than a third of them would often enter Douluo world. What kind of huge base was this? If it weren't for the fact that the Great Soul Arena in Douluo world could only accommodate 100,000 people at most, more tickets would have been sold. Even though it was very expensive. Yes, for this kind of special venue, the ticket price could be set by oneself. Of course, the premise was that the special application had to be paid to the Douluo world officials. Then Shrek Academy adjusted the ticket price to 100 Douluo coins per ticket. That's right, this was the price. How much was 100,000 tickets? 100,000 tickets, a total of 10 million Douluo coins. Lan Xuanyu and the others finally realized what a real economic brain was. The academy needed to pay the Douluo world, in addition to the fixed fee of 200,000 Douluo coins, there was also a 10% share. Even so, the academy could still have more than 8 million Douluo coins left. Taking half, it was still 4 million. And the remaining 4 million Douluo coins belonged to the winner. What did 4 million Douluo coins mean? The value of 4 million Douluo coins was more than 4 million Federation coins. 10 times. It was equivalent to 40 million Federation coins. It was just that the Federation didn't allow the direct exchange of Federation coins for Douluo coins, but private transactions were not prohibited. The ticket income of a match alone was so huge. This had far exceeded Lan Xuanyu and the others' bet. If 4 million Douluo coins could be fully exchanged, 1,000 Douluo coins could be exchanged for a white emblem. 15,000 coins could be exchanged for a yellow emblem. This exchange was equivalent to 4,000 white emblems or more than 200 yellow emblems. In fact, Shrek Academy certainly couldn't give such an exchange at this level. But even if the exchange ratio was reduced, it was still an astronomical figure for the outer court students. The academy immediately gave the exchange ratio. No matter which side won, the 4 million Douluo coins would be directly exchanged for a purple emblem for each person. Yes, only one. When they received this news, whether it was Lan Xuanyu and the others, or Tang Yuge and the others, they instantly felt a sense of common hatred. Too shady. This was really too shady. Even if one purple emblem was equivalent to 20 yellow emblems. A team of 6 people was only equivalent to 120 yellow emblems. The academy directly embezzled half of the money. When they raised objections, the academy magnanimously expressed it. No matter who won or lost, the academy would pay for their bet. And then there was no then. Other protests were invalid. Therefore, this time, the one who benefited the most from the battle between the first and third years was undoubtedly the academy. Of course, even if it was only one purple emblem per person, it was still a huge reward. As a result, the other years were a little tempted. Could this kind of competition be replicated? The Tang Wulin figurine produced by Dazzling Tang Men and supervised by me has already been released to everyone. It's very exquisite and handsome. Everyone can take a look at what the figurine that Lan Xuanyu likes looks like, hehe. You can find it on the front page of the Dazzling Tang Men Star Store. Were emblems so easy to earn? Boss, the pressure is a bit high. On the way back to the dormitory, Qianlei couldn't help but say to Lan Xuanyu. Yes, as the attention of this competition increased and the profits became more and more abundant, the pressure on the first and third years teams became greater and greater. The students were jealous. Bing Tianliang came to Lan Xuanyu and proposed to replace Qianlei in this battle. A purple emblem. How could he not be tempted? The situation on the third year's side should be similar. Now that this competition was organized by the academy, honor was almost not as important as benefits. Because the benefits were simply too great. Whether it was for the first or third year's teams, it was the same. Among the first years, Yuan and Hui had reached 5 ring. And on the third year's side, the highest cultivation base was now 5 ring. Why was this? It was because everyone was facing the problem that Lan Xuanyu and the others were facing now, insufficient cultivation resources and time. Their speed of improvement naturally became slower and slower. Because everyone had too many things to learn and the emblems in their hands were limited, they had to make a choice. In fact, Lan Xuanyu and the others hadn't reached the point where they were the most short of money yet. When they started making battle armors, that was when they needed emblems the most. When Tang Yuge and the others were making one-word battle armors, they spent most of the year earning emblems to exchange for the resources needed to make battle armors. This was the most important thing for everyone in the second year. At that time, everyone would inevitably temporarily put aside the matter of increasing their cultivation and prioritize making battle armors. Not enough time and not enough resources were problems that every student had to face. Of course, the students of the other academies didn't have this problem. Graduating from the 6th year was equivalent to graduating from an intermediate academy. They didn't need to have battle armors at all. They only needed to increase their cultivation and had a lot of time to cultivate. But this was how the gap was widened. Why were the students of Shrek Academy able to become favored by the heavens? Wasn't it because they had more cultivation resources and worked harder than the students of ordinary academies? Purple emblems. If everything went smoothly, the resources needed to make a one-word battle armor added up to 20 yellow emblems. If it was exchanged for a purple emblem, it would only be 1. A purple emblem, if one lived frugally, would be enough to purchase the resources needed to craft a set of one-word battle armor. How could anyone not be moved by such a reward? It was the same for Tang Yuge and the others. If they could obtain a purple emblem, they would be able to save a lot of time in cultivating and crafting two-word battle armors in the future. After the 4th year, many students in the outer court chose to go out on missions because the rewards for going out on missions were more generous. This was the result of a lack of money. Who wouldn't want to stay at the Shrek Academy and cultivate if they didn't lack money? Who would be willing to run outside? Without a doubt, everyone would go all out in this competition. Don't feel pressured. Are you reliable or not? Can Fatty Jean wake up? Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei and asked. When Qianlei winked at him that day, he knew that it had something to do with Fatty Jean. Sure enough, Qianlei later told him that Fatty Jean had been moving these days and should be waking up soon. No problem, it will definitely wake up. It should be in a day or two. And I can clearly feel that it will evolve after it wakes up this time, which will definitely increase my strength by a lot. Coupled with the Emerald Demon Bird and the summoning skills you'll assist me in, it will definitely give the other party a big surprise. He. Right now, I hope that their 6th Soul Master's martial soul is a dragon. Fatty Jean seems to have a suppressive effect on dragon-type soul beasts. Do you think it's a dragon-eating beast from another world or something? Is it especially powerful? Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, don't just think about it. First, ensure your combat strength. Your summoning skills are indeed more reliable now. Lu Feng curled his lips. It's still not very useful. In my opinion, it's better to change to being Tianliang. No, I definitely won't change. Qianlei jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. I missed it last time. This time, I can't miss it again no matter what. A purple emblem. Frenzy, if you say this again, I'll get angry with you. In terms of usefulness, at least from the previous situation, Qianlei was definitely not as good as being Tianliang. However, the reward this time was really too generous. If he was replaced, he wouldn't be able to get the reward. Lan Xuanyu looked at him, then at Lu Feng. Let's do this, let's work hard together. Although we won last time by luck, this time we've all improved a lot, so our chances shouldn't be small. Moreover, even if we lose, we won't lose anything, right? The Academy has already made a bet, and we have earned more than a dozen yellow emblems from the exchange center. In the first years, there's almost no one who earns money faster than us. Keep a calm mind and play to your strengths as much as possible. That's right, there were already 150 people who had exchanged for the item they had posted at the exchange center. They had obtained 150 white emblems. And there were still 2 days before the start of the competition, so there should still be people exchanging. The total was definitely more than 10 yellow emblems. Even if they really lost, they wouldn't lose anything. In this regard, the pressure on the third years must be greater than theirs. The third years had already lost once, and if they lost again this time, it really wouldn't make sense. It was under this increasingly tense atmosphere that a week finally passed, and the highly anticipated competition was about to arrive. What surprised Lan Xuanyu was that before the competition began, he received a message. Son, you're going to compete? Aren't you only a first year? How can you compete with a third-year senior? There won't be anyone with the same name as you, right? The message was from Nanqing, and her voice was full of surprise. This was interstellar communication, which was very expensive. Usually, Nanqing would only call Lan Xuanyu once a month. It's me. Mom, how did you know? Lan Xuanyu was also very curious. Because Nanqing rarely went to Douluo World, she usually preferred to watch variety shows and listen to Uncle Yu sing. Nanqing said, how could I not know? The Federation Seoul TV station is broadcasting it. How could I not know about such a big matter? My colleagues are all asking me if that Lan Xuanyu is you. I think you're the only first year in your place called Lan Xuanyu. It's really you. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. The Federation Seoul TV station is broadcasting it? Nanqing said, that's right. How long until the competition, isn't it soon? According to the interstellar time, it should be soon. When the competition is over, tell Mom the result immediately. If you lose, I won't watch it, but if you win, I'll watch it. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded, he was shocked by the news his mother brought. The Federation-wide broadcast? Was it necessary? How could he know that Shrek Academy's reputation and influence in the Federation was far from what they saw now? The Shrek Academy, which had a history of 30,000 years, was officially promoting a competition. What a rare situation, Lan Xuanyu only felt that he had suffered a loss now. The Academy's broadcasting rights should have been sold for a sky-high price, right? But the Academy didn't tell them at all. This was too much. Xianyu, your competition is a competition, but you must be careful, you must not be mentally injured again. Don't let Mom worry, do you hear me? Nanqing's earnest exhortation came. Mom, don't worry, it's a competition in Douluo world, nothing will happen. We've already fought with the third years once and won. Just wait and see your son's heroism. And, okay, then work hard to win. Your father has been bragging to his colleagues for a long time. Lan Zhao's voice suddenly came from the other side, if you lose, come back and spank your butt. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. At this moment, he couldn't care about his parents and hurriedly hung up the communication. Then, he immediately called Tang Yuga. Senior sister, do you know something? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuga looked a little cold, what's the matter? If you want to affect my mentality before the battle, then you're wrong. Lan Xuanyu said, no. I think we should go on strike. Strike? Tang Yuga was stunned, are you crazy? The academy has been publicizing it for a long time. If we go on strike at this time, won't the academy deal with us? Lan Xuanyu said, the academy sold the broadcast rights of this match to the Federation Seoul TV station. When the time comes, the Federation Seoul TV station will broadcast the match to the entire Federation. Senior sister, do you know how much this can be sold for? The other side was silent, but soon Tang Yuga's rough voice came. Where are you? Tang Yuga's voice came through gnashing teeth. In the dormitory. Let's meet in the main teaching building, go find the dean. The academy can't go too far in this matter. Originally, they lowered the exchange rate of our emblems by so much, but they still concealed the situation. Strike, we must strike. 20 minutes later, the two captains representing the first and third years teams stood in front of Ing Luohong. Does the academy need to tell you whether they sell the broadcast rights or not? Without the academy's publicity, how could this match attract so many people's attention? Go back and prepare for the match, these are not things you need to worry about. Ing Luohong said in a bad mood, and at the same time secretly cursed in her heart. These two little guys were very well informed. The academy's sale of the broadcast rights was only discussed yesterday. They knew about it so quickly. In this matter, the academy originally wanted to muddle through. Moreover, the academy did spend a lot of resources on publicity and used a lot of connections. Dean, how can this have nothing to do with us? Our match was originally held in private, and it's understandable that the academy used it to make money. After all, we are the academy students, but shouldn't we have a share of the profits? It's very unfair for the academy to conceal the profits like this. We are still students, and have been learning what fairness is in the academy. Everyone was equal, and obtaining badges depended on their own ability. But this time, not only did the academy greatly reduce the exchange rate of badges, but they also concealed the news of the sale of broadcasting rights. How can we still compete in peace? Tang Yuga said somewhat agitatedly. Lan Xuanyu listened from the side and thought, this Tang Yuga's train of thought is pretty clear. As expected of a senior. Ing Luohong said solemnly, the broadcasting rights have just been decided, it's just that I haven't had time to inform you yet. Furthermore, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to say any more. Go back quickly. Then we won't fight this match, Tang Yuga said coldly, then turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. Isn't that right? Okay, let's not fight anymore. Lan Xuanyu was definitely on Tang Yuga's side at this time. Ing Luohong was stunned, you two little guys dare to threaten me? Tang Yuga said indignantly, we're just fighting against unfair treatment. Ing Luohong's face suddenly became ugly. Don't fight anymore? The broadcasting rights had been sold, plus the tickets sold, if they didn't fight, the loss, the publicity is only for the competition between the third and first years. If you don't fight, I can find another team from the third and first years. I believe many people will be willing to compete in your place. Ing Luohong said faintly. Tang Yuga was stunned. She didn't expect Ing Luohong to be like this. Dean, how can you be like this? Ing Luohong looked at her and said with a smile, why can't I be like this? Tang Yuga was speechless for a while. That's right. Ing Luohong was the dean of the outer court. If she wanted to make such a decision, what could they, as students, do? Lan Xuanyu glanced at Ing Luohong and pulled Tang Yuga, Senior, since that's the case, let's go. Dean, find someone else. Ah? Tang Yuga was stunned and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a questioning look. That was a purple badge. A purple badge for each person. In the outer court, not to mention first and third year students, even fifth and sixth year seniors wanting to earn a purple emblem was absolutely not an easy task. Making a fuss was one thing, but Tang Yuga really didn't want to give up on this competition. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, if we go on strike, it's not a problem for the dean to find someone else. But I can't think of anyone in the first years who can fight against the third years. In other words, we first years will definitely lose, and we will lose very miserably. Dean, if you think it's okay to use such a competition to show the level of Shrek Academy students. Yes, in the entire first years, the strongest were actually Yuan and Hui Hui, Lan Mengqin, and the others. Especially Yuan and Hui Hui, the only five-ring soul master in the first years, and his martial soul had already undergone a second awakening, his bloodline awakening. Only with him would the first years have the power to fight against the third years. Although it was publicized as a peak confrontation between the first and third years, the video of the previous match had long been circulated in Douluo world. The audience was still looking forward to the collision of the two teams led by Lan Xuanyu and Tang Yuga. If the team was replaced at the last minute, would the broadcaster have any objections? Senior Yuga, if you still decide to participate in the competition, I have no objections. Anyway, you will win, and it will be an overwhelming victory. I don't think it's meaningful for us first years to participate in such a competition. Ying Luohong looked at him coldly, you speak as if you can represent the first years. Lan Xuanyu said, I can't represent them, but our battle represents the face of Shrek Academy. The Academy has always advocated fair competition, relying on individual efforts to improve oneself and earn emblems. However, this time I saw unfairness. First, the exchange ratio is unfair. 4 million Douluo coins in ticket revenue, but only one purple emblem is given to each of us who wins, and the subsequent broadcasting rights income has nothing to do with us. I don't know if the dean knows, but the video of the competition in Douluo world also belongs to the winner. Last time we put the video of the competition in the Academy's exchange center and earned a lot of emblems. This time the Academy sold the broadcasting rights, who would buy our exchange program, is this fair to us? In the Federation's first Academy, there is not even basic fairness. I am really disappointed. I withdraw from this competition. After that, Lan Xuanyu turned and walked out. Tang Yuga listened to his resolute words, his eyes were complicated, and even his blood was boiling. Yes. This was the Shrek Academy, the holy temple that all soul masters yearned for. If there was no fairness in the Shrek Academy, was this still the holy land in their minds? Lan Xuanyu's words suddenly made Tang Yuga's eyes become firm. Dean, please choose someone else. I will explain the situation to the students in the class, and let everyone choose whether to stick to fairness or participate for benefits. After that, she followed Lan Xuanyu out. You two come back here. Ying Luohong's face flashed with a touch of shame and anger. These two little guys actually made her unable to refute. Lan Xuanyu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned around, and at the same time pulled Tang Yuga who was walking to his side. Dean, what instructions do you have? Lan Xuanyu asked calmly. Ying Luohong said angrily, what do you want? Lan Xuanyu said, fairness, we only want what belongs to us. Dean, we also understand that without the Academy's publicity, this competition would not have such a big momentum, so we don't care too much about the Academy. In this competition, both sides will definitely go all out. The winning side will gain something, and the losing side will also put in a lot of effort. I think there should be a certain amount of subsidies. I won't calculate the specific numbers with you. How about this, the winning side, each member will get 2 purple emblems, and the losing side, each member will get 1 purple emblem. We won't ask how much the broadcasting rights are sold for, and we don't want it, it will all belong to the Academy. Don't think it's too little, you can calculate, the income of Douluo coins alone is far more than this, not to mention the money from the broadcasting rights. The Academy still makes a lot of money. What's more, we are all the best students in our grade, doesn't the Academy want to see us grow? With emblems, we can exchange for more resources, cultivate harder, become stronger, and win glory for the Academy. Shouldn't the Academy give us, the outstanding students, some preferential treatment in terms of resources? Giving us resources through this competition doesn't violate the Academy's principle of fairness, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Tang Yuge, who was standing next to Lan Xuanyu, was stunned, thinking, this guy is too talkative. Ying Luohong looked at Lan Xuanyu in a daze. She knew that Lan Xuanyu's commanding ability was strong, but she didn't know that this kid's eloquence was also so good. Even she felt that what he said made sense, as if agreeing to his conditions was a win-win situation. Lan Xuanyu's attitude was sincere, his tone was calm, and his face was sincere. Dean, don't worry, we will definitely work hard. Moreover, I feel that our first years will definitely be able to defeat the third years this time. I have this confidence. What the audience wants to see is actually this, a year-skipping challenge and victory. If you casually change teams and end up being defeated by the third years in a short period of time, where will Shrek Academy's face go? The competition is not exciting enough, and if such a situation happens again next time, will people still believe us? Will they still watch our competition? You have to think about it from a long-term perspective. Tang Yuge suddenly wanted to beat him up, right now. What can definitely defeat us? This guy was really arrogant. Ying Luohong took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously took a step back. Dean, you won't use force to bully the little students, right? My teacher knows that I came to find you. Ying Luohong slapped him on the head. If that bastard Tang Zhenhua comes, I will take care of him. You two get out of here. Only this time, don't do it again. Also, keep it a secret. Yes, thank you, Dean. Dean is mighty, Dean is domineering, you are the spokesperson of fairness, you are the most beautiful teacher in the academy. Lan Xuanyu quickly said a series of compliments, then turned around and ran away. Where was his previous righteous appearance? Before Tang Yuge could react, Lan Xuanyu had already disappeared. Dean, then I also. Tang Yuge stammered. Get out. Yes. Tang Yuge also turned around and ran away. Looking at the backs of the two, the anger on Ying Luohong's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Lan Xuanyu, this stinking brat, really has a bit of a leader's temperament. Smart, flexible, and hardworking. She really felt that even if the third years were much more cautious than last time and had one more person, they might not be able to win. Compared to Lan Xuanyu, Tang Yuge was much more simple-minded. They were the captains of their respective teams, and the strength of the captain's commanding ability was often related to the final victory. Thinking of this, Ying Luohong raised her hand to open her soul communicator, and dialed a number. What are the odds given by the Shrek Gambling Center now? A female voice came from the other side. Dean, according to the current data analysis, the odds of the third year's winning are 1.23, and the odds of the first year's winning are 1.36. Why was there such a huge difference? Didn't the first year's win last time? Ying Luohong said in surprise. Why did she agree to Lan Xuanyu's conditions? The reason was simple. The benefits involved were not small. Although the academy was not short of money, the outer court and the inner court were independent. Many of the outer court's resources needed to be exchanged with the inner court, so of course it was good to have more profits. It's precisely because the first years won last time that the odds are so much worse this time. Because in the last match, the first years were actually very lucky to win. It was equivalent to 5 people fighting against Tang Yuge alone. Moreover, it's impossible for Yuan and Hui Hui to have the instantaneous eruption of his martial soul's second awakening. And the third years have one more person this time, and according to reliable sources, that extra person is Sima Xian. Sima Xian? The Golden Skeleton King Sima Xian? Ying Luohong said in surprise. Yes, that's him. Isn't he at odds with Tang Yuge? After losing to Tang Yuge, he didn't make much noise in the third years. Ying Luohong said doubtfully. This battle is related to the honor of the third years. Tang Yuge convinced him and he agreed. Sima Xian is also a 5-ring soul master, and his combat strength is second only to Tang Yuge among the third years. With him joining, the gap in strength between the two sides is really a bit big, and the possibility of an accident is even smaller. Just in terms of 5-ring soul masters, there are 4 in the third year's team this time, and the other 2 4-ring soul masters are also top-notch 4-ring soul masters. It's too difficult for the first years to win. That's why there are such odds. Ying Luohong narrowed her eyes, a hint of hesitation in them. Because of the previous performance of Lan Xuanyu and Tang Yuge, she originally wanted to bet on Lan Xuanyu and the others, but after hearing this analysis, she also felt that it was almost impossible for the first years to win. Even if Lu Feng also had a second awakening of his martial soul, the possibility was very small. After all, Lu Feng only had 3 rings, and the gap in their cultivation was too big. There was also her fat disciple, who basically didn't have much use. With one more person in the third year's team, their strength had greatly increased. With Qianlei in the first years, their strength might instead weaken. Under such circumstances, she really felt that it was impossible for the first years to win. Dean, then do we still want to bet this time? A voice came from the soul communicator. At the gambling center, buy 50 purple emblems for the third years. Just make a little money. Ying Luohong finally decided to bet according to her own judgment. Although the profit was very small, it was better than nothing. At least they had to earn back the bets that Lan Xuanyu had just asked for. After leaving the teaching building, Tang Yuge saw Lan Xuanyu walking in front. Lan Xuanyu, stop right there. Lan Xuanyu stopped and turned to look at Tang Yuge with a smile. He was in an extremely good mood at the moment. He had asked for 6 more purple emblems. This was not a small number, and even if he lost, he would still get it. This was the most important thing. Did you just say that you would definitely win against us? Tang Yuge said coldly. That's right. Can't I just say it? Lan Xuanyu looked at her in surprise. Say it? Tang Yuge was also stunned. Lan Xuanyu said, everything I said just now was to make the dean agree to our conditions, and you should be happy because of this. Even if you lose, each of you will get 1 purple emblem, and if you win, you will get 2. Can you earn so much in a year? It's enough for you to cultivate with all your might for several months without earning more emblems, right? That's right. It was a lot more. It was twice as much as the previous reward. Tang Yuge finally reacted. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, she was suddenly a little afraid of this guy. How did his brain grow? He was only a first year. He had only been in the academy for a few months. In a few more years, how much would this guy grow? Your abilities are all in your head, right? Tang Yuge said snappily, you have to work hard in your cultivation, otherwise, you won't be able to be the leader of the first years. Thank you for your trouble, senior sister. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Tang Yuge didn't want to talk to him anymore. She felt that if she said any more, it might really affect her state in the competition. See you in the competition. After saying that, Tang Yuge strode away. At this moment, the soul communicator on Lan Xuanyu's wrist rang. Hui, what's wrong? Lan Xuanyu picked up the call. Big brother Xianyu, do you know? The Shrek Gambling Center has opened for our competition. Yuan and Hui said mysteriously. Shrek Gambling Center? What's that? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Yuan and Hui said, under normal circumstances, only the Federation can open a gambling center, but our Shrek City is autonomous to a certain extent, so we have our own gambling center. Gambling is one of the entertainment projects of our Shrek City. But the Shrek Gambling Center only accepts our Shrek Academy emblems as wagers, so it is also a very special place here. Lan Xuanyu said, how did they open the bet? Yuan and Hui said, if the third years win, the odds are 1-1. 2, if we win, the odds are 1-3. 6, the odds have changed again. Someone has placed a heavy bet on the third years, and the odds have changed to 1-1. 19, our odds are 1-3. 9, Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and said, wait for me, let's meet. Come to my dorm. I'll call the others over, and we'll discuss if we should take a gamble. He had never lacked a sense of adventure. This was the result of Yin Tian's teachings. Riches and honor were found in danger. Yin Tian Fan had told him that if he wanted to take a gamble, then at the very least, he had to be able to accept the worst outcome. And when the benefits were far greater than the losses, he must not miss the opportunity. Lan Xuanyu made calls one by one. Half an hour later, the 6 contestants were all gathered in his dorm. Lan Xianyu told them about the betting odds that Yuan and Hui had mentioned. It's close to 1-4. Then let's pool our emblems and bet on ourselves? Qianlei said excitedly. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, according to these odds, the third year's chances of winning are indeed higher than ours. At least in the eyes of outsiders, their chances should be much higher. They will analyze it based on our strength, and during the analysis, the second awakening of the madman's martial soul cannot be hidden. Right now, there are a few things that the outside world doesn't know. One is that I also have 3 rings, and my bloodline has evolved. Another is that Xianxia's martial soul has awakened a second time. Fatty, is Fatty Jean awake yet? Qianlei's expression changed slightly. Not yet, but I really feel that it's about to wake up. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. How confident are you? This is not a joke, it has a huge impact on the outcome. Qianlei said, more than 80%. I've been able to feel it moving for the past few days, the feeling that it will wake up at any moment. Also, it should be changing. After absorbing so much life energy, it should be useful. Lan Xuanyu said, compared to the last competition, me, Fatty, and Lu Feng have all entered the 3-ringed realm. Fatty has Fatty Gene, and Lu Feng's martial soul has undergone a mutation and awakened, so his strength has increased greatly. Xianxia's martial soul had also undergone a second awakening after entering the 4-ringed realm. We've all undergone a metamorphosis. In addition to Hui's 5 rings and the awakening of the Elf King's bloodline, our overall physical strength has greatly improved. I can tell you now that after my bloodline mutated, I have an additional ability, which is similar to a martial soul fusion skill. Its attack power is very strong, and it is very likely to be able to kill an opponent in seconds. But after using that move, my strength will be greatly reduced, and I won't be able to use the power of my bloodline anymore, so that move can only be used as a trump card. Most of the time, I still focus on assisting everyone. This time, my support will be more comprehensive. Not only will it increase the bloodline, but it will also increase my elemental control. Lan Mengqin frowned slightly and said, we all know this. Didn't we try it when we were training together? What do you mean by saying so much? You want us to bet on ourselves? Let's bet, let's pull together and see how much we have. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes slightly. No, we won't bet on the remaining emblems in our hands. These emblems are to ensure our basic necessities. There aren't many left, so we can't use them easily. I called everyone here because there's something else I want to tell you. Tang Yuga and I have fought for it. In this competition, the rewards we will get will be increased. At that moment, he told them about how he went to finding Luohong. Everyone looked at each other, and soon they all showed joy. If they lost, they would get a purple emblem. So what if they lost? Lan Xuanyu said. Do you feel that even if you lose, you will still get a lot of benefits, so you can be satisfied? Qianlei nodded subconsciously. Lu Feng frowned slightly, while Lan Mengqin raised her head. Why should we lose? We must win. Yes, we must win, we won't lose to her. Yuan and Hui also said firmly. Dong Qianxiu didn't say a word, just looked at Lan Xuanyu, waiting for him to continue. Lan Xuanyu said, yes, it's okay to lose. With such a big gain, it seems that we can be satisfied. However, have you all thought about how long a purple emblem can be used for? Even if I exchange it for yellow emblems at the highest rate in private, I can only go to see God Lake 6 times. If I cultivate with all my strength, the life energy I get from going to see God Lake 6 times is only enough for me to use for a month and a half at most. That's quite a lot. Qianlei said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu continued, then what if everyone gets 6 purple emblems? How many things can we do? This time, we have a profit of more than a dozen yellow emblems from selling information. But if we distributed to everyone, it's only about 2 per person, which is far from enough to support our full cultivation. If everyone can have 6 purple emblems, not only will it be enough for this year's cultivation, but we can even save up the resources to make battle armors. We don't need to think of other ways to earn emblems, so we don't have to waste time. We can spend all our time cultivating and making battle armors. The efficiency will definitely be much higher, and we can walk faster than others. At this point, his eyes became particularly bright. So, we have to win, we must win the competition. If we win, everyone will have 2 purple emblems. If we bet the minimum of 1 purple emblem per person on ourselves, with a 1, 3, 9 payout, we will have close to 4 purple emblems. This profit is really too big, and it can allow us to not worry about cultivation resources for a year. I think it's worth a gamble. I'm going to bet the purple emblem that I'm bound to get on us. You can choose what you want to do. But I hope that no matter what choice you make, in this battle, we have to fight with our lives on the line. I'll bet. Lu Feng said without hesitation. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. For me, after coming to Shrek Academy, everything has changed dramatically. The speed of my improvement is much faster than before. This is all because of the Shrek Academy's resources and Xianyu's help. If we take a gamble, a bicycle will become a motorcycle. Moreover, there is no way out. The power we can erupt with will definitely be greater. I'll follow. If we lose, we'll lose 1 emblem. If we win, we'll have 6 emblems, 600% profit. If we don't fight, what are we waiting for? Qianlei said with a smile. More importantly, I believe in boss judgment. He didn't make a mistake. I'll follow. Dong Qianqiu said concisely. Yuan and Huihui's multicolored eyes lit up. I told this news to big brother Xianyu for this. I originally just wanted to persuade him to bet those 9 yellow emblems. This time, it's even better. Leave Tang Yuga to me, I'll definitely beat her. Then let's do it together. Lan Mengqin looked indifferent. Lan Xuanyu smiled. If we lose, we'll just pretend it didn't happen. If we win, no one in the 1st grade can compare to us. When we're in the 2nd grade, we'll all change into one-word battle armors. Yes, if they lost, they would lose the purple emblem as a reward. They would just pretend it didn't happen. If they won, it would be an astronomical amount of profit. In the history of Shrek Academy, there were probably not many outer court students who could earn so many emblems in the 1st grade. With so many resources, they could do a lot of things. Our slogan is, the 6 of them looked at each other and smiled, and said in unison, take a gamble, a bicycle will become a motorcycle. After saying that, they couldn't help but laugh, and a strong fighting spirit surged in their hearts. They had to win this battle no matter what, they had to win. The odds are 1 to 4, big brother Xianyu. 6 purple emblems. I'll guarantee it with my reputation. Can it be done? Lan Xuanyu asked Yuan and Huihui. No problem, I'll borrow it from my family. And at our age, we can't directly participate in the betting, but my family can. I'll let my dad do it. Okay, then we'll bet 6 purple emblems and the 12 yellow emblems we earned from selling information this time on ourselves. We'll cut off all means of retreat and take a gamble here. No one would have thought that these young youths would have such courage. No one was optimistic about them. Even their bets didn't change the odds much. This battle attracted the attention of everyone in the outer court. After placing their bets, Lan Xuanyu's group of 6 didn't appear in front of the students. In the last 2 days, they all asked for leave, saying that they wanted to cultivate together. On the 3rd year's side, Tang Yuga and his teammates were also cultivating together. Everyone was waiting for the day of the competition. The reason why this battle attracted so much attention was because the gap between the students of different years in Shrek Academy was huge. Everyone was a 1 in a million genius, and the cultivation resources of Shrek Academy were incomparable to those of the outside world. Therefore, studying here for 1 more day would make a difference. Not to mention the 1st years challenging the 3rd years, even the 2nd years wouldn't be able to challenge the 3rd years, even if they didn't use their battle armor. One had to know that the strongest 6th years of the Shrek Academy's outer court had cultivated to 8 rings at the age of 18 and become a sole Douluo. Once such a powerhouse entered the inner court, he would almost certainly become a titled Douluo before the age of 25. This was the Shrek Academy, the place where the top talents of the entire federation gathered. Under such circumstances, there was actually a case of someone challenging 2 years above them and winning. Furthermore, they challenged the number 1 team of the 3rd years. This was too eye-catching. Everyone was actually paying the most attention to Lan Xuanyu and the others because everyone wanted to know how strong these little fellows were to be able to challenge 2 years above them. They had already attracted the attention of the entire federation. Shouldn't they come into contact with such talents as soon as possible? To what extent would they grow in the future? This was the main reason why this battle had attracted so much attention. Sunday finally arrived. Early in the morning, Nanqing turned on the Seoul television in his house and sat on the sofa to wait. It's still early, what are you looking at now? Didn't you say that you wanted to wait until your son sent back the news of victory? Lan Xiao looked at his wife somewhat helplessly. Go and cook. I'm on strike today. I'm just saying. There's a special analysis before the competition. I'll take a look at the analysis first. I heard that they don't think our son's team is going to win. I think my son's team will win. My son is the best. Nanqing didn't even look at Lan Xiao. His eyes were completely focused on the screen. Lan Xiao said, Shrek Academy is a gathering place for geniuses. The chances of winning against someone 2 years above them are indeed not high. Don't be too disappointed. Lan Xiao, are you my biological father? How can you not speak up for your son? Nanqing glared at him. Lan Xiao's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he really wasn't his biological father. Although Lan Xuanyu was no different from his biological son. I'm just being rational. Go and cook. 4 dishes and 1 soup. You can't miss a single dish. If you miss a single dish, you'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. You won, Heaven Do Planet. Nana silently sat on the sofa and watched the Seoul television in front of her. She didn't know how long it had been since her Seoul television was turned on. Dong Qianxia had sent her a message to tell her about the battle. Nana had been waiting since early in the morning. To her, it didn't matter if they won or lost. She just wanted to see how her 2 disciples had become. Xian, you should have grown up a little. She thought to herself. Also on Heaven Do Planet. Tang Lu, who was wearing pajamas, leaned against the sofa and looked at the wall-sized screen in front of him with a smile. Kacha. The door opened and a figure rushed in. Tang Lu, are you crazy? There's a performance tonight and you're actually watching TV at home. There's a lot of things to do before the performance. Yu Qingling said angrily. I want to watch a competition. Do you still remember that child I mentioned to you when I went to the mother planet to see? I want to watch the competition that he's participating in. I'll cancel the interview first and tell everyone that I'll sing an extra song for everyone tonight. I'll send this news to the media that I've already booked. Tang Li's gaze never left the screen. That child? Yu Qingling heard and immediately became interested. Okay, this news should be enough. The fans will definitely be happy. I'll go and arrange it first. Then I'll come back and watch with you. I also want to see what that child looks like for you to be so concerned about him. Yu Qingling's eyes darted around. She actually wanted to confirm if Tang Lu had gone to see that child last time. There were only 10 minutes left before the start of the competition. Right at this moment, a student arrived at the Shrek Academy's exchange center. At this time, almost all the students in the outer court were preparing to watch the competition in Douluo World or in front of the Seoul TV, but he silently entered the exchange center. I want to release an exchange item called A Secret You Don't Know, the trump card of the first years in the year-skipping challenge. 1 white badge can be exchanged once. Ah? The teachers in the exchange center were all looking at the big screen. On the big screen, the members of both teams had already entered the venue. Student, are you sure your news is true? I'm being honest with you, hurry up. There are still 10 minutes left. Within these 10 minutes, you can still bet. Right now, the odds for the first years are 5. 6, there's still time. I bet everything on the first years. The student said without hesitation. Okay. You only released the news now because you don't want to affect their competition and not let the third years know? I understand. The exchange item was released in an instant. Not only did this student release the exchange item, but he also spent an additional white badge and sent the name of this exchange item to all the teachers and students in the Shrek Academy's outer court through the Seoul communicator. It was impossible for the members of the two teams who had already entered the competition venue to see this exchange item, which was why the student chose to release it at this time. Bing Tianliang walked out of the exchange center with a strange expression. Lan Xuanyu is too good at making money. This is at least the income of a dozen yellow emblems. Yes, it was Lan Xuanyu who asked him to release the exchange item at this time and gave him 5 white emblems as a reward. Bing Tianliang was originally a little uncomfortable that he couldn't replace Qian Lei in the competition, but he was still very happy to get 5 white emblems for free. Moreover, he had bet all his emblems on Lan Xuanyu and the others. If Lan Xuanyu and the others won, he would also gain quite a bit. As for how much Lan Xuanyu and the others had bet, Bing Tianliang didn't know. There was only 1 minute left before the start of the competition. A special situation also appeared at this time. At the Shrek Gambling Center, the odds for the first years dropped from 5.6 to 1.5. In just a few minutes, the number of people betting on the first years increased greatly, and the number of bets exceeded 300, all because of the exchange item that the exchange center had just released. Ying Luohong sat in the office and looked at the information she had exchanged. Her face was gloomy and her expression became extremely ugly. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qian Lei are all 3-ring. Lan Xuanyu has an extra trump card. Dong Qianxiu has 4 rings and his martial soul has undergone a second awakening. Why didn't these brats say anything? One of the reasons why the odds had changed so much was that after she saw the news, she didn't hesitate to bet 10 purple emblems on Lan Xuanyu and the others to hedge the risk. This also meant that this time, no matter who won, she wouldn't gain anything. But she couldn't afford to lose. If the third year's lost, even as the dean, she wouldn't be able to bear the loss of 50 purple emblems. She really gritted her teeth against these little guys. However, it was fortunate that this news came at the last moment. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to hedge. If they lost. Ying Luohong thought angrily in her heart. On the huge stage, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates had all entered. The 6 of them were all in high spirits. On the opposite side, Tang Yuga's team had also arrived. The most eye-catching one was the 6th person who hadn't appeared last time. He was very tall, over 1.9 meters tall. He was very thin, somewhat skinny, but his skeleton was especially big. Lan Xuanyu's gaze also landed on him. This student was called Sima Xian, and he had already investigated him. He was a 3rd year whose individual strength was second only to Tang Yuga. His individual strength was extremely strong. Martial Soul, Golden Skeleton King. Assault System Soul Master. Back then, he had fought Tang Yuga head-on and only lost to Tang Yuga's Great 5 Elements Divine Light at the last moment. Tang Yuga's expression was very calm. They were determined to win this battle. The mistake they made last time would not be repeated this time. The spectator stands were already packed with people, but the sound of the outside world was completely isolated by the barrier to give the contestants the fairest battle environment. Senior. Lan Xuanyu took a few steps forward and called out to Tang Yuga with a smile. What? Tang Yuga looked at him indifferently. Senior, did you bet on us? The highest odds are 1 to 5. Lan Xuanyu said, if I were senior, I would bet heavily on us first years and then admit defeat at the start of the match. It would definitely be a huge profit. Tang Yuga's pretty face stiffened. You're shameless. How could she do that? If they did that, even if the academy didn't expel them, they would still lose face. How would they be able to survive in Shrek? Lan Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly, Senior sister, you can be flexible. For example, if we fight fiercely and then beat you by a narrow margin in the end, everything can be discussed. Unfortunately, you don't have time to place your bets now, right? Why do you talk so much nonsense? Tang Yuga said angrily. I'm just talking about the possibility. Lan Xuanyu was still smiling. Ignore him. The competition is about to start. Li Siki came to Tang Yuga's side and gave Lan Xuanyu a deep look. This brat wanted to provoke Tang Yuga and disturb her mood. As the commander of their team, Tang Yuga would definitely affect the performance of the entire team once he lost his composure. It's useless, Lan Xuanyu. This time, you will definitely lose. Tang Yuga's expression suddenly became calm. She had suffered too much pressure after losing last time, but for today's battle, she had worked hard to prepare in all aspects. After going to seeing Luohong with Lan Xuanyu that day, she understood that she was not as eloquent as the other party. Then, she would deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. No matter what Lan Xuanyu said, she would face it with the most peaceful attitude. The arena competition was a competition of strength. No matter how cunning one was, it was useless in the face of absolute strength. 10 seconds countdown. The electronic voice sounded, also announcing the start of the competition. Lan Xuanyu slowly retreated, his expression also returning to calmness. He took a deep breath, his eyes became bright and spirited at this moment. For this competition, they were also under great pressure. Thinking about the odds, thinking about the heavy bets. Their fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. This was a competition that they couldn't lose. On the first year's side, Dong Xianxia was in the middle with 6 people standing. Dong Xianxia was in the center of the first row, with Lu Feng on his left and Lan Mengqin on his right. In the second row, Lan Xuanyu was in the middle, with Yuan and Hui Hui on his left and Qianlei on his right. On the opposite side, on the third year's side, Tang Yuga was in the middle. The 6 of them were lined up in a row, and the 2 Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters, Li Siming and Li Siki, were on both sides of her. The Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master were on Li Siki's side. Beside Li Siming was the tall Golden Skeleton King Soul Master, Sima Xian. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the start of the competition, the highly anticipated battle finally began. The 12 Soul Masters from both sides unleashed their martial souls at almost the same time. 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, rose from Dong Qianxia's feet. Her beautiful eyes instantly became deep, her dark blue eyes were like an endless sea. She took a step forward and rushed straight towards the 6 people. 4 rings. Tang Yuga narrowed her eyes. In the last battle, this beautiful girl with long dark blue hair didn't put in much effort. She only used a martial soul fusion skill with Lan Xuanyu and lost most of her combat strength. This time, she actually took the initiative to attack and rushed towards them. Not only did Dong Qianxiu move, but Lan Mengqin and Lu Feng also moved at the same time. The 3 of them lined up and rushed out at a similar speed. Behind them, Lan Xuanyu waved his hands and 3 purple soul rings rose from under his feet. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass were thrown out at the same time. With 3 rings of his martial soul, his blue-silver grass changed again. It was still slender, but the scales on it were no longer faintly discernible, but incomparably clear. The 2 types of blue-silver grass were clearly gold and silver, and only the edges of each scale were faintly discernible with a blue halo. A strand of golden-patterned blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around Yuan and Hui Hui's body, and 5 soul rings rose from under Yuan and Hui Hui's feet. He opened his left hand and the purple star spirit bow appeared. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes immediately lit up. If one looked carefully at his eyes, they would even feel dizzy, as if there was an additional vortex in his eyes. It could capture one's soul. He knocked an arrow, and his 4th soul ring directly lit up. Yuan and Hui Hui let out a light shout, and a series of arrows instantly shot out. It was his 4th soul skill, Spirit Rain Tide. The arrows were like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, arriving first and enveloping the 6 people opposite him. On the other side of Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei's coin of summoning had already popped out, and a strand of silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around it. Accompanied by a low roar, a huge ironback dragon was summoned. It was more than 6 meters long, and the scales on its back were thick and heavy. It was no longer 100 years old, but 1,000 years old. With the increase in his cultivation, the quality of Qianlei's summon had also become obviously different. When Lan Xuanyu saw the ironback dragon, he didn't hesitate to pull on each of his 2 strands of blue-silver grass. The 3 of them jumped onto the ironback dragon's broad back at the same time, and under Qianlei's command, they followed behind Dong Qianxiu's group and charged forward. At the same time, the 6-year 3 soul masters on the other side also released their martial souls. The 4 5-ring soul masters were the most eye-catching. Sima Xian was the first to rush out from the side. He was tall and had long legs. With every step he took, his body swelled up a little, and the 4 purple and 1 black soul rings on his body were dazzling. The first and second soul rings had already lit up. His skin immediately became even more shriveled, but his bones were rapidly expanding, and a layer of gold appeared on his skin. With a sliding step, he had already rushed forward. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. The first to bear the brunt was Yuan and Huihui's arrows. Under the guidance of the spirit rain tide, the arrows were omnipresent. Sima Xian roared and raised his hands high above his head. A dark golden battle axe instantly appeared in his hands. With a slash of the axe, it immediately brought about a black light that deflected most of the arrows that were shooting towards him. However, his attack looked very rough, so much so that he wasn't able to block all the arrows. A portion of the arrows still landed on his body. However, when the arrows hit Sima Xian, a series of ding ding dang dang sounds came from his body, as if metal was being knocked on. The arrows only left some marks on the surface of his skin and did not penetrate his body at all. What a strong defense! At this moment, Xianxia was already in front of him. She soared into the air and faced an opponent who was more than 3 meters tall without any fear. An ice spear fell into her hand, and a faint blue light bloomed from the corner of Xianxia's eyes. Her body swayed in the air, leaving after images. Sima Xian suddenly lowered his head, and his body suddenly emitted a golden light, and his third soul ring lit up. His entire skin turned dark gold in an instant, and the big axe blocked in front of his head. He lowered his head and did not dodge at all. Just like that, he crashed towards Xianxia. His huge body slid close to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia's body flashed, and the ice spear in her hand pierced down, accurately hitting his back. With a dang sound, the ice spear bounced up and did not hurt Sima Xian at all. Sima Xian rushed past without stopping at all, and actually crashed into the ironback dragon behind him. Xianxia looked up and saw a rain of light blooming in front of her. The suppression of the spirit rain tide was comprehensive. First, it suppressed the opponent's Holy Crystal Soul Master who was good at long-range attacks and the Dark Cloak Soul Master who was good at summoning and using negative abilities. The rain of light was produced by the collision of the soul skills of both sides. Sima Xian had already passed by, followed closely by the Black Tortoise Shield twins and Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga's body flickered with light, and balls of fire bloomed, constantly exploding in front of her, dispersing the rain of light. She looked at Xianxia, and around her body, metal spikes condensed and formed, instantly shooting straight towards Xianxia. Right at this moment, a large expanse of ice fog suddenly appeared and spread across the arena. Lan Mengqin arrived, and Lu Feng's figure instantly disappeared into the ice fog. The ice fog appeared at the perfect time, separating Sima Xian from Tang Yuga and the other two. Sima Xian's charging speed was extremely fast, and Lan Xuanyu discovered that not only did Sima Xian's speed not decrease, it was even increasing. His body released a dark golden light, and he was about to reach the ironback dragon. Yuan and Huihui floated up and flew to the side. The spirit rain tide did not stop. Lan Xuanyu's main task for him was to suppress the enemy's long-range attacks and not give the enemy a chance to interfere with his side. Lan Xuanyu grabbed Xianlei and also soared into the air. His body landed to the side. Although Sima Xian's body was sturdy, compared to the ironback dragon, it was still quite lacking. Lan Xuanyu also wanted to see just how much ability he had to have dared to charge over so recklessly. Bang! Sima Xian and the ironback dragon collided brazenly. Immediately, a scene that shocked the audience appeared. The huge ironback dragon was actually knocked into the air by him. It had clearly lost control in the air and rose more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. After Sima Xian sent it flying, his body stopped and the giant axe in his hand swept out. With a pu sound, the ironback dragon's neck was instantly cut off. It seemed like it wouldn't be able to survive. He killed the 1,000-year-old ironback dragon, which was known for its strong defense, in one strike. What kind of attack was this? This guy still had such a strong attack power. Oh my god, so powerful. What should we do, boss? Xianlei's heart skipped a beat. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, let's go. He pulled Xianlei and rushed towards the main battlefield, ignoring Sima Xian. After Sima Xian killed the ironback dragon in one strike, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly turned around and chased after Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. He knew that with his speed, it was impossible for him to catch up to Yuan and Hui Hui. Furthermore, the mission Tang Yuge gave him was very simple, which was to attack Lan Xuanyu and make it impossible for Lan Xuanyu to control the entire battlefield. Tang Yuge was still very afraid of Lan Xuanyu, so she arranged for Sima Xian, who was the strongest other than herself, to deal with Lan Xuanyu. Qianlei opened the gate of summoning for the second time, and a deep dragon roar sounded again. At this moment, the ice fog filled the air, and Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mingqing's figures were all hidden within. Their title of ice goddess was not for nothing. The two of them released the power of ice and snow, and the ice fog enveloped a large area of the arena. The metal spikes released by Tang Yuge were like clay oxen entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Li Siming and Li Siki, on the other hand, frowned. This kind of area of effect interference soul skill had a great impact on them. They were fighting head-on, and if the other party moved around and fought, it was not a situation they liked to face. Especially when there was a highly lethal Yuan and Hui Hui harassing them from the side. For a moment, the three of them really didn't dare to rush into the ice fog rashly. This was because they still had to take into account the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master behind them, worried that they would be attacked by Yuan and Hui Hui. Using the ice fog to divide the arena was really a wonderful move, and it made it impossible for the third years to display their advantage. Tang Yuge also frowned. She originally thought that Yuan and Hui Hui, as the strongest of the other party, should be facing her right away, but she didn't expect that Yuan and Hui Hui's main attack was not on her side at all. He didn't even go all out to attack, but used the spirit rain tide to interfere with the entire arena. Don't underestimate Yuan and Hui Hui's arrows. Compared to before, Tang Yuge could clearly feel that Yuan and Hui Hui's arrows had become stronger, and their penetrative power had greatly increased. Moreover, he clearly didn't use his first soul skill, but the arrows were still extremely accurate. Although they were scattered, they could still interfere with everyone. The Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master didn't dare to stay in place, but followed not far behind the two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters. With the help of Li Siming and Li Siki, they were able to intercept all the attacks. Yuan and Hui Hui alone was able to pin down the four of them. This was definitely not what Tang Yuge wanted to see. Her eyes gradually turned red, and the aura of other attributes around her body weakened at the same time, but the aura of the fire attribute instantly strengthened. 5 elements engender each other, the extreme of fire. With a loud shout, Tang Yuge's body shone with a red light. The most powerful thing about her 5 elements engendering each other was that they both engendered and restrained each other. Naturally, the enemy was restrained, and internally, the 5 elements engendered each other. Earth gave birth to metal, metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, and wood gave birth to fire. The 5 elements engendered each other, and there was no need for fire to give birth to earth. Under the effect of the 5 elements engendering each other, her fire attribute suddenly rose to the extreme. A blazing fire burned. The purple-red flame that had turned into a flame instantly erupted, covering the ice fog in front of her. The terrifying purple-red flame spurted out in a fan shape, and wherever it passed, the ice fog dissipated. Not only that, even the arrows shot by Rain Spirit Tide melted instantly when they entered the purple-red flame range. It could be seen how high the temperature was. Tang Yuge was able to become the number 1 among the third years not only because of the great 5 elements divine light. At this time, the Golden Skeleton King Soul Master, Sima Xian, had already found Lan Xuanyu. He was tall and his stride was big, so he caught up in a few steps. Lan Xuanyu's face was calm. He didn't rush into the ice fog, and he knew that Sima Xian wouldn't rush into the ice fog at this time. At this moment, in the eyes of the audience, it was best for Lan Xuanyu to hide in the ice fog because Sima Xian might not dare to rashly enter it. But Lan Xuanyu didn't. He stopped. Facing the aggressive Sima Xian, Lan Xuanyu pressed his left hand against the ground and a layer of ice instantly appeared on the ground. Sima Xian felt his feet slip and he immediately lost his balance. However, he was extremely strong and had strong control over his body. He didn't panic because of this. Instead, he squatted down and tried his best not to lose his balance. Lan Xuanyu's left hand shook again, and an icicle shot towards Sima Xian's eyes. Sima Xian swung his axe horizontally, and the axe instantly blocked in front of him. When the icicle landed on the axe, it could only shatter. Lan Xuanyu's left hand was already covered in silver scales. At this moment, he suddenly rushed forward, his entire body flickering with golden light. Taking advantage of the moment when Sima Xian's vision was blocked by the axe, he sped up. A layer of green light lit up, causing his speed to become incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sima Xian. His right hand turned into a claw and his sharp claws reached out, grabbing towards Sima Xian's chest. Was he crazy? Even the students who were familiar with Lan Xuanyu had the same reaction. What kind of strength did Sima Xian have? He was a five-ring Soul King expert. More importantly, Sima Xian had already used his strong body to show everyone his defensive power. Dong Qianqiu's ice spear was unable to break through his defense and cause any damage to him. Even the ironback dragon was sent flying by him. Wasn't Lan Xuanyu's actions like an ant trying to shake a tree? However, many people had overlooked a problem: the current Lan Xuanyu was different from before. His speed was different, his strength was different, and even his soul rings were different. Pooh! Jinlong's claw accurately hit Sima Xian. Even Sima Xian himself didn't think that Lan Xuanyu could cause him any harm, so when he sensed the other party's arrival, his reaction was to slash out with his axe towards Lan Xuanyu. He didn't even think about defending. Lan Xuanyu cleverly dodged in the air. His body, which was already in the air, made a stepping motion in the air and nimbly dodged the incoming axe. It was this action that allowed his right claw to land accurately on Sima Xian's chest. Sima Xian's skin was incomparably tough, and his thick bones were incomparably sturdy, supporting his body. However, when Lan Xuanyu's Jinlong claw landed on his body, he felt a strange feeling coming from his chest. In that instant, Sima Xian felt as if a special force was tearing at his chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain. He lowered his head and was shocked to discover that Lan Xuanyu's claw had left 5 wounds on his chest. Furthermore, he also discovered that Lan Xuanyu's golden claws had a special power that caused his hardest bones to feel numb for a second, as if they were about to shatter. Lan Xuanyu's claw hit, but he didn't stop at all. Of his left hand instantly slapped Sima Xian's injured chest. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head, and his third soul ring lit up. The soul ring on his right arm also lit up. A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out. This roar was too sudden and strong, so much so that the players on both sides of the field froze in that instant. Their minds also became dizzy. Of Lan Xuanyu's dragoness face. Of Lan Xian's. Of Lan Lan's, of Lan Xian's. Of Lan Xian's, ants, Jinlong. Of Lan's S's. At this moment, a lot of changes happened on the stage. The ice fog quickly dissipated and Qianlei, who had already summoned a blazing fire dragon, charged into the ice fog. At this point, 4 out of the 6 people on Lan Xuanyu's side were already in the ice fog. At the same time that Lan Xuanyu used his dragon roar to stun his opponent, his left hand had already pressed down on Sima Xian's wound. Then, he borrowed the force of the rebound and charged into the ice fog. Sima Xian was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. When he lowered his head, he saw a ball of blue and red light flashing rapidly on his chest. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out and he was sent flying. Sima Xian roared in pain. He could clearly feel that at least 2 of his ribs had been broken. When the audience saw this, they were all dumbfounded. The 3-ringed Lan Xuanyu against the 5-ringed Sima Xian was actually at a disadvantage. Tang Lu was also watching the battle, but he was watching it through the Soul television. The moment the dragon head appeared, Tang Li's eyes froze and he couldn't help but frown. Golden soul rings rose from beneath his feet one after another. A total of 8 golden soul rings surrounded him, and his gaze subconsciously turned to the 3rd soul ring. What is this? Yu Qingling asked curiously, why are your soul rings golden? After being with Tang Lu for so long, she already knew that Tang Lu was a soul master and very powerful. Tang Lu didn't hide it from her, but Tang Lu didn't know where his strength came from. I don't know either. It seems like his ability is a little similar to mine. Tang Lu frowned and his head started to ache again. Yu Qingling snorted. Not only are your abilities similar, you two look quite similar too. especially your eyebrows and nose bridge. It's just that his eyes are a little bigger than yours, and his facial lines are softer. Could this be your lost illegitimate child? Tangla looked at her helplessly. How many years have you known me? How old is this child? Yu Qingling asked suspiciously, why do I feel that their ages are about the same? Could it be that you gave birth to him before you lost your memory? Tangla shook his head. No. Although I can't remember the past, I'm sure that I don't have a child. Furthermore, I seem to have lost my memory for a long time, definitely not more than 10 years. Before that, I seem to have been drifting in the sea. Yu Qingling knew that he never lied, so she snorted and said, what do you think of this match? Tang Lu said indifferently, it depends on whether Xian Yu and the others have any special methods. Otherwise, they won't have a chance. The overall difference in strength is too great. Furthermore, their opponents are very talented. Yu Qingling was a little surprised. You never praise others. If even you say that their talent is very good, then their opponents are very extraordinary. That skeleton-like brat is quite strong. However, a 5-ring soul master was sent flying by a 3-ring soul master. How tragic. Tangla smiled. What you saw was just the surface. This attack didn't hurt their foundation. That golden skeleton king's defense is very strong. Yu Qingling pursed her lips. An assault-type soul master with such a strong defense. Young people nowadays are really incomprehensible. Tangla shook his head. He might not be an assault-type soul master. If at least one of his 2 soul skills is as I have judged, then he will be much more useful than an assault-type soul master. What do you mean? Yu Qingling asked doubtfully. Let's wait and see. Tangla did not explain further. Sima Xian was blown away, but the first years on the other side were in danger. While the purple-red flames quickly cleared the ice fog, the 2 brothers Li Siming and Li Siki suddenly accelerated forward. It seemed that at this moment, they no longer needed to help the 2 long-range attack soul masters defend. At the same time, the Holy Crystal Soul Master suddenly raised the crystal ball in his hand high above his head, and a golden light bloomed, instantly turning into a golden light shield that covered him. He put his hands together in front of his chest, and with a holy look on his face, golden light surged out from his body. Could it be the martial soul fusion skill from last time? Some of the audience who had watched the last match couldn't help but guess. Last time, it was precisely because of the backlash from the martial soul fusion skill, Angel of Judgment, that they were defeated. How could they not learn their lesson? Purple-black light surged on the dark-cloaked soul master's body, and when the arrows of rain spirit tide shot over, they would be swallowed by the purple-black light. Not only that, the dark-cloaked soul master's entire body had changed. Balls of dark purple light gathered around his body. Tang Yuga shouted, her entire body emitting purplish-red flames. Ignoring the many enemies in the ice fog, she brazenly charged forward. This was the confidence brought about by strength. She was completely confident that her opponent wouldn't be able to defeat her in a short period of time. At the same time, she shouted, Sima Xian. After all, Sima Xian hadn't worked with their team for long, so he needed her to remind him sometimes. Sima Xian, who had been sent flying by Lan Xuanyu earlier, had already gotten up. There were some wounds on his chest and he looked to be in a sorry state. He shouted and his 3rd soul ring lit up again. He suddenly charged forward at an extremely fast speed, almost at the same time as Tang Yuga. Just when everyone thought that he was going to charge into the ice fog, he actually stopped when he was still some distance away from it. The 5th soul ring on his body shone brightly, and the black soul ring brought about a strong shock that caused everyone to hold their breaths. This was the first time a 10,000-year soul skill was about to appear today. Sima Xian slowly spun on the spot and raised the axe in his hand. As he swung the axe, his entire body burst out with a dazzling dark golden light. What was even more terrifying was that a dark golden light fanned out along the ground, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. What kind of soul skill was this? Boom! Sima Xian slammed the axe that had doubled in size into the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked in all the places that were covered by the dark golden light, and a terrifying and scorching aura instantly erupted. The remaining ice fog instantly dissipated. Not only that, 5 figures were sent flying by the dark golden light at the same time. All of this seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Sima Xian's third soul skill was actually only to help him quickly rush to the front of the ice fog, and the effect of his fifth soul skill shocked everyone. The 5 people who were struck by the dark golden light felt their blood boiling and their soul power decreasing greatly. This wasn't an offensive soul skill at all, but a control-type one. A crowd control skill? Yu Qingling looked at Tang Lu in shock. Tang Lu nodded silently. His third soul skill, Charge, is actually a control-type soul skill. Otherwise, the ironback dragon that was hit by him wouldn't have been sent flying into the air, but rather horizontally. Although he had a certain degree of offensive ability, his true strength was still his control. Let's see how Xianyu and the others deal with it. Just as Sima Xian suddenly unleashed his fifth soul skill and sent Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianxiu, Lan Mengqin, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng flying, Tang Yuga had already rushed over and targeted Lan Mengqin. Without the ice fog, Lan Mengqin and the others were instantly locked onto. Not only that, Li Siming and Li Siki placed their black tortoise shields in front of them and charged forward. Behind them, 2 rays of light, one gold and one purple, shot out and landed on their bodies. Immediately, the originally black tortoise shields in their hands were covered with different lights, and their auras increased explosively. Those 2 actually knew how to support. Behind them was Sima Xian, who had suddenly used a crowd control soul skill, and in front of them was the incomparably powerful Tang Yuga and the 2 black tortoise shield soul masters. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu's group of 5, who were sandwiched in the middle, fell into a desperate situation. The 3rd years had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Tang Yuga was also a smart person. Although she knew that her team's overall strength was definitely much stronger than their opponents, she wasn't careless at all this time. Go all out, she had been testing the waters all this while, waiting for an opportunity. That's right, in many people's eyes, Sima Xian was an assault-type soul master, but Tang Yuga knew that his strongest point was control. Especially his 5th soul skill that he had just obtained after breaking through. Its crowd control power was second to none in the entire 3rd years. The opponent who was sent flying would even experience a certain degree of dizziness. The dark golden light would consume the opponent's soul power and bloodline power, greatly weakening the opponent's strength, causing the opponent to be in a passive state for a second or 2. Although the time was short, it was enough for her. Purplish-red flames spewed out from her body. She still clearly remembered the threat brought by Lan Mengqin in the previous battle. Therefore, the first person she looked for was Lan Mengqin. The 2 black tortoise shield soul masters charged towards Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu respectively. They actually didn't see the process of Lan Xuanyu and Sima Xian fighting earlier. They only knew who was more important in the competition. There was no doubt that this was a desperate situation. The 1st years didn't seem to have any chance. The audience was even a little disappointed. Was this the so-called leapfrogging challenge? It was indeed a leapfrogging challenge, but it wasn't challenging at all. What was the point of leapfrogging? That's right, Lan Xuanyu and the others weren't prepared for Sima Xian's crowd control soul skill. By the time they discovered the dark golden light beneath their feet, it was already too late for them to dodge. However, was there really nothing they could do? Their previous arrangements came into play at this moment. Dong Qianxiu's gaze froze as the 4th soul ring on her body suddenly grew larger. Her new soul ring was also a 10,000-year one. The black light circulated, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the extreme fire on Tang Yuga, who was charging from the front, was weakened a little. A pair of huge dark blue eyes appeared and a dark blue light circulated. Everything in front of her instantly turned cold. How is this possible? This was the first thought that appeared in Tang Yuga's mind. Wasn't this the martial soul fusion skill that Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu used together? At this moment, although there was a silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Dong Qianxiu's body, there was still a distance between Dong Qianxiu and Lan Xuanyu. She had never heard of a soul master being able to turn a martial soul fusion skill into their own soul skill. But the truth was right in front of her. The dark blue light instantly spread. Whether it was Tang Yuga, Li Siki, or Li Siming, they all paused. When deep blue gaze landed on her body, Tang Yuga felt the difference. This time, there was an additional feeling of coldness. It lacked the deterrence from her bloodline, but there was an additional impact on her mind, causing her to fall into a trance for a moment. What a 10,000-year control-type soul skill. This soul skill only affected her for a second. Extreme fire allowed her to carry the blazing fire of the 5 elements, greatly reducing the influence of the ice attribute on her. Dong Xianxia and her had a gap of 1 ring, which was also one of the reasons. Therefore, in just a second, Tang Yuga recovered. The situation of the 2 Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters was similar. Although they didn't have extreme fire, they had the light and darkness attributes respectively. In about a second, they broke free from the influence of deep blue gaze. However, in a competition, a lot of changes could happen in a second. Sima Xian's control was strong, but he was injured by Lan Xuanyu earlier, which affected his performance. His soul skill didn't have its greatest effect. Therefore, the time that his group control soul skill could affect Lan Xuanyu's team was shortened. Under the influence of Sima Xian's crowd control soul skill, the power of Dong Qianqiu's deep blue gaze also weakened. Right at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. The attack of the spirit rain tide suddenly stopped. Yuan and Hui Hui raised his head and looked at the sky. On his forehead, a vertical eye slowly opened. What kind of eye was that? There were circles of light in his eyes that were spinning rapidly. Just by looking at it, one would feel as if their soul was about to be sucked in. Circles of light also appeared in the eyes of the 6 third years at this moment. Tang Yuga, who had just regained her ability to move, was stunned. Countless lights and shadows flashed through her mind. She seemed to have seen herself in her previous life, and those scenes constantly impacted her soul. Not only her, but the others were also stunned for a moment. Even though it was only for a split second, it was at that split second that their souls were impacted to varying degrees. This attack did not cause any harm to them, but it made them lose their fighting spirit and even forget that they were in a competition. All the attacks disappeared in an instant. Yes, the soul skills that they had just unleashed had all disappeared in an instant. The awakening of the Elf King's bloodline not only brought Yuan and Hui Hui a comprehensive improvement, but more importantly, the appearance of this Eye of Reincarnation. This was his biggest trump card, and also one of the biggest trump cards of the 6 first years in this battle. Everyone within the range of the Eye of Reincarnation's influence would be mentally impacted. With Yuan and Hui Hui's current cultivation, the impact was not great, but it was enough to interrupt any soul skill that was being used. Yuan and Hui Hui had to pay the price of being frozen in place for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, he couldn't do anything. The Eye of Reincarnation instantly controlled the entire arena. Tang Yuga, Li Siki, and Li Siming, who were attacking with all their might, suddenly lost their soul skills. Li Siki and Li Siming also lost the support of the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master. Not only did this consume their soul power, but more importantly, it made them miss their opportunity. With the help of 2 control-type soul skills, Lan Xuanyu and the others finally broke free from the dark golden light. Previously, apart from Dong Qianqiu who could unleash a spiritual-type soul skill like Deep Blue Suspicion, they couldn't even attack. A white figure moved in the next instant. Amidst the clear and melodious dragon roar, the figure seemed to have teleported and appeared in front of Tang Yuga in an instant. Tang Yuga only saw a blur in front of her eyes. As soon as the effect of extreme fire on her body disappeared, she was sent flying. That's right, she was sent flying. A white dragon spiraled into the air, carrying her directly into the sky. It was White Dragon Rises. However, the rise of the White Dragon was different from before. In the past, the rise of the White Dragon was only once, but this time it was 3 times. The first attack sent Tang Yuga flying. Although the effects of her soul skill had disappeared, she still had her own soul power to protect her body, so she tried to struggle free. However, she found that the dragon roars had a strange frequency that caused her body to stiffen slightly. However, the second attack came right after, sending her flying even further away. The most despicable thing was the third attack. The white dragon swooped down and slammed into her body, forcefully knocking her far away and causing her to fall directly to the ground. White Dragon King, 3 consecutive attacks. Yes, the one who attacked was Lu Feng, who would have thought that he could send Tang Yuga, who was the strongest on the other side, flying in an instant. Naturally, he wasn't the only one who attacked. Lan Xuanyu threw out the golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand and wrapped it around Qianlei's body, throwing him straight towards Li Siki on the ground. At the same time, 2 strands of silver-patterned blue-silver grass stretched out from his left hand and wrapped around Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu's waists at the same time. The 2 of them were thrown into the distance. A stream of air burst out from Lan Mengqin's body and a pure white figure appeared behind her. That figure instantly merged with her, held hands with Dong Qianqiu, and went straight to the holy water crystal soul master and the dark-cloaked soul master. The blazing fire dragon summoned by Qianlei had already landed on the ground and charged towards Li Siming with flames all over its body. Qianlei landed on the ground and released his second soul ring. A jade-green bird emerged and flew straight towards Sima Xian's eyes. The emerald demon bird appeared again. This time, its cultivation was at the 1,000-year level. All of this happened extremely quickly. In just a few breaths of time, the predicament that the audience thought was in had undergone a complete change. Not only did the first years resolve the opponent's sure-kill attack, they even turned the situation around. Qianlei, who had descended from the sky, had his third soul ring shine and a ball of golden light immediately surged out from his body. A golden figure charged straight towards Li Siki. At this moment, Li Siki had just recovered from his daze and hurriedly gathered his energy to raise his black tortoise shield. With a bang, the golden figure collided with the black tortoise shield. Li Siki's body swayed and he actually took a step back. What great strength! In the next moment, the golden figure rebounded and charged towards Qianlei. Qianlei opened his arms and hugged him. Without a doubt, that fat golden figure was Fatty Jean. Yes, it had woken up. Just yesterday, a day before the competition, it had finally woken up. After waking up, Fatty Jean had become even fatter, like a golden ball. After sleeping for such a long time, many changes had occurred to it. The golden fur on its body had become thicker and darker in color. Other than becoming much fatter, there were 2 other big changes. It had grown taller and its arms had grown longer. Back then, when it had just woken up, it was only about 1 meter tall. After sleeping this time, it had grown to more than 1.5 meters, and its weight had at least doubled. Its longer arms had naturally become thicker. Most importantly, its palms had become especially large. The tips of its claws weren't long, but they were very thick and solid. Its gaze had also become much fiercer. It only changed when it saw Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu. When it looked at Qianlei, it was as if it had seen its father. When it saw Lan Xuanyu, it was clearly afraid. Fatty Jin's fat body suddenly collided with Qianlei, and a ball of golden light immediately enveloped the pair of fatties. In an instant, Qianlei's body began to grow, and he instantly became a fat man over 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered in golden fur, and his palms became as large as palm leaf fans. Qianlei laughed and merged with Fatty Jean, charging straight towards Li Siki. This change caused an uproar in the audience. Most people still didn't know the profundity of Dong Qianqiu's 4th soul skill. Yuan and Huihui's Eye of Reincarnation and Qianlei's self-summoning fusion were things they had never seen or heard of before. In an instant, the audience's previous disappointment disappeared. These first years were really extraordinary. Li Siki naturally wouldn't show any weakness. He was a 5-ring soul king while Qianlei was only a 3-ring soul king. He charged forward and smashed the black tortoise shield in his hand towards Qianlei. Qianlei didn't dodge and slapped the black tortoise shield. With a muffled bang, Qianlei and Li Siki each took a step back. A friction sound came from the black tortoise shield. Li Siki lowered his head and was shocked to see that there were several scratches on the surface of his black tortoise shield. One had to know that this was one of the most powerful defense-type martial souls in the world of soul masters. What was going on? While Li Siki was shocked, his hands did not stop moving. As an outstanding 3rd-year student of the Shrek Academy, he had a lot of combat experience. He swept the black tortoise shield in his hand towards Qianlei. However, Qianlei did something that Li Siki did not understand. This guy did not dodge, nor did he use any combat skills. He just put his arms in front of his body, lowered his head, and rushed towards Li Siki. Clang, clang, clang. The black tortoise shield slashed onto Qianlei's body, and Qianlei was immediately knocked away. However, he just rolled on the ground, stood up, and then pounced towards Li Siki again. Although he was fat, he was quite fast. It was not that he did not want to use combat skills, but the problem was, he did not know how to. He did not know how to use them at all. Okay, although he could fuse with Fatty Jean, he had never learned any combat skills. What he cultivated were mainly skills related to mental strength. Fatty Jean had just woken up, and he did not even have much time to get used to it. He only slightly familiarized himself with Fatty Jin's abilities after it woke up. What were Fatty Jin's abilities? Extraordinary strength, rough skin, and thick flesh. Li Siki was shocked. He knew very well what kind of attack power his black tortoise shield had. Even steel would be broken by his black tortoise shield. However, Qianlei, who was hit by the black tortoise shield, seemed to be fine. He patted his butt and got up, and immediately rushed towards him. Concentrate! Tang Yuga shouted, and a colorful light bloomed on her body. The 5 elements alternated, and rays of light burst out. How could Lu Feng dare to fight her head-on? He had already pulled away and ran far away. The moment Tang Yuga was sent flying, she realized that the situation was not good. She knew that she might have fallen into Lan Xuanyu's trap again. They clearly had the upper hand, but it was broken by the opponent in a strange way. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, Lu Feng, and Dong Qianxiu was completely different from last time. At this time, Tang Yuga's group of 6 had been separated. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin were too fast. They went straight to the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master. Lu Feng had sent Tang Yuga flying in the opposite direction. It was too late for her to rescue him. Although she had confidence in the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master, and thought that the two of them would not be defeated for a while, the team was divided like this, and they were likely to be defeated one by one. Their strongest point was their collective strength. When they gathered together, they would be able to cope with any changes. Lan Xuanyu wanted to separate them, so she had to gather her companions together. Especially Tang Yuga, Li Siki, Li Siming, and Sima Xian, the 4 5-ring soul masters, were the key to victory. Tang Yuga's eyes became particularly sharp, and she looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was commanding in the middle. A 5-colored light burst forth. Tang Yuga's eyes were extremely firm, and her body was like a ball of colorful light, flying straight towards Lan Xuanyu. The strongest individual among the first years was undoubtedly Yuan and Hui Hui, but the core figure was Lan Xuanyu. If she attacked Yuan and Hui Hui, she was likely to be restrained and eventually fall into the opponent's trap, but as long as Lan Xuanyu was defeated, the other 6 people would be leaderless and her side would win without a doubt. Therefore, in fact, at the beginning of this match, Tang Yuga had asked her teammates to target Lan Xuanyu, but they did not succeed. At this moment, she only had one thought, and that was to defeat Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's expression changed, and he turned to run without hesitation. The blazing fire dragon had already been knocked unconscious by the black tortoise shield, so Li Siming naturally heard Tang Yuga's words. In addition, they had already made arrangements before this match, and that was to defeat Lan Xuanyu first. "Brother, impenetrable defense!" Li Siming shouted. Li Siki had just sent Qianlei, who was pestering him, flying once again and turned to run towards Li Siming. At this moment, Sima Xian was actually in the worst mood. Was the emerald demon bird very strong? Compared to him, who had a 5-ring cultivation base, it was not strong enough. However, the emerald demon bird was too small and its speed was extremely fast. It specifically attacked his eyes and pestered him until he was incomparably annoyed. "Big brother Xianyu, be careful." Yuan and Hui Hui had already seen that something was wrong. Amidst his exclamation, his 5th soul ring lit up and the purple star spirit bow in his hand suddenly grew larger, turning from its original purple color to an emerald color. Around his body, dense lightning elements instantly condensed, and the bolts of lightning were no longer bluish-purple, but emerald green. Without a doubt, this was Yuan and Hui Hui's all-out attack. Even if this attack was not as powerful as the arrow that heavily injured Tang Yuga, it would not be too far off. His ears became even sharper, and his eyes lost the mysterious feeling from before. They became clear, and his body became taller and straighter. This 5th soul skill mobilized his Elf King bloodline, and it was his strongest attack. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuga was not alarmed, but happy instead. She knew that her strategy was correct. Yuan and Huihui's attack would definitely consume a lot of energy. Although this soul skill was shockingly powerful, it was not the best time to use it. At this moment, Lu Feng was rushing over from afar, and so was Qianlei. But what could they do even if they rushed over? Although the abilities of these two people surprised Tang Yuge, they could only harass her at most. Sima Xian shouted, and his fifth soul ring lit up again. He raised one arm to protect his eyes, while his other arm raised the battle axe and smashed it fiercely onto the ground. A dark golden light rushed up from the ground in a fan shape. His fifth soul skill was called Dark Golden Hell. This time, his fifth soul skill was not to control Lan Xuanyu, because he was still a distance away from Lan Xuanyu. However, this fan-shaped crowd control soul skill still blocked all of Lan Xuanyu's escape routes. A bolt of green lightning instantly erupted, and the Thunder Spirit War Drum was released. It was the Thunder Spirit War Drum after the awakening of the Elf King bloodline. The lightning flashed and almost illuminated the entire arena with an emerald color. However, what welcomed Yuan and Huihui was the two black tortoise shields that instantly overlapped to form an iron bastion. Qianlei was directly sent flying by the iron bastion, and the green lightning struck the iron bastion. Last time, the iron bastion faced the explosion caused by the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master's Angel of Judgment. Lan Xuanyu and the others did not really face this super strong defensive skill. And this time, the strongest attack of the first years met the strongest defense of the third years. Tang Yuge didn't even look over. She was too confident in the Li Siki and Li Siming brothers. If they were still in their peak condition last time, she believed that they would be able to deal with Yuan and Huihui's second awakening. At this moment, the three of them had already met up, and Tang Yuge's Great Five Elements Divine Light was not held back at all. Under the gorgeous Great Five Elements Divine Light, she almost instantly caught up to Lan Xuanyu. She threw a punch and shouted, "Lan Xuanyu, you're dead." Yes, Tang Yuge was determined to win with this attack. She even had all the attack routes in her mind. Li Siki and Li Siming brothers withstood Yuan and Huihui's strongest attack. Yuan and Huihui's overall strength would definitely drop, and she could even ignore him for now. Sima Xian would first deal with Qianlei, then go back to help the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master to deal with Dong Qinqiu and Lan Mengqin. There was no more suspense in this battle. An incomparably loud roar rang out. The green lightning actually had an extremely strong penetrative ability, and it actually pierced into the iron wall. Immediately after, a series of explosions rang out. Green cracks continuously appeared on the iron wall amidst the rumbling sounds. The two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming, were even pushed back by the bombardment, and they retreated towards Tang Yuge. Too strong, the two brothers' eyes were filled with shock. They actually felt like they couldn't block this attack. How was this possible? No matter how strong Yuan and Huihui was, she was only one person, but there were two of them, and they even had such a strong defense-type martial soul. This Yuan and Huihui's attack power was actually this strong after her second martial soul awakening. At the same time, a victorious smile appeared on Tang Yuge's face. Her fist, which carried the Great Five Elements Divine Light, had already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was only a three-ringed soul master. Other than his brains, Tang Yuge had never taken his strength seriously. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's face was already filled with panic, and he even seemed like he didn't know how to block her attack. The third soul ring on his body flickered, and a green light covered his entire body. Tang Yuge could feel that it was the power of the wind element. The wind element carried Lan Xuanyu as he tried his best to dodge Tang Yuge's first punch. However, in his panic, he actually retreated towards Li Siki and Li Siming. Wasn't this courting death? At this moment, he couldn't even dodge. Let's see how you dodge the second punch. Lan Xuanyu was finished, he's going to lose. Yu Qingling couldn't help but sigh when she saw that Lan Xuanyu was about to be besieged by 4 five-ringed soul masters. It seemed like it was over. Although she didn't understand why the other party had to target Lan Xuanyu, who only had 3 rings. However, when she saw that Lan Xuanyu was about to be defeated, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Perhaps it was because Tang Li liked this child. No. Tang Li shook her head. Look carefully, Xian Yu's trump card is about to appear. He seems to be baiting his opponent. Ah? What other trump card can he have? He's alone, Yu Qingling's eyes widened in an instant. Behind Lan Xuanyu were the two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming. Even if they didn't have shields, their own defensive capabilities were equally strong. Sensing the direction in which Lan Xuanyu was dodging, they even borrowed some of the power from the Thunder War Drum's explosion to propel their bodies and use their backs to crash into Lan Xuanyu, sealing off his escape route. Tang Yuga's second punch had completely sealed the front. Was he panicking? Yes, Lan Xuanyu's expression was one of panic. However, he was smiling in his heart. What he wanted was this moment of opportunity. A colorful light suddenly bloomed silently from his chest. When this light appeared, whether it was Tang Yuga, Li Siki, or Li Siming, they all trembled from the bottom of their hearts. Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to grow taller at this moment. A layer of colorful light bloomed from his chest. Tang Yuga's fist paused, and an indescribable sense of fear appeared in her heart because of Lan Xuanyu's change. Just as she gritted her teeth and continued to throw out her fist, she suddenly saw a touch of dark blue. It was a touch of dark blue that made her breath stop. A void crack quietly opened in front of her. Tang Yuga screamed and released the Great Five Elements Divine Light with all her strength to stop her body. However, the Great Five Elements Divine Light from her punch had already been swallowed by the crack. The dark blue light in Lan Xuanyu's hand had already circled around her. It didn't just cut open her Great Five Elements Divine Light, the two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming, had their backs to Lan Xuanyu. However, at this moment, their bodies stiffened at the same time. In the next moment, they slowly turned their heads around in a daze. It was such a simple action, but their upper bodies slid down in an instant. Yes, their upper and lower bodies separated and slid down. They were cut in half at the waist. The Black Tortoise Shield's impenetrable defense was instantly shattered. A green electric light almost brushed past Lan Xuanyu's ear and went straight to Tang Yuga. The Thunder Spirit War Drum, with the support of the Elf King's bloodline, didn't only have one hit. Boom! Tang Yuga clasped her hands together. The five-colored Great Five Elements Divine Light gathered into a ball in front of her, blocking the green light in front of her. The green lightning exploded. In that violent roar, colorful light splashed in all directions. For a moment, the door was wide open. At this moment, Tang Yuga's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. How could it be? With just one hit, Lan Xuanyu actually cut two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters in half. She couldn't believe her eyes at all. Although the Thunder Spirit War Drum was strong, it could only greatly consume her Five Elements Divine Light. It couldn't defeat her, but her mental defense was already collapsing at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's body emitted a colorful light. Compared to her Great Five Elements Divine Light, there were two more colors. What was even more terrifying was that in this state, he gave Tang Yuga a complete suppression of his aura. The long halberd in his hand was completely black, but it emitted a dark blue halo. The halo wasn't strong, as if it was just attached to the surface of the halberd. However, it was it that killed two defense-type Soul Masters in one strike. Lan Xuanyu didn't stop at all. All of this was part of his plan. His figure flashed and his speed was at least twice as fast as before. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand swept out again. There was no technique, it was just a sweep. Although the Thunder Spirit War Drum was blocked by the Great Five Elements Divine Light, Tang Yuga's entire body was still numb. She couldn't dodge at all and could only gather all of her Five Elements Divine Light to block in front of her again. A dark blue light flashed past and the Great Five Elements Divine Light froze for a moment before silently splitting into two, leaving only a small gap in the middle. Lan Xuanyu's body had already swept past Tang Yuga. He leaped up and held the halberd with both hands, slashing towards Sima Xian as if he could split a mountain. Sima Xian hurriedly raised his axe to block. He was huge and speed was not his forte. Just now, he had used the dark gold hell again and it had consumed quite a bit of his energy. Furthermore, there was an emerald demon bird that was constantly attacking him. However, just as he raised his battle axe, he saw Tang Yuga's body split into two halves before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Pfft! The axe formed by his martial soul split into two. In his panic, Sima Xian could only turn his body slightly. The dark blue light swept past his shoulder. Previously, his strong body and astonishing defense were like tofu in front of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and were instantly sliced apart. The sense of pain in the Shrek Academy simulation cabin was extremely high. Sima Xian let out a scream and subconsciously retreated. However, Lan Xuanyu did not stop at all. He turned around and raised the halberd in his hand, slashing towards him with an even more imposing aura than before. Even Lan Xuanyu himself had a strange feeling when he swung the halberd. It was as if he was forging and using the hammer technique that Uncle Yu had taught him. He did not know any halberd techniques at all and had used it subconsciously. However, this move was too fast and there was no time to block it. The audience saw it the most clearly this time. A dark blue light flashed and Sima Xian's body was instantly split into two. With a face full of shock, he turned into a white light and disappeared from the battlefield. Bang! Lan Xuanyu stood proudly with the halberd touching the ground. At this moment, even without the sound barrier, the entire venue was silent. Everything happened too quickly. Just when Lan Xuanyu was in a desperate situation and everyone thought that the first years wouldn't have a chance, Lan Xuanyu suddenly changed his mind. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The colorful light on Lan Xuanyu's body receded, his face was pale, and the dark blue halberd disappeared from his hand, but he still stood straight, his eyes filled with a blazing light. Fatty, who ran over, hugged Lan Xuanyu and supported him. And the battle on the other side also came to an end at the same time. The white spear light fell like a sky full of stars, and at the same time, sharp arrows fell. Coupled with Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu's attacks, how could the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master resist? In fact, when Lan Xuanyu's side defeated 4 people in a row, they were already scared out of their wits. No one could have expected such an outcome, and everyone felt that everything was so unbelievable. What is that? How is this possible? A 3-ring Soul Master defeated 4 5-ring Soul Masters in an instant. Heavens! My understanding has been subverted. Yu Qingling exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Li stared blankly at the screen in front of him. Divine weapon. This, I think I've seen it before, what's it called? He slowly raised his hand, golden light flickered in his eyes, and an aura fluctuated in his body. Yu Qingling felt that something was wrong and hurriedly turned his head to look at him. At this moment, Tang Li raised his right hand and grasped in the air. A golden light flashed and a bright golden halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The golden light was dazzling, and under the blade in the center of the trident, a huge golden gem emitted a bright light, dyeing his body completely golden. Yu Qingling felt that he didn't know Tang Lu anymore. Qian Lei picked up Lan Xuanyu and shouted excitedly, "We won! We won!" The audience didn't really react until this moment. Yes, they won, the first years won, not only did they win, but no one was defeated. Lan Xuanyu circulated the soul power within his body. He smiled and said, "Put me down, I'm not that weak." The dragon god's transformation had indeed exhausted the power of his bloodline, but he still had his soul power. It wasn't that he didn't have the power to fight anymore, it was just that his soul power had been greatly weakened. A 3-ringed soul master defeating 4 5-ringed soul masters was something that had never happened before in human history. But only Lan Xuanyu knew how much preparation he had done for the last 10 seconds. In the beginning, the purpose of dividing the arena was to attract the attention of the opponent and to probe the opponent's tactics. They were actually unprepared for Sima Xian's dark gold hell. However, Lan Xuanyu had already considered the possibility of something like this happening. So, he had already made preparations. That was, he had Yuan and Hui Hui stay outside so that she could react at any time. Yuan and Hui Hui's Eye of Reincarnation had the ability to resolve a crisis for them at any time. In fact, this was also the most important reason why they were able to turn the situation around. Dong Qianqiu was still able to use deep blue gaze despite being controlled. It was actually an unexpected surprise that allowed them to gain the upper hand from being beaten passively. And all the battles that followed, from luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory to guiding the attack to Yuan and Hui Hui's suppression, allowing the 2 black tortoise shield soul masters to work together, were all part of Lan Xuanyu's plan. He only had one goal, and that was to gather the strongest people on the other side in a certain area as much as possible. Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was powerful, but it also had a fatal problem: its attack range was limited. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd couldn't be used for long-range attacks. It had to be used at close range for it to be effective. Lan Xuanyu didn't have the ability to throw the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd out to attack the enemy like Nana. Therefore, he had been trying his best to create an illusion so that his opponents would besiege him. When Tang Yuga finally attacked him, he panicked and retreated in the direction of the two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters. This was so that he could finish off as many opponents as possible within the 10 seconds that the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd could last. Yuan and Hui Hui using the Thunder Spirit War Drum to launch a double attack was part of his plan. It was to suppress the two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters and give him a chance to attack. In Lan Xuanyu's plan, the first to be killed were actually Li Siming and Li Siki. Under the suppression of Yuan and Hui Hui, he was most confident in being able to slash the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd on them. As long as he got rid of these two brothers, Yuan and Hui Hui's Purple Star Spirit Bow would be able to play its greatest role. Without the defense of the Black Tortoise Shield, Yuan and Hui Hui, who was at full strength, could very well dominate the battlefield. After his second awakening, as long as he kept a distance from Tang Yuga and consumed Tang Yuga's great five elements divine light, even Tang Yuga would find it difficult to win against him. Therefore, when they were discussing tactics earlier, Lan Xuanyu told his teammates that the key to this battle was to create an opportunity to kill the two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters. As long as they could kill them, the scales of victory would tilt towards their side. However, even Lan Xuanyu didn't expect that he and Yuan and Hui Hui would cooperate so well. The second level of the Thunder Spirit War Drum instantly intimidated Tang Yuga and gave Lan Xuanyu ample time to attack, making it impossible for her to dodge. At this point, the outcome was already decided. After increasing his cultivation to 3 rings, Lan Xuanyu felt that he could use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd for 2 more seconds. When he finally killed Sima Xian's will had already been taken away and he didn't have the chance to display his strength at all. This was actually the first time Lan Xuanyu had displayed the power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd on the battlefield. Before this, he didn't know that the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was so powerful. It was only at this moment that the audience went into an uproar. Lan Xuanyu clenched his fists and slowly raised his right hand above his head. Lu Feng had already rushed towards him like the wind, and Yuan and Hui Hui also ran over cheering. Lan Mengqin stood there in a daze, looking over. She felt that she hadn't fully displayed her strength yet. She was actually Lan Xuanyu's trump card. If Lan Xuanyu couldn't successfully defeat the two Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters, it would be her turn to fight with Dong Qianxiu. However, this battle was easier than they had imagined. It was because the variables brought about by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd were too great. The weakness of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was also obvious. If the other party didn't give Lan Xuanyu a chance to get close and used long-range attacks to exhaust his combat strength, he could only use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd for 10 seconds before it would automatically retract. But the problem was that Tang Yuga and the others didn't know about this. Catching the opponent off guard was the core of the first year's strategy. They had too many trump cards that their opponents didn't know about. Tang Yuga's plan was to attack cautiously and suppress them completely without revealing any flaws. However, he still couldn't defeat Lan Xuanyu's team. Lan Xuanyu had long guessed that Tang Yuga would target him because through their previous interactions, she had already realized his importance in the team. Furthermore, he was weak and the easiest to defeat, so he would definitely be the focus of the other party's attacks. He had made use of the other party's thoughts. "Sister Mengqin, what's wrong?" Dong Qianxiu nudged Lan Mengqin beside him. We're rich. Lan Mengqin said in a daze. Dong Qianxiu couldn't help laughing. "Don't tell me you've been possessed by Qianlei?" Lan Mengqin, however, hugged her excitedly. "We have more than 6 purple emblems to recruit. Every single person. We're rich. Ayaya, that's great." Before the start of this match, they had never thought about winning. They were all trying their best to tell themselves that even if they lost, it wasn't like they had nothing to gain. In any case, they could earn some money by selling information in the end. But now, they really won. Each of them bet a purple emblem, and the odds were 1 to 4. That was 4 emblems, plus the one they bet, it was 5. The champion's reward was 2 purple emblems per person. In addition to the one they bet, there was another one. This was 6 purple emblems per person. This didn't include the additional yellow emblems that they had bet. One had to know that for the outer court, even a white emblem was a very precious resource and could be used to live in a dormitory for a month. Some of the weaker seniors were still working for white emblems. But what about them? A yellow emblem was equivalent to at least 15 white emblems, and a purple emblem was equivalent to 15 white emblems. 6 emblems per person, wasn't this making a fortune? If they used it sparingly, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for a year or two, including making their one-word battle armor. This fortune would definitely greatly increase their cultivation efficiency. How could Lan Mengqin not be happy? Dong Xianxia was naturally excited, but she didn't expect Lan Mengqin, who was usually very cold, to be so excited. For a moment, she couldn't help but be surprised. Ying Luohong stared blankly at the screen. What the hell? What the hell was this? Thank goodness. Thank goodness she had hedged at the last moment. Otherwise, if she lost 50 purple emblems, what the hell was this Lan Xuanyu? Divine weapon? A little guy actually had a divine weapon. Right at this moment, the communicator on her wrist rang. Looking at the number, Ying Luohong hurriedly adjusted her mentality and answered the call. She said respectfully, "Teacher. I watched the competition. That Lan Xuanyu from the first years has unparalleled potential. You have to pay attention to nurturing him. Also, don't investigate him too much and interfere with his cultivation. The academy can confirm that he has no problems. Just let him cultivate on his own. To a certain extent, resources can be tilted to him." Wang Tianyu's cold voice came from the sole communicator. "Yes, understood," Ying Luohong hurriedly said. After hanging up, Ying Luohong suddenly felt a strong sense of unwillingness. She was the one who took a fancy to this child first. It was Tang Zhenhua who snatched him away. Otherwise, he should be her disciple. Tang. Shake. Hua. She quickly dialed the communicator, and as soon as the call was connected, before the other side could speak, Ying Luohong had already roared loudly, "Get over here." Tang Zhenhua looked at the communicator in bewilderment, his ears hurting from the vibrations. What was going on? Today seems to be Xianyu's match. Could it be that something else had happened? He drank too much last night and overslept today, so he didn't watch the competition. She quickly turned on the TV in the bedroom, light flickered, and everyone returned. The hatch of the simulation cabin opened and Lan Xuanyu crawled out. He quickly rushed to the meditation room, holding the black rank emblem in one hand and the green rui in the other, absorbing life energy to replenish the consumption of his bloodline. According to his usual situation, he should be recalling the state when he used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, and at the same time, comprehending the mysteries of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. But now, he was also too excited. Even Lan Mengqin was so excited, how could he not be? 6 purple emblems, in addition to his previous savings, he had nearly 100 yellow emblems. If he didn't save at all, it was enough to go to see God Lake once every half a month. In other words, he only needed 6 yellow emblems a month. Now, this was enough for him to cultivate for a year and still have some left over. One had to know that after cultivating in Sea God Lake and entering the Three-Ring realm, one's improvement would be slower than before. However, cultivating twice was enough to increase one's soul power by 1 rank. 1 rank a month was no problem. He even had some left over. At most, he would be able to reach the 4-ring level in a year. Lan Xuanyu was definitely satisfied with this cultivation speed. Furthermore, this was under the premise that he had to learn other knowledge, forge, and make battle armor. 1 year was the most conservative estimate. If he was faster and had some more enlightenment, half a year wasn't impossible. Perhaps the most troublesome thing was the last breakthrough, from 3-ring to 4-ring. Now that he had so many emblems, he could cultivate at the fastest speed and no longer have to be distracted by earning money. Perfect. At this moment, the outer court of Shrek Academy was in an uproar. What Lan Xuanyu didn't expect was that after the competition ended, the enthusiasm for buying the mission that he had asked Bing Tianliang to help him release really exploded. Secret, what exactly was the trump card of the first years? Lan Xuanyu had used his actions to prove his strength to all the outer court students. He had instantly killed a 5-ring third-year powerhouse. Even without wearing his battle armor, with such a huge difference in strength, he still had a top-notch martial soul. How could such a situation happen? But the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. They had won. Yuan and Hui Hui had already returned home to get her family to exchange for the bet. The others were all excitedly doing something in their dormitory. Without a doubt, Lan Xuanyu's group of 6 had become famous after this battle. Their battle might still be a little immature, but they had already displayed the terror of Shrek. This battle didn't last long, but it was broadcasted live by the Federation's TV station throughout the Federation. Did such an exciting battle really happen to a student, especially the best-looking child in the first years? How could he be so strong? What was the ability to kill his opponent at the end? The 7-colored figure and the dark blue halberd. Everything was so inconceivable. To Shrek Academy, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to advertise themselves. It caused the Shrek Academy, which usually didn't reveal its talents, to instantly rise to the top of the wave of public opinion. Today was a rest day. When the sky darkened, Lan Xuanyu's group of 6 had already quietly left Shrek Academy. I want to buy all kinds of heaven and earth treasure fruits and eat them every day, as much as I want. Xianlei excitedly held Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and shouted as he walked. Yuan and Hui Hui chuckled. I don't want any fruits. I also want to go to see God Lake to cultivate and try it out. It seems that after I evolved, my demand for life energy has increased. The meditation room isn't quite enough. Just before leaving the academy, they split the spoils in Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. Everyone received 6 purple emblems and 10 yellow emblems. This was under the premise that they hadn't exchanged for the missions in the exchange center. When they placed so many purple emblems in front of them, dozens of purple emblems almost dyed the room purple. The 6 of them decided without hesitation that they would have a big meal tonight to celebrate. Then, they would go to the auction house and see if there was anything suitable for cultivation that they could buy while they were rich. It was a luxury. A yellow emblem could be exchanged for 200,000 Federation coins. In the auction house, a purple emblem could be spent on the same price as 4 million federal coins. It was said that the exchange rate for a black emblem was even more exaggerated. A single emblem could be exchanged for 100 million Federation coins at the auction house. In fact, only Lan Xuanyu had seen a black emblem before. But with the 6 of them pooling together, they could really exchange for a black emblem with a purple emblem. It could be seen how important this battle was to them. The other 5 even felt that Lan Xuanyu should have taken more. Without Lan Xuanyu's decision and the purple emblem that he would have received from Ying Luohong, they wouldn't have been able to bet at all. How could they have had the chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? But Lan Xuanyu didn't want it and insisted on splitting it equally. After these few battles together, their small team had basically taken shape. Everyone had a tacit understanding and helped each other. The pressure of cultivating in Shrek was so great that everyone needed enough cultivation resources. Only with enough resources could one grow faster. Lu Feng and Qianlei both needed to invest more resources in order to increase their soul power as soon as possible. Therein Lan Xuanyu's soul power couldn't be considered mainstream among the first years. Tonight's restaurant was chosen by Qianlei. They found a larger restaurant on the food street. In the distance, the signboard was already in sight. Celestial Delicacies. It was 3 stories high. From afar, a strong fragrance could already be smelled. This restaurant was located in the middle of the food street, in a good location. They had passed by before, but they had never come in to eat. This was because this restaurant only sold rare ingredients, which were those that were helpful to Soul Master's cultivation. They only served Soul Masters. The price of such a restaurant was definitely not cheap. In the past, they didn't dare to enter, so how could they have so much money? But it was different now. In Shrek City, all purchases could be made using emblems to exchange for Federation coins. The exchange rate was transparent, just like at the auction house. Now, they were rich people. Sister, give us a private room. Xianlei walked through the door proudly and said to the hostess. The hostess saw the green school uniform on his body and smiled. Okay. Please wait a moment. The Shrek Academy's uniform was almost a pass here. Wearing the school uniform, no one would look down on them because of their young age. Yes, a private room for 6. Please follow me. The hostess walked in front gracefully and brought them to the 2nd floor and into a private room. The decoration of the private room wasn't particularly luxurious. It was all decorated with wood, and the details were exquisite and exquisite. It gave people a comfortable and elegant feeling. It made the originally restless hearts of the boys and girls calm down a little because of the environment. There was a menu on the table, and Xianlei couldn't wait to pick it up and flip through it. When he saw the menu, he couldn't help but be secretly speechless. So expensive. The signature dish is stewed dragon tendons, haha. Madman, stew your tendons. Lu Feng said in annoyance, it's probably just stewed earth dragon tendons. You can summon some and sell them. No way, my summoned creatures are my companions. How could I sell them for money? Xianlei said righteously. Right at this moment, the door was knocked twice, and then a middle-aged man in formal attire walked in. His gaze fell directly on Lan Xuanyu, and his face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It really is you guys. Are they here to celebrate? Lan Xuanyu's group of 6 didn't recognize this person at all, but after listening to his words, they understood that this person must have watched their match today. Greetings, geniuses of the Shrek Academy. I am the person in charge of celestial cuisine, Ku Hong. We are very honored that you chose to celebrate with us. How about this, all your expenses today will be free of charge. Later, I'll get each of you a card. In the future, when you come to eat here, you can have a 30% discount. Uncle, why are you being so polite? Xianlei smiled. Lan Xuanyu stood up and said, thank you, Director Ku, but there's no need for a free meal. Ku Hong chuckled and said, it's fine, it's fine. You guys have brought glory to our Shrek. Moreover, you guys are only in your first year and already have such strength. Your future is limitless. You have to give me a chance to befriend you guys. In the future, leave a photo with me. When you guys become famous in the future, I can brag about it. It's also very beneficial to our business. He spoke frankly and didn't hide his intention to befriend the 6 of them. In fact, when he heard that 6 people had come, and the waiter said that they were similar to the ones in today's live broadcast, he immediately realized that his opportunity had come. The performance of the 6 little fellows in front of him today was simply too shocking, especially Lan Xuanyu. He had single-handedly killed 4 5-ringed soul masters. Although there must be some coincidence or something special about this. Even so, it was still a miracle. At least, in his impression, such a situation had never happened before. Therefore, just as he said, these young people had too many opportunities to become famous in the future. They were almost certain to enter the inner court, especially Lan Xuanyu. As for the inner court disciples of Shrek Academy, which one of them wasn't a powerhouse who could cause the 4 seas to tremble with a stomp of their feet, if one of these 6 people could reach the god rank in the future, they would be a big shot who could affect the entire federation. What was the big deal about treating them to a meal? This was their first celebratory banquet after becoming famous in one battle. It had extraordinary significance. Celestial cuisine was originally in Shrek City, so they naturally had a background. Therefore, they understood the significance of these geniuses to Shrek Academy. Being on good terms with them would naturally be beneficial without any harm. Since Director Ku has said so, boss, let's not be polite. Xianlei winked at Lan Xuanyu and said. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him, and Xianlei immediately said to Ku Hong, Director Ku, are we going to eat to our fill? Ku Hong laughed and said, of course we're going to eat to our fill. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood Xianlei's meaning. He didn't continue to be polite. Thank you, Director Ku. Calling me Director Ku is too distant. Little geniuses, why don't you call me Old Ku? Let's exchange our numbers. If you have any activities in the future, want to celebrate, or want to eat something delicious, just let me know. I'll arrange it for you. Ku Hong said with a face full of smiles. Qianlei said, it's impolite to call you Old Ku. Let's call you Uncle Ku. Uncle Ku, is your signature stewed dragon tendon dish from an earth dragon or a true dragon? Ku Hong smiled and said, usually, it's from an earth dragon. This dish is very particular. The value of the dragon tendons of different earth dragons differed greatly. Each of them had their own characteristics and cooking methods. I dare say that in the entire Federation, there is no restaurant that can cook earth dragon tendons better than us. As for true dragons, there's no such thing. True dragons have long gone extinct. There's no place to find them. Furthermore, what kind of existence are true dragons? They're an incomparably noble race. The so-called earth dragon's bloodline is actually very impure. To have 1/10,000th of a true dragon's bloodline is already considered very good among earth dragons. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. Earth dragons can be considered wild beasts. Some earth dragons aren't even soul beasts. We still have some special channels that we can obtain. Dong Xianxia frowned slightly and said, you guys kill earth dragons? Doesn't the Federation prohibit the hunting of soul beasts? Ku Hong laughed and said, how can we just casually kill them? Of course there are rules. Everyone, don't worry. All the ingredients we sell here are legal. These earth dragon tendons weren't obtained by killing earth dragons ourselves. We bought them at a high price from a few of our soul beast planets. Soul beast planets aren't completely peaceful, and there are some ferocious existences. Therefore, the powerful soul beasts who are in charge of order will also kill. If the corpses of these killed soul beasts are valuable, they will also be sold in exchange for resources. Selling the corpses of their companions? Dong Xianxia found it hard to accept. Ku Hong said, they're not considered companions. There are many types of soul beasts. If they're not of the same race, they can all be considered outsiders. The world of soul beasts is almost autonomous. Our Federation only makes deals with them, but we don't interfere with the internal affairs of soul beast planets. Therefore, if they're willing to sell, we'll naturally buy from them. However, going to a planet with soul beasts to hunt soul beasts is absolutely forbidden. Oh. Dong Xianxia responded. His mood didn't seem as good as before. Lan Xuanyu glanced at her and said, then please help us arrange some dishes, Uncle Ku. Because we cultivate every day, our appetite is a bit big. I'm really sorry. It's okay, I know. Then you guys sit first, I'll arrange it. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. After Ku Hong went out, Qianlei immediately beamed and said, after Fatty Jean woke up, he began to absorb my life force again. This is great, at least he doesn't have to absorb me today. After we go back, we'll go to see God Lake to cultivate tomorrow. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, I knew you were going to let it come out to eat too. However, I feel that you are no longer welcome in Sea God Lake. Last time, I heard from Teacher Tangyu that if you go again, he will raise the price for you. It will be for 2 people. Qianlei looked helpless and said, then I won't go. Xianyu, help me bring Fatty Jean there next time, and I will pay for it. That guy's stomach is much better than mine. I haven't lost much life energy, so it doesn't matter if I go or not. Stingy. Lan Mengqin curled her lips. Qianlei said indifferently, you can't eat or drink until you're poor. You'll only be poor if you can't calculate. This is called being a good housekeeper. Not long after, delicacies were served on the table one after another. It turned out that the culinary level of celestial cuisine was indeed excellent, worthy of the price it offered. Many of the rare ingredients were unheard of by Lan Xuanyu and the others, and the key was that the taste was especially good. For a moment, everyone's mouths were full of oil, and Fatty Jean naturally joined the team to eat. Qianlei found that Fatty Jin's favorite food was the earth dragon tendon. The first set of earth dragon tendon was a full plate, but it ate more than half of it, and this was when the others snatched some in time. Eating dragon beasts? Lu Feng asked concisely. Qianlei rolled his eyes. How can there be such a thing? Lu Feng snorted. His martial soul had evolved into the White Dragon King, and he was also a dragon. When Qianlei released Fatty Jean was obviously hostile to him. Lan Xuanyu said, let's find an opportunity to ask Master Shu about this situation in the future. Master Shu is experienced and knowledgeable, let's see if he can judge what species fatty gene is based on this situation. According to the current situation, if you want fatty gene to grow quickly, one way is to let it drink the water of Sea God Lake, and the other way is to find some dragon-type things to stimulate it. There will be dragon blood, dragon bones, and other things up for auction. You can consider buying some. Qianlei said pitifully, but everything related to dragons is very expensive. Lan Mengqin curled her lips. Stingy. Are you stupid? Even the earth dragon can stimulate your fatty gene so much. Why don't you try buying some true dragon blood? Maybe that's a powerful catalyst that can make it grow faster? It's almost one with you. If it grows, doesn't that mean you've grown as well? Dong Qianqiu said, you should also learn a combat skill. The improvement brought by fatty gene is mainly in strength and defense. The improvement in attack power can't be seen yet. How to use the power was very important. If you use it well, I feel that when you fuse with it, your fighting strength can reach the standard of a 4-ring defense-type soul master. Qianlei nodded. That's something you should learn. I'll ask my teacher to teach me later. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes. So what if you have a teacher? Qianlei chuckled. It's not a big deal, but it saves money. If my teacher teaches me, I shouldn't have to spend money to exchange for it. Lu Feng glanced at him. That's not necessarily true. My teacher is still asking me to pay him back in installments for the strange velvet sky. Chrysanthemum. The 6 of them talked as they walked out of Celestial Delicacies. The photos were taken and the discount cards were taken. They were so friendly to them that it left a deep impression on them. Kuhong was very generous and gave them another large portion. Lan Xuanyu had seen the price of this thing before. Anyway, he felt that he wouldn't spend money to eat it. It was too expensive. Fatty Jean fell into a deep sleep after drinking the water of Sea God Lake last time. After waking up, its evolution was obvious. In terms of strength and defense, it had improved a lot. After fusing with Qianlei, its strength increased exponentially, and it could even withstand Li Siqi's black tortoise shield a few times. One had to know that Li Siqi was a 5-ring soul master, and although the black tortoise shield was a defense-type martial soul, it wasn't weak either. Although Qianlei was the one getting beaten up, it could at least hold on for a while, and this was under the condition that it didn't know any combat skills. If it could have some combat skills, its combat power would undoubtedly increase greatly. What's more, Fatty Jean was obviously still in its infancy, and it was really hard to say how much it could grow in the future. The key now was to know how to make it grow quickly. Qianlei said, after fusing with it, I've also been observing its changes through my spiritual power. Fatty Jean likes life energy very much, and it can speed up its growth. It could be said that Master Shu's drop of life essence was the most helpful to it, allowing it to completely recover after sleeping for so many years. Therefore, it was certain that life energy would allow it to grow. The water of Sea God Lake was a very good catalyst, but dragons seemed to be able to awaken its bloodline. Just like the earth dragon he encountered last time, it suddenly became ferocious and its attacks became stronger. This kind of stimulation will allow it to grow faster, and its absorption of life energy will also speed up. In other words, life energy allows it to grow, and dragons are the catalyst for its growth. This meal wasn't in vain. Even Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his bloodline power had recovered a lot, which showed how nourishing this meal was. However, the price of this meal was also very high, exceeding 1.5 million Federation coins. One had to know that this amount of money could be used to buy a house even in Shrek City. Of course, whether or not they had the qualifications to buy a house was another matter. The 6 of them once again came to Shrek Auction House. They were already regulars here, and Shrek Auction House had become the place they went to the most on weekends. Coming here was both a way to relax and also a way to learn. After Tang Yuga reminded them, they began to learn about all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. And in the auction house, even if they didn't bid, they could still see many auction items and increase their knowledge. During this period of time, they had learned about many heaven and earth treasures and gradually understood which ones were useful to them. Moreover, the sense of superiority they felt at Shrek Auction House was something they all liked very much. As soon as they entered the auction house today, the six of them felt that the atmosphere was different. Almost all the people participating in the auction had their eyes on them, and whispers could be heard constantly. Ah. It's these little guys, right? They're the ones competing today. Shrek Academy's Outer Court's first-year team defeated the third-year's strongest team. They're really amazing. That's right, it's them. Moreover, they seem to come to the auction house often and even bid for some things. It seems that the things they buy from the auction house are quite helpful in increasing their strength. That's for sure. The things here are all heaven and earth treasures. The Federation's broadcast had indeed made Lan Xuanyu and the others somewhat famous, and it also made them easy to recognize them. Hearing the discussions around them, the six of them were a little proud. They arrived at the Shrek Academy area and had just sat down when a person walked towards them. Hello, Junior. Lan Xuanyu raised his head and immediately recognized the person who walked over to greet him. It was the senior who had bid for the 9-colored gem with him that time. He should be in the 5th or 6th year. Hello. Senior. What's the matter? Lan Xuanyu asked politely. It's nothing. It's just that I'm really sorry for snatching things from you that time. Don't take it to heart. The senior said with a smile. It's all in the past. It's nothing. It's just a fair competition. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently. Xianxia sat next to him. It's nothing, I just lost some money. The senior's mouth twitched. After a little hesitation, he reached into his pocket and took out a yellow emblem. He handed it to Lan Xuanyu and said, This is the compensation for last time. Junior brother, take it. How can I accept this? Lan Xuanyu looked embarrassed. The senior's expression became even more unnatural. He cursed in his heart. How are you embarrassed? You put it in your pocket. It's okay. I'll go over there first. He was afraid that Lan Xuanyu would say something else, so he quickly left. In fact, he didn't have to take the initiative to be on good terms with him, but Lan Xuanyu's performance today was really amazing. 3 ring. He destroyed Tang Yuga with just 3 rings. If he had a battle armor in the future, how strong would he be? He still had hope of getting into the inner court, and in his opinion, Lan Xuanyu would not only be able to enter the inner court in the future, but would also likely be an elite disciple of the inner court. It really wasn't worth it to become enemies with him for such a little bit of money. Boss, shouldn't you share some with me? I'm a good supporting actor, right? Xianxia whispered to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. Today, you and Fatty Jean ate double portions of the Earth Dragon tendon. There's no need to be so clear between brothers, right? Xianxia said flatteringly. Lan Xuanyu held the yellow emblem in his hand and felt the texture of the emblem. He was very satisfied. This was really a good start. He suddenly remembered what his eldest senior brother had said at the beginning. One must become famous as early as possible. With fame, the possibility of earning emblems in the academy would be greater. He had to think about what else he could do to exchange for money. Who would complain about having more emblems? Tang Yuga, Yuan and Hui Hui said softly. Yuan and Hui Hui sat on the other side of Qianlei. Lan Xuanyu looked in the direction of his finger and saw Tang Yuga walk into Shrek's exclusive area alone and sit down in a row in front of him. At least on the surface, she didn't seem to have changed. Everything was normal. They had met Tang Yuga many times at the auction house. Every time, he would come alone. There were no other companions. It was the same today. Lan Xuanyu thought for a while, then stood up, walked to the front row, and sat down next to Tang Yuga. Are you here to make fun of me? Tang Yuga said without looking back. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, You guys only lost because you didn't understand us well enough. Tang Yuga turned to look at him and suddenly smiled. Thank you. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Thank me? Tang Yuga nodded. Of course I have to thank you. Didn't you tell the dean that as losers, we didn't gain anything? But now, there's at least a purple emblem. It's just a loss of face. It doesn't matter. You're quite magnanimous. Is your class under a lot of pressure? Lan Xuanyu said. I resigned from my position as class leader. Someone has to take responsibility. Tang Yuga's expression didn't seem to change much. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. It was rare for him to not know what to say. His impression of Tang Yuga wasn't bad. It was mainly because she clearly hated Yuan and Hui Hui, but after Yuan and Hui Hui's accident last time, she still asked about his situation with concern. After that, Lan Xuanyu's impression of Tang Yuga wasn't bad. I'm fine. This isn't a bad thing. There are a lot of miscellaneous things to do as a class leader, but it's good now. Without an official position, I'll be able to focus more on my cultivation. However, there's something I have to remind you of. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You guys are in the limelight now. You have to stabilize your heart. It's not good to be too arrogant. Maybe the team will fall apart. At the end of her sentence, she was obviously a little lonely. Lan Xuanyu's senses were sharp, and he immediately said, Is there a problem with your team? Tang Yuga said, My command wasn't good. My brain wasn't enough. Your attack should only be able to be used at close range, and the time is very short. At that time, I wasn't able to retreat in time and pull away. Otherwise, we would still have a chance. Sima Xian has always been unconvinced by me. After the match, he stood up and criticized me. His crowd control ability is indeed more suitable for a team than mine. I resigned from my position as class leader and left the team. Lan Xuanyu said, What about your teammates? Did the other teammates let you leave? Tang Yuga said, They asked me to stay. But I could tell that they were all very disappointed in me. Losing once is nothing, but losing a second time to the same opponent, and not losing in terms of strength. The first time I lost to you guys, it was because I didn't understand you guys well, coupled with bad luck and Yuan and Hui Hui's sudden awakening. And the second time I lost to you guys, it was completely my fault. I shouldn't have been conservative in the first place. I didn't let my teammates use their full strength at all. But this time, you guys are different. But at least even if you lose, it shouldn't be you guys who defeated us without any losses. Listening to her speak very calmly, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that he was a little impressed by the senior sister. If it were him, would he still be able to reflect on himself so calmly after losing such an important match? He felt that he might not be able to do it. The pressure Tang Yuga was facing was obvious. But her condition was obviously better than Lan Xuanyu imagined. She didn't blame anyone, nor did she look at them with hatred. She was just analyzing her own problems. Then what about you? You're having a hard time in the third year, right? Lan Xuanyu said sympathetically. Tang Yuga smiled, There's nothing hard about it. After all, I'm still me. After all, in terms of individual strength, I'm still the strongest in the class. I'll spend more time on cultivation and work hard to improve my individual strength. Perhaps I'll be more suitable to be a heroic soul master in the future, rather than a team leader. You've been in the academy for some time now. Don't you see that there's not much communication in the academy because everyone is too busy? Next, I'll work hard to improve myself. When I reach 6-ring cultivation, I'll make a 2-word battle armor. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a little agitated. They had just earned a lot of emblems and could definitely be considered rich in the outer court now. But she was about to break through to 6-ring and 2-word battle armor. He had just broken through to 3-ring. In the next 2 years, would he be able to reach Tang Yuga's level? It would be very difficult. Although he had killed Tang Yuga in the competition today, Lan Xuanyu was very clear-headed. In a one-on-one fight, Tang Yuga could definitely beat him easily. All of his skills, including the Dragon God's transformation, were useless in the face of absolute strength. Tang Yuga was prepared and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd couldn't get close to her at all. After today's painful lesson, she would never give him a chance to fight at close range again. The gap was still very big, he had to work harder. Originally, he was a little complacent after winning today's battle, but after seeing Tang Yuga, his mentality calmed down instead. The feeling of being a nouveau riche who had become rich overnight had faded a lot. He still had to use his emblems sparingly. He originally wanted to splurge today and buy some heaven and earth treasures to eat, but now it seemed that he should save it. After bidding farewell to Tang Yuga, Lan Xuanyu returned to his teammates. "What did she say to you?" Yuan and Hui Hui leaned over to Lan Xuanyu and asked in a low voice. Lan Xuanyu briefly explained his exchange with Tang Yuga. After hearing his words, Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly fell silent. She silently sat back in her seat and frowned slightly. At this time, the auction had officially begun. When Lan Xuanyu was talking to Yuan and Hui Hui, he deliberately let all his teammates hear it. Just like him, everyone's emotions were obviously much calmer, only the rare ingredients in their stomachs were still warm. Shrek Auction House never lacked good things, and today was the same. With the appearance of one item after another, the auction soon reached its climax. Xianxia spent a total of 5 yellow emblems, which was 1 million Federation coins, to bid for a small bottle of true dragon blood. There were about 10 drops, and he was going to go back and give it to Fatty Jean to try. He would use 1 drop first, and if it didn't work, he would sell the other 9 drops. It wouldn't be a big loss. If it worked, it would naturally be for the best. The next item is very strange. It's an extremely rare heaven and earth treasure, and it's also one of the most important items of today. Please look at the introduction. The auctioneer on the stage today was not Ling Yi, but she was also a beautiful woman. The big screen dimmed, and a light blue shadow gradually emerged. It was 2 ice blue lotus flowers. Because it was an image, its specific size couldn't be seen. They were sparkling and translucent, as if condensed from ice crystals. The stamen was dark blue, and the closer it was to the edge of the petals, the lighter the color, showing a gradual blue. It was a noble beauty, untainted by mud, pure and clear without being demonic. As soon as this item appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The auctioneer's voice also sounded at this time. In the extreme north of the mother planet, there is a magical place. In the center of a glacier, in that extremely cold place where the temperature is below -6 degrees Celsius all year round, there is a lake. A lake where the lake water is far from freezing, and the temperature of the lake water is much lower than that of ice. After analysis by the Federation Research Institute, the lake water there is formed from the essence energy emitted from the glaciers that have formed over countless years, and it is extremely rare. Therefore, it is a holy land for ice attribute soul masters to cultivate. Once, this wonderful place where the ice god lake is located was one of the wonders of the continent, but as the environment was destroyed, the entire mother planet changed, and the ice god lake gradually dried up. It wasn't until more than 10,000 years ago that the eternal water tree evolved, allowing life energy to reappear on the mother planet, and the mother planet was revitalized. After 10,000 years, this ice god lake was formed again. However, the essence energy in the ice god lake cannot be brought out. As soon as it leaves the ice god lake, it will dissipate between heaven and earth in a short time, which is extremely unfortunate. The ice god lake was now a military zone of the Federation. Only with special permission could one enter to avoid damaging the environment there. The 2 lotuses that appeared in front of everyone were produced from that magical place. Moreover, they had not withered for 10,000 years. They were definitely rare and top-notch treasures. They got their name from the ice god lake and were called the ice god lotus. The ice god's lotus had unimaginable benefits for ice-type soul masters. It wouldn't directly increase a soul master's cultivation, but it could consolidate one's foundation, greatly increase one's potential, and eliminate all bottlenecks in the process of advancement. It could even allow one's martial soul to sublimate and have the possibility of a second awakening. It was extremely rare. What's even rarer is that this pair of divine ice lotuses are twin lotuses on one stem. If 2 ice-type soul masters could use it at the same time, they would be able to form a miraculous connection with each other. It was hard to say exactly what it was, but there was a possibility that it could produce a martial soul fusion skill. Although this was the 3rd last item to be auctioned today, it was not any less valuable than the last 2 items. For those who needed it, its value would be even higher. Even in Shrek's auction house, this is the first time the divine ice lotus twin lotuses have appeared. We welcome everyone to bid. The starting price is 30 million Federation coins, and each increment must be no less than 1 million Federation coins. After the introduction, the entire audience fell silent. The 10,000-year-old ice god twin lotuses on one stem was definitely a top-notch treasure among heaven and earth treasures. It could even be compared to some 100,000-year-old heaven and earth treasures. It was born and nurtured by the heavens, nurtured by extremely cold essence energy. This was no longer an ordinary creature, but the most miraculous existence in this world. Swish. Someone immediately raised a number plate. 30 million Federation coins was not a small amount. For many people, this was definitely an astronomical figure. The purchasing power of Federation coins was extremely strong. 30 million Federation coins was enough for an ordinary person to have financial freedom, live a carefree life, and enjoy wealth. Lan Xuanyu and his companions instantly focused on this number plate because the person who raised the number plate was one of them. Lan Mengqin calmly raised her number 16 number plate, as if she was doing something very ordinary. Number 16, 30 million. Qianlei couldn't help but say, 30 million, that's 30 million. Have you thought it through? You don't seem to have that much money. A yellow emblem was equivalent to 200,000 Federation coins, and a purple emblem was equivalent to 4 million Federation coins in the auction house. But even so, Lan Mengqin, who had 6 purple emblems, didn't have 30 million Federation coins. Moreover, the other bidders might not necessarily give face to the people of Shrek Academy when bidding for such a top-notch heaven and earth treasure. After all, once this kind of thing was missed, it was very likely that it would never appear again. I'm willing, it's none of your business. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at Qianlei. Qianlei sighed. Prodigal, what a prodigal. Lan Mengqin was about to retort in embarrassment, but she saw Qianlei hand over 5 purple emblems. Here, that's all, I'll lend them to you. Lan Mengqin was taken aback, and when she looked at Qianlei again, the expression in her eyes couldn't help but change, and her face was filled with disbelief. In her heart, this fatty Qian had always loved money as much as his life. He was definitely a miser, stingy. But he lent her the purple emblems. Moreover, he only had 6 purple emblems in total. After spending some, the remaining purple emblems were indeed just these, not to mention Lan Mengqin, even Lan Xuanzi and Lu Feng, who were most familiar with Qianpin, couldn't help but look at him in surprise. They suddenly felt that they didn't know fatty Qian anymore. Qianlei stuffed the purple emblems into Lan Mengqin's hands, patted her hand, and then sat there quietly, as if nothing had happened. Fatty. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but say. At this moment, the auctioneer's voice sounded, number 128, 31 million. Someone was bidding? Lan Mengqin frowned. That was a 1 million increment. If she increased the price again, it would be 32 million. At this moment, Tang Yuga, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly stood up. Not only her, but the few students sitting in the Shrek area stood up one by one. Shrek, seal the auction. Tang Yuga raised the number plate in her hand. In addition to her, the other students of Shrek Academy also raised the number plates in their hands. What did this mean? Lan Xuanyu and the others were all a little confused. Tang Yuga turned around and said in a low voice, if there is an item that our Shrek Academy students are determined to get, and the participating students of Shrek Academy work together and everyone agrees, then we will have a chance to seal the auction. In other words, we can buy the auction item at the base price and not raise the price. This auction item is so expensive, and it is one of the last few auction items. It is suitable to seal the auction and not give others a chance to bid. That works? Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded as he looked at her. Tang Yuga said, what is the name of this place? Shrek Auction House. Shrek City was built by the Academy, and this place itself is also part of our Academy, so it will naturally be biased towards us. Do all the bidders of Shrek Academy agree to seal the auction? The auctioneer asked. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly raised the number plates in his hands with his companions. Seal the auction successful, 30 million, sold. Let's invite Shrek Academy's bidders to choose their participants. There was even an opportunity to seal the auction? Lan Xuanyu and the other 5 couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Lan Mengqin returned the 5 purple emblems that Qianlei had just stuffed into her hands. Are you stupid? This ice god twin lotus flower is for me and Xianxia to use together. We can afford it with our emblems added together. Xianlei scratched his head and said foolishly, Oh, I'm just afraid that someone will participate in the auction. What if the price is too high and you don't have enough? I'll prepare it for you first. There's no harm in being prepared. If you lack emblems, just tell me. I'll use them sparingly. No need, thank you. Lan Mengqin smiled at him, then left her seat to sign the auction contract. Lu Feng couldn't help but say, damn fatty, when did you become so generous? Xianlei snorted. I've always been so generous, okay? Lan Xuanyu looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, gave him a thumbs up, and didn't say anything else. Next up is our finale item for today. Those who didn't get the Ice God Twin Lotus Flower earlier, don't be upset. Because the previous auction item has already been sealed, the people in the Shrek Academy's special area will not be able to participate in the auction for the last two auction items, or they can only enter the ordinary auction area to participate in the auction. There were rules for sealing the auction. Once the auction was sealed, the Shrek Academy students would have used up all their privileges in the auction house that day. As today's finale item, its value might not be as high as the previous Ice God Twin Lotus Flower, but its range of use is wider. The Ice God Twin Lotus Flower was only suitable for Ice Attribute Soul Masters. Its range of use was indeed relatively narrow, but its use was very rare, which was why people were interested in bidding for it. Even if this thing was stored, it would definitely appreciate, especially when it met someone who needed it. Please look at the introduction. The big screen began to change, and a light green fruit appeared on it. The fruit of life, 1,000 years old. It comes from the eternal tree of Sea God Lake. It is the product of overflowing life energy. On Sea God Lake, there are many life fairies living around the eternal tree. Occasionally, the life fairies will release excess life energy that they cannot digest. This life energy gradually condensed into life crystals. Some of them merged into the roots of the eternal tree, while some of the relatively impure life energy formed this kind of life fruit. The probability of a fruit of life appearing was very low. It would only appear once every 10 years. When they first appeared, they were only the size of soybeans. As they grew older, they grew larger. 1,000-year fruit of life only had one use, and that was to extend one's lifespan. For a normal person, one fruit could extend their lifespan by 30 years. For a soul cultivator, it could extend their lifespan by 30 to 100 years. The exact number of years a soul cultivator could extend their lifespan by depended on their cultivation. The starting price is 30 million Federation coins, and each increment must be no less than 1 million Federation coins. As soon as this item appeared, the auction house instantly became noisy. All kinds of excited discussions rang out. Yes, the auctioneer's introduction was right. In terms of rarity, this fruit of life was definitely inferior to the Ice God Twin Lotus flowers. It was also only 1,000-year fruit. However, its birthplace was better than the Ice God Lake. It came from the Sea God Lake, from the eternal tree, although it was said to be impure life energy. Was there impure life energy in the Sea God Lake? This so-called impure life energy was relative. For a heavenly treasure at the level of a fruit of life, there was no need to beautify it at all. Everyone knew its value. Extending one's lifespan, such a simple effect, caused the entire auction house to boil. It was as if the temperature in the auction house had risen a little. In this world, was there anything more precious than life? An ordinary person could live for another 30 years. That was an increase in one's life source. It was 30 years of excellent living conditions, not 30 years of struggling at death's door. When a billionaire was on the verge of death, let alone 30 million Federation coins, even if he went bankrupt, he would still be willing to exchange it for 30 years of life. It was extremely rare for a fruit of life to appear in an auction house. It would only appear once in many years. Therefore, the fruit of life had always been the most popular item in Shrek Auction House. It was definitely not the most precious item, but it was definitely something that everyone needed. Soul Masters needed it even more. The lifespan of a Soul Master was naturally longer than that of an ordinary person. If a Soul Master's cultivation exceeded 7 rings and his body underwent a qualitative change, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for 200 to 300 years if he were to live on the mother planet. But who would complain about living too long? Furthermore, the fruit of life was very useful to soul masters. The bidders who were previously unhappy about the ice god twin lotus flowers being blocked no longer had any resentment in their hearts. Instead, they rejoiced. If this fruit of life was banned from the auction, they would be extremely depressed. Because they didn't know how long it would take for such a top-grade treasure to appear again, even if the people from Shrek Academy wanted to participate in the auction, they would compete for the price like ordinary people. The capable bidders, especially those in the private rooms on the second floor, were all rubbing their hands together. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this item was a priceless treasure. Many times, it was more valuable than anything else. 50 million. A low voice sounded from the private room on the second floor, instantly raising the price. The auctioneer wasn't surprised by this price at all. The fruit of life's starting price was only 30 million because he didn't want it to appear more precious than the ice god twin lotus flowers. However, its final price would undoubtedly be an astronomical figure, and the facts proved this point. Lan Xuanyu and his companions were shocked speechless when they heard the bids coming from behind. They thought that they were quite rich before, but when the price of the fruit of life exceeded 150 million, they started to feel inferior. Even if they added up, they wouldn't be able to take out that much money. Private room 3, 310 million. Is there anyone else who is willing to raise the price? The fruit of life only appears once every 4 years. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 4 years. For the sake of fairness, the auction house will never advertise it. Otherwise, the price would definitely be even higher. 500 million. Right at this moment, a gentle voice came from room 6, which was directly opposite the auction stage. 500 million? The entire place was in an uproar. 310 million was already more than 10 times the starting price, but such a number appeared at this moment. It was simply too shocking. 500 million federal coins was enough to buy a medium-sized warship. 3000 Federation coins could make an ordinary family's life very good for a month. Then what did 500 million Federation coins mean? The entire place was silent. 500 million going once, 500 million going twice, 500 million going thrice, sold. With a paw sound, the mallet fell. The fruit of life that caused the entire place to be in an uproar finally had an owner. We're still too poor. Xianxia lowered his head, his eyes a little red. That was because he was envious. Lan Mengqin, who had already returned, couldn't help but be secretly speechless. If the ice god twin lotus flowers were also auctioned like this, she wouldn't be able to get it no matter what. Even if its range of application was relatively small, it was still a top-grade heaven and earth treasure. If it wasn't at the Shrek auction house, it would be good enough to get 300 million, let alone 30 million. The enthusiasm of the entire audience had been completely ignited. Even those bidders who did not have enough wealth were rubbing their hands in glee at this time. It was too exciting. 500 million. How long had it been since such a price had appeared? Finally, we have today's finale. Without a doubt, its value has been recognized as higher than the previous finale items. This is also very likely the most valuable item among all the auction items in our auction house in the past 10 years. Today, the most important thing is to show off this auction item because we don't think it will be auctioned today. But from today onwards, this auction item will appear in every auction in the future, and it will always appear as the finale until it is auctioned off. Its starting price is 10 billion Federation coins. As soon as these words were said, the entire audience was in an uproar again. What? A starting bid of 10 billion federal coins? Didn't they just say that the last 3 auction items were of similar value? So it was a bluff. However, no one cared about that sentence. Now because the price of 10 billion had already shocked the entire audience. 10 billion Federation coins, even the richest consortium, it was not an easy task to take out this amount of money in a short period of time. Because this required cash. No company could take out so much money, even if it was a multinational corporation. Those who were truly qualified and had so much money were probably only those particularly ancient large organizations, such as the Spirit Pagoda and the Tangmen. Shrek Auction House took out this item to show off their wealth, right? Theoretically speaking, if the Shrek Academy had such a valuable treasure, they wouldn't take it out at all and would only keep it in the academy. The big screen dimmed, and the entire audience fell silent. Immediately after, a ray of light gradually appeared. Then, a silver spear appeared on the big screen. The spear was slender and its entire body was a brilliant silver. There were faint silver dragon patterns on the spear, and there weren't too many gorgeous decorations. However, as soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Gradually, the spear stood upright and underwent some changes. Balls of light appeared around it, and below the tip of the spear, a gem appeared and guided the light. 10,000 years ago, humans encountered a great disaster. The abyssal plane tried to devour the mother planet. Back then, many heroes worked together and finally defeated the abyssal plane and merged it into the mother planet, injecting enough life energy into the mother planet. However, very few people knew that there was another calamity at that time, and the one who brought about that calamity was the spirit pagoda master of that generation. She was also the most powerful soul beast king in history. She was an avatar of the dragon gods and the most powerful queen of the soul beast world. She is the Silver Dragon King. There were many stories about the Silver Dragon King in the Federation's history, and there were also some records. The Shrek Academy and the Spirit Pagoda were completely aware of the situation back then, but they kept it a secret and never announced the truth. When the auctioneer said the words Silver Dragon King, everyone was shocked again. Silver Dragon King? Could it be that the last auction item was related to the Silver Dragon King? Could this be? This spear is also a staff. The Silver Dragon King controlled the 7 elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. He was the strongest elemental controller. And this is his weapon, the Silver Dragon Spear, a divine artifact. It is ranked 6th on the Shrek Divine Artifact list. This white dragon silver spear has always been stored in the Shrek Academy, and the Shrek Academy is its guarantor. The auction will start at 10 billion Federation coins. I will give everyone 1 minute to bid. If no one bids within a minute, the auction will end. What? 1 minute? That's too short. 10 billion. Immediately, a voice came from the private room. The moment this was said, the bidders were dumbfounded. What did this mean? There was really someone who wanted to participate in the auction? Divine artifact. This was a divine artifact. A divine artifact ranked 6th. Most of the weapons of soul masters were their own martial souls, and very few used external weapons. However, almost all of those legendary top-notch experts had their own divine artifacts. Why? It was because these divine artifacts could greatly increase their strength. There was no doubt that the Silver Dragon Spear was a divine artifact, the weapon of the former Silver Dragon King. It was too shocking for this item to appear in the auction house. The auctioneer ignored the voice coming from the private room. A 60-second countdown had already appeared on the big screen. At this moment, all the bidders could no longer control their emotions. Even the students of the Shrek Academy in the front row were the same. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at the Silver Dragon Spear on the screen, while Lu Feng, who was beside him, clenched his fists. Lu Feng's martial soul was the White Dragon Spear, which was only 1 word away from the Silver Dragon Spear. However, this Silver Dragon Spear was a divine artifact. Wow, a divine artifact, a divine artifact. It's awesome. Lan Mengqin wasn't calm at all. She was just an excited little girl. 10 billion. Federation coins was an astronomical figure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up. The countdown ended, and no one bid in the end. How could they bid? How many rounds of confirmation did they have to go through before they could participate in the auction? 1 minute wasn't even enough for communication, so it was impossible to bid for it. This Shrek Academy clearly didn't intend to auction this Silver Dragon Spear. But the problem was, if they didn't want to auction it, why did the Shrek auction house say that this item would always be the main auction item in the future? 10 billion wasn't absolutely impossible. For a divine artifact, this price wasn't considered expensive. If someone really bid this price, would the Shrek Academy really auction off this top-notch divine artifact? For a moment, everyone was discussing. When Lan Xuanyu and the others walked out of the auction house, they no longer felt poor, but very insignificant. Tang Yuga left with them. At this moment, the 7 of them were in low spirits. We're still too weak. Lan Xuanyu sighed softly. Tang Yuga glanced at him. Yes, even if you give us the divine artifact, we won't be able to use it. Lan Xuanyu, what exactly is your heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd? Is it also a divine artifact? With that said, everyone stopped in their tracks at the same time and focused their gazes on Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. He subconsciously looked at the dark blue ring on his right thumb. Divine artifact? This was a divine artifact, although he didn't know if this was a divine artifact, it was definitely a super weapon. Otherwise, why was even the great five elements divine light unable to contend against it? It had a special characteristic that seemed to be able to resist everything. I don't know either. I've been wearing it since I was young and I can't take it off. I've asked my parents, but they didn't tell me what was going on. I've been wearing it all this time and only used it recently. But it was only for a moment. You saw it, Lan Xuanyu said honestly. Tang Yuga looked at him deeply. Hurry up and raise your cultivation. I want to fight you with all my might. With that said, she suddenly sped up and disappeared into the night. What she meant by going all out was naturally referring to using her battle armor. Lan Xuanyu's fighting spirit wasn't aroused. He just felt a little helpless. He thought to himself, our soul power is so different, and you're telling me this? Besides, you already have a battle armor. When can I catch up to you? Let's go back and cultivate, shall we? Lan Mengqi nudged Dong Qianqiu beside her. The ice god twin lotus flowers were undoubtedly very beneficial to the two of them. This kind of heaven and earth treasure that could directly improve one's origin and potential was really too precious. Although they had spent most of their savings this time, it was definitely worth it. Let's report to the teacher first. I don't know how long it will take to absorb it. Dong Qianqiu was still calmer than Lan Mengqin. Lan Xuanyu said, I'll give you a suggestion. You can consider absorbing heaven and earth treasures of this level in Sea God Lake. The life energy in Sea God Lake is extremely abundant and can fully protect you. When you need external energy to replenish your own energy, the life energy in Sea God Lake is the most suitable. Lan Mengqin said in annoyance, are you joking? 3 yellow emblems in an hour there. We don't even know how long it will take for us to finish absorbing it. How can we absorb it there? Absorbing it in Sea God Lake is not only effective, but the absorption speed will definitely be much faster. I still have emblems here. If you don't have enough, you can use mine and Xianlei's first. Since we bought such an expensive heaven and earth treasure, we must use it to its maximum effect. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. Lan Mengqin looked at him, then at Xianlei. Xianlei nodded vigorously without hesitation. Then let's go back first and ask the teacher for his opinion. Okay. Everyone returned to Shrek Academy and separated on the way to their respective dormitories. Xianlei turned around and saw that Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu had already walked far away. His face immediately fell. Boss, are we really going to give them emblems and let them cultivate in Sea God Lake? This is a bottomless pit, who knows how long they will have to cultivate. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. Weren't you quite generous at the auction? You gave them all your assets. Xianlei stuttered. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, you saw that they had enough money, so you pretended to be generous to win Mingqin's favor. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You're even doing business without any capital. But Fatty, I have to remind you that if you really like Mengqin, your sincerity is more important than anything else. Don't try to be clever. Otherwise, if you're exposed, you won't have any chance in the future. Lu Feng, who was next to him, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I was wondering why this fatty changed his gender. You're the one who's changed sex. You've changed your personality. Can't you speak clearly? Qianlei said angrily. Yuan and Hui Hui laughed. I didn't expect you to have such a plan, Fatty Qian. However, I don't think Mengqin will like you. You're too fat, go on a diet first. Qianlei said sadly, you think I don't want to lose weight? However, after fusing with Fatty Jean, I became fatter and fatter. It doesn't work even if I eat less. If I eat less, Fatty Jean will start to absorb my life energy. I can't exhaust myself to death just to lose weight. When I grow up, I might lose weight. No, at most, you'll change from a little fatty to a big fatty. Yuan and Hui Hui chuckled. Xianlei glared at him. What's wrong with being a big fatty? Being fat is so cute. In summer, it can be used as a shelter from the heat, and in winter, it can be used as a heater. When it's dangerous, I can also use my powerful strength to protect her. Being fat gives me the most sense of security. Yuan and Hui Hui rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it when you can win against her. I'm going back to the dormitory too. Big brother Xianyu, frenzy, goodbye. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly sped up and ran towards his dormitory. While running, Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but think of Tang Yuga's lonely back when he left. She was no longer the class leader. The number one person among the third years was probably going to be accepted by the other third years. She didn't know why, but when she thought of this, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, the current Yuan and Hui Hui had already turned into a girl. Lan Xuanyu didn't return to the dormitory, but went directly to see God Lake. The competition was over, and he had enough emblems now, so he could come to see God Lake to cultivate today. Hello, Teacher Tang. Seeing Tang Yu again, Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully. You're here again. I watched your competition, and it was really good. It's true that the new generation is better than the old. News of your final attack has spread throughout the entire school. You are now the number one person among the first years. Even the teachers of the inner court have come to ask me about your situation. It seems that you have the possibility of being accepted by the inner court. At that time, if the academy allows you to enter the inner court in advance, you have to give priority to our life school. Master Shu is one of the strongest in our academy. Can I enter the inner court in advance? Lan Xuanyu was a little stunned. Tang Yu smiled slightly. There is such a precedent, but the possibility of you entering the inner court in advance is not high. After all, a competition doesn't mean anything, not to mention that you used external objects. When he mentioned external objects, he looked at Lan Xuanyu with a deeper gaze. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, Teacher Tang, if I want to enter the inner court in advance, what conditions do I need to meet? Tang Yu said, becoming a two-word battle armor master is the foundation. If you can have a two-word battle armor before the fourth year, you will be qualified to apply for early entry into the inner court. However, it has been many years since anyone entered the inner court in advance. In fact, entering the inner court in advance doesn't mean much. Cultivating in the outer court isn't much different, and in the last 2 years in the outer court, you have to go out and train. Even if you enter the inner court in advance, you can't save on this step of training. You don't have to think too much about this. Alright, hurry up and go. Teacher Tang, I still have 2 things to ask you, is that okay? Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Yu expectantly. Tang Yu was usually very serious in the academy, but he didn't have any temper with Lan Xuanyu. After all, Lan Xuanyu was someone his teacher had taken a fancy to. He said, ask away. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Tang, we went to the auction house today. My 2 partners are both Ice Attribute Soul Masters, and they bought an Ice God Twin Lotus Flower together, which is at the 10,000 year level. Do you think it's suitable for them to absorb it in the Sea God Lake? How long will it take? What? Ice God Twin Lotus Flower? And it's even at the 10,000 year level? Tang Yu's eyes were a little green. You bought it? How much? 30 million Federation coins, it was auctioned, Lan Xuanyu said honestly. The corner of Tang Yu's mouth twitched. That was a 10,000 year Ice God Twin Lotus Flower. As a disciple of the life school, he was naturally very familiar with all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, and he was even more clear about the effects of this Ice God Twin Lotus Flower. Tang Yu smiled bitterly. Young people nowadays are really too rich. Back then, I didn't even dare to think about a heaven treasure of this level. Later on, when I had enough badges, there were more places where I needed to spend emblems. If they come to the Sea God Lake to absorb, the effect is naturally the best. However, I have to inform the academy about this, because they are likely to absorb a large amount of life energy. As for how long it will take, I can't judge, but it won't be less than 5 hours, and it's very likely that the fee will be doubled. In other words, it will require at least 30 yellow emblems. Ah? And the fee will be doubled? Lan Xuanyu looked at him in surprise. Tang Yu said in annoyance, this is already preferential treatment. Absorbing heaven and earth treasures in the sea god lake will increase the effect by more than 20%. This kind of increase cannot be measured by money. With greater potential, it will be much easier to cultivate in the future. As long as you have enough emblems, you must not miss it. Once a soul master absorbs a 10,000-year ice god twin lotus flower and maximizes the effect, there will be no bottleneck before the 7th ring, and it will lay a solid foundation for the future. If they have great potential, the effect will be even better. Tang Yu said, how about this, for your sake, I'll apply for a limit of 30 yellow emblems for them. Until they finish absorbing all of them. Lan Xuanyu thought for a while and said, that works too. Teacher Tang, there's also a 1,000-year-old fruit of life in today's auction. It's worth hundreds of millions. Is this produced here? Tang Yu smiled slightly. Why? Do you want to eat it? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shook his head. I don't. I'm still young. There's no need to prolong my life. Tang Yu said, the fruit of life is also very beneficial to your cultivation with high vitality affinity. Absorbing life energy from the outside world is from the outside to the inside. Eating the fruit of life is from the inside to the outside. It's different. The way it nourishes the body is different. Each has its own effect. Look, isn't this it? As he spoke, Tang Yu took out a dark green bag from his arms and took out a green fruit from it. Wasn't it the fruit of life that Lan Xuanyu saw on the auction screen today? It was exactly the same. Yes, this is it. You have one too? Lan Xuanyu was a little jealous. It tastes okay. As he spoke, Tang Yu brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Suddenly, a sweet smell filled the room, but strangely, there was no rich life energy. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. 300 million. He ate it just like that? Replenishing life source is one of the cultivation methods of our life school. We constantly nurture ourselves until we have a chance to break through. Every disciple of the life school can receive one every month, but they can't sell it and can only eat it themselves. As he spoke, Tang Yu ate the fruit of life in a few bites. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He had never envied a person as much as he did now. That's 300 million. Is the life school so rich? Teacher Tang, then I'll go cultivate. Tang Yu watched Lan Xuanyu leave in a daze and couldn't help but smile. Yes. 1 pill a month, but only rank 90 title Douluo and above would be able to obtain one. He purposely omitted the level 90 requirement. This was not what he wanted to omit. It was Master Shu who asked him to omit it. In Master Shu's words, this was called imperceptible influence. Overt schemes were often more effective than conspiracies. As the days passed, Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu finally chose to absorb the ice god twin lotus flowers at Sea God Lake. However, their savings were almost depleted because of this. The two of them only had less than 2 purple emblems left. Fortunately, for the first years, it was enough for them to cultivate for now. After 6 hours of absorption, he didn't even miss class. After they finished absorbing, everyone felt that it was worth it. The money was well spent. Not to mention how much his potential had increased. They all became more beautiful. His skin became more and more translucent, and his entire body faintly emitted a precious light. They didn't cultivate at Sea God Lake for nothing. Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu both increased their soul power by 1 rank. Dong Qianqiu was at rank 42, and Lan Mengqin was at rank 46. However, the true use of the ice god twin lotus flowers had yet to be revealed. It would be extremely beneficial to them in the future. Following that, they entered a stable process of learning and cultivating. Everyone was very busy every day. They were all studying hard, cultivating, and improving themselves. The only thing that could be considered a big interlude was at the auction house. The next week, they went to participate in the auction again. Just as Shrek Auction House had said, the main item was still the silver dragon spear. But when someone was ready to participate in the auction, even people from a few large organizations came. The starting price changed. 100 billion. Yes, it had increased by 10 times. This matter quickly became the hottest news topic in the Federation. For a moment, Shrek Auction House was at the center of the storm. No one could judge whether a divine artifact was worth hundreds of billions of Federation coins. However, 100 billion was enough for the Federation to build a mothership-level warship. The construction budget of a Federation fleet was only between 500 billion and 1 trillion, 100 billion. This price was simply an astronomical figure. Without a doubt, Shrek Academy was here to flaunt their wealth. They had no intention of selling this divine artifact at all. But why would they do that? No one knew. After defeating the third years, Lan Xuanyu and the others became much more low-key. They studied and cultivated every day. There was no more news. As for that match, it was gradually forgotten by everyone. However, Lan Xuanyu's reputation as the number one among the first years was still widely recognized within Shrek Academy. After all, he had killed 4 five-ring soul masters. Although most people could tell that it was under special circumstances. Even if it was under special circumstances, how many people could do it? With enough emblems, Lan Xuanyu didn't scrimp and cultivated at Sea God Lake twice a month. He didn't buy the rest of the heaven and earth treasures. Tang Yu had instructed him that with the process of cultivating at Sea God Lake, he didn't need to eat anything to replenish himself. Excessive intake would be a waste. Dragon blood was really useful to Fatty Jean. It seemed to be able to stimulate its evolution effect. Xianxia endured the pain and brought Fatty Jean to Sea God Lake to cultivate once a month. After Fatty Jean's first time, he would usually sleep for about 10 days every time he drank the water of Sea God Lake. Only Xianxia himself knew the exact situation of his evolution. However, he had to pay double to bring Fatty Jean to the Sea God Lake. The semester came to an end amidst this busy study and cultivation. Shrek Blacksmith Association. Lan Xuanyu walked into the association quickly. After a semester, he had grown a lot taller and his body looked stronger. He was about 1.65 meters tall. He wasn't particularly tall among his peers, but he was still above average. As soon as he entered the door, he met a somewhat resentful gaze. "Junior brother, you're here?" "Hello, senior brother," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. The owner of this resentful gaze was Yang Yingming. Yang Yingming couldn't help but feel resentful. Lan Xuanyu had joined the Blacksmith Association for a few months. Every time he came, he would lock himself in the forging room to do something. He didn't even buy rare metals. He never asked him to teach him either. He really didn't spend a single cent. He used free resources. Yang Yingming, who originally wanted to earn some extra money from him, had long lost his patience. However, he didn't think that Lan Xuanyu could learn anything under such circumstances. He had never heard of self-taught forging. Moreover, he hadn't even used rare metals. How could he improve? After all, knowledge in books was dead. He had also tried to persuade Lan Xuanyu a few times. Every time, Lan Xuanyu just smiled, but he was still the same. After so many times, Yang Yingming was too lazy to say anything and just let him be. "Senior, can our Blacksmith Association directly buy rare metals from the exchange center?" Lan Xuanyu asked Yang Yingming. "Ah? You're going to use rare metals?" Yang Yingming looked at him in surprise. I want to try." Lan Xuanyu nodded. Yang Yingming smiled and said, "You're finally enlightened. Do you need Senior to give you a few pointers?" Lan Xuanyu thought for a while and said, "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. It's my first time forging a rare metal, please give me pointers. Is a white emblem okay? Just once." "Sure." Yang Yingming agreed without hesitation. 1 white emblem for just 1 pointers was not a small amount. He was just a little puzzled. When did this kid become so generous? "What rare metal do you want to buy?" Yang Yingming asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "Heavy silver then, I'll buy 1 cubic meter. Just split it into 100 pieces." "How many emblems do you need?" "Buy 1 cubic meter of heavy silver?" Yang Yingming was stunned by his wealth. Lan Xuanyu said, "I plan to use heavy silver as the main metal for my one-word battle armor in the future." Although heavy silver isn't the best among rare metals, it's very malleable and has a very strong fusion ability. If it's used for fusion forging in the future, it has a good affinity with many kinds of metals and will reduce the difficulty. Yang Yingming blinked. Looks like you didn't waste your time. You even know about fusion forging. It's just that it's a little early to think about this. However, heavy silver is indeed a good metal for a one-word battle armor. Many people choose it this way. 1 cubic meter of heavy silver will probably cost more than 3 yellow emblems. There's a slight discount if you buy it with yellow emblems, so it's more worth it than white emblems. The exchange center has it. Our association also has stocks, and the price is the same as the exchange center. Alright, I'll buy this then. Sorry to trouble you, senior. When 100 pieces of heavy silver were piled up in Lan Xuanyu's forging room, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, this was his first time buying rare metals. He had been practicing forging for nearly 5 months, and now it was time to test the results of his hard work in the past 5 months. The first semester of the first year was about to end. After the final exams, there was a short break of half a month, and then the second semester of learning and cultivation would begin. Because the break between semesters was too short, Lan Xuanyu didn't plan to go home. Lan Xiao and Nanqing had already decided to come to the mother planet to see him. Ordinary people couldn't fly to the mother planet as they pleased. They had to have a special pass. As a student of Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu's parents were qualified to apply for such a pass. Not only would his parents come, but Lan Xuanyu was also happy that his teacher Nana would also come, using Dong Qianxiu's quota. Dong Qianxiu was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. When she came to Shrek Academy to fill out the form, she wrote Nana as her guardian. After the final exams, he would be able to see his father, mother, and teacher Nana. There was nothing that could make Lan Xuanyu happier and happier than this. Lan Xuanyu picked up a piece of heavy silver. It was square and not very big, but when Lan Xuanyu touched it, a strong sense of excitement rose from his heart. This was the first time he had used a rare metal in the Blacksmiths Association. For the past few months, he had been interacting with ordinary iron every day, constantly comprehending it. Touching the heavy silver again gave him a completely different feeling. The heavy silver was gray all over, with a faint silver tint and a faint blue tint. It was very dense and heavy to the touch. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely feel the energy contained within the heavy silver. Rare metals were rich in energy. This had long been proven by scientists. The single positive circulation source core that was made from rare metals had once become the most popular research direction, and it had given birth to many powerful soul tools. Many of the modern interstellar battleship weapons were derived from this. From this, it could be seen how important rare metals were in the human world. After placing the heavy silver on the forging table, Lan Xuanyu pressed a button and began to calcine it. Yang Yingming watched from the side. He was actually very curious. He had never seen a student who had just entered the blacksmith profession learn by himself for such a long time. It had been 4 or 5 months. He had never asked anyone for advice and only relied on reading books to practice blacksmithing. And he had never used a rare metal before. He especially wanted to know what Lan Xuanyu had learned by himself after such a long time. It was time to remind him not to waste time like this. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to achieve anything in blacksmithing. However, he was not in a hurry to remind Lan Xuanyu. Facts spoke louder than words. When the facts were placed in front of him, the effect would naturally be better. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes slightly and focused his consciousness. His entire person was in a state where his essence, energy, and spirit were completely united. Spiritual power, soul power, and his bloodline power as the core. The 3 of them were unified, especially his soul power and bloodline power. They blended together and were indistinguishable. This was the result of his cultivation over the past few months. Ever since his bloodline power evolved and could transform with his soul power. Through continuous cultivation and absorption of the life energy in Sea God Lake, Lan Xuanyu's improvement speed began to accelerate. Soul power cultivation was finally no longer a shortcoming, and his bloodline power was also growing along with his soul power. Logically speaking, he had absorbed so much life energy and often went to Sea God Lake to cultivate, so his soul power should have improved much faster than others. But at the same time, his bloodline power was also improving. From a certain point of view, it was equivalent to cultivating twice the amount of energy. In the past few months, Lu Feng's soul power had already cultivated to rank 38. The changes brought about by the White Dragon King's bloodline were extremely strong. In addition, he had enough resources to buy all kinds of rare ingredients to assist him. It was very effective. According to Lu Feng himself, he would be able to break through to 4ing in 2 months at most. After entering the academy for a year, he jumped from 2ing to 4ing. This speed was not slow. And in the second half of the first year, they would also start working on their battle armors. Qianlei's improvement speed wasn't slow either. Fatty Jean was indeed very magical. With the support of enough life energy, his growth speed was very fast, and he could even feed back to Qianlei. Qianlei's soul power had also reached rank 37. More importantly, his spiritual power had even surpassed Lan Xuanyu's, and his improvement speed was extremely fast. Lan Xuanyu's soul power was now rank 35. He was already very satisfied with the speed of 1 level a month. Even though he was lagging behind his teammates, he still had the improvement of his bloodline power. He could feel himself becoming stronger almost every day. After coming to Shrek Academy for a semester, thinking back, he really felt like he had been reborn. Buzz. A low buzzing sound pulled Lan Xuanyu back to reality. The forging table split open, and the red-hot heavy silver slowly rose from inside. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and silently felt the difference between the calcined heavy silver and before. It was a feeling of being awakened. It was as if after being calcined, the heavy silver had woken up from its deep sleep and was emitting extremely active energy fluctuations. Uncle Yu had said before that this active energy fluctuation was actually the metal's own emotions. There were also iron pieces after being calcined, but their activity was far inferior to this heavy silver. As expected of a rare metal, picking up the forging hammer with his right hand, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Yang Yingming had been watching from behind him. The moment Lan Xuanyu held the forging hammer, he was shocked. This was because this action was too skillful, as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. The moment he held the forging hammer, it was as if the forging hammer had become one with him. How could he do this without anyone's guidance? One with the hammer? Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it, right? How many years had he been practicing? Just as he was shocked, Lan Xuanyu had already moved. His body turned halfway, the forging hammer in his hand was raised high, and suddenly fell. Dang! In the loud sound, sparks flew everywhere. In Lan Xuanyu's perception, this was not a roar, but a comfortable sigh. It was like a human being massaged. Yes, in a sense, forging was no different from massaging. It was like helping the metal open up its blood vessels, making it more perfect and powerful. The forging hammer bounced up high. Lan Xuanyu suddenly turned, and with the help of the rotation, the second hammer fell. Compared to the previous hammer, this hammer was obviously heavier, and there was another loud dang sound. Seeing the second hammer, Yang Yingming could not help but blurt out, "Disorder-splitting wind hammer technique? Tangmen?" Lan Xuanyu did not pay attention to his words. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on the heavy silver. The forging hammer bounced up, and he used the momentum to swing the hammer. Each hammer was faster and heavier than the last. The sound suddenly became intense. At first, it was only the forging table that was shaking, but soon, the huge sound wave caused the entire forging room to tremble. Want, free, see, full, version, please, 100, do, search book seeking pavilion dang. The 12th hammer fell. The heavy silver's volume had already shrunk by 1/3, and a silver light suddenly bloomed from it, causing the entire forging room to become bright. 100 refinements. Yang Yingming subconsciously clenched his fists. 12 hammers, only 12 hammers, and he had actually succeeded in 100 refinements. 100 refinements did not necessarily require 100 times of forging. When the purity of a rare metal was raised to a certain level, it would undergo a qualitative change. This was the so-called 100 refinements purification. Completing 100 refinements with 12 hammers was something that Yang Yingming knew that he absolutely could not do. He had long heard that the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique was especially suitable for forging, but it was not an easy task to obtain the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique. Moreover, it was said that this hammer technique was very difficult to control. He did not expect that he would actually see it in Lan Xuanyu's place, and that the effect would be so good. 100 refinements with 12 hammers, what kind of level was this? This was at least the standard of a second-level blacksmith, right? Yang Yingming clearly remembered what Lan Xuanyu was like when he first came here. At that time, he was definitely a rookie who had never come into contact with forging. In less than 5 months, his level had actually increased to such an extent, Lan Xuanyu's forging was not finished yet. His body was still spinning, and the forging hammer continued to fall. Every time it fell, there would be a louder sound. At this moment, Yang Yingming, who was watching from behind, was full of shame. He had said that he wanted to teach him, but looking at his level, he was clearly not inferior to him. The way he borrowed strength from the hammer was so skillful, and the strength of each hammer was very great. Just the power he displayed was far superior to his peers. How did he train? Lan Xuanyu did not know what Yang Yingming was thinking. He was completely immersed in his forging. With every hammer strike, he could clearly feel the changes in the heavy silver, and these changes were his guidance. The changes in the heavy silver's body would clearly tell him where the next hammer strike should land. Seeing the heavy silver becoming smaller and smaller under the forging hammer, Lan Xuanyu's blood and qi surged within his body. The reaction force from the forging hammer was naturally used by him, and it definitely wouldn't affect his stable state. He infused a soul power and bloodline power into the hammers and fused them with the heavy silver during the forging process. The hammer in his hand was just an ordinary forging hammer, and it had been fine in the beginning, but as time went on, it was beginning to succumb, and he had to use his soul power and bloodline power to protect it. Tang Lu had told Lan Xuanyu that the reason why forging became one of the major auxiliary professions in the production of battle armors was because during the forging process, the blacksmith's own soul power and bloodline power would fuse with the metal and combine with it organically, thus imperceptibly influencing the metal during the forging process, allowing the metal to really grow like a living body. Tang Li's description of forging was very simple, and it could be summarized in one sentence: it was a process of creating life. 100 refinement was to remove the impurities within the metal, and 1000 refinement was to awaken the metal's spirituality. The more profound forging was either to give the metal a soul or to increase the metal's intelligence until it finally transcended tribulation. This was the profound meaning of forging. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu forged, his mentality was the same, and he regarded forging as the process of creating life. He was young, but his ability to accept things was extremely strong. He had only come into contact with rare metals after forging for so long, so he especially cherished this opportunity and was very attentive. Compared to a few months ago, his spiritual power had also improved greatly, and his comprehension was naturally much deeper. Dang, dang, dang. As the forging hammer fell again and again, the piece of heavy silver became more and more resplendent. Every time the hammer fell, the entire forging table would tremble. Yang Yingming stared fixedly at Lan Xuanyu's forging hammer, feeling the changes in the piece of heavy silver, and gradually understood something in his heart. Although Lan Xuanyu's forging hammer was heavy, it could always land in the right place. Not a single bit of power was wasted, and it completely penetrated the metal. When his soul power fused with the heavy silver, it even had an adjustment effect on the energy inside the heavy silver. It all appeared in a flash. If Yang Yingming wasn't extremely familiar with forging, he probably wouldn't have been able to sense it. Moreover, every adjustment was different. In other words, Lan Xuanyu was constantly making adjustments according to the changes in the heavy silver. Yang Yingming asked himself if he could do this, but he might not be able to do it better than him. A few months. In just a few months, how did he do it without using any rare metals? Little did he know that when Lan Xuanyu forged ordinary iron, he needed to make more adjustments, and it was more laborious than forging rare metals. There were many impurities in ordinary iron, and only 1% of 10 kilograms of ordinary iron could be purified into fine iron. Forging heavy silver didn't require as many adjustments as ordinary iron, but Lan Xuanyu felt that the changes in the heavy silver were greater, and it had a higher activity. This made him have to concentrate and feel it constantly. This was also a learning process in itself. Boom. The last hammer fell, and Lan Xuanyu used the reaction force to spin 3 times on the spot before he could stand firm. The heavy silver in front of him let out a buzzing sound. A ball of silver light bloomed and rose a foot high. After circling for a long time, it gradually fell back. The heavy silver was less than half its original size, and its whole body was much brighter, as if the dust had been removed. The specks of silver under the sunlight were as beautiful as the universe's starry sky. Lan Xuanyu frowned. It's only a foot high, and I'm still not familiar with its characteristics. It can be considered wasted, sigh. Yang Yingming, who was standing behind him, was dumbfounded. Wasted? How is it wasted? Didn't you succeed in the 1,000 refinements? The 1,000 refinements have spirit, and the metal has risen. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously said, but, Uncle, you said that the 1,000 refinements can only be considered successful if the metal rises to 10 feet. It's only 1 foot. 10 feet? 10 feet is first grade 1,000 refinements, the top 1,000 refinements. That's something only a 4th-rank blacksmith can do, and that's also the mark of a 4th-rank blacksmith, okay? You've only been learning for a few days, and you want to achieve first grade 1,000 refinements? Yang Yingming looked at Lan Xuanyu helplessly. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at him and said with some embarrassment, is that so? Senior, then what's my current level? Yang Yingming's breathing was a little uneven. You just said Uncle you? Is he your teacher? Lan Xuanyu nodded. I guess so. He taught me blacksmithing. Yang Yingming came to a sudden realization and said, I was wondering how you could have reached such a level in just a few short months. 1,000 refinements, even if it's an ordinary 1,000 refinements, are at the level of a 3rd-rank blacksmith. If you want to be evaluated as a 3rd-rank blacksmith, you just have to 1,000 refinements during the exam. Our association can evaluate blacksmiths below the 4th rank. For blacksmiths above the 4th rank, we have to invite people from the Federation's Blacksmiths Association over. However, the people from the Shrek City branch are originally our academy's seniors and teachers. You're already at the 3rd rank. Did you really only learn for a few months? 3rd-rank blacksmith? Lan Xuanyu nodded. He didn't care much about this. This was because Tanglu had told him that if he wanted to make a 1-word battle armor, the 1,000 refined metal had to have a 10-foot radiance. If possible, it was best to fuse 2 types of metals. Using fused metals to make a 1-word battle armor would be better, and it would be more beneficial to improve the quality of the battle armor. Moreover, when making a 2-word battle armor, there would be no need to reforge the metal. Battle energy made from first-grade 1,000 refined metals could only be fused with a soul master because the metal spirit had been completely awakened. Senior, didn't you know when I first came? I still have to thank you for leading me in. You just said that this is 1,000 refined, is it valuable? Lan Xuanyu pointed at the heavy silver in front of him. Yang Yingming said, of course it is. 1,000 refined metal, based on your situation, it can probably be exchanged for 5 white emblems. This is 1,000 refined, and 1,000 refined can be used to make a 1-word battle armor. And this is the standard of our Shrek Academy. In the outside world, 100 refined metals are the mainstream. 1,000 refined metals can be fused with one's body. This is a rare good thing. The most difficult thing for us to forge is the success rate. Who would be willing to sell such a piece of metal? Usually, they keep it. Oh, 1 piece is 5 white emblems. 100 pieces is 500 white emblems, which is equivalent to more than 30 yellow emblems. 10 times the profit. Not bad. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. He had bought 100 pieces of heavy silver with 3 yellow emblems. Hey, did you hear what I said? Have you considered the success rate? Yang Yingming was speechless. He was a 4th-rank blacksmith, but even he only had a success rate of about a quarter of the 1,000 refinements. A success rate of first-grade 1,000 refinements was 5%, and that was when he was extremely lucky. Yang Yingming could already make money from 1,000 refinements, but the problem was that he still needed to break through to a higher level of forging, and if he failed, the materials would be wasted. It was really burning money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find an odd job in the association. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and suddenly understood. Senior, if I want to sell this 1,000 refined metal, will it be easy to sell in our academy? Or do I have to take it outside? Of course it's easy to sell. 1,000 refined metals are in short supply in our outer court. One-word battle armor requires this thing. And one-word battle armor is something that must be completed by the second-year graduation, otherwise you will be expelled. It is urgently needed for you first and second years. Generally speaking, if one chooses forging as a secondary profession, it is actually very difficult to complete a one-word battle armor or even a two-word battle armor. Even if one can barely gather enough, it is already good enough for the blacksmith. Who would be willing to sell it? And for those of us who have reached that level, we need to upgrade our 1,000 refined metals to the higher levels of spirit refinement, so we need a lot of 1,000 refined metals. Are you really going to sell it? Lan Xuanyu nodded. Sell it. I think I can make better ones in the future, and I'm not even in the second grade yet. There's no rush. In fact, he found a problem. His success rate seemed to be different from what Yang Yingming said. When he was forging iron blocks, he did often fail at the beginning, but ever since he was able to complete 36 hammers in one go, he never failed again. He didn't know exactly why. The reason why it was easy to fail when forging rare metals was because the internal energy activity of the metal was too strong and ever-changing. When Lan Xuanyu was forging, he discovered that as long as he infused his vitality force into the metal's activity would be especially obedient, and the difficulty of forging would be significantly reduced. In other words, he felt that his success rate should not be low. This was his first time forging heavy silver after completing the 36 hammers, so he wasn't familiar with it at all. He could even forge it successfully. Didn't that mean that if he was familiar with it, his forging would be better? I'll buy it. Just as Lan Xuanyu was thinking about his plan to make a fortune, Yang Yingming suddenly said without hesitation. Ah? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Yang Yingming said, Junior, I'll buy this piece of 1,000 refined heavy silver. 5 white emblems, this is the market price. Can you make it cheaper? As he spoke, the smile on his face became a little flattering. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, Senior is too polite, I'll give this to you. You are my guide. If it weren't for you, I might have taken a lot of detours. No. I can't give it to you. I'm your senior after all, so I still want face. For emblems. I've already taken advantage of this price. Just this once, there won't be a next time. As he spoke, Yang Yingming took out 4 white emblems and placed them on the forging table. Then, he picked up the piece of 1,000 refined heavy silver and looked at it carefully. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that there was a faint red halo flickering in Yang Yingming's eyes. When he looked into Yang Yingming's eyes, he actually felt a little dizzy. What a powerful spiritual power! His understanding of this senior was in the Blacksmith Association, so he didn't know much about Yang Yingming's specific cultivation. Judging from his age, he should be a senior in the outer court. Strange. Yang Yingming suddenly exclaimed, logically speaking, the activity of 1,000 refined metals is already very strong, allowing its energy level to increase. But this piece of yours, there's absolutely no problem with its energy level, but why is its activity particularly stable? Strange, I'll go study it first. Junior, you do what you need to do. As he spoke, Yang Yingming turned around and left. Watching him leave, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be a little curious. Just by looking at it, he could feel the changes in the metal without using his soul power to probe and forge. This senior wasn't simple either. After putting away the 4 white emblems, his impression of Yang Yingming became even more favorable. Although he bargained, he stuck to his bottom line and didn't really want to take advantage of him. In fact, Yang Yingming's guidance to him was not something a white emblem could replace. After stretching his hands and feet, Lan Xuanyu picked up another piece of heavy silver and sent it to the forging table to calcine. With the forging experience just now, he felt that he was much more familiar with heavy silver. As long as it was 1,000 refined, it could be sold for money. This was really good. Although he was still considered rich now, who would complain about having more emblems? Dang. The sound of forging began to reverberate in the forging room. 2 hours later. The continuous forging made Lan Xuanyu unable to bear it anymore. The disorder-splitting wind hammer technique that Yang Yingming mentioned could complete the forging of a piece of heavy silver with every 36 strikes. But the problem was that this really required one's essence, energy, and spirit to be completely united to use it, which consumed a lot of his body. Lan Xuanyu's recovery ability was already very strong. After every forging, he had to meditate for a quarter of an hour before he could continue. By the time he finished forging for the 4th time, he was already somewhat tired. Forging iron blocks is really different from forging rare metals. There are too many changes to adjust and feel. It's far from what iron blocks can compare to. If it's iron blocks, I should be able to forge more than 6 times with a complete hammer. It's only been 4 times today. 4 forging attempts, 1 failure, 3 successes. The 3rd time he forged, he failed. Lan Xuanyu summed up his experience and lessons. At that time, he didn't have enough rest and was weak in the last few hammers. As a result, the internal activity of the heavy silver was not well controlled. Also, his forging hammers were not good. In the later stages, he needed to constantly use soul power to maintain them, which instead became a burden. Of the 2 pieces of heavy silver that had been completed in front of him, one had a light of more than 2 feet, while the other was more than 3 feet. Lan Xuanyu had already thought about it. He would use them as the main material to forge a pair of 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers for himself to use first. If that was the case, the smithing efficiency would be higher in the future. I can't do it today. I'll come back tomorrow. The final exam was the day after tomorrow. At that moment, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly came from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The entire forging room shook. Lan Xuanyu was startled. One had to know that blacksmiths were most afraid of being disturbed when they were forging. The association also had rules that forbade anyone from disturbing their forging. He should have hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside his door. But he still walked forward and opened the door to the forging room. As soon as the door opened, a figure rushed out. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously wanted to resist, but he was already lifted up by that person. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. His whole body heated up as if he had lost the ability to resist. Ha ha, this is perfect. This is amazing. Junior brother, you're my lucky star. Yang Yingming's excited laughter echoed throughout the room. Lan Xuanyu relaxed when he saw that it was him. Senior brother, let me down first, he said helplessly. Yang Yingming waved his arms and legs, looking like he was going crazy. Under Lan Xuanyu's repeated calls, he finally put Lan Xuanyu down. Lan Xuanyu looked at him in confusion. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? I did it. Ha ha ha. I'm at the 5th rank now. I'm a 5th rank blacksmith now. I wanted to try that piece of heavy silver you sold me, but I didn't expect to succeed on my first try. I've completed my first spirit refinement. You know what spirit refinement is, right? It's a process that allows the metal to gain sentience and gain its own spirituality. It can be said to be a metamorphosis. If the spirit refinement fails, the metal will be useless. The most difficult step for blacksmiths is to spirit refine. It requires a lot of resources. This is my first success. I did it. Spirit refinement means I'm a 5th rank blacksmith now. Haha. I'm first in the outer court. We don't have a 5th rank blacksmith in the outer court yet. Lan Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised. Congratulations, senior brother. With your first success, it'll be much easier in the future. Yang Yingming was already grinning from ear to ear. I'm going to show off. I'm going to show off in class. Ha ha ha, with the ability of a 5th rank blacksmith, I'll have a better chance of entering the inner court next year. I'll take my leave first, brother. Thank you for bringing me such good luck. With that, he turned around and ran off. A 5th rank blacksmith, spirit refinement? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but yearn for it. There were so few blacksmiths in the outer court. There weren't any 5th rank blacksmiths before. However, Lan Xuanyu was able to analyze the situation from Yang Yingming's words. Without a doubt, blacksmithing was the most difficult of all the auxiliary professions. It had a low success rate and a lack of rare metals. This was a huge problem for blacksmiths. Furthermore, even if he completed the 1,000 refinements, he would only be able to create a one-word battle armor. According to Shrek Academy's requirements, two-word battle armor had to be made of at least spirit refined metals. It was simply too difficult to reach the spirit refinement realm. In other words, in the outer court, students had to forge their own suits of two-word battle armor. If they wanted to forge their own, they would have to reach the spirit refinement level. The difficulty was so great, and it required a lot of time and energy. Naturally, there were very few people who chose it. Previously, Lan Xuanyu had not been clear about this. Only now did he manage to analyze it. He couldn't help but feel grateful to Uncle Yu. If it wasn't for Uncle Yu's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. He hadn't expected to be able to 1,000 refine after a few months of hard work. He didn't even know when he would be able to spirit refine. After resting for a while, Lan Xuanyu carefully forged the 2 pieces of 1,000 refined heavy silver into hammers before leaving the Blacksmiths Association and returning to his dorm. Today was Saturday, and tomorrow was a rest day. The day after tomorrow, which was next Monday, they would have their final exam. This semester's final exam was their first exam after entering Shrek Academy. Naturally, it was quite important and also a test of their cultivation results for the entire semester. After defeating the third years, Lan Xuanyu and the others kept a low profile. They didn't do anything eye-catching and only worked hard to cultivate and study. However, at the end of the semester, the attention of the first years naturally gathered on them. The final exam was undoubtedly the best opportunity to test the strength of their first year's number 1 team. Lan Xuanyu knew very well that the other students were holding their breaths, hoping to surpass them through the final exam. But how could those people have the chance? Beep beep beep. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's Shrek communicator suddenly rang. Looking at the number, he smiled and picked up the call. Xianxia. Anne, let's go to the auction tomorrow? I want to eat coconut jelly. Dong Xianxia's gentle voice came from the other side. Okay, I'll treat you tomorrow, Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Anne, see you tomorrow evening, Dong Xianxia said. Anne. Other than attending classes, they would only meet on the weekends because they were all busy cultivating the rest of the time. After a few months, the relationship between the 6 people in their small team had become closer and their friendship was warming up. After Lan Xuanyu defeated the third years with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, Tang Yuga, and the others, he had completely established his leadership position in the team. Even Lan Mengqin was amazed by his strength. Yuan and Hui Hui was the strongest, but he didn't have much leadership ability. He had also received Lan Xuanyu's help many times and was almost obedient to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's previous commands had benefited the entire team and strengthened everyone's confidence in Lan Xuanyu. In a team, unity was the most important thing, followed by individual strength. There were only 36 students in the first years, so how many teams like theirs could they form? In fact, there were other students who wanted to join, such as Bing Tianliang and the others, as well as those who could be enhanced by Lan Xuanyu and use martial soul fusion skills. But because they had a lot of people, if they joined Lan Xuanyu's team would be too huge. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu rejected them and said that they were all classmates and would definitely help each other in the future. Tang Zhenhua had told Lan Xuanyu in private that the first semester's final exam was very important. Not only was it a chance for them to test themselves, but it was also the first time the academy's higher-ups had set their sights on them. If they could get good results in this exam, it would lay the foundation for their future development in the academy. If they wanted to get the academy's resources, they had to show enough ability. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's team had already received a lot of attention through the competition with the third years. Then, whether they could continue to receive attention or not, this final exam was extremely important. Going to the auction tomorrow was also a good opportunity. They all had quite a bit of savings, so it was obviously necessary to use the auction to obtain some resources for the final exam. The biggest problem for Lan Xuanyu's team was that they didn't have a pure support-type soul master. In other words, their battle endurance would be relatively weaker. For support-type soul masters, food-type soul masters were the best. They could enhance and recover energy, but food-type soul masters had always been rare. Therefore, they had to be prepared in this regard. Sunday was free time, so Lan Xuanyu struck while the iron was hot. During the day, he forged heavy silver at the Blacksmiths Association so that he could grasp the characteristics of the rare metal as soon as possible. After Lan Xuanyu switched to the 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers, the forging effect was indeed different. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. This saying was absolutely reasonable. With the use of the 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers, his soul power and bloodline power were more easily transmitted to the metal. The feedback from the metal was also many times clearer than before. In one day, he forged a total of 10 pieces of heavy silver, and every piece was successfully forged. The best piece even emitted a 5-foot-tall light. Even Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised by the speed of his improvement. He knew that this should have a lot to do with his bloodline power. Whether it was to make the metal more stable or to give him a strong recovery ability and physical strength, it was the key to successful forging. Of course, the most important thing was Uncle Yu's guidance. A piece of 1,000 refined heavy silver could be sold for 5 white emblems, so 10 pieces were worth 50 white emblems. In one day, he had earned at least 3 yellow emblems. This was definitely the path to wealth. However, Lan Xuanyu also clearly remembered what Yang Yingming said about the difficulty of spirit refining in the future, so he didn't dare to sell his heavy silver at this time. He planned to accumulate more before doing so. There was still time. He planned to use first-grade 1,000 refined heavy silver to make one-word battle armors for himself and his teammates. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could reach that level. There was still a semester left, so it should be about time. In the evening, Lan Xuanyu went back to take a shower and changed into a clean school uniform before meeting up with his teammates. After a semester, they all had different degrees of growth. It was the same in appearance. What made Lan Xuanyu and the other boys depressed the most was that their growth rate was obviously not as fast as the 2 female students. Xianxia was already close to 1.7 meters tall, and Lan Mengqin was not far behind. On the boys' side, the shortest Yuan and Hui was only a little more than 1.5 meters tall. Lu Feng was barely 1.6 meters tall, while Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei were about 1.65 meters tall. They were not as tall as the 2 girls. When the 6 of them stood together, the most depressed one was Hui. He would usually walk further away and not stand with them. "Let's go." Seeing Lan Xuanyu rushing over, Xianxia smiled slightly. Their eyes met, and her beautiful dark blue eyes seemed to be full of Lan Xuanyu's reflection. Feeling her gaze, Lan Xuanyu smiled back. "Hey, can you guys stop making eyes at each other like this?" Lan Mengqin raised her hand to cover Dong Qianqiu's eyes and pulled her away. Dong Qianqiu blushed and let her pull her away. Qianlei sighed, "Mengqin, actually we can do it too. Look at me, my eyes are also very sincere." Lan Mengqin turned her head and glanced at him. Looking at his eyes that were trying hard to widen, she couldn't help but laugh. "The meat on your fat face is squeezing your eyes out. Who can see what's in your eyes?" Qianlei was speechless. Wasn't that right? Although he wasn't as tall as them, when it came to weight, 1.65 meters, 214 kilograms. This was his latest physical data. In just a few months' time, he had gained more than 25 kilograms, as if he was blowing air. With such a growth rate, his weight would probably break the Shrek Academy's outer court record. Qianlei didn't want to either. He didn't dare to eat too much. But after having fatty Jean, his weight was almost uncontrollably increasing. Not only him, but fatty Jean was also the same. He had become extremely fat, and his figure was almost the same as Qianlei's. He was slightly taller and heavier than him. "Although I'm fat, I'm a flexible fatty." Qianlei shook his body a little. Aggrievedly. Although he was fat, the flesh on his body wasn't all fat, but very strong. In terms of defensive power, he was definitely the best in the team. Those who didn't know him would suspect that he was a defense-type soul master. Lu Feng followed beside him. He had become even more grave and stern, like a javelin, walking as one. His eyes were much sharper and more than when he first came to Shrek Academy. After a semester of tempering, his growth was equally astonishing. He had long since grasped the changes of his martial soul. Especially since he was getting closer and closer to rank 40. When he reached rank 40, he would need a brand new spirit soul to improve himself, and he would definitely undergo a transformation. With their current speed of improvement, it wasn't impossible for them to reach rank 50 by the time they were in their 3rd year. Okay, flexible fatty, let's have a one-on-one duel. Lan Mengqin looked at him with a smile. How can I do that? I don't hit women. Qianlei said seriously. Tisk, just say you're a coward. You don't hit women? Can you beat me? Lan Mengqin curled her lips in disdain. Yes, as the second strongest soul in the entire team, Lan Mengqin's cultivation had already reached rank 49, and she was only one step away from rank 50. If not for Yuan and Huihui's special existence, she would have been the strongest among the first years. Twin martial souls, rank 49. Even Yuan and Huihui didn't dare to say that he would definitely win against her. Furthermore, until now, Lan Xuanyu felt that he had never seen Lan Mengqin's limit. Every time she fought, she seemed to be able to handle it with ease. In terms of foundation and future potential, she was definitely one of the best among the 6 of them. The 6 of them entered the familiar food street. They didn't eat the precious ingredients, but lingered around the snacks. They were already very familiar with this place and knew what was good to eat. Lan Xuanyu held a coconut jelly and handed it to Dong Qianxiu. Here. Why is there only one? Where's mine? Lan Mengqin said unhappily. Didn't you say last time that you didn't like it? Lan Xuanyu glanced at her. Lan Mengqin pouted coquettishly. Then I like it now. I'll buy it for you. Qianlei immediately jumped out. Humph, I don't want it. Lan Mengqin shook her head, her white hair fluttering in the wind. She turned around and walked to the snack stall at the side. She's just envious. Dong Qianxiu chuckled. She knew that Lan Mengqin really didn't like to eat this. Isn't she jealous? Lan Xuanyu also laughed. Jealous of what? We're good sisters. As she spoke, she scooped up a spoonful of coconut jelly with a wooden spoon and stuffed it into Lan Xuanyu's mouth. The coconut jelly was delicate and smooth, with the fragrance of coconut and the smoothness of cream, leaving a fragrance in his mouth. Lan Xuanyu was a little dazed. The delicious taste in his mouth and the trembling in his heart when Dong Qianxiu fed him merged together. He suddenly felt that this seemed to be the best delicacy he had ever eaten. Dong Qianxiu's pretty face turned red. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked his calf, turned around, and ran away. Why did you kick me? Lan Xuanyu whispered with a grin. Dong Qianxiu ignored him and turned around to run away. Everyone ate and drank along the way. It wasn't easy for them to pass through the food street and arrive at their real destination today. We don't have money, Lan Mengqin said to Lan Xuanyu as she held Dong Qianxiu's arm. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Qianlei said, I still have 3 purple emblems here. I saved them up by scrimping and saving. Boss, here you go. Lu Feng said, I also have 3. He was concise. Yuan and Huihui stammered, I only have 2 left. I was greedy and bought some delicious fruits. He had a huge demand for some spirit fruits for cultivation, which seemed to be related to his bloodline. Usually, Yuan and Huihui didn't eat much meat, but he loved spirit fruits that were full of energy. Okay. I also have 4 purple emblems here. In total, we have 12 of them. We'll buy consumables together. We'll use them for the final exam, Lan Xuanyu said. Dong Qianxiu said, we should still keep some for our one-word battle armor, right? Lan Xuanyu said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Also, I recently found a new way to make money. If it succeeds, I shouldn't have to worry about emblems in the future. What is it? Qianlei's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said mysteriously, I can't reveal the secrets of heaven. I'll tell you when it's done. Let's be conservative with our 12 purple emblems. We won't spend more than 8 today. If we keep more than 4, it'll be enough for us to make our battle armors. How's your design and production practice going? I feel that in at most another semester, my forging should be about done. There's no problem with my design. Even the teachers say that I'm nimble with my hands, Xianlei said proudly. Lan Mengqin smiled. Can fingers as thick as carrots be nimble? Xianlei glanced at her and wanted to refute, but Lan Mengqin had already raised her chin at him, meaning to say, try refuting me. He immediately withered. He didn't know when it started, but Lan Mengqin had already treated bullying him as one of her pleasures. However, Fatty Qian himself also enjoyed it. He felt that this was at least much better than others not paying attention to him. They walked into the auction. They came every week, so the staff here were very familiar with them. They smiled and greeted them before inviting them in. When they arrived at a familiar area, they saw familiar people. Tang Yuge was still sitting alone in the front row. She didn't come every week, but when Lan Xuanyu and the others came, they would see her once every 2 or 3 times. After stepping down as the class monitor of the 3rd years, Tang Yuge seemed to have become much more low-key. There was no news about her among the 3rd years. She was much more reserved than before. Senior. Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to step forward and greet Tang Yuge. Tang Yuge smiled and nodded at him. Furthermore, the way she looked at them seemed to contain something. There was a deeper meaning in her eyes. Senior, what do you plan to buy today? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuge said, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see what we have. I think we're going to buy some spirit fruits that can replenish our physical strength and soul power. The final exam is coming soon. We also want to buy some of these. We don't have any support-type soul masters. Lan Xuanyu said frankly. Tang Yuge said, aren't there only 6 of you now? 3, 5, or 7 soul master teams are the standard. 7 people is usually the maximum. We can add another support-type soul master. Yuan and Hui Hui snorted and said, we don't need any support. Support is too much of a drag, and we still have to take care of each other. So what if we like to be a kitchen knife team? Tang Yuge glanced at him and turned her head away. She didn't retort, but she also ignored him. Lan Xuanyu said, it's mainly because we haven't met a suitable support-type soul master. There are very few support-type soul masters among our 1st years. Senior also knows that it's a little difficult for support-type soul masters to get into Shrek. Tang Yuge sighed softly and said, that's right. There are fewer and fewer support-type soul masters now. There are even fewer good support-type soul masters. Xianyu Gij, the auction is about to begin. Yuan and Hui Hui pulled Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu knew that he had always been hostile to Tang Yuge, so he nodded at Tang Yuge before sitting down with his friends in the 2nd row. Dong Qianqiu naturally sat beside him. Ever since the 2 of them traveled together, they had been like this since they came to the auction house. She took the initiative to change seats with Qianlei, and she was originally next to Lan Mengqin. How could Qianlei be unwilling? Naturally, he happily made the exchange. Fatty, move over there. You're taking up too much space. All the fat is coming to my side. Lan Mengqin was pushing Qianlei with all her might, not letting his arm rest on the armrest of the seat next to them. Qianlei laughed and said, okay, I'll be careful, okay? What's wrong with being fat? How safe was that? Don't you think so? Humph. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him and looked at the auction stage. The auction officially began soon. Perhaps it was because the final exams were approaching, but there were quite a number of Shrek Academy students in Shrek Academy's exclusive area today. The green school uniforms were extremely eye-catching. However, there were much fewer ordinary bidders today. They also knew that Shrek Academy's final exams were approaching, and the demand for Shrek Academy students would be greater. Naturally, their chances of getting something good would be lower. After a few rounds of bidding, Lan Xuanyu bid twice and won 2 recovery-type spirit fruits. What made him frown was that the price he bid for was more than 30% higher than usual. It was obviously because of the demand. Just as Tang Yuge had said, there were too few outstanding support-type soul masters now, so recovery-type spirit fruits were naturally in short supply. Lan Xuanyu calculated for a moment and didn't continue to bid. He was still very confident in the strength of his team. Among the 1st years, they had almost no competitors. The reason why they had to prepare for the final exams was to have better results so that the academy would give them more resources. But if he had to buy something that wasn't worth it at a high price for this, he might as well use his brain and allocate his time. Xiaoqi had already announced the final exam in advance. It was a team operation. They were free to form teams. According to the number of people, the difficulty of the mission would also be different. A team operation exam was what Lan Xuanyu wanted to see the most. With him in the middle, everyone's abilities could naturally be maximized. The 2 batches of recovery-type spirit fruits just now were barely enough, but he had spent a purple emblem. It was really too painful. Therefore, he decided that unless there was something especially good, he wouldn't make a move. He didn't know if it was because he had already seen through the thoughts of these students, but something especially good quickly appeared. Next, the 11th auction item. A storage bracelet. It was one of the best storage-type soul tools in the world. Its internal storage space reached 5 cubic meters. Although it couldn't be compared to a treasure that could store mechas, it was still a rare high-quality soul storage device. There's no need to talk about the specific introduction. It's suitable for men, women, old, and young. As long as one is a soul master, they can use it. Non-soul masters can also use it through the soul battery. The starting price is 5 million, and each bid increment must be no less than 500,000 Federation coins. Let's begin the bidding. Storage bracelet? When they heard these words, Lan Xuanyu, his teammates, and even all the Shrek Academy students present sat up straight. Soul tools had been developed for so many years, and all kinds of soul tools had emerged. Civilian and military types had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Furthermore, with the advancement of technology, the price of many soul tools continued to drop. However, there were only 2 types of soul tools whose value had always been high and were absolute hard currencies. One type was space-type soul tools, and they were mainly storage-type soul tools. The other was an even more mysterious time-type soul tool. It was extremely rare and almost all of them were in the hands of the Federation government. The reason why the prices of these 2 types of soul tools were so high was because of the difficulty of making them. Space-type soul tools not only needed to open up a stable small space, they also needed special attribute gems to reinforce them. Time-type soul tools were even more mysterious. Lan Xuanyu and the others had been at the auction for a semester, but this was the first time they had seen a storage soul tool. In fact, among everyone, only Yuan and Hui Hui had seen a real storage soul tool in his family. However, he was still young, and his family definitely wouldn't give such a precious thing to him. The use of a storage-type soul tool was obvious. It could store all kinds of resources and make everything much easier. When he was completing a mission, Lan Xuanyu had seen the academy use something similar. Everyone was envious. However, they didn't have one. In the end, storage soul tools were still too rare. It was said that what top-notch mecha masters wanted the most was a storage soul tool that could store their mechas. This way, they could carry their mechas with them at all times. They were all extremely valuable existences. At this moment, the appearance of a storage bracelet caused everyone's eyes to stare blankly. This thing was too useful. 5 million. The first bid appeared almost instantly. Lan Xuanyu's brain quickly calculated. A purple emblem was equivalent to 4 million Federation coins. He still had 11 of them, which was more than 40 million. He turned his head to look at his teammates. Take it, boss. This is useful. Qian Lei said excitedly. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the others. Take it. It's too convenient. Lan Mengqin was the second to express her support. The others all nodded. They rubbed their palms together. Just as Lan Xuanyu and his teammates were confirming, the price of this storage bracelet had soared, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached a high price of 8 million. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and raised the number plate in his hand without hesitation. 10 million. He directly raised the price by 2 million. His goal was very simple, it was to make others feel pressured. Those who participated in the bidding earlier were all students of the Shrek Academy. Everyone had a need for a soul storage device. In the entire outer court, those who could possess a soul storage device that could reach more than 5 cubic meters were definitely rare. the students of the outer court weren't too rich. Even if they were very frugal, they would still need at least one purple emblem to craft a set of one-word battle armor. Wanting to earn a purple emblem wasn't an easy task. Therefore, many students with wealthy families would use some of their family's money to buy information outside to save as much time as possible. There were relatively few who relied purely on earning emblems. The resources required for a two-word battle armor were at least 10 times that of a one-word battle armor. And to graduate from the outer court, one had to at least have a two-word battle armor. This was the basic requirement. If one couldn't reach it, not to mention getting into the inner court, even graduating from the outer court would be a huge problem. Therefore, the students couldn't be considered rich. 10 million Federation coins was already equivalent to 2.5 purple emblems. Furthermore, the students of the outer court all knew Lan Xuanyu. Although he had tried his best to keep a low profile in the past few months, Lan Xuanyu had still displayed his powerful strength previously. The battle where he defeated the third years had left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone knew that their team had at least earned more than 10 purple emblems in that battle. Not to mention the first years, they could be considered rich in the entire outer court. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu called out a price of 10 million Federation coins, everyone was stunned. 5 million. In the end, someone was still unwilling to give up and bid again. Lan Xuanyu raised his number plate again expressionlessly. 12 million. Since he was determined to get it, he had to have the momentum. If he slowly increased the price might be higher. 5 million. Someone else bid. 14 million. Lan Xuanyu raised his number plate again. Every bid was increased by 2 million. This method made Xianlei close his eyes. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. 2 million. 2 million every time. This time, there were no more bids. 12 million spirit stones had already exceeded the value of this storage-type soul tool. However, considering its rarity, it was still worth it. However, 14 million was a little too expensive. After 3 bids, the hammer fell. Lan Xuanyu bought the storage bracelet for 14 million Federation coins. These were 3.5 purple emblems. However, since they had won, everyone was still very happy. This meant that their entire team could carry things with a volume of 5 cubic meters at any time. Let's go, Lan Xuanyu suddenly said in a low voice. Are we leaving now? Xianlei asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu nodded and stood up. He was the team leader, so his companions would naturally follow him. Although they still wanted to see what they could bid for later, they still followed Lan Xuanyu out. Tang Yuga turned his head to look at them. Looking at their backs as they left, he could not help but feel puzzled. The Fantastic and Odd Squadron should have more money than this, right? They should still have their emblems. Last time, they must have bet on him, and they must have bet quite a lot. After leaving the auction venue, they took their purple emblems and went to pay for their items. The silver storage bracelet was not very eye-catching and looked extremely ordinary. However, one could see many complicated patterns on the inside of the bracelet. This was undoubtedly the formation array of a storage-type soul tool. There were also small silver gems engraved on it. The gems were not big, but they emitted strange elemental fluctuations. This should be the existence of a stabilizing spatial formation array. It was said that in ancient times, humans also had storage-type soul tools, but at that time, the development of soul arrays was far from enough, so they were all directly made with space-type gems. That was really a waste. Now, combined with soul arrays, space-type gems of the same size could be used to make a storage-type soul tool with a larger storage space. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and handed it to Yuan and Hui Hui. Hui Hui, you are the strongest. Wear it, it's the safest. Oh. Yuan and Hui Hui originally thought that Lan Xuanyu would wear it for himself or give it to Dong Qianqiu, but he didn't expect to give it to himself. He was pleasantly surprised. My father said that if I did well in the final exam, he would give me the storage ring I used during the entrance exam. It has a storage capacity of 1 cubic meter. Yuan and Hui Hui smiled and said, I didn't expect to use an even better one in advance this time. Since it's not too late, let's go somewhere. Lan Xuanyu said. Where are we going? Lan Mengqin asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly, to stock up on our storage bracelets. Isn't its value reflected here? With that, he quickly left the auction house with the confused crowd. Tomorrow was the final exam. Early morning. A gentle breeze blew the gentle life energy from Sea God Lake to Shrek Academy, paying attention to the rich life energy of this academy with a long history. Early in the morning, all the students of the first years had already gathered in class. Everyone came very early. Because today would be the most important exam of their semester. The results of the final exam would be recorded in their files at Shrek Academy and also in their life files. At the same time, this was also a test of their improvement over the past semester. Xiaoqi also came very early. After walking to the podium, his gaze swept across the faces of the students and he said in a deep voice, "The final exam is the time to test your overall quality. The final exam of the first semester of the first year is relatively simple. But at the same time, you will still face danger. Next, I will announce the contents of the exam. In order to test your true strength, you will be sent to a resource planet that we are developing. The danger you will encounter there will mainly come from the harsh environment. You will need to obtain the items you need in the mission under the harsh environment. You will also need to bring them back to the base within the stipulated time. If you complete the mission more than usual, you will receive more points. If you only complete the mission, you will only receive a passing score. The specific mission will be released to you after you arrive at your destination. I have already asked you to form your own teams. Now, we will register your teams. Teams with different numbers will face different missions. The more people there are, the more difficult it will be. Lan Xuanyu, let's start with you." Lan Xuanyu stood up and said, "Teacher Xiao, there are 6 people in our team. Me, Yuan and Hui Hui, Lan Mengqin, Dong Qianxiu, Lu Feng, and Qian Lei. Registration complete." Alright. Xiaoqi actually knew that it would be the 6 of them, but he still made a record. The others also began to register. Naturally, they were the teams that everyone was most familiar with when they first entered the academy. There were also some newly formed teams. Other than Lan Xuanyu and the others, most of them were teams of 2 or 3 people. They were the only team with 6 people. The rest of you, go back and prepare. An hour later. The academy bus will set off at the entrance of the teaching building and will not wait for you if you are late. Lan Xuanyu, bring your team and follow me. Because there are more of you, your exam requirements will be different. Yes. Although Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised, he quickly agreed and followed Xiaoqi out of the classroom with his teammates. Xiaoqi didn't say anything on the way and brought them all the way to his office. When the 6 of them walked into the office, they couldn't help but be stunned because there was another person in the office. Xiaoqi smiled faintly. "There's no need for me to introduce you, right?" Naturally, there was no need to introduce him because the person standing in his office was the former 3rd year's class monitor, Tang Yuga, whom they had met last night. Their old rival. Tang Yuga's situation is as special as yours. For the 3rd year's final exam, only Tang Yuga will be taking the exam alone, while there are 6 of you. After considering the difficulty of the exam, the academy has decided to let you try and let Tang Yuga join your team. You will form a team of 7 to take the final exam, led by Tang Yuga. Of course, because of her joining, the difficulty of the exam your team will face will also increase. But this is also a test for you, understand? Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. If he had a choice, of course, he didn't want Tang Yuga to join his team. Because Tang Yuga was the top student in the 3rd year, with her joining, the difficulty of the exam they faced would undoubtedly increase greatly. This was definitely not what Lan Xuanyu wanted to see. However, the academy should have its reasons for doing this. Increasing the difficulty of the exam should be to better test them. Teacher, I don't agree. We don't need a captain who doesn't understand us. At this moment, Yuan and Hui Hui spoke up impulsively. Tang Yuga glanced at him with a cold expression, but did not say anything. Xiaoqi said indifferently, "This is the academy's decision. It's not something you can change. On the battlefield, temporary teams can appear at any time. When you encounter danger, you can face the danger together if you form a temporary team. Can the 6 of you always be together and never cooperate with others? this matter is settled. What you can do is to complete your final exam as well as possible and not have any doubts. Alright, you can go back and prepare. The departure time is the same as the other teams. Yuan and Hui Hui wanted to say something more, but he was pulled back by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, "Teacher, we understand and accept." After Lan Xuanyu said this, he turned to Tang Yuga. "Senior, please." Tang Yuga took a deep look at Lan Xuanyu, then nodded at him and said something that stunned the others. "You're still the captain, so I'll listen to your orders." Hearing her words, Xiaoqi was very surprised. Was this still the all-powerful and tyrannical Tang Yuga from the third year? Shrek Academy naturally had its reasons for making such an arrangement. They wanted to see how the tyrannical Tang Yuga would coordinate with Lan Xuanyu's team and complete the mission under such circumstances. However, no one expected that before the exam even began, the relationship seemed to have already been coordinated. It was actually the strongest Tang Yuga who compromised. No one would think that Tang Yuga's team was weak when they lost to Lan Xuanyu's team previously. In fact, Tang Yuga did not use her one-word battle armor at that time. If she had used her one-word battle armor, her individual combat strength would definitely not be comparable to Lan Xuanyu's team. She actually agreed to let Lan Xuanyu take command. This was definitely beyond the Academy's expectations. "Thank you for your trust. I won't let you down." "Senior, welcome." Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to extend his hand to Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga reached out to shake his hand and said, "I will be a qualified teammate." Okay. Although they said that they wanted everyone to go back and prepare, there was actually no need to prepare anything because everyone was almost ready before coming to the classroom in the morning. Seeing that everyone else was carrying huge backpacks, Lan Xuanyu's team couldn't help but feel a little proud. This was because they were all empty-handed. Everything was in the storage bracelet on Yuan and Hui Hui's wrist. What surprised Lan Xuanyu was that Tang Yuga didn't bring a backpack either. Then, he saw a ring on Tang Yuga's left pinky finger. The ring was silver-white in color and was inlaid with an oval-shaped pale silver gem. This was the only ornament on her body. Lan Xuanyu guessed that this should also be a soul storage device. He didn't expect her to have such a thing. Soon, everyone arrived and the first years boarded the soul bus one after another. When they found that Tang Yuga was traveling with them, they were very surprised. It was just that. Everyone was about to take the final exam, so they didn't ask anything. At the Shrek Space Center, a spaceship exclusive to the Shrek Academy was already waiting for them. This was the embodiment of the Shrek Academy's strength. With the strength of an academy, they had their own spaceship. What kind of deep foundation was this? The leader was still Xiaoqi. The cabin door closed and this small spaceship, which was only one-third the size of a civilian spaceship, began to enter the self-check program and prepared to take off. I've already told you the general content of the exam. Now, I'll emphasize a few things to take note of. First of all, this time the exam is in the real world and not in a virtual world. I reckon that some of you have already guessed that when you took the final comprehensive exam before entering the academy, all the seats in the spaceship were actually simulation pods. Therefore, although you seem to have suffered injuries, they weren't real injuries because the exam was completed completely in the simulation pods. However, this time is different. What you're going to face is absolutely real. Because you're already a member of the Shrek Academy, if there really is a problem, the Academy will be responsible for you. At the same time, what I can tell you now is that in the future, all the large-scale exams of the Shrek Academy will be carried out in the real world. After the 4th year, you will even really face a life and death crisis. Because only in this way will you have a chance to truly improve. If you only take the exam in the simulation pods, it will only make you have a game mentality. Only through the experience of blood and fire will you be able to truly improve. Of course, you can also think that this is very cruel, but at the same time, you must pay a price. What you've obtained are the cultivation resources of the Shrek Academy. These resources are extremely precious to the entire Federation. No one can obtain all of this for free. If you think that the Academy's exam is too difficult or dangerous, you can choose to withdraw at any time. Xiaoqi's words confirmed Lan Xuanyu's original guess. The comprehensive exam before entering the Academy was indeed carried out in the virtual world. Since Xiaoqi admitted it, it meant that the final exam this time should be carried out in the real world. The exam in the real world, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a special kind of expectation in his heart. Withdraw? After coming to the Shrek Academy, he finally knew what real improvement was. In a short semester, he had been reborn and his soul power had increased by more than 10 ranks. He now completely understood why Teacher Ji was so obsessed with the Shrek Academy, and why Teacher Ian was in so much pain after being expelled from the Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was indeed worthy of being the holy land of soul masters. Therefore, no matter what, he had to stay. He had to become strong, at least to be able to protect his family. He would never forget the powerlessness he and his mother felt when facing those bandits from Sin City. That incident had a great motivating effect on him. That's all I have to say. You can think about it on the way, and you can also choose to withdraw when you reach your destination. Xiaoqi's gaze swept across the faces of the students, then he returned to his seat. He knew that of course, no one would withdraw. Getting into the Shrek Academy was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses crossing a single log bridge. How difficult was it? Those who could get in, which one of them wasn't a person with a strong will? His reminder was only to make the students more cautious and not have any wishful thinking. No one would withdraw, no one would ever withdraw from the Shrek Academy. The spaceship shook slightly, and it had already left the ground and slowly rose into the air. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and silently felt all the changes in his surroundings. Following the increase in his spiritual power, this had already become a habit. He would unconsciously carefully sense everything around him. Just like when he was forging, he had to carefully feel the changes in the metal. This kind of perception often gave him a lot of different feelings. The spaceship took off, and as expected, he didn't feel the same dizziness as when he took the comprehensive exam. After the spaceship entered space, the rich life energy gradually decreased. This made Lan Xuanyu feel slightly uncomfortable, and also made him understand how wonderful it was to cultivate on the mother planet. The spaceship wasn't big, but it seemed to be very fast. It didn't take long before it began to cross the interstellar space at the speed of light. Everyone began to enter a state of deep sleep to adapt to the spaceship's interstellar jump. After an unknown amount of time, Lan Xuanyu woke up from his deep sleep. He was surprised to find that everyone was still asleep, including Xiaoqi. He was the only one awake. There was a warm feeling in front of his chest, which came from the dragon god scale that had turned colorful. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes again and silently felt the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw many tiny silver light spots. This familiar scene made him slightly surprised. These were elements, definitely. However, in the vast space, in this vacuum environment, what kind of elements would appear? Space elements, whether it was his studies at Shrek Academy or Tianluo College, Lan Xuanyu understood that time and space were the two most mysterious elements. Among the many elements, the most basic were water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. The most mysterious were space and time. In addition, there was life and destruction. These were the origin of the universe, and the most difficult to control. On the mother planet, the most concentrated element was life, and the benefits it brought to soul masters were obvious. At this time, in the universe, Lan Xuanyu actually felt space elements. These active space elements were very close to him, and naturally lingered around his body. Lan Xuanyu glanced at the window. Outside was a grotesque world with all kinds of lights flickering. Was this a wormhole jump? His body was firmly fixed to the seat, and he couldn't move. He subconsciously used his spiritual power to guide these spatial elements and tried to communicate with them. Strangely enough, when his mental power came into contact with these space elements, the scales of the dragon gods on his chest suddenly heated up and emitted a suction force. The surrounding space elements immediately rushed towards him and poured into the scales of the dragon gods. The bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly spun faster. What was even more strange was that the bloodline vortex was covered in a layer of faint silver light. That was not the original silver color of his bloodline. Compared to the silver in his bloodline, this layer of silver light was very faint, but very lively. After this layer of silver light entered his bloodline, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that his bloodline power had been replenished, and it was even slowly increasing. He understood that absorbing these spatial elements was the same as absorbing life energy. It could replenish his bloodline power. Spatial elements were most likely to appear when traversing through space. Normally, he had never seen so many spatial elements. Space element could replenish bloodline power? Then, would the water, fire, and wind elements that he had already mastered be able to supplement his bloodline power? But why didn't he feel it before? Could it be? Lan Xuanyu gradually realized that the reason why the water, fire, and wind elements had not replenished his bloodline power was because the concentration of the elements was not enough. Because in daily life, how could there be so many elements? In the Shrek Academy, the life element was rich because of the eternal tree. In this spaceship, the space element was rich because the spaceship was traversing through space. In other words, as long as the elements were rich enough, it would be effective in replenishing his bloodline power. The feeling of cultivating in this spaceship was a bit similar to cultivating in the Sea God Lake. Although the space element here was not as rich as the life element in the Sea God Lake, it was still much more than his daily cultivation. So it was like that. This was the cultivation method that he needed. Just as Lan Xuanyu was thinking, the spaceship suddenly shook, and the surrounding space element quickly decreased. The traversing through space ended, and the spaceship had already rushed out of the wormhole. The silver light outside disappeared, and was replaced by the boundless starry sky in the universe. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and felt his bloodline vortex, as well as the colorful light. At the core of the vortex that became even more dazzling, and his previous thoughts became even more firm. He gradually understood his own ability, and was looking forward to his future more and more. The students woke up one by one, and their seatbelts were unfastened. Everyone unconsciously stretched and moved their bodies. The spaceship is about to arrive at the destination of this voyage, landing in 1 hour. Students, please get ready. You will begin your final exam immediately after the spaceship lands. Please recover as soon as possible. The voice was electronic, and it was not Xiaoqi's voice. How can I recover in a vacuum? Space travel would still cause the human body to consume a lot of energy. But in a vacuum, there was a lack of energy, and the effect of meditation was very ordinary. However, complaining was just complaining. Everyone quickly began to meditate, trying to recover as much as possible. After all, every bit of recovery was still a bit. Only Lan Xuanyu, his current state could not be better, and he did not need to recover at all. Soon, through the porthole, he saw their destination. It was a silver-white planet. This was obviously not a planet suitable for living, because one could faintly see that there were different colored cyclones rotating on the planet's surface. It could be seen from space, and one could imagine how big these cyclones were. There were many circular landforms on the planet, but he did not know what they were. The spaceship took them around to the side of the planet, and then began to enter the planet's atmosphere. The violent tremors woke up all the students who were meditating. It was different from when they left the mother planet. At this time, the spaceship was shaking especially violently, and it even gave people a feeling that it was going to fall apart. Lan Xuanyu had already seen this situation outside, and he understood that this was caused by the various airflows on the planet's surface. It seemed that the environment on this planet was really bad. DDD, DDD. The alarm sounded, and the electronic voice followed. Everyone, prepare for impact. Make sure that your seatbelts are buckled. There is no need to worry about the turbulence, the spaceship is about to land. The scenery outside the window became blurry. In the midst of the shock, the students had all woken up, but they were still at a loss. Finally, after a violent jolt, the spaceship slowly landed in a metal world. It was a huge metal base, and there was a crack at the top, and the spaceship fell in. It was only now that the spaceship stopped shaking. It was only now that the students finally calmed down. The violent jolt from before had left them with lingering fear. Although they were Shrek Academy's students and already had a certain level of strength, in space, they at least needed to have a mecha or a strong battle armor to survive for a short period of time. Of course, they did not have a battle armor. As for mecha, they mainly studied mecha theory and some of the most basic mecha control methods this semester, and they had not learned how to fully control a mecha. In addition to their studies, another important reason was that they were still young, and their bodies had not fully developed. In the cockpit of a mecha, they were actually not used to it. On this point, even the simulation cabin would not be adjusted according to their figures, because it was better to let them adapt to the internal structure of a real mecha. In reality, only God-rank mechas could truly adjust the mecha according to the mecha pilot's body. But what kind of existence was that? Every one of them had their own unique title and could only be owned and controlled by top-notch mecha pilots and powerful soul masters. They were all trump cards in space fleets. They were still very far from that step. It was precisely because they didn't have the ability to survive in space that they were still filled with reverence for space. Let's go. Xianxia led everyone off the spaceship. A small team of Federation soldiers was already waiting outside. The leader was an officer with the rank of colonel. The standard silver uniform of the Federation looked exceptionally neat on his body. He looked to be in his 30s and saluted Xianxia. Xianxia returned the salute. Hello, Teacher Xiao. Welcome to Resource Planet number 4. Everything is ready. Please follow me. With that, he made an inviting gesture and didn't say anything else. Lan Xuanyu looked at the Federation soldiers curiously. They were all wearing silver military uniforms with some shining patterns on them. Those weren't decorations, but simple soul arrays. Lan Xuanyu had learned before that this was a high-level military uniform that only Federation soldiers who carried out interstellar missions had. It could replenish one's energy and resist all kinds of harsh environments. With a simple mask, one could even carry out missions in space for a short period of time. It was the most advanced technology and was said to have been developed by the Tangmen. It was already in use on a large scale. The reason why he had learned this was because the ordinary soldiers of the interstellar fleet also used this uniform. Soon, they were brought to a huge room. Although it was called a room, it would be better to call it a warehouse. Some things were already prepared. They were metal backpacks that didn't look big and were slightly larger than ordinary school bags. There were also sets of uniforms that were the same as those worn by the soldiers. On each uniform, there was a helmet. Teacher Xiao. The colonel gestured to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded at him. Let's begin. All right. The colonel's gaze landed on the first years led by Lan Xuanyu and said in a deep voice, First of all, welcome to Resource Planet number 4. As the name suggests, resource planets are mainly built for the Federation to obtain resources. This planet wasn't suitable for living, but it was rich in all kinds of resources. It was an important resource to maintain the Federation's rapid development. You will complete a mission here. The mission name is Exploration. Resource Planet number 4 has long been completely explored by us. The biggest characteristic of this planet is that it is rich in all kinds of rare metals. Different rare metals appeared in different regions of the planet. Your exploration mission is to head to these areas and check them out. In order to prove that you have arrived at these places, you need to obtain at least 1 kilogram of rare metals from different areas and bring them back here. Everyone had to obtain at least 2 types of rare metals to pass the exam. If he could bring back more rare metals, his exam results would increase. I said more, including more in weight and more in variety. An increase in the number of breeds will be of great help to your ratings. After that, you will receive the equipment for completing the mission. The military uniform can resist the harsh environment to a certain extent. However, the anti-gravity system has been removed. Therefore, you need to rely on your own abilities to fight against the planet's gravity. Here, the gravity is about twice that of the mother planet. At the same time, the oxygen in the mask can last for about 5 mother planet days. You need to complete the mission within this period of time. There is a place in the backpack to store rare metals. If you exceed the capacity, you will need to think of a way yourself. At the same time, there is compressed food and water in the backpack that can last for 5 days. Please come forward to receive the supplies now. The exam will begin immediately. It was a simple mission introduction, but Lan Xuanyu listened very carefully. From the colonel's description, he understood that the exam mission this time was to survive in a harsh environment and obtain rare metals. There were no more battles. The main thing was to adapt to the environment and survive in a difficult environment. Moreover, they were equipped with food and water. It didn't seem difficult, but the more it was like this, the more cautious he was. From the time he landed and looked down from space, he could feel that the environment of this planet was probably very bad. Let me add something. Xiaoqi said indifferently, teams with different number of people have different standards for obtaining the basic exam results. A team of 2 or 3 people has to obtain at least 3 types of rare metals, which means that they have to explore 3 areas. A team of 4 or 5 people has to obtain 4 types of rare metals. And a team of more than 6 people has to obtain 5 types of rare metals. When he said the last sentence, his gaze fell on Lan Xuanyu. There was no doubt that obtaining 5 types of rare metals was a mission set up for Lan Xuanyu's team. It sounded fair. Different soul masters had different abilities. In a team, the more soul masters there were, the more their abilities complemented each other, and their survival ability would naturally be stronger. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu's team had a total of 7 people, and with the addition of Tang Yuga, it didn't seem to increase the difficulty for them. From 4 to 5 types of rare metals. Lan Xuanyu nodded to Xiaoqi, indicating that he understood. Soon, the uniforms were collected and changed. The silver-white uniform had the ability to adjust its size and fit very well. The same went for the helmet. When the mask was put down, it would naturally connect to the uniform. The internal oxygen circulation system activated, causing Lan Xuanyu to feel more awake. The uniform itself would expand slightly and look tough. This way, it could better resist the harsh environment. To the first years, wearing the uniform gave them a novel feeling. This was their first time, and it was their first time carrying out a mission in space. Wasn't it just a little more gravity? It should be fine. The map is already in your soul communicators. You can check it after leaving the base. Set off now. Remember, you only have 5 days. If you are picked up by the cleaning team, you will fail the exam. Do you understand? Understood, the students shouted in unison. Let's go. Under the lead of Xiaoqi and the colonel, they passed through the tunnel and boarded a rail shuttle that traveled at high speed. This base was too big, and they couldn't tell the direction here. Lan Xuanyu tried to check his soul communicator and found the map of resource planet number 4. However, the map was still locked and could not be checked. It was obvious that they had to go outside to check it. 15 minutes later, the rail shuttle stopped. After getting off the rail shuttle and passing through a corridor, a huge elevator appeared in front of him. The elevator was big enough to accommodate all of them. A faint smile appeared on Xiaoqi's face as he turned to look at the students behind him. Don't disappoint me. All of you are the best students in my heart, I don't want any of you to be eliminated. It's time to test your hard work over the past semester. The last thing I can remind you is that caution is the foundation of everything. Don't be careless. Just as he spoke, the elevator began to rise at high speed, and everyone could clearly feel a strong pressure coming from it. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Without needing him to say anything, his teammates had already gathered by his side, including Tang Yuga. There were 7 of them, and they were shouldering the most difficult mission, which was to explore and retrieve 5 types of rare metals. The impact weakened and the elevator finally stopped. A blurry passageway appeared outside the metal glass window. The door of the lift opened, and before they could walk out, a strong gust of air swept over them with a whistling sound. A layer of yellow light lit up on Xiaoqi's body and blocked the airflow. He raised his hand and pointed outside. Go, youths. I'll wait for your return. Lan Xuanyu took the lead and was the first to rush out. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, he immediately felt his entire body sink. Sure enough, it was double gravity. He had already experienced double gravity before. There were switches to adjust gravity in all kinds of cultivation rooms. He didn't use his soul power and strode out. He believed in his excellent physical fitness. After walking out of the elevator, he immediately understood why his vision was blurry earlier. It was because the airflow in front of him was mixed with ice and snow. There was an automatic temperature control system inside the uniform, so he couldn't feel the temperature outside, but the temperature was undoubtedly very low. The others followed behind Lan Xuanyu and stepped out together. Soon, they walked out of the passage. At this moment, the elevator door closed, leaving only the colonel and Xiaoqi inside. Teacher Xiao, you said that some teams want to obtain 5 types of rare metals. Isn't this too difficult? I'm afraid time doesn't allow it. Furthermore, after leaving the central area, we have to cross the ring-shaped terror peak to enter the other areas. These children. Xiaoqi smiled and said, have you forgotten? Don't treat the students of Shrek Academy as children. Let's wait for their good news. This is also a special request of the academy. Some students are different. They need more difficult training in order to better stimulate their potential. The colonel frowned and said, I hope you're right. It's really dangerous. In the vast world of ice and snow. After Lan Xuanyu and his teammates walked out of the passage, this was the first feeling they had. A strong gust of wind blew. Even though they were under double gravity, they still felt like they were swaying on their feet. Lan Xuanyu's teammates naturally gathered around him. Facing such a harsh environment, they were actually a little excited. This was because Lan Xuanyu had the ability to control water and wind elements. In addition, Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianxiu were both close to ice and snow. Such an environment would only make their abilities stronger. At this moment, no one paid too much attention to the outside world. Instead, they all opened the map in their soul communicators. Their soul communicators were connected to their helmets, and a three-dimensional map appeared on their helmets. First was the image of the entire planet. After adjusting the 3D image, the surface of the planet was uneven. There were clear markings on the map that divided the entire planet into more than a dozen regions. The area where the base was located was called the Central Area. The Central region was a large plain, and different regions were displayed in different colors. The first thing that could be seen was that with the base as the center, there were a total of 4 areas of different colors, which took up a large area of the planet. Each region produced a type of rare metal. However, what concerned Lan Xuanyu was that outside these 4 regions, there was a huge irregular ring-shaped mountain range. The mountain range was very wide, and there were no signs indicating that rare metals were produced there. It was obvious that there were no rare metals on the mountain range, and the other regions were outside the mountain range. In other words, if they wanted to obtain the 5th type of rare metal, they had to cross this mountain range. This meant that the difference in difficulty between obtaining 5 types of rare metals and obtaining 4 types of rare metals was quite large. The key was that the electronic map didn't show any weather information, nor did it indicate what kind of harsh environment they would face in each region. Lan Xuanyu saw it, and so did the others. This is a bit of a scam. They adjusted the connection state of their soul communicators. It was now a team communication, and Qianlei's voice came into Lan Xuanyu's ears. Lan Xuanyu said, there are 7 of us, so the mission given to us will definitely be more difficult, especially with Senior joining us. Senior, do you have any suggestions? As he spoke, he looked at Tang Yuga. No. You're the captain. We'll listen to you. Tang Yuga didn't have any intention of showing her presence. She expressed her support for Lan Xuanyu's leadership in a very low-key manner. As soon as she said that, everyone's impression of her became much better. When a team carried out a mission, what they were most afraid of was different voices. After so many battles together, the others' trust in Lan Xuanyu was unreserved. If a different voice appeared at this time, not only would it cause trouble for the team, it would also cause problems for their efficiency. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, first, we have to understand the environment of this planet. When we landed, from space, there were many huge cyclones visible to the naked eye on the surface of this planet. I think these cyclones are probably the biggest difficulty we will face. We are now in the central region, so let's first get the 4 types of rare metals in the central region, then go outside. According to the missions given to us by the Academy in the past, there are definitely dangers in that mountain range, and the environment outside the mountain range will be even worse. The others nodded in agreement. Back then, when they completed the comprehensive exam, the enemy's strength suddenly increased greatly after they left the region. They were almost finished. Let's go. I'll be in front. Mengqin, Qianxiu, you guys are on both sides. Senior, I'll have to trouble you to bring up the rear. The others will be in the middle. Let's go. After Lan Xuanyu finished speaking, he rushed in one direction. They weren't the only ones who moved. The other teams of the first years also moved. When Lan Xuanyu and the others started moving, 3 people immediately followed from behind. They were Bing Tianliang, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui. After entering the Shrek Academy, everyone worked very hard, and Bing Tianliang and the other 2 were naturally the same. With the support of the Shrek Academy's resources, they had all improved quite a bit. Lan Xuanyu and the others quickly formed a team, and Bing Tianliang and the others naturally noticed it. At first, they didn't think too much about it. Everyone was working hard to cultivate and didn't have time to think about anything else. However, when Lan Xuanyu and the others began to earn more emblems as a team, Bing Tianliang regretted it. During the entrance exam, he was very impressed with Lan Xuanyu's commanding ability, but at the same time, he also had his own pride in his heart. After all, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 only had 2 rings and were far inferior to the 3 people in his team. During the comprehensive exam, Lan Xuanyu relied more on the combat power of others to solve problems. Lan Xuanyu was actually okay. He had such a strong amplification ability that even as an auxiliary-type soul master, Bing Tianliang could recognize him. However, Qian Lei and Lu Feng were too weak. In Bing Tianliang's opinion, Qian Lei and Lu Feng didn't meet his standards at all. Therefore, Bing Tianliang didn't come over after school started, but cultivated on his own. When he found that everything had changed and Lu Feng and Qian Lei were growing at an astonishing speed, Lan Xuanyu's small team had already taken shape. With Lan Xuanyu as the captain, plus his 2 good brothers Qian Lei and Lu Feng, as well as Dong Qianqiu, Lan Mengqin, and the strongest in the class, Yuan and Hui Hui, the 6-person team was already very strong. They even defeated the 3rd years and gained a lot. At that time, Bing Tianliang realized that he was wrong. He realized that he had still underestimated Lan Xuanyu. But he also had his own companions. At that time, Lan Xuanyu's team already had 6 people, and it was impossible to add 3 more people. Helpless, he could only continue to cultivate on his own. Bing Tianliang and the other 2's confidence in Lan Xuanyu was no less than that of Lan Xuanyu's companions. Without any discussion, the 3 of them decided to follow Lan Xuanyu and the others. This was because the 3 of them firmly believed that following Lan Xuanyu would be beneficial. Everyone was completing similar missions. Bing Tianliang had also looked at the map. Lan Xuanyu and the others had to obtain at least 4 types of rare metals in the central area before going further. As a 3-man team, they only needed to obtain 3 types of rare metals. If they followed Lan Xuanyu, they would definitely be able to obtain more rare metals. Therefore, the 3 of them tacitly followed. As soon as the 3 of them followed, Lan Xuanyu noticed them. He stopped helplessly and said, "Brother Bing, what are you doing?" Bing Tianliang chuckled and said, "It's nothing. Do you need someone to block the wind? We can do it. We'll listen to you. Same old rules. If we obtain rare metals, we only need enough to complete the mission. The rest will be yours. Is that okay? Bring us along." Tang Yuga looked at Bing Tianliang in surprise. He thought to himself, is this also Lan Xuanyu's fan? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We can move together. Because of the importance of the mission, we will take 85% of the profits. You will take 15%. However, we will be going to the area outside the ring-shaped mountain range later. You will have to move with us. You can't leave early. Is that okay?" "No problem." Bing Tianliang was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Going to the area outside the ring-shaped mountain range meant that they had obtained 4 types of rare metals. It seemed that they should take 30% to be fair, but Bing Tianliang knew very well what it meant to follow Lan Xuanyu. During the comprehensive exam, if they followed Lan Xuanyu, their gains would definitely be much more than if they acted alone. If the total amount was higher, even if the distribution ratio was lower, they would still be able to earn. Furthermore, if they could obtain more types of rare metals, their exam scores would definitely increase greatly. "Alright, let's go together then. Brother Bing, you will be in the middle, and be ready to support all sides at any time. Yu Tian, you and I will open up a path at the front. Lin Donghui, you and Brother Bing will be in the middle." Lan Xuanyu did not speak any nonsense, and immediately arranged the formation. He had his own considerations. There was strength in numbers. The abilities of Bing Tianliang's team and the 7 of them complemented each other in many ways. Bing Tianliang was fast and had explosive power. More importantly, he had strong survivability. Furthermore, Bing Tianliang and the other 2 were very strong assault-type soul masters. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with letting Bing Tianliang and the others follow them. The team of 7 became a team of 10 and quickly disappeared into the ice and snow. Lan Xuanyu's body was surrounded by a green light. When the strong wind from the front landed on his body, it would naturally turn into a gentle wind. When the wind circled around him, it would first spread to the sides and then push his teammates forward from behind. This greatly reduced the influence of gravity on them. When he first started practicing his control of the water element, Lan Xuanyu knew the importance of elemental control, especially the control of some details. Therefore, he also worked hard on his control of the wind element. His spiritual power had already broken through 1,000 points, and his understanding of the elements had become deeper. Furthermore, he realized that no matter what element it would naturally have a very strong affinity with him. When Ji Hongbin taught him how to fuse the 2 elements of water and fire, he said that it was very difficult. However, when Lan Xuanyu actually practiced it, he felt that it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Especially after his bloodline had changed with the appearance of the dragon god scales. All kinds of elements became very gentle in front of him. The water and wind elements on this planet were extremely abundant. It could be said that this was the place with the most water and wind elements that Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. The wind elements that blew in front of him would naturally become gentle. Part of the reason was that he was controlling it. Another part of the reason was that the violent wind elements would naturally become weak after sensing the aura released from his body. Tang Yuga followed at the back. Her gaze was always on Lan Xuanyu. She was actually very curious about Lan Xuanyu. This time, when they came out together, she expressed her support for him. More importantly, she had a learning attitude. She wanted to see how this guy could command a team so well. She clearly had a good hand at the beginning, but she could not beat him. At this time, Lan Xuanyu began to control the wind elements to assist the entire team. Tang Yuga was very surprised. She could control many elements herself. Among them, her control of the water and fire elements was similar to Lan Xuanyu's. She was also very close to the elements, but her closeness to the elements came from the relationship between the 5 elements. She needed to constantly transform them to keep the 5 elements close to her. However, Lan Xuanyu was different. After the wind elements came around him, they seemed to change naturally. He gave Tang Yuga the feeling that he was the son of the wind. He could freely feel the wind, command the wind, and be protected and supported by the wind elements. Just this point alone was enough to make this place his home ground. Everyone moved very quickly. The few people in the core area were not even affected by the outside environment. Even the double gravity seemed to have been reduced by half. The visibility on the surface of resource planet number 4 was not very good. They could only see a few hundred meters away, and there was wind and snow everywhere. As Lan Xuanyu moved forward quickly, he said through the soul communicator, "Senior sister, you have gold among the 5 elements. Can you sense the existence of rare metals?" Tang Yuga said, "I can sense it within a certain range, but I need some time." From the map, it only says that the entire area produces a type of rare metal, but it doesn't indicate where it is. Looking for it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wait, be careful. Right at this moment, Tang Yuga exclaimed. The moment she felt the danger, Lan Xuanyu also felt it. Not far in front of them, a whirlwind swept over without warning. This whirlwind came too suddenly and was extremely strong, so strong that they could not resist it at all. Lan Xuanyu's reaction was very fast. He waved his hands at the same time, and strands of golden-patterned blue-silver grass flew out in an instant, wrapping around his teammates behind him. Yu Tian, who was beside Lan Xuanyu, also reacted quickly. With a shout, he released his Modeo and slashed out brazenly. A powerful saber chi visible to the naked eye instantly erupted, and the first gust of wind that attacked them was split open, causing a slight delay in the time it took to blow on them. Lan Xuanyu's body was shrouded in green light as he tried to control the violent wind elements with all his might. However, this whirlwind was too violent. The extremely dense wind elements even made him feel like he was feeling the life elements in the sea god lake. However, the Modeo and Lan Xuanyu's 2 blocks gave them some buffer time, and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass successfully wrapped around everyone's bodies. The strong wind swept through and everyone was sent high into the sky. In the strong wind, they couldn't control their bodies at all. The power of the wind element on this planet made them feel incomparably shocked. Don't panic, condense your soul power and protect your body. Everyone, pull on my golden-patterned blue-silver grass and try to stay together. Lan Xuanyu's anxious voice sounded. At the same time, he suddenly pulled on the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and pulled Yu Tian, who was beside him, over. Yu Tian had already retracted his Modeo and grabbed Lan Xuanyu's arm. A pulling force came from behind. Dong Qianxiu had already pulled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass over and directly hugged Lan Xuanyu's waist. The others also moved closer to Lan Xuanyu. The biggest advantage of getting close to each other as soon as possible was to avoid flying uncontrollably or colliding with each other in the whirlwind. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass had become even more resilient after Lan Xuanyu reached his 3rd ring, and it could also increase the bloodline aura of a soul master. At this moment, they were already experiencing a strong sense of dizziness. This whirlwind was spinning too fast, and it was not something they could resist or control. Don't conserve your soul power. Protect your bodies and our uniforms. Without our uniforms, we won't be able to complete our mission. Lan Xuanyu spoke again. At this moment, everyone heard his words and released their soul power to block the impact of the whirlwind. The uniforms were also protective clothing, providing them with oxygen and resisting the low temperature of the outside world. At the same time, they could communicate through the helmet, which was the most important protection. Just as Lan Xuanyu said, if the uniforms were damaged, they would probably encounter a huge crisis. Survival was already a problem, let alone completing the mission. In Shrek Academy, they were favored by the heavens, but in the face of this terrifying whirlwind, they were helpless. After a full quarter of an hour, the power of the whirlwind began to weaken, and their dizziness lessened a little. Wow! Lan Xuanyu turned his head and his expression suddenly became strange because Qianlei's mask had become blurry. You're so disgusting. Lan Mengqin turned her head and did not look at Qianlei. Qianlei couldn't bear the long period of dizziness and vomited. The key was that everyone felt a tightness in their chests. When he vomited, the others couldn't help but feel disgusted. He couldn't vomit, he definitely couldn't vomit. If he vomited in the mask, wouldn't it get all over his face? It was really too disgusting. Wah wah wah. Qianlei seemed to have opened a gate, and vomiting sounds kept coming. From the outside, the vomit was already on his neck. Wah. Lu Feng retched and quickly shut his mouth. Fortunately, the whirlwind began to weaken rapidly. Suddenly, they felt their bodies become light, and then they were thrown out, spinning and flying into the distance. Lan Xuanyu's eyes instantly became serious. At this time, they were a few hundred meters in the air, and the gravity on this planet was twice that of the mother planet. If they fell like this, everyone would face a life and death crisis. However, it was also at this moment that all of their uniforms suddenly bulged up like balloons that had been inflated. Their ability to withstand the whirlwind had increased, and their falling speed had significantly decreased. The bulging uniforms would undoubtedly protect them when they landed, or at least ensure that they wouldn't fall to their deaths. However, Lan Xuanyu couldn't take the risk, because the uniform couldn't be damaged. Once it was damaged, they wouldn't be able to complete their mission. He believed that the academy would be able to protect them in this aspect. Once the uniform was damaged, someone would quickly come to pick them up. But if that was the case, what would happen to the exam? Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and circulated the soul power in his body. Silver scales appeared on his left hand, and his 3rd soul ring lit up. A layer of green light appeared on all the silver scales. Not only that, the bloodline vortex in his body began to rotate violently. Under his control, the power of his bloodline quickly poured into his left hand. Ever since he obtained the Dragon God's transformation, he lost the ability to use martial soul fusion skills with his left and right hands. However, his bloodline power and soul power had truly merged into one, and there was no longer any distinction between them. A glaring green light lit up on Lan Xuanyu's left hand. At this moment, the aura released from his body wasn't something that a three-ringed soul master could possess. A pair of huge green wings of wind quickly spread out from his back. He didn't flap them, but they were fully spread out. The spread of the wings of wind immediately weakened their falling momentum. However, it was also in an instant that the wings of wind shattered under the powerful impact. However, another pair of wings of wind immediately spread out from Lan Xuanyu's back, weakening their momentum once again. Other than Qianlei, everyone else couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the scene. Tang Yuge couldn't help but look at Lan Xuanyu with a strange expression. After not seeing him for a few months, he had become stronger again. His control of the elements had actually become so strong. This was indeed an ability that Lan Xuanyu had discovered in the past few months. He discovered that after his two bloodlines merged, they could truly complement each other. When he used the power of his bloodline to support his control of the elements would quickly rise to another level. On the other hand, when he used his control of the elements to support his bloodline power, the power of the elements would also erupt from his bloodline power. The fusion of these two allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds after reaching 3 rings. Although he was only a 3-ringed soul master, even if he didn't use the Dragon God's transformation, the current Lan Xuanyu's actual combat strength was already incomparable to that of an ordinary 4-ringed soul master. After the 4th pair of green wings of wind opened, they finally didn't shatter again. They slowly descended to the ground, and everyone landed steadily. After landing, everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath, their hearts filled with lingering fear. Only a certain someone was different. Qianlei immediately took off his helmet. At this moment, he couldn't care about oxygen anymore. He continued to vomit while pouring out the vomit in the helmet. Previously, he vomited because of dizziness, but now, he was disgusted by himself. Lan Xuanyu quickly came to his side. With a wave of his left hand, a ball of blue light caused the surrounding water elements to quickly condense, and clear water washed down from his head. The cold water made Qianlei shiver violently, as if he had been electrocuted, but this was still much better than being surrounded by vomit in the helmet earlier. Lan Xuanyu washed him for a few minutes before he was clean. The helmet was also washed clean. Qianlei's face was pale, and he trembled as he put on the helmet. But for some reason, when he breathed in the oxygen in the helmet again, he still felt a sour stench. "Stay away from me." Lan Mengqin quickly ran to the other side, her face full of disgust. Qianlei finally caught his breath. He glanced at Lan Mengqin and didn't say anything. He just sat on the ground and panted silently, but his fat face was full of a warm smile. Only Qianlei knew what happened when he started vomiting. Previously, when he was approaching Lan Xuanyu, he and Lan Mengqin were on the side, so when they leaned together, he and Lan Mengqin grabbed each other's arms, and at the same time, they were entangled by the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. When Qianlei started vomiting, Lan Mengqin immediately turned her head to the other side and didn't look at him. Qianlei also felt that he was too disgusting and subconsciously wanted to let go of Lan Mengqin's hand. In fact, he was entangled by the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, so he wasn't in any danger. But at that moment, although Lan Mengqin didn't look at him with disgust, her hand suddenly tightened and grabbed his wrist tightly. At that moment, although Qianlei had been vomiting, his eyes were already filled with tears. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Lan Mengqin was really a good girl with a hard mouth and a soft heart. She was such a clean person, but she refused to let go of him at that time because she was afraid that he would be in danger. The others thought that he was agitated, so they smiled, but no one made fun of him. After all, vomiting was very normal in that situation. Everyone else was panting, and Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass was still wrapped around everyone's bodies. No one knew if the next cyclone would come. The cyclone appeared too abruptly, without any warning at all. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu felt that the cyclone just now wasn't the kind of huge cyclone that he could see from space. If it was, they might have been torn apart. The environment was too harsh. What should they do? Xianyu, Mengqin, and I can quickly condense ice to protect everyone. As long as we don't scatter, it should be fine, Dong Qianxiu suddenly said to Lan Xuanyu. "En?" Lan Xuanyu looked at her in confusion. Dong Qianxiu said, "The ice elements here are too abundant, allowing our abilities in this area to be greatly enhanced." Let's try it out for you. As she spoke, she pulled Lan Mengqin out from behind her. Mengqin glanced at Qianlei, who was sitting not far away without saying a word. At this moment, the frustration in her chest gradually disappeared. She was beside Qianlei just now, and the visual impact was too strong. It was only now that she felt better. Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin held hands, and their eyes lit up at the same time. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped. Lan Xuanyu felt it the most clearly. He also had control of the water elements, and at this moment, he only felt that the surrounding wind elements were like rivers flowing into the sea, almost crashing over. These ice elements instantly became visible to the naked eye due to excessive condensation, and a shield condensed from ice almost quickly enveloped everyone. The bottom of the ice house was connected to the ground, and it was completely round. Although the inside was very compact and cramped, it protected everyone inside, and the outside was as smooth as a mirror. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. It didn't seem to be easy to be blown away. More importantly, it provided a place for them to rest. This ice house was like an ice cube frozen on the ground. The surroundings were gently connected to the ground, and a large area was connected and frozen. It was not easy to be blown up. When they took the ice god twin lotus flowers, Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin soaked in the sea god lake for 8 hours. Tang Yu cried out that he had suffered a loss. However, it also allowed them to perfectly absorb this heavenly treasure. After absorbing the power of the ice god twin lotus flowers, a mysterious connection had been established between the two of them. It wasn't a martial soul fusion skill, but a feeling that all of his abilities could fuse together. It wasn't as strong as a single martial soul fusion skill, but it was much stronger than their combined strength. Simply put, a martial soul fusion skill could turn 1 + 1 into 5. It erupted in an instant. However, when their martial souls fused, they could turn 1 + 1 into 3.5 to 4. When the two ice goddesses joined forces, their strength would greatly increase. At this moment, the instant ice house was condensed really made everyone's eyes light up. Dong Qianqiu said, "That's how it is. With your silver-patterned blue-silver grass amplification, it would be almost instantaneous. As long as we feel that something is wrong, we will immediately release the ice house to protect everyone. It shouldn't be easy for us to be swept away." Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. "Sure. Let's do it this way." After thinking for a moment, he said, "From the current situation, the protective clothing that the Academy gave us actually took into account the harsh environment here. Based on the situation just now, even if we fell directly, this protective clothing might not be damaged, nor would we be seriously injured. At most, we would only suffer minor injuries. However, it is extremely difficult to find and excavate ore veins in such a harsh environment. This is also the main content of our assessment. If we want to excavate more types of rare metals, it will naturally be more difficult." I took a look, and in just a short while, we were blown away by the whirlwind for almost 100 kilometers. We have already deviated from the direction we originally wanted to go. The others will definitely face a similar situation as us. With the protection of the ice house, it will be relatively easy for us to move forward. Then, the biggest problem now is how to smoothly excavate rare metals. I think this problem can be solved. Tang Yuga's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone couldn't help but look at her. Tang Yuga pointed to the ground and said, "I just carefully sensed it. This planet is worthy of being called a resource planet. The ground itself is made of ore. The metal elements contained inside are very abundant. There is at least a 5% rare metal content. In other words, there are rare metal ores under our feet." Lan Xuanyu was stunned and looked down at the ground. Taking a closer look at the dusty rocks, there was indeed a slight metallic reflection. "So simple? Just get some ores and go back?" Bing Tianliang said in surprise. Tang Yuga shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be that easy. First, we discovered that the ground under our feet is ores. I'm afraid we need to make a judgment. At the same time, here." Just as she said this, her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a crackling sound coming from outside the igloo. Lan Xuanyu's two silver-patterned blue-silver grass quickly wrapped around Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin. He also pressed one hand on the ice house and injected ice elements. The two women worked together to stabilize the ice house. Without a doubt, the whirlwind came again. They had only landed for a short while, but they were already faced with another whirlpool. However, the ice house was indeed very effective. It was like a small bump on the ground, and the ice was smooth and didn't have much friction. The ice shards that were swept by the strong wind landed on it and made a sound, but they couldn't sweep it away. After a few minutes, the world outside finally quieted down. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the ice house was reliable. Lan Xuanyu said to Tang Yuge, "Continue." Tang Yuge said, "At the same time, it's also difficult to collect ores. You guys felt it just now. The whirlpool came too quickly. The ground is very hard, and it will take some time to dig. And there's another problem. Teacher said that we need metals, not metal ores. 1 kilogram of rare metals requires at least 20 kilograms of ores. It's also very difficult to judge the purity of the ores. Unless you have an ability related to the metal element like mine." So. She shrugged. This final exam was really not easy. They needed at least 2 types of metals to obtain, but if they were to fly in the sky all day, how could they dig? Moreover, it wasn't easy to discover this. In addition, even if they succeeded in digging, it wouldn't be easy to carry 20 kilograms of ores back to the base. No one knew when they would encounter a whirlwind. Before they arrived, they would be swept away. Everyone had seen the backpack. Not to mention 20 kilograms, even 5 kilograms of ores would be a problem. With ores in their hands and flying in the air, how could they hold them? This exam was really perverted. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. But they were also glad. Especially Bing, Tianliang and the other two. They looked at each other and couldn't help but have strange expressions on their faces. If they hadn't been with Lan Xuanyu and the others, would they have thought of this? Would they have the protection of this ice house? Lin Donghui suddenly said, "Metal ores are used to refine metals. The main thing is to purify them at high temperatures. I can calcine the ores, refine the metals, and reduce everyone's weight." He felt that he had to make Xiaoxiao's presence known. Otherwise, he would really be useless. Lan Xuanyu nodded. "My secondary profession is forging. If I cooperate with you, the purification speed should be faster." Tang Yuge said, "I can directly control the metal elements. When you refine, I can guarantee that they won't leak out." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then let's try it now. Get the materials locally." Yu Tian said, "I'll dig it." Lu Feng said, "I'll cooperate with you." His white dragon spear was very sharp. Lan Xuanyu looked at Dong Qianqiu and said, "Can you make the igloo bigger? This way, we can do it. You and Mengqin will be responsible for maintaining the stability of the igloo." Qianlei said, "Then what should I do?" Lan Xuanyu said, "You're quite strong now, so you'll be in charge of carrying. Hui, you rest. If there are any special circumstances, such as encountering an attack by an unknown enemy, you'll deal with it." "Okay." Yuan and Hui agreed. He stood furthest away from Tang Yuge and glanced at Tang Yuge without saying anything. After everyone finished dividing the work, they immediately got to work. First, they expanded the igloo. With the help of Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass, Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin expanded the igloo to 3 times its original size while ensuring that the igloo had a larger area in contact with the ground. This gave everyone plenty of space to move around inside. Yu Tian released his Mo sword. His eyes flashed, and 4 soul rings appeared under his feet. Yes, he already had 4 rings. In just a semester, he had completed his breakthrough. He shouted and brazenly waved his Mo sword. Immediately, the sharp blade cut directly into the ground. He exerted force with both arms and suddenly stirred, digging out an ore the size of a millstone. The brilliant sun above Lin Donghui's head lit up, and a red light shot out, accurately landing on the ore. Under the burning of the red light, the ore quickly turned red. At this moment, Lu Feng had also released his martial soul, throwing the excavated ore into the red light. Tang Yuge waved his right hand, and a layer of pale golden light quickly enveloped the inner wall of the igloo, isolating the high temperature and preventing the igloo from being affected by it. At the same time, a layer of soft golden light appeared around the ore, and the ore began to melt. Lan Xuanyu made a hand gesture to Yuan and Hui Hui. The storage bracelet on Yuan and Hui Hui's wrist flashed, and two shiny silver hammers were thrown to Lan Xuanyu. A storage-type soul tool? Bing Tianliang asked in surprise. Lan Xuanyu smiled and swung the hammer with both hands, smashing it directly on the ore. In an instant, the ore shattered into pieces. Smaller ores could be calcined better. Lan Xuanyu was in charge of crushing the ores while Lin Donghui was in charge of calcining them. Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lin Donghui, Dong Qianxiu, and Lan Mengqin, increasing their elemental power. He could actually calcine it himself, but if he were to multitask, it would consume too much energy. And purely in terms of the strength of the fire elements, unless he used the power of his bloodline to assist his martial soul, he would not be as good as Lin Donghui. And in this place where the elemental aura was rich but the life aura was thin, his bloodline power was very precious. Unless he used a large amount of soul power, it would be very difficult to recover, so he had to use it sparingly. At first, they were still a little unfamiliar with each other, but as time passed, everyone gradually became tacit. After the ore was dug out, Lan Xuanyu crushed it, and Lin Donghui was in charge of calcining it. After the crushed ore was calcined, it solidified at the side, and Lan Xuanyu struck it again to purify it into a rare metal. During this process, Tang Yuge had been helping to gather the metal elements. Whether it was the calcining or the forging process, it became much easier. Finally, Tang Yuge changed the shape of the metal, turning it into cubes, and then Yuan and Hui Hui put it into her storage bracelet. At this time, the rare metal produced in the place they were at was refined gold, a rare metal with a very high quality. It was hard and had an extremely strong conductivity for soul power. A piece the size of a finger weighed 1 kilogram. After 2 hours, when everyone's soul power was almost exhausted, there were already 70 to 80 pieces of refined gold, each the size of a fist. This should be enough. Everyone, let's recover first, then we'll go to the next place, Lan Xuanyu said. At this time everyone was very excited. It had only been about 3 hours since they left the base, but they had already completed the excavation of the first type of rare metal. Although this was only a type of rare metal, there was a lot of it, and they had already exceeded the quota. The key was that they had used very little time. A total of 5 days, and they still had a lot of time to dig for rare metals. With the protection of the igloo, the impact of the harsh environment on them was minimized. The most excited were Bing Tianliang and the others. With so much refined gold, although they had a small share, it was definitely much more than what their team had obtained alone. What Bing Tianliang regretted the most now was that he didn't get close to Lan Xuanyu immediately after entering the school. It was such a pity. Everyone ate and drank some water, and their soul power was more or less recovered. Then, they put away the igloo and headed to the second area according to the map. Just as they had judged previously, the environment on this planet was too harsh. Whirlwinds could be seen everywhere. The most terrifying thing was that these whirlwinds appeared without any pattern and were extremely sudden every time. Among these people, Tang Yuge was the strongest in terms of spiritual power. She could always discover the whirlwinds immediately, and then Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin would quickly condense igloos to protect everyone. Everyone moved forward. Although they were walking and stopping, they were not swept into the air by the whirlwinds. With Lan Xuanyu's help, Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin would not consume too much soul power every time they condensed an igloo. After all, the water elements here were extremely abundant. When there were no whirlwinds, they would move forward at full speed and run as fast as they could. Lan Xuanyu used the wind element control skill completely on the team's movements. With the map positioning, even if they were blown away like before, they could accurately find their location. Yuan and Hui Hui suggested that everyone could be swept away again because they would move faster if they were swept away by the wind. It would not be too dangerous if they supported each other. However, Lan Xuanyu rejected his suggestion. Although Lan Xuanyu had always been good at coming up with strange moves, he was very calm at this time. Being swept away by the wind could speed up their progress, but no one could confirm the direction they were heading in. What if they were swept away in the opposite direction of their destination? It was better for everyone to move forward steadily. At least the time was controllable. Controllability was the most important thing for Lan Xuanyu because this way, he could calculate the time and harvest as much as possible to ensure that he completed the mission. Everyone's cultivation was not low, and the lowest was at the three-ring realm. When they moved at full speed, their speed was very fast. Resource planet number 4 was just an asteroid. Its area was not big, probably not even 1,000th of the mother planet. After traveling for 4 hours, they arrived at their second destination. Of those 4 hours, they had spent nearly 3 hours walking back and forth. That's right, Lan Xuanyu led everyone back to the base. The reason was very simple. There were rare metals in the 4 areas with the base as the center. In other words, the distance to the other 3 areas around the base was the closest. Previously, they were swept away by the strong wind, so they were far away from the base. Now that the situation was clear, if they wanted to complete the excavation of the 4 types of rare metals as quickly as possible, it was undoubtedly the most convenient to move around the base. After Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin formed an ice house, everyone began to work together again. Compared to the first time, everyone's cooperation was even more tacit this time. 36 hours after they arrived at resource planet number 4, they had already collected 4 types of rare metals. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, the total amount of these 4 types of rare metals filled up the remaining space in their storage bracelets. At this moment, everyone was in a state of excitement. The 5 days given by the Academy were calculated according to the time on the mother planet. 24 hours were a day, and it had nothing to do with the time on resource planet number 4 itself. They had only used 30% of the time to complete most of the mission. Moreover, they had gained a lot, far exceeding the Academy's requirements. This would undoubtedly give them a lot of bonus points. The most excited ones were Bing Tianliang's team. The 3 of them only needed to collect 3 types of rare metals to complete the mission. Now that they had 4 types, they could go back directly. Not only had they completed the mission in advance, but they had also exceeded the requirements. Are we going directly out of the ring-shaped mountain range now? Bing Tianliang asked Lan Xuanyu. Not only Lan Xuanyu's team members, but Bing Tianliang's team also trusted Lan Xuanyu completely. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said, "No, let's go back to the base and hand over the rare metals we have obtained first." Back to the base? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lan Xuanyu said, "Teacher Xiao didn't say that we couldn't come back halfway. Right? Let's go back to the base first and then continue to complete the mission. This isn't within the restrictions." Go back for what? Dong Qianxiu asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Go back to sleep, eat, and rest. Everyone hasn't rested much in the past 36 hours. They have been on the move and need to rest to adjust their condition. Brother Bing, you can hand in the mission directly. You don't have to follow us anymore." Lan Xuanyu changed his mind and didn't ask Bing Tianliang's team to continue heading out of the ring-shaped mountain range. Bing Tianliang said angrily, "What are you talking about? We agreed to work together. We agreed to it back then. You can't ditch us. I've already realized that no matter when, as long as I'm with you, there will always be surprises. We won't let go of such an opportunity in the future. We're even willing to be your team substitute. So, don't even think about ditching us." This time, it was Lan Xuanyu's turn to be stunned. Was Bing Tianliang so determined? Lan Xuanyu didn't know how much of an impact his actions had on Bing Tianliang and his friends after coming to Shrek Academy. They looked on helplessly as Lan Xuanyu and the others won against the 3rd years and obtained a pile of purple emblems. Their eyes were glowing green. Bing Tianliang only went to help Lan Xuanyu post an exchange item and earned 5 white emblems. Bing Tianliang and the others didn't understand. Why was it so difficult for others to earn emblems at the academy, but when it came to Lan Xuanyu, it became so simple. This guy's brain was too flexible. Look, how many benefits did those who were with him gain in this semester? Even Yuan and Hui Hui, who only met him after coming to the academy, had a second awakening of his martial soul. At first, when Yuan and Hui Hui followed Lan Xuanyu and called him Big Brother Xianyu, many students in the class felt that Lan Xuanyu had tricked him. However, after this semester, his cultivation base was close to 6 rings. His martial soul had awakened a second awakening, and his strength had increased explosively. Just who was the one taking advantage of who? In addition, during this final exam mission, Bing Tianliang watched as Lan Xuanyu confidently led everyone to complete the final exam. How could this not be exciting? Not to mention anything else, if they brought these rare metals back and sold them to the academy, they would definitely be able to exchange for a lot of emblems. A cubic meter of rare metal, even if it was the more ordinary heavy silver, could be exchanged for at least 3 yellow emblems. The rare metals in their hands were almost all more precious than heavy silver, and their value was several times that of heavy silver. Moreover, if they could be sold outside, the price would be much higher. Just like the last type of rare metal they had dug up earlier, only Lan Xuanyu recognized it because he was the only one who studied forging. The last type of metal was called Heavenly Spirit Iron. It had an extremely strong spiritual nature, and the difficulty of forging it was much lower than forging other metals. The success rate of spirit refining was much higher, but its price was at least 20 times that of heavy silver. Lan Xuanyu had dug up the most of this type of metal. After returning and calculating the money, Bing Tianliang felt that even if the 3 of them split less, each of them would still have a purple emblem. This was no different from a pie falling from the sky. How could he give up just like that? There were still a few days left. The group of 10 people found an entrance to the base and returned. Lan Xuanyu was right. The academy had never said that they were not allowed to return midway. They just had to complete the mission within 5 days. It was okay to come back and rest, but it would also delay time. There was no doubt about that. After Lan Xuanyu and the others were taken to a lounge, they asked for a large amount of food and began to eat. Lan Xuanyu decided to rest for 10 hours before setting off again. They had plenty of time, and what they lacked now was the last type of rare metal. While they were eating, Xiaoqi arrived. Xiaoqi walked into the lounge and saw a group of hungry wolves eating. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Xiaoqi knew very well what Lan Xuanyu and the others had done. Every student had a surveillance camera on their uniform. Shrek Academy sounded serious on the surface, but in fact, the protection measures for the students during the mission were very strict. Therefore, Xiaoqi had seen Lan Xuanyu and the others being swept away, landing on the ground, building an igloo, digging for rare metals, and accumulating a large amount of rare metals. At that time, the colonel with Xiaoqi looked at Xiaoqi in disbelief, as if asking, "Are all your students so powerful?" They were almost as fast as the excavators in the base. After all, it wasn't easy to collect rare metals in the base to resist the harsh environment. They had to drill underground to ensure safety. During this process, they had to avoid rocks to prevent collapsing. However, Lan Xuanxue and the others had Tang Yuga, a human-shaped metal detector. The excavation points she found were all places with the highest amount of rare metals. Then, Xiaoqi and the colonel watched as these little guys used only 30 hours to complete the excavation of 4 types of rare metals. Then, these little guys returned. "Hello, Teacher Xiao." Lan Xuanyu swallowed the meat in his mouth and greeted Xiaoqi with a smile. Xiaoqi's face was cold as he said, "Do you guys know that your actions are cheating?" Immediately, the 10 of them raised their heads and looked at him blankly. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Teacher, how did we cheat?" Xiaoqi said, "You guys should be in 2 teams, but you guys are working together. This is cheating. You guys are not 7 people, but 10. Lan Xuanyu said, "But you said that teams with more than 6 people would obtain 5 types of rare metals. We are considered more than 6 people." Xiaoqi snorted and said, "That was for the 7 of you. Now that there are 10 of you, it's different. Your mission requirements have changed. Including Bing Tianliang and the other 2, you guys need to obtain 6 types of rare metals to pass the exam. Otherwise, if you don't pass the exam, all the rare metals excavated on the resource planet will be confiscated. That's not fair. Teacher, this is too unfair." Qianlei shouted in grief and indignation when he heard that their rare metals were going to be confiscated. Xiaoqi snorted. "If you want fairness, you have to rely on your strength." With that, he turned and walked out. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I don't believe that I can't deal with these little things." "Teacher, wait a moment." Lan Xuanyu's voice sounded. Xiaoqi turned around and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Teacher, please find a warehouse for us first. We will store the rare metals we obtained first. Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. Harvest, soon, Xiaoqi saw Lan Xuanyu and the others' current harvest. More than 4 cubic meters of rare metals. With heavenly spirit iron as the main, there was a large pile of 4 types of rare metals. When Xiaoqi saw Lan Xuanyu open his backpack and take out a few pieces of rare metals, he really wanted to leave immediately. Other than feeling gratified, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Why didn't I have this ability when I was in school? He thought to himself. Next semester, they would be starting to learn how to make battle armors. Wouldn't they be able to use these rare metals properly? In fact, Lan Xuanyu had no intention of selling these rare metals. After his refinement, the purity of these rare metals was above 90%. With a little forging, they could reach the level of 100 refinements and 1,000 refinements. During the process of making battle armors, as the level of the battle armors increased, from 1 word to 2 word, and even higher levels, many rare metals would need to be fused and forged to increase the strength and quality of the battle armor. With so many rare metals, especially the precious heavenly spirit iron, it wouldn't be easy to buy them. It was better to keep them for themselves. His teammates also needed rare metals when making battle armors, so there was no need to buy them. He only needed to give Bing Tianliang's team and Tang Yuge's rare metals to them. Due to the mission requirement of 1 more type of rare metal, Lan Xuanyu adjusted the rest time from 10 hours to 8 hours. In fact, with their cultivation bases, resting for 3 to 4 hours was enough for them to recover to their peak state. The reason why Lan Xuanyu let everyone rest for a few more hours was because he hoped that everyone could recover. After all, after taking the spaceship to resource planet number 4, they had immediately gone on a mission and hadn't rested at all. They could take advantage of this time to rest well. Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. It was better to adjust their condition before completing the rest of the mission. Lan Xuanyu could guess that the last 2 types of rare metals should be the difficult part of their mission. This was also the reason why he wanted everyone to be in good condition. Based on their previous speed, it would take about 5 hours for them to walk out of the central area and reach the ring-shaped mountain range. This was the time needed purely by walking. Moreover, the mountain path was difficult to traverse. They did not know how difficult it would be. They might need more time. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu's plan was to walk to the destination in 12 hours. During this time, it was very likely that there would be other unexpected situations, and the specific way to deal with them would depend on the situation. Now that another type of rare metal had been added to their mission, they needed to find the intersection point of the 2 types of rare metals outside the ring-shaped mountain range. This would save them as much time as possible. According to his original plan, everyone would go out again and be swept away by the whirlwind. They would fly in the air for a while and increase their speed. But now it was impossible. The area outside the ring-shaped mountain range was very vast, but only 4 or 5 types of rare metals were produced. Some of the areas were still empty, and there were no rare metals. If they were swept away, it would likely delay them. They had to find a good destination, so they could only advance on the ground. 8 hours later, everyone was done resting. It could be said that they had eaten their fill, drank their fill, and slept well. When everyone left the base again, they could be described as full of energy. Before setting off, Lan Xuanyu told his companions the destination he had found on the map. After confirming that it was correct, they set off again. In the command room of the base. These little guys have set off again. There's tension and relaxation. It's the way of civil and martial arts. This young man in charge of commanding is not bad. If you consider joining the army in the future, you can come to me, the colonel said to Xiaoqi with a smile. Xiaoqi said, don't think about it. Many people are paying attention to this kid, and it's the same in the academy. The possibility of him joining the army is not high, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get into the inner court. If he can still surprise the academy like he is now after entering the inner court, I think he will be retained. Retained? Hearing these 2 words, the colonel's eyes were filled with envy. In fact, very few people knew that among all the graduates of the Shrek Academy, those who could remain in the academy were the most outstanding talents. However, there were very few places to stay in the academy, and those who could stay were all extremely outstanding people. The proportion of inner court disciples who stayed in the academy wasn't too high. Those who were admitted to the inner court all wanted to stay. They would rather go out and complete various missions for the academy than leave the inner court. This kid's cultivation isn't high yet, but he already has such a performance. When he has a one-word battle armor and completes the Duo Mecha Master, I wonder what kind of changes will happen. As his form teacher, I'm looking forward to this day. The colonel smiled and said, "You're showing off, right? Is there any point in showing off in front of me? It'll be about in another 2 years. Class monitor, when did you complete the first stage of the Duo Mecha Master? Was it the second semester of the 3rd year or the 4th year?" Xiaoqi's face darkened. "I forgot." The colonel smiled and said, "That can't be? I remember that you were the last in our class to complete it. It wasn't easy. Many people were surprised that you were able to get into the inner court." "Shut up, or I'll cut you," Xiaoqi said in annoyance. The past was unbearable. Xiaoqi's talent was very ordinary. How much blood and tears had he paid to get into the inner court? That kind of pain was something that even he didn't want to recall. He didn't even know if he could persevere if he had to do it again. Among this batch of freshmen, Xiaoqi had finally found a student who was in a similar situation as him. He wanted him to walk the same path as him and see his shadow in him. But who would have thought that this kid would have a second awakening of his martial soul and possess the White Dragon King martial soul, one of the Dragon King's bloodlines? How could this be reasonable? If he had such luck back then, he wouldn't have had to work so hard. After leaving the base, taking advantage of the fact that there was no whirlwind, everyone ran at full speed. With the help of Lan Xuanyu's wind elements and blue-silver grass, their speed was even faster than when they left the base for the first time. After familiarizing themselves with the situation here, they naturally didn't have to be as cautious as before. They still used the igloo to protect themselves. When they encountered a whirlwind, everyone rested temporarily in the igloo. Once the whirlwind was gone, everyone immediately set off. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu discovered that as long as they followed behind the whirlwind that had just passed by, the possibility of encountering another whirlwind would be greatly reduced. Therefore, he began to follow the whirlwind. Although they would take a detour, they would encounter fewer whirlwinds and their overall speed would increase by quite a bit. Everyone moved forward quickly and spent nearly 40 minutes less than the 5 hours they had expected. From afar, they could already see the undulating mountain range in front of them. "Let's rest at the foot of the mountain for half an hour," Lan Xuanyu said. Everyone came to the foot of the mountain and found a slightly sunken mountain wall to build an igloo below. Lan Xuanyu asked Yuan and Hui Hui to take out various kinds of food and drinking water from her storage bracelet to replenish everyone's physical strength. The supplies in their backpacks were only the most basic. In fact, the supplies they brought from the mother planet were enough. What shocked Bing Tianliang the most was that Yuan and Hui Hui took out bottles of Sea God Lake water from her storage bracelet. Everyone had something to drink. After drinking a bottle of Sea God Lake water, they immediately became full of energy and their fatigue was swept away. "Extravagant, you guys are simply too extravagant," Bing Tianliang said as he drank. His eyes were full of envy. "That's what I call having the confidence to carry the water of the Sea God Lake with me." Yuan and Hui Hui smiled and said, "This is extravagant? The extravagant part is yet to come." On the phone, he knew how much preparation Lan Xuanyu had done for this final exam. There was a cubic meter of resources in the storage bracelet, including several kinds of spirit fruits with replenishing and healing effects, as well as the water of the Sea God Lake and a large amount of simple food made with rare ingredients. In any case, the food they brought was enough for their entire team to eat for half a month. From the beginning, Lan Xuanyu didn't consider that the academy would prepare supplies for them, so he made sufficient preparations in advance. This was under the condition that he didn't know the specific content of this mission. Otherwise, he would probably have brought a small soul excavator. In that case, the speed of excavating the rare metals would definitely be faster. "Hui Hui, give me the spiritual shield." Lan Xuanyu gestured to Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui took out a fist-sized metal ball from the storage bracelet and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, "We will be crossing the mountain range later. If I'm not wrong, we'll definitely encounter some unexpected dangers in the process. I will use the blue-silver grass to tie everyone together. Everyone must not move separately. When we move, we will follow the formation we had when we were first swept into the air. Everyone, get ready. You even brought a soul tool? Tang Yuga looked at the metal ball in Lan Xuanyu's hand in surprise. Yes, for everyone's safety, I only brought a few. Lan Xuanyu said calmly. How many? Tang Yuga didn't know what to say. The spiritual shield was a small mech shield that was used for defense. It was expensive and could only be used once. Generally speaking, mechas of the purple rank and above would be equipped with this thing. When the mecha's own shield couldn't withstand an attack, this spiritual shield could provide a short period of all-round protection. Although it was a one-time use item, it was very popular among mecha pilots because of its small size and lightweight. Under certain circumstances, mecha operators would carry this with them when they went out on missions. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, the Academy didn't say that we can't use soul tools. If they don't say that we can't use soul tools, then we're allowed. Right, Yuga? That's right. You have to be flexible, Yuan and Hui echoed. Xianyu Gij, do you want me to get you a few more? Of course, Tang Yuga knew that the Academy didn't forbid it, but the spiritual shield was very expensive. Very expensive. How many outer court students could afford it? She was already considered to be a very wealthy student in the outer court, but she still couldn't bear to buy this. Lan Xuanyu bought several at once. How much money would they have left? The reason why Lan Xuanyu was so willing was actually related to his forging skills. His forging success rate was much higher than what Yang Yingming had said, which meant that he could rely on forging rare metals to exchange for some badges in the future. Since that was the case, the badges were not so precious to him. In order to ensure a good result in the final exam, he was naturally willing to spend money. That day, they had a storage bracelet. After leaving the auction house, he took everyone to buy food, drinking water, and soul tools. If it weren't for the limited space in the storage bracelet, he even wanted to buy a soul car to take with him, an all-terrain soul car. After resting for half an hour, coupled with the replenishment of physical strength by the water of Sea God Lake and the food made with rare ingredients, everyone quickly recovered to their best state. They sensed the situation outside. There was no whirlwind, so they removed the igloo and went on their way again. Climbing a mountain was naturally not a problem for them. Taking advantage of the lack of wind, they quickly climbed the first mountain. They stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. The undulating mountain range stretched out endlessly. On this planet dominated by metal resources, there were no plants. They stood at a high place and immediately felt very desolate. Lan Xuanyu looked at the map. The map was not drawn in detail. There was no topographic map of the entire mountain range. They could only identify the direction of the mountain range, so they could only feel their way forward. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo. At this moment, waves of ghostly wails and howls came from the col in front of them. It was undoubtedly caused by the whirlwind, and the Colonel Lan Xuanyu said with a serious expression, because of the terrain, the strength of the whirlwind here is likely to exceed that of the outside world. Everyone be careful, let's go. After confirming that there was no howling wind coming from the direction, Lan Xuanyu led everyone on the road again. The journey was quite smooth. Although they occasionally encountered some whirlwinds, the whirlwinds were not too strong. They could still resist with the help of the igloo. Half an hour later, they had already gone deep into the mountain range and climbed over a dozen small hills. At this speed, they should be able to pass through this mountain range and reach their destination in about 4 or 5 hours. Perhaps because it was too smooth, everyone relaxed. Could it be that the difficulty of the final exam task was really to resist the whirlwinds? Lan Xuanyu did not think so. If that was the case, the Academy would not have only allowed them to obtain one more type of rare metal in the beginning. The biggest difficulty should be inside or outside the mountain range. As he was thinking, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt the scales of the dragon gods on his chest heat up slightly. A somewhat oppressive feeling lingered in his heart. He subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. There were no other sounds in the mountain range other than the howling wind. Everything seemed to be the same as before. It was very normal. Everyone be careful, it might be dangerous. Lan Xuanyu shouted. Everyone was climbing the mountain at this time. When they heard his voice, they all became vigilant. At this moment, a strange aura appeared. Cracks appeared on the mountain they were climbing without warning. Tang Yuga, who was at the back of the team, suddenly widened her eyes because she suddenly felt a kind of energy in the air soaring. Lan Xuanyu also felt it. That was the earth element. While he was thinking, a thick stone spike suddenly rushed out of the mountain wall. In front of this stone spike was Dong Qianqiu. Because Lan Xuanyu was vigilant, he immediately reacted. His right hand suddenly pulled a silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Dong Qianqiu's waist and pulled her away from the mountain wall. Dong Qianqiu's reaction was also very fast. Her right hand slapped out and her palm instantly turned dark blue and as hard as ice. Bang! The stone spike shattered and her body swung into the air. This stone spike was only the prelude. Following that, stone spikes appeared one after another. It was as if the entire mountain had turned into a hedgehog. Lan Xuanyu brazenly slapped the mountain wall with his right hand, causing his body to rush up in the opposite direction. The first thing he pulled was the 2 strands of blue-silver grass wrapped around Lin Donghui and Yuan and Hui Hui. As the two of them were weaker in close combat, they were the easiest to get injured. Facing the stone spikes, the others also displayed their abilities. Tang Yuga's 5th soul ring lit up. Her 5 elements control turned into earth and her body was covered with a layer of yellow light. Immediately, the stone spikes avoided her and did not attack her at all. Yuga, fix. Lan Xuanyu's voice sounded. Tang Yuga was very experienced in combat. She understood tacitly and suddenly stretched her arms forward, forcefully inserting them into the mountain wall. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around her waist and she was hanging directly on the mountain wall. In the wind and snow, Lan Mengqin floated up and easily dodged the stone spike's attacks. Yu Tian and Bing Tianliang bounced up together. Bing Tianliang was extremely fast and supported Yu Tian's armpit with one hand. At the same time that the two of them jumped off the mountain wall, Yu Tian slashed out with the Mo sword in his hand. Wherever the heavy Mo saber passed, the stone spikes were instantly shattered. Lin Donghui's body rippled, and fireballs shot out from the brilliant sun, bombarding dodge. Lu Feng was the most agile. His speed was extremely fast, and the stone spikes that rushed out from the mountain wall were not as fast as him. He could always tap lightly on the stone spikes and borrow their strength. At the same time, he pulled the blue-silver grass to give Lan Xuanyu a lift. Everyone was calm in the face of these stone spikes' attacks. At this time, they were less than 100 meters away from the top of the mountain, but about 300 meters from the ground. Frenzy, go up! Lan Xuanyu shouted in a deep voice. The stone spikes kept shattering under their attacks, but they kept rushing out again. After a short period of adaptation, these stone spikes were no longer a threat to them. With Tang Yuga as a fixed point, and Lu Feng pulling them from above, no one would fall. Tang Yuga also began to climb up quickly. As long as she was there, the stone spikes would not attack her at all. She went all the way up, chasing after Lu Feng. At the same time, she pulled the others with her blue-silver grass. The others used the attacks on the stone spikes to constantly swing their bodies, so that they would not be hurt by the stone spikes. Soon, the top of the mountain was in sight. Lu Feng's figure flashed, and he was about to land on the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a huge boulder fell from the sky, smashing straight at his head. This boulder was more than a cubic meter in size, and it was very heavy. It came very suddenly, and it whistled through the air. At this critical moment, Lu Feng did not panic at all. He stabbed out with the white dragon spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear spewed out spear light. It touched the stone, causing it to pause for a moment. At the same time, Lu Feng used the force to rebound, bouncing to the outside. His whole body spun in the air, but he was already on top of the stone. It was return of the white dragon. The tip of his foot tapped on the stone, pushing it to the side so that it would not hurt his companions. At the same time, his body rose, and he had already surpassed the height of the mountain. When he passed the top of the mountain, he could not help but be shocked. On the top of the mountain, stone golems that were over 6 meters tall were glaring at him. These stone men had no limbs, and their bodies were made of huge rocks. They also had no facial features, but Lu Feng could clearly sense the malice coming from them. A deep dragon roar sounded, and fine white scales appeared on Lu Feng's body. His body lit up with a white light, and he suddenly shot to the top of the mountain. Those stone golems immediately rushed towards him. More than a dozen huge figures pounced towards him amidst the loud rumbling sounds. However, at this moment, Lu Feng fully displayed his speed ability. His figure flashed and changed. Like a stream of white light, it shuttled back and forth between the stone golems. At the same time, the white dragon spear in his hand left marks on their bodies, causing stone powder to fly everywhere. It wasn't to injure the enemy, but to attract their attention so that the stone golems wouldn't be able to free themselves to attack their companions. As it turned out, these stone people had very low intelligence. They seemed to only have some basic instincts. After sensing Lu Feng's existence, they kept chasing after him. There were even sounds of collisions between them, and huge rocks rolled down from their bodies. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Yuge had also climbed up. When she saw those stone golems, she was also shocked. She hurriedly pulled the blue-silver grass and brought the others to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the dozen or so stone golems were still chasing after Lu Feng. When they reached the top of the mountain, there were no more stone spikes. "Senior, what's going on?" Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Yuge. From the fact that these stone golems didn't attack her earlier, she seemed to have some understanding of these stone golems. "This seems to be an earth spirit." Tang Yuge frowned slightly, then glanced at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Didn't you call me Yuge quite smoothly just now? Just call me by my name." Lan Xuanyu asked awkwardly, "What's an earth spirit?" Tang Yuge said, "It's the earth elemental spirit. You've seen the life spirits around the eternal tree in the academy, right? When a type of energy is rich to the extreme, it's possible for spiritual consciousness to be born. Just like when we humans first had intelligence. Generally speaking, these elemental spirits only have the most basic consciousness and don't have intelligence. This resource planet is almost entirely composed of various minerals. There are metal elements in these minerals, but there are definitely more earth elements. I didn't expect an earth spirit to appear. Those stones were mobilized by the earth spirit. This should be their territory. When we outsiders come here, they will naturally attack instinctively." At this point, Tang Yuge narrowed her eyes. "I'll try to communicate with them. The earth element is the most stable among the 5 elements, but it's also the most inert. It's almost impossible to produce an earth spirit. I didn't expect there to be one here. This place is actually very suitable for me to cultivate." As she spoke, she had already jumped up and rushed out. With a few leaps, she jumped onto the shoulder of a stone golem at the edge. Strangely, the stone golem didn't seem to reject her at all. It was as if it didn't feel anything and allowed her to squat on its shoulder. Tang Yuge pressed one hand on the stone golem's head, and an earthy yellow light surged on her body. Her eyes also emitted a crystal yellow light. The stone golem that was chasing after Lu Feng suddenly stopped and stood there in a daze. A moment later, the stone golem suddenly squatted down and hammered the ground a few times with a pair of arms made of stone, making bang-bang sounds. The movements of the other stone golems became sluggish at first, then they slowly stopped. They all gathered around the stone golem. "Amazing, senior sister seems to be able to communicate with the stone golems." Lin Donghui couldn't help but exclaim. He was also an elemental controller, but he had never been able to communicate with fire elements. Lan Xuanyu was also a little envious, and so was he. He vaguely guessed that the reason why Tang Yuge was able to communicate with these earth spirits was probably related to her 5 elements. At the same time that the great 5 elements divine light was born from the 5 elements, her elemental affinity should be far above elemental controllers like him and Lin Donghui. To be able to become the #1 person among the 3rd years, Tang Yuge's ability was not that simple. They were able to win the competition largely because of luck. A moment later, Tang Yuge jumped down from the stone golem and returned to her teammates. Her expression was a little solemn. "Xianyu, the situation doesn't seem to be good." Lan Xuanyu asked, "What's the situation?" Tang Yuge said, "This planet is indeed a relatively low-end planet, but the single element is extremely rich. It's a dual-core planet." "Dual-core?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Tang Yuge said, "The so-called dual core means that it has 2 cores at the same time. Generally speaking, high-level planets have a single core. This is from the point of view of energy. Moreover, the single core of a high-level planet or plane must be life itself. Our mother planet is like this. The eternal tree represents the core of life, which fills the entire planet with vitality. It can give birth to all kinds of life. In the universe, there are many planets with other elements as their cores. Their level of existence is not high, but they each have their own characteristics. For example, the star represented by the Sun is a fire element single-core planet. The fire element is extremely rich and has a super-destructive energy. The star is also a representation of a single-core elemental planet. And the fourth resource planet we are on is at a relatively low level among the planets in the universe. However, it is a dual-core planet. It is formed by the earth element and the metal element. The earth element is thick, and the metal element is sharp. These two elements form the core of the entire planet. After countless years of reproduction, elemental spirits were born because of the density of the two elements. What we are facing is the earth elemental spirit. But they are still very hostile to us. They don't have much intelligence, but they have instincts. When the Federation's development team came here, they used some unknown method to open up a place and expel these elemental spirits. At the same time, they began to mine the planet. And in the process of mining, it was equivalent to weakening the planet. The earth and metal elemental spirits are naturally hostile to us. It's just that they are too weak compared to us humans. They have almost no intelligence, only instincts. They can only resist occasionally. Because they sensed our presence, their hostility urged them to attack us. At this point, Tang Yuga frowned slightly and said, in a sense, we can be regarded as invaders. And with the Federation's interests, the continuous development of this planet in the future will probably cause a large loss of the earth and metal elements here. And even cause the disappearance of the two types of spirits. After saying that, Tang Yuga's expression became a little gloomy. She was the controller of the 5 elements and had a lot of feelings for them. And the 2 cores here were 2 of her 5 elements. Lan Xuanyu nodded silently. Wasn't the Federation's interstellar migration an invasion in a sense? It would be best if they could reach an agreement with the natives, such as the Elven planet. And if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would probably have to fight. Then if we continue to advance in the mountain range, will we still encounter their attacks? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuga said, the earth spirits are slightly better. They are dense by nature and aren't very keen on attacking. In a while, I will use my own earth elemental aura to protect everyone and let the earth spirits feel that we are the same as them, so they won't attack us. The problem is outside the mountain range. Outside the mountain range is the world of the metal elements. The metal elements are sharp by nature and will be even more hostile to us. They will definitely attack us. And their attacks will be very strong. This is the feeling that the earth spirits give me. Therefore, we have to be more careful after leaving the mountain range. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, we still have to complete our mission, so we'll adapt to the situation after leaving the mountain range. We'll return after obtaining the rare metals needed for our mission. As for the invasion, senior sister, don't think too much about it. After we return, we'll ask teacher and ask him to answer our questions. Tang Yuga nodded silently. Why are you thinking so much? Our Shrek Academy has always been peace-loving and is never willing to invade. But the development of this planet is clearly related to the Academy. It is obvious that the Academy agrees with the Federation's development philosophy. They definitely won't harvest the planet to the point of destruction. Some people's brains just don't work well. Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly said. Hearing his words, Tang Yuga was stunned for a moment. That's right. For the Academy to let them complete the final exam here, this resource planet must be related to the Academy. Shrek Academy had always been peace-loving and was in a neutral position in the Federation. If the Academy could approve of it, the development of this planet shouldn't be destructive. I agree with Hui Hui. Dong Xianxia said, looking at the Federation's actions after the interstellar migration, although I'm not sure what the specific policies are. However, the Federation can specially develop 2 planets for soul beasts to survive. We will definitely consider the existence and reproduction of the planet we occupy. I'll ask my teacher when I get back. Okay, Tang Yuga nodded, then suddenly looked at Yuan and Hui Hui coldly. Don't be so aggressive. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Yuan and Hui Hui puffed out her chest and wanted to say, do you think I'm afraid of you? But when he saw Tang Yuga's cold eyes, he didn't dare to say it out loud. For some reason, Yuan and Hui Hui was naturally a little afraid of her since the first time she saw her. Okay, then let's continue our journey. Yuga, sorry to trouble you, Lan Xuanyu said to Tang Yuga. As they set off again, Tang Yuga released his fifth soul skill, causing everyone to be surrounded by the aura of earth elements. As expected, there were no more attacks from the earth spirits along the way. Those earth spirits were fused with the mountain rocks. According to Tang Yuga, wherever they went, the mountains and hills they passed by had different concentrations of earth elements. Where it was dense and strong, there would be earth spirits. With the previous delay, coupled with the fact that they were careful along the way. When they finally reached the edge of the mountain range, 5 hours had passed. At this time, 56 hours had passed since the start of the mission. There was still a little more than half of the 120 hours left. Standing on the top of a tall mountain, they looked out of the mountain range. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but frown. Their vision outside the mountain range wasn't clear. From their position, the entire world outside the mountain range seemed to have turned yellow amidst the whirlwinds. This was different from the wind and snow in the mountain range. There's a dense metal element aura, Tang Yuga said to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, if you use the metal element to protect us, can you reduce the attacks of those metal spirits on us? Tang Yuga said, it's hard to say. It depends on the strength of the metal spirits. According to the feeling that the earth spirits gave me earlier, the metal spirits are much stronger than them, and they are especially violent. They seem to have mutated. So, everyone must be careful later. I'm afraid you really have to prepare to use your spiritual shield. Lan Xuanyu said, I just checked the map. That direction is the intersection of two types of rare metals. We'll take less and leave as long as we have enough to complete the mission. Tang Yuga said, I have an idea. Maybe it can bring us more benefits. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in confusion. Tang Yuga said, I'm already at the peak of rank 59. I'm only one step away from rank 60. The earth elements here are so dense. If I'm given some time, I might be able to complete a breakthrough and break through to rank 60. After rank 60, I will obtain a special soul skill. It will be of great help to our mining. Can you tell me? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuga nodded and whispered a few words in his ear. What do you mean? After Lan Xuanyu heard it, he was shocked. Well, it should be possible. But when the time comes, you have to buy time for me, buy time for everyone to develop enough shelter. How long will it take for you to break through? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Yuga said, I can't judge specifically, but it shouldn't be more than 10 hours. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation, okay, then you can break through here. We'll protect you. At the same time, everyone can take a break. Rank 60. Tang Yuga was about to reach rank 60. How envious. Rank 60 Soul Emperor. Although Lan Xuanyu's mother, Nanqing, was also rank 60, how could he not know that Tang Yuga's rank 60 was completely different from his mother's rank 60? After becoming a rank 60 Soul Emperor, Tang Yuga would probably be able to crush everyone except for Yuan and Hui Hui. Even Hui Hui, because he didn't have his battle armor, was probably not her match. Lan Xuanyu called his teammates to his side and built an igloo on the top of the mountain again. Tang Yuga began to meditate. Looking at Tang Yuga who was sitting cross-legged, Yuan and Hui Hui had a complicated look in her eyes. Tang Yuga was considered young among the third years. She was only 15 years old. 15 years old, rank 60 Soul Emperor. This was definitely one of the top existences in the entire Federation. With this cultivation, as long as she could have a 2-word battle armor within a year or two, entering the inner court would definitely be a done deal. When she graduated from the outer court, breaking through to rank 70 would not be a problem. Her future was limitless. Ever since Yuan and Hui Hui's soul power broke through to rank 50, she realized that her speed of improvement had slowed down. After the second mutation, her speed had increased. But now, he was only rank 56. Coupled with the fact that he still had to make his battle armor, he felt that he might not be able to reach rank 60 by the end of the first year. Although he was young, he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up to Tang Yuge. "What are you thinking about?" Xianlei nudged Yuan and Hui Hui. "She's about to reach rank 60. I just broke through to rank 56. From rank 50 to rank 60, my cultivation is so slow." Yuan and Hui Hui sighed. "I don't want to talk to you, do you know that?" Xianlei said in annoyance. "Only rank 56? Then who am I supposed to reason with when I'm over rank 30? We're all the same age. Keep quiet." Lan Xuanyu looked at the two of them and felt very helpless. Comparisons were odious. Were they really the same age? Yuan and Hui Hui was the most monstrous among them. He was not even 13 years old and was already rank 56. His bloodline and cultivation speed were simply blessed by the heavens. When he graduated from the outer court, who knew what level he would reach? Furthermore, his martial soul had undergone a second mutation. After the mutation, his attack strength had increased greatly, and he also had the powerful innate ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. Compared to him, although Tang Yuge was also very strong, at the same age, her soul power level was at least 10 ranks lower. Not to mention 6 ring, Lan Xuanyu was already very satisfied to be able to break through to 3 ring so quickly after coming to the Shrek Academy. His next goal was to reach 4 ring by the time he was in his second year of high school. He wanted to improve steadily and surely. He would be satisfied if he could break through to 6 ring before graduation. A soft yellow light began to slowly appear beside Tang Yuge. Lan Xuanyu had the clearest perception of the elements. He could clearly feel that the yellow light contained extremely rich earth elements. Just as Tang Yuge had said, earth and metal elements were especially rich on this planet. This mountain range was likely the place with the richest earth elements, which was why so many earth spirits appeared. Among the 5 elements, earth represented the center and was the root of the 5 elements. Consolidating her foundation was very helpful for Tang Yuge's cultivation. She had already reached the peak of 5 ring, so she naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. On the Shrek Academy's side, wood spirit energy was the richest because of the eternal tree. She originally thought that she would still need to rely on wood spirit energy to break through, so it was definitely a pleasant surprise to encounter a place with such rich earth spirit energy. Tang Yuge's aura gradually began to change. Everyone could feel that the soul power in her body was circulating faster and faster. Her body was like a vortex, beginning to absorb and devour a large amount of earth spirit energy in the air. The yellow light also became more and more dazzling. Lan Xuanyu seriously felt the changes in her body. Being able to observe the process of a soul master breaking through to 6 ring at a close distance was undoubtedly a good opportunity to accumulate experience. Tang Yuge gave him the feeling that her body was like a bottomless abyss. The earth spirit energy was absorbed into her body and disappeared just like that. Lan Xuanyu also discovered that Tang Yuge's control of the elements was different from his own. When he was controlling the elements would be directly absorbed by him and fused into his body before being converted into soul power. However, she was different. The earth elements would surge around her body and be activated by the 5 elements aura that she was emitting. They would be broken apart and fused into a type of energy. It was as if the energy had to be purified outside of her body before being converted into 5 elements energy and entering her body. Lan Xuanyu guessed that when Tang Yuge broke through to become a 5 ring soul master, she must have undergone a transformation and obtained the 5 elements. This allowed her to complete the cycle of the 5 elements, allowing her to multiply endlessly. Her great 5 elements divine light was definitely not inferior to any martial soul fusion skill. The reason why she was able to maintain the effect of the skill for such a long time was because of the endless power of her 5 elements. Those who were able to stand out in the Shrek Academy were all true geniuses. As time passed, Tang Yuge continued to absorb the earth's spiritual energy in the air. Her condition was very stable. As the earth's spiritual energy increased, one could vaguely see a 5-colored light slowly rotating around her lower abdomen. Lan Xuanyu knew that this was the process of her absorbing the earth's spiritual energy and converting it into other spiritual energies to achieve the balance of the 5 elements. Earth gave birth to metal, metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, and fire gave birth to earth. The 5 elements supported each other and grew endlessly. After 5 hours, the 5-colored light in her lower abdomen began to become clear and spread throughout her body. Another hour passed, and Tang Yuga's entire body was emitting a 5-colored light. She was especially beautiful and moving. At that moment, the others felt that she had grown up. Her entire person seemed to have changed. Suddenly, the 5-colored light burst out from her body and her entire body trembled slightly. She suddenly opened her eyes and 2 streaks of colorful lightning flashed across her eyes. A low buzzing sound rang out and trembled around her body. She took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the 5-colored light on her body suddenly became blazing, and everyone else retreated at the same time. With a boom, the 5-colored light beam soared into the sky and broke a big hole in the ice house. Tang Yuga let out a clear cry and her body floated up. She naturally lowered her legs and stood in front of everyone. The 5-colored light was like a flame that was ignited and slowly extinguished. Her eyes became even brighter, and a layer of luster appeared on her face. Immediately afterward, soul rings rose from her feet one by one. A total of 6 soul rings. From this moment on, Tang Yuga became a 6-ring soul emperor and she was just 15 years old. Having such a high cultivation at such a young age was simply unimaginable in an ordinary soul master academy. It was hard to say if there were any 6-ring soul emperors among the teachers in an ordinary soul master academy. "Congratulations, senior sister," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Tang Yuga was also very happy. She had seized such an opportunity to break through and succeeded in one fell swoop. This final exam was worth it. "Thank you everyone for protecting me." "How long did it take me?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Less than 8 hours. Do you still need to consolidate your realm?" Tang Yuga shook her head and said, "Let's go, let's not waste any more time. It's the same if we go back and consolidate it." "Okay." This time, they didn't delay any longer because more than 60 hours had passed and they still had to reserve at least 10 hours to rush back. Therefore, they only had about 40 hours left to collect rare metals. Everyone came down from the top of the mountain and finally left the ring-shaped mountain range. As soon as they left the range of the mountain range, they immediately felt that something was different. The wind seemed to have become more violent. The key was that the wind was no longer filled with ice and snow, but sand-like existences. "This isn't sand, it's metal fragments." Tang Yuga raised her right hand and the 4th soul ring on her body lit up. Immediately, the particles flying in the air quickly gathered in her hand. Those shiny particles were really metal fragments. Tang Yuga squeezed her right hand and pinched the fragments together. The fragments immediately turned into a small piece of metal. "If it's a whirlwind, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. The igloo might not be able to block it." Lan Xuanyu looked worried. "Senior, let's hurry." At this moment, it was Tang Yuga's turn to walk at the front. A pale golden halo appeared on her body, absorbing the surrounding metal fragments and preventing them from affecting others. At the same time, she began to sense the strong fluctuations of the metal elements underground. They were currently at the intersection of 2 types of rare metal production areas. But of course, it was impossible for rare metals to exist everywhere. They could only be found in places rich in minerals. Everyone followed Tang Yuga forward. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the wind suddenly became violent. "Igloo!" Lan Xuanyu shouted. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin held hands and condensed an igloo under the enhancement of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. However, everyone's expressions quickly changed because the speed of the igloo's condensation this time was obviously much slower than before. The reason was very simple. The water elements in the air here were much less than in the central area. There was ice and snow in the air there, which was suitable for condensing an igloo. But there was none here, so the speed of condensation was naturally lower. Lan Xuanyu realized that he had neglected this problem, so he quickly released the water elements and cooperated with them to condense an igloo. But right at this moment, as the igloo was gradually condensing, the surrounding light suddenly became dim, and a violent wind swept over with black metal fragments. Tang Yuga's expression changed drastically as well. He slapped his hands on the igloo, and a layer of metal film condensed on the outer layer of the igloo to assist in resisting. Ding 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 ding. Ear-piercing and dense sounds could be heard. It was the sound of the strong wind and metal debris scraping against the igloo. Dong Qianqiu said anxiously, the igloo is being destroyed quickly. The friction is too strong. As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed. There was a metal storm outside, which was different from a simple snowstorm. Once they were swept up, they would very likely be torn apart by this metal storm. Lan Xuanyu took out the spirit shield without hesitation and squeezed it. The spirit shield emitted a soft red halo and was instantly released under Lan Xuanyu's control. The moment the spirit shield was raised, the igloo cracked. In just a few seconds, the entire igloo was completely torn apart. The igloo was broken, and they could clearly see the scene outside. It was a terrifying scene that looked like the destruction of heaven and earth. The surroundings were dark, and countless metal fragments were swept up by the strong wind. It was like hell. Amidst the madness, the wind danced, and the sky changed color. Ear-piercing sounds of friction kept coming from the spirit shield. The entire shield, which was originally light red, had begun to turn bright red, and the metal ball floating in the air began to flash wildly. Heavens! Qianlei couldn't help but cry out. If Lan Xuanyu hadn't prepared the spirit shield in advance, they would have been in a life-and-death situation. How long could they last in such a violent metal storm? Everyone was ready to defend. Lan Xuanyu stretched out his hands, and strands of blue-silver grass swarmed out and surrounded everyone. Hui, prepare the spirit shield. Yuga, can you feel how long this storm will last? Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga shook his head. It's too vast. I can't feel it clearly. Lan Xuanyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Then can you tell if this is a metal spirit's attack or a natural attack? Does it have the aura of a gold spirit? Previously, the earth spirit had turned into a stone golem to attack them. If the metal spirit had gone berserk, it would have been even more troublesome. It's them. It's not just the power of nature, Tang Yuga said without hesitation this time. Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision. Senior, let's begin. This place may not be rich in minerals, but we have no other choice. Safety first. Tang Yuga nodded. Okay. Hold on, I'll open it right away. As she spoke, her body flickered with light, and soul rings rose from beneath her feet. Her sixth soul ring, which she had just obtained, shone brightly. Tang Yuga's sixth soul skill, a layer of yellow light spread out from under her feet, and in the next moment, her entire body began to sink into the ground. At this moment, the metal ball that was suspended in the air suddenly emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Hui. Yuan and Hui immediately threw out another metal ball and lit up the second spiritual shield. Bang! The first spiritual shield exploded. In front of such a terrifying phenomenon, all of them seemed so small and their faces turned slightly pale. At this moment, Tang Yuga's body had completely sunk into the ground. Sixth soul skill, 5 elements escape technique. Without a doubt, the appearance of the 5 elements escape technique had caused Tang Yuga's overall strength to increase qualitatively once again. Previously, she had discussed with Lan Xuanyu that after entering this dangerous area, as long as she found the mineral deposit, she would use the 5 elements escape technique to enter the ground and open up a space underground. No matter how strong the storm above the ground was, it wouldn't affect what was below the ground, allowing them to have a chance to mine unhurriedly. However, they didn't expect the metal elements here to be so berserk. Those metal spirits were controlling the metal elements to directly kill them. Therefore, they couldn't care less about finding better mineral deposits now. The most important thing was to ensure their safety. Everyone, listen to me. Yuga has opened up a living space for us underground. After a while, the girls will go down first, followed by those with weaker defenses. Those with strong defenses will stay above. Those who go down first will pull on my blue-silver grass. If the people above are swept up, pull us down. What's wrong with girls? Don't discriminate against us girls. We can do it too, Lan Mengqin said in annoyance. Lan Xuanyu suddenly became especially serious. This is an order. Execute the order. Lan Mengqin was swept by his stern gaze and didn't dare to look straight at him. She only nudged Dong Qianqiu beside her and pouted, but didn't say anything else. The spiritual shield began to tremble again, and a glaring red light kept flickering. This kind of shield was a one-time use on the mecha, used to block a strong attack. It didn't last very well. More importantly, under the raging metal storm, its destructive power was truly astonishing. The spiritual shield was not cheap. Lan Xuanyu and the others had only bought 3 in total, and the second one was about to collapse. Yuga, how is it? Lan Xuanyu asked anxiously. We can start entering. I'll do my best. Tang Yuga's short voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, Mengqin, go down. After you go down, tell us if there's room for one more person. This time, Lan Mengqin didn't say anything else. In an emergency, she understood how important it was to obey Lan Xuanyu's arrangements. With a leap, she jumped into the hole left by Tang Yuga. At this moment, the spiritual shield couldn't hold on any longer. Hui, prepare the third one. Everyone, prepare to defend. Then take off your clothes and take off your uniforms and helmets. Without oxygen, we can survive for a while, but we can't hold on for a long time. If the uniforms and helmets are all damaged, we'll really be finished. Put down the helmets and uniforms first. After everyone enters the cave, send the message back. The uniforms maintain the oxygen supply and ensure that there is oxygen in the cave. But there's only one person left. Lan Mingqin's voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu said, Xianxia, go down. Take the uniforms down. Dong Xianxia jumped down without hesitation. The moment she jumped down, she subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded at her. Bang! The second spiritual shield exploded, and the third one was raised. Once again, the metal storm was blocked. Everyone quickly took off their uniforms and helmets and sent them down into the cave below. They were all soul masters, and their soul power could circulate automatically, which was enough to survive in an environment without oxygen for a short period of time. Lan Xuanyu was right. At this time, they had to protect their uniforms. They couldn't be damaged. Although the uniforms themselves had a certain level of protection, their defensive power was definitely not enough to withstand this metal storm. After taking off the uniform, Lan Xuanyu's eyes froze, and a layer of pale golden scales began to appear on his body. Lin Donghui, get ready. Lan Xuanyu shouted in a deep voice. Lin Donghui nodded. At this moment, everyone was really facing a life-and-death crisis. Once the last spiritual shield was broken, they would all face the danger of being involved in the metal storm. Without truly coming into contact with it, they didn't know how terrifying the metal storm was. Whoever went down first would be the first to be safe. Lan Xuanyu didn't put Lin Donghui at the back just because he wasn't a member of his team. Instead, he arranged everything according to theory. When he heard him call out his name, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. Lin Donghui forcefully punched his fist. It's done. A voice came from below. Lin Donghui didn't dare to be negligent and jumped down. Lan Xuanyu looked at Yuan and Hui, but Yuan and Hui pulled Lu Feng over. Frenzy's cultivation is much lower than mine. My soul power is strong, and my survivability is strong. Let him go first. Lu Feng wanted to say something, but he saw Lan Xuanyu nod. The red light of the spiritual shield flickered, reflecting on everyone's faces. At this moment, Bing Tianliang suddenly said, Lan Xuanyu, I'm convinced. From now on, I'll recognize you as the class leader. Lan Xuanyu smiled and gave Bing Tianliang a thumbs up. That's enough. A voice came from below, and Lu Feng jumped down. At this time, including Tang Yuga, there were already 5 people underground. Only Lan Xuanyu, Yuan and Hui, Qian Lei, Yu Tian, and Bing Tianliang were left on the ground. Yu Tian, you're next. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Yu Tian frowned and said, I can do it, let Hui go first. He's not good at defense, and I have rough skin and thick flesh. Obey the order. Lan Xuanyu shouted sternly. At this moment, a violent buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the spiritual shield couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, there were still 5 of them outside. In other words, with Tang Yuga's current speed of digging a hole with the 5 elements escape technique, they wouldn't be able to sneak underground in time. Bing Tianliang said, Xianyu, you go first, then use your blue-silver grass to pull us down. Obey the order. Lan Xuanyu shouted. Angrily again. DDD. Boom, just at this moment, the spiritual shield exploded. The moment the spiritual shield exploded, a violent metal storm instantly drowned out all sounds, and an extremely terrifying gale swept over. Yu Tian shouted, and the fourth soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. At that moment, the Modeo in his hand bloomed with an incomparably dazzling light, and 8-blade light spurted out. Suddenly, the gale that swept over from the surroundings was forcibly cut apart by him. He was like a god of war. Lan Xuanyu leaped and kicked Yu Tian's, but after he finished swinging his blade, Yu Tian staggered and fell into the hole. At this moment, there was just enough space below to accommodate one more person. Hui Hui, you're next. Lan Xuanyu shouted. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the air, and the silver scales flickered. A layer of solid ice turned into a shield behind him, and the golden scales on his body shone brightly. Lan Xuanyu let Yuan and Hui Hui go down first for a reason. Yuan and Hui Hui wasn't good at defense, and his bow and arrows couldn't resist this metal storm, so it was meaningless to stay. The moment Lan Xuanyu said this, including himself, Yuan and Hui Hui, Bing Tianliang, and Qianlei were all swept up by the gale. Ellen Qianlei had fused with Fatty Jean, and his body was covered in a thick layer of thick golden hair spotty. The golden fur was extremely tough. Even when the metal fragments landed on it, they were unable to cut through its skin. Lan Xuanyu had already grabbed Yuan and Hui Hui and protected him in front of him. The golden scales on Lan Xuanyu's body turned into a mirror-like object. When the metal fragments fell on it, a series of ear-piercing clanging sounds could be heard. Only when they were truly caught in this metal storm did they realize how terrifying it was. Lan Xuanyu felt as if he was being dismembered. Even if he had the scales of the dragon gods, he couldn't completely defend himself. What was even more frightening was that he was shocked to find that his tough blue-silver grass was actually being cut by the metal storm. He was afraid that it wouldn't take long for it to break. At this moment, the blue-silver grass pulled them towards the ground. Bing Tianliang, whose body was surrounded by lightning, shouted, "You guys go first, I can still hold on for a while." Lan Xuanyu only felt intense pain all over his body. Although his defense had increased greatly with the help of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass second soul skill, Tyrant Body, and the impact from the outside world would even strengthen his soul power, this metal storm was really too overbearing. The scales on his body had already begun to show signs of damage, his skin had already begun to bleed, and his soul power was being consumed extremely quickly. It's done. An anxious voice came from below. Lan Xuanyu suddenly pushed down and stuffed Yuan and Hui Hui in. Just as Yuan and Hui Hui entered, a strand of blue-silver grass couldn't withstand the raging metal storm and broke. Fatty, you're next. Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei, who had curled up into a ball. He knew that Qianlei's current defense was very strong, so he let him stay until now. Boss, don't. I'm fat and take up too much space. The space I'm taking up is enough to accommodate the two of you. You guys go first. Qianlei's voice was faintly discernible in the wind and couldn't be heard clearly. He was right, he was indeed a little fat. If he went first, he would indeed take up a lot of space. This was also the situation that Lan Xuanyu had considered earlier. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bing Tianliang and said, "Brother Bing, you go first." You go first. Bing Tianliang shouted. Don't talk nonsense, I still have a trump card. You guys go first. Lan Xuanyu shouted. At this moment, Tang Yuge was gritting her teeth and releasing her soul power with all her might, using the 5 elements escape technique to dig a hole in the ground. However, the ground was made of hard stone. Even if she had the 5 elements escape technique, digging a hole would still take time. Everyone was squeezed together in order to make enough space to accommodate the others. Because of the overcrowding, they couldn't help Tang Yuge now. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiousness. Bang! Another strand of blue-silver grass broke. Their hearts skipped a beat. Sis, hurry up! Yuan and Hui Hui choked and shouted. Tang Yuge's body trembled, but she didn't look back. However, at this moment, it was as if she had been injected with a cardiac stimulant. and the 5 elements light on her body became stronger again. If she was alone, her 5 elements escape technique could even allow her to move freely underground. However, it was one thing to travel underground and another to dig a hole in the rock. When she and Lan Xuanyu were planning, they didn't expect the metal storm here to be so violent. At this moment, they were racing against time. It's done. Finally, there was a little space in the hole. Outside, Lan Xuanyu suddenly threw out 2 strands of blue-silver grass and wrapped them around Bing Tianliang again because he was afraid that the blue-silver grass on Bing Tianliang's body would break. However, the wind was too strong. As soon as the blue-silver grass was thrown out, it was swept away by the wind. Helpless, he could only pull Bing Tianliang in front of him. Xianyu. Don't talk nonsense. Lan Xuanyu pushed and was about to push him into the hole, but at this moment, the surrounding metal storm suddenly became even crazier. Pa pa pa. With a series of sounds, the blue-silver grass broke one after another, and Bing Tianliang's body floated up. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by electric light. Lan Xuanyu pulled him, but he was also affected and his body became numb. It looked like Bing Tianliang was about to be swept away by the wind. Ah! At this moment, Lan Xuanyu shouted, and the 3rd soul ring on his body lit up. The golden dragon head roared towards the sky and forcibly dispersed the wind. He pushed hard and sent Bing Tianliang into the hole. However, this roar also consumed more than half of Lan Xuanyu's soul power, and the golden scales on his body were stained with blood. Ah! At this moment, screams rang out. Qianlei's body was also covered in blood, and his golden fur was beginning to lose its defense. Of the 10 people, only the 2 of them were left outside, and they couldn't hold on much longer. Pa pa pa. The last few strands of blue-silver grass broke. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Just as he and Qianlei were about to be swept away, his entire body suddenly emitted a strong 7-colored light. The scales on his body also turned colorful, and no matter how the metal storm raged, it couldn't hurt him at all. He stabbed the dark blue heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd into the ground and pulled Qianlei in front of him with his other hand. At this moment of life and death, he had no choice but to use his dragon god's transformation. Relying on the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he forcefully fixed himself and Qianlei to the ground. However, Lan Xuanyu knew very well that even if his cultivation had increased, he could only last for 10 seconds at most if he used the dragon god's transformation and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd at the same time. Fatty, hold on. Lan Xuanyu said as he suddenly pressed down on Qianlei. Qianlei's legs were immediately stuffed into the hole and pulled by the people below. Qianlei hugged Lan Xuanyu's waist with both hands and said, "Boss." The Tang Yuga below was already frantically digging a hole, and Qianlei's body was also being pulled down bit by bit as the hole grew larger. He hugged Lan Xuanyu tightly, his golden fur curling up and streaks of blood appearing on it, but he refused to let go no matter what. Finally, he was pulled into the hole, but the colorful light on Lan Xuanyu's body became dimmer and dimmer. A hint of helplessness appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. He knew that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to enter the hole in time. When the dragon god's transformation ended, he would be at his weakest. How could he resist this metal storm? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the hole, "Live and die together." Just as Qianlei was completely pulled into the hole, his fat body was suddenly pushed out. The wind raged, and he was completely relying on Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to not be swept away. "What are you doing?" Lan Xuanyu shouted in shock and anger. At the same time, lightning suddenly bloomed from the hole. The dazzling lightning exploded in the air with a series of loud sounds, suddenly blasting a hole in the gale. Yu Tian also jumped out of the hole, and then the saber light bloomed again. Just like before, 8 saber lights swept out, brazenly cutting a hole in the gale. A dragon's roar sounded, and in an instant, the spear light flashed. Together with the saber light, it temporarily dispersed the gale. Yes, they had come out. They had all come out to save their captain. The gale was temporarily suppressed, and Lan Xuanyu immediately fell to the ground. How could he not understand what his companions meant? Taking advantage of the last moments of the dragon god's transformation, he suddenly exerted his strength. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss in his hand dug up a large stone from the ground as if it was tofu and threw it into the air. Arrow rain shot out, one arrow after another exploding in the air. The blade and spear auras only suppressed the gale for less than a second, but the rain of arrows continued their momentum. Fireballs also appeared at the same time as the arrow rain. The dazzling sun rose into the sky as his martial spirit left his body. Lin Donghui gritted his teeth. His first, second, third, and fourth soul rings all shone with a blinding light. Fireballs shot into the air like a string of cannons, exploding continuously and blocking the metal storm amidst loud booms. Two figures appeared hand in hand, and a layer of dazzling blue light suddenly bloomed from their bodies. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin looked up at the sky at the same time. At this moment, the temperature outside the crowd suddenly plummeted. Immediately after, a violent ice and snow whirlwind appeared in the metal storm. It spiraled crazily and wreaked havoc, turning into a huge tornado that expanded outwards. At this moment, all of them were in the center of the tornado. The dragon god's transformation finally ended. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in Lan Xuanyu's hand had also turned back into a ring. Lan Xuanyu's but was kicked by someone, and he fell directly into the cave. Immediately after, the others jumped into the cave. The moment they all entered the cave, the ice and snow whirlwind suddenly dissipated, leaving only the metal storm raging crazily on the ground. Lan Xuanyu leaned against the wall of the cramped cave. His surroundings were pitch black, and all he could hear was the sound of everyone panting heavily. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt, but his mouth was wide open because he was laughing silently. That's right, at the last moment, when even he was about to give up, his teammates didn't give up on him. Everyone took the risk of being swept away by the storm at any moment and rushed out of the cave without the protection of the blue-silver grass. They used their strongest attacks to buy time for him. They succeeded. Lan Xuanyu was saved. In order to ensure everyone's safety, he stayed until the end and was saved by his teammates. Fatty was scared to death. Qianlei panted heavily, but his voice was filled with excitement. It's quite satisfying, isn't it? Lan Mengqin chuckled. Her laughter was a little silly. However, this silly laughter was contagious, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Tang Yuga, who was desperately digging a hole, was already drenched in sweat, but she was also laughing. She suddenly felt very warm and realized that the first year's team in front of her was a little different from the third year's team she had led. Was the process important? It wasn't important. What was important was that none of them were missing, and none of them could be missing. Only by living and dying together could they be considered fellow soldiers. At this moment, they were no longer just classmates, but true partners. After a long while, everyone finally recovered. Lan Xuanyu said, "Hui hui, distribute the spirit fruits to everyone and recover." N. Yuan and Hui hui agreed and quickly distributed the spirit fruits to everyone. Everyone, put on your uniforms. We can't waste oxygen like this anymore. We have to make sure that we can go back, Lan Xuanyu said. Everyone put on their uniforms one after another, and the oxygen cycle in their uniforms was activated. With oxygen, everyone immediately felt much better. Lan Xuanyu said, "Everyone, take a rest first. Senior, how's the situation here? Are there any rare metal ores?" Tang Yuga said, "There aren't any here. How about this, you guys rest here first. I'll use the 5 elements technique to search for it. After finding it, we'll dig a tunnel and crawl over. This is the most efficient way. It would be much faster for her to use the 5 elements escape technique alone to search underground." "Okay, I hope it's not too far away," Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Yuga smiled and said, "Actually, there are rare metals in the stones here, but the amount is very low. If it's just to complete the mission, we should still be able to extract enough. But we've taken such a big risk, so we won't be satisfied with just this." "Of course we won't be satisfied. It hurts so much. We must make a lot of money so that our efforts won't be in vain," Qianlei said. He and Lan Xuanyu persevered until the end, and the two of them had the most injuries. At this time, after eating the spirit fruits, although their bodies were recovering, it was still very painful. Tang Yuga used the 5 elements escape technique to search for rare metals, while the others sat in the cave to rest. Dong Xianxia was next to Lan Xuanyu. She opened a private chat channel through her helmet and asked, "Does it hurt?" Lan Xuanyu said, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt that much. My recovery ability is strong, so don't worry." Dong Xianxia said, "It's not good to be the team leader. I was really scared to death just now. I really thought you wouldn't come back." At that time everyone was crowded together. "We couldn't go out to help you even if we wanted to." Lan Xuanyu said, "Who was the one who suggested to go out to save me just now? It's really not easy to be so decisive at that time. I think I also heard someone shout, 'Live and die together.' It's great to have this kind of spirit." Dong Xianxia said, "Then you should thank them properly." "Yes, I should thank them properly." "Who is it?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Dong Xianxia said, "Tell me first, how do you want to thank them?" Lan Xuanyu laughed and said, "I don't know. Should we get more loot? Who cares about your spoils of war?" Dong Xianxia said in annoyance. "It's you?" If Lan Xuanyu still couldn't figure it out, then he would be letting down his 7 orifices exquisite heart. Want, free, viewing, entire, edition, please, genius, bookmark this site. Yeah. Dong Qianxiu's face was slightly red. "At that time, I only wanted to save you." Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look at her in surprise. Looking at her through the mask, his heart suddenly gave birth to a strange feeling. "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? Are you regretting it?" Dong Qianxiu nudged him. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "I won't thank you." "Why?" Dong Qianxiu was suddenly angry, especially when she thought about how she was so worried about this guy that she cried. She couldn't help but be angry. This guy doesn't even know how to say something nice? You saved me, which is equivalent to giving me a second chance at life, so my life is naturally yours. In other words, from now on, I'm yours. I'm already yours, what's there to thank me for? You can do whatever you want." Lan Xuanyu said matter-of-factly. Dong Qianxiu stared at him dumbstruck. "You can do this? Are you relying on me?" Dong Qianxiu said unhappily. "Yeah. Who told you to save me?" Lan Xuanyu nudged her. Dong Qianxiu turned her head. "Go away, I regret it." "It's too late to regret. You already saved me, so from now on, I'll rely on you." Lan Xuanyu quietly pulled her hand. Dong Qianxiu's body trembled. She suddenly felt her heart beating especially fast, and wanted to pull her hand away. But Lan Xuanyu still held her hand tightly and said, "Don't hide. Classmates who go through life and death together can still hold hands, right? We're still young, so don't think too much. Look at you, why are your thoughts so complicated?" Lan Xuanyu. Dong Qianxiu elbowed Lan Xuanyu, causing him to groan, but he still didn't let go of her hand. Both of them quieted down. After a long while, Dong Qianxiu said softly, "Just now, were you scared?" "Scared? I was quite scared. I didn't want to die. I really didn't expect that everyone would risk everything to save me. Really, I was very moved at that time. Dong Qianxiu, you can't always sacrifice for us. You're our captain, of course, everyone has to save you. Yeah, we're now really is a team. I feel very lucky to have met you guys," Lan Xuanyu said sincerely. Dong Qianxiu smiled. "Everyone is the same. Rest T-Tess." Not long after, Tang Yuga returned. About 100 meters away from where they were, there was a rare metal mine. Another 100 meters away, there was another rare metal mine. They weren't too far away. At this moment, perhaps because they couldn't sense their existence, the metal storm outside had weakened. Tang Yuga and Lan Xuanyu discussed for a while and decided to dig a hole in the ground where there was a rare metal mine. A hole that could accommodate everyone and also had space to dig for rare metals. It was only 100 meters away. No matter how fast the metal storm came, they could run over. It would save them the trouble of digging a tunnel underground and wasting time. Half an hour later, everyone began to dig for rare metals. This time, everyone's mood was completely different from before. This was an opportunity that they had risked their lives for. No one complained about being tired. They all dug with all their might. The two types of rare metals that were produced here were both very valuable. Think about it, this was a place that could give birth to metal spirits. How abundant were the metal elements? Compared to the ring-shaped mountain range, the quality of the rare metals here was better. One of the two rare metals they found was mithril, which was known as the metal with the strongest soul power transmission. It was much more precious than essence gold and was most suitable for making core arrays of various key components. For example, the core arrays of large warships were all made of mithril. It was the most important, precious, and scarce rare metal. The other rare metal was also very impressive. It was called gung metal. Gung metal was one of the top 3 hard metals among the rare metals. It was most suitable for forging offensive soul tools, especially physical offensive soul tools. Whether it was for mechas or battle armor, it was a very good metal. It wasn't as valuable as mithril, but it was still very rare. The key was that the quality of the gung metal here was simply too good. Even if they didn't forge the gung metal ore, Lan Xuanyu felt that the purity of the gung metal ore would reach the level of 100 refined. If such gung metal was forged, the quality would definitely be excellent. Furthermore, high purity meant high value. A piece of gung metal the size of a fist weighed dozens of kilograms, and the volume of gung metal was much larger. The space in their storage bracelets was limited, and the denser the metal, the more suitable it was. After weighing the two rare metals, they couldn't bear to mine less of either, so they simply divided the time equally. After Tang Yuga had the 5 elements escape technique, he helped everyone dig and their efficiency was higher. 2 holes were dug at the same time. There were still 25 hours before the end of the exam, but their storage devices were already full. Xianyu, what should we do? Should we go back or what? It's a bit of a loss. Bing Tianliang was still unsatisfied. Although he wasn't good at digging, he was good at blasting. Previously, he had drilled into the hole and blasted out a lot of ores, but he had almost buried himself alive. Lan Xuanyu was also a little helpless at this moment and said, although I can purify the ores through forging, I can't purify much with so many ores. At most, I can still get a little. What a pity. Such good mithril and gung metal ores. We still have 15 hours to mine. Bing Tianliang was unwilling to give up. It wasn't just him, everyone had the same thought. I actually have a place to store them here. At this moment, Tang Yuga suddenly spoke up. Anne? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on her. Tang Yuga raised her hand and took off her gloves. She wore a ring on her finger with a light silver gem embedded in it. Everyone, stand back. Because they had dug out a large amount of ores, the space in the hole was already very big. Everyone retreated and looked at her curiously. Tang Yuga's ring flashed with silver light, and under everyone's gaze, a purple mecha appeared in front of them. Mecha? Yes, that was a mecha released by Tang Yuga. This mecha wasn't too big, only about 3 meters tall. The classification of mechas was similar to the classification of soul rings. The lowest level of training mechas was white, the military's standard mechas were yellow, and the higher level was purple. Above that were the top-notch black mechas and the highest level of god-rank mechas. This was all the mecha knowledge that Lan Xuanyu and the others had grasped at the moment. It was said that only god-rank mechas could change their outer color. Otherwise, they would have to be painted according to their level. Who would have thought that Tang Yuga would actually carry a purple mecha with her? More importantly, it was released from her storage ring. In other words, she had a storage ring that could accommodate mechas. This space was more than 5 cubic meters. Although the mecha in front of them wasn't big, it was definitely not something that could be accommodated by 5 cubic meters. It had to be at least twice as big. Tang Yuga said indifferently, outer court students officially learn Duo Mecha Master from the 3rd year. For us true Duo Mecha Masters, the smaller the mecha, the better. At the same level, the smaller the mecha, the higher the price because it requires more high-end technology to complete the production. Small size means flexibility, and it will be better compatible with our battle armor. Lan Xuanyu asked, then can you survive in the outside environment with this mecha? Tang Yuga shook her head. That's impossible. Even a black rank mecha wouldn't be able to hold on for too long in that metal storm just now. The energy of the shield is depleted too quickly. Only a god-rank mecha can come and go freely. However, mechas have their benefits. It's very heavy. If it's inside the ring-shaped mountain, as long as we're prepared beforehand, we should be able to barely resist it. Furthermore, the mecha would be able to return quickly with its flying speed. Outside, I can activate autopilot. It's made of metal, so it won't be targeted by the metal spirits here. My ring will make space for everyone to store rare metals. Even if the mecha isn't brought back and is damaged halfway, the value of the rare metals is still higher. How much did you buy this mecha for? Yuan and Hui Hui couldn't help but ask. Tang Yuga glanced at him and said, 10 purple emblems. Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but ask, is a purple mecha that expensive? Tang Yuga said, this is not only a purple mecha, but it's also custom made for me. In the future, I can upgrade and modify it based on its foundation. That's why it's more expensive. It's usually much cheaper. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but look at her in a different light. 10 purple emblems wasn't a small amount. The third-year Tang Yuga could actually earn that much. She was indeed extraordinary. As expected of the number one person among the third years. Yuga, how about this? If you successfully bring this mecha back, then forget it. If it's damaged outside, then we'll first deduct the same amount of resources from the profits and give it to you. We'll split the rest later. How about that? Alright. Tang Yuga wasn't pretentious. In fact, this purple mecha could be said to be her entire fortune. She had only managed to gather the money for the mecha by chance and luck. A portion of it was even borrowed. A portion of it was supported by her family. Otherwise, how could she have such a combination of a storage ring and a mecha? In the outer court, even the 6th-year students might not be able to truly become a duo mecha master. Alright, then let's hurry up. Because of the mecha surprise, everyone started moving again. Tang Yuga's storage ring had 10 cubic meters of storage space. If they wanted to fill all these spaces, they wouldn't have much time. Everyone dug with all their might, and time passed bit by bit. Finally, 12 hours before the end of the exam, Lan Xuanyu called for a halt. It's not full yet. Shall we continue for a while? Qianlei was sweating profusely. He took off his helmet and wiped it as he said to Lan Xuanyu. We can't continue. I've checked our oxygen reserves. We've been doing intense physical activity, so we've consumed a lot of oxygen. Let's rest for an hour, and then we'll set off immediately. No matter how good the rare metal is, bringing it back is the best. Everyone stopped talking and went to rest. An hour later, everyone was almost fully recovered. They were ready to set off and return. With the previous lesson, they naturally would not make the same mistake again. After making sufficient preparations, Tang Yuga controlled her mecha to fly into the ring-shaped mountain range. The others moved at the same time and ran towards the ring-shaped mountain as fast as they could. They were very close to the ring-shaped mountain. At full speed, they had already rushed into the range of the ring-shaped mountain before the metal storm had fully formed. This time, they were finally safe. We're safe now. Seeing that the metal storm in the distance did not invade the territory of the stone spirits, everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Tang Yuga also found her mecha. I'll use my mecha to open a path for everyone. We should be fine as long as we avoid the main gathering place of the stone spirits. As she spoke, she walked towards her mecha. The breastplate on the chest of the mecha split open on both sides. At this moment, a green light flashed on Tang Yuga's body. Every joint on her body lit up with a green light. Then, the green light spread and covered her entire body. It was a set of light armor that was very exquisitely made. The armor covered her entire body and did not look hard. Instead, it looked a little like a tight suit. At this moment, her purple mecha also emitted a faint green light that intertwined with the green light released by her body. Tang Yuga tapped the ground with the tip of her toes and soared into the air. Immediately, a green light shot out from the cracked breastplate of the mecha and shone on her body, pulling her body into the mecha. Tang Yuga turned around in midair and her back merged into the mecha first. The green light fused with each other and her entire body seemed to be embedded in the mecha. Battle armor. That green tight-fitting suit of hers was a battle armor, right? Everyone else looked envious. This was the first time most of them had seen a battle armor. Tang Yuga's battle armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. The green light emitted a gentle aura of life. It was not of the wind attribute, but of the wood attribute. It was the first of her 5 elements. The metal used to forge her mecha should also be related to the wood attribute and complemented her own battle armor. When the two fused, a rich aura of life immediately gushed out. The mecha raised its head and the humanoid body's eyes lit up as green light spewed out. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu was greatly moved. This was the true meaning of a duo mecha master. The attributes of a battle armor and a mecha were completely similar. Tang Yuga chose the wood attribute of the 5 elements when she made her one-word battle armor and her first basic mecha. This meant that her battle armor and mecha would be made according to the order of the 5 elements. The 5 elements reinforced each other, so it would be easier to fuse them. There really wasn't a single bit of waste. It could even be described as perfect. Let's go. Tang Yuga's voice came from the mecha. A green light shot out from its back and it immediately floated up. Let's go to the left first. There are no whirlwinds in this direction. Under the powerful enhancement of a duo mecha master, Tang Yuga's perception ability had increased greatly. She led the way for everyone. Seeing her in this state, Lan Xuanyu and the others finally understood how lucky they were to be able to defeat the 3rd years back then. They didn't even need to use their mecha. If Tang Yuga had put on her battle armor and fought with them, they probably wouldn't have had a chance at all. At this moment, Tang Yuga had already cultivated to level 60 and had the 5 elements escape technique. Coupled with the buff from the duo mecha master, she was able to unleash her full potential. With the enhancement of her battle armor, even if all of them were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for her. Even Yuan and Hui Hui, whose cultivation was closest to hers, wouldn't be able to catch up to her easily. The return journey was much smoother than when they came. With Tang Yuga, who had extremely strong perception, scouting ahead, the number of times they needed to condense an igloo to resist the storm was greatly reduced. It only took them 7 hours to reach the vicinity of the base. There were still 4 hours before the exam ended. Of course, they didn't waste this time. They started digging again at the place where the heavenly spirit iron was produced not far from the base. Finally, they filled their storage rings and returned to the base. They were the last to return. When they saw the other students, they saw that everyone was covered in dirt. Their expressions were different. Some were frowning, while others were grinning happily. It was obvious that everyone had different gains. Seeing that the 10 of them had returned together, the others subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu. This was the person who was best at creating miracles in the class. Other than Lan Xuanyu's teammates, almost all the other students were unconvinced by him. This was because in terms of soul power, Lan Xuanyu had always been the weakest in the class. He was the weakest in the class, yet he led their small team to constantly create miracles and obtain good results. This final exam wasn't just 1 or 2 people who wanted to surpass him. The final exam was also the best opportunity for everyone to prove themselves. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't look any better than the others present. In fact, they looked even more miserable. Not only were they covered in dirt, but their faces were also pale, and some of them had obvious injuries on their bodies. Xiaoqi and the colonel were both in the resting area. When they saw the 10 of them enter one after another, their expressions were a little strange. In fact, these 2 had always seen what Lan Xuanyu and the others were doing. They knew their itinerary better than they did themselves. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that when he was in a life-and-death crisis and rescued his teammates one by one and was about to be swept away by the metal storm, there was a figure silently watching him in the chaotic metal storm. Once he really couldn't bear the danger of his life, that person would immediately appear by his side. It was also because of this gaze that their actions at that time, when the entire team risked their lives to save their captain, had such a huge impact on the monitor in the air. Okay. Everyone is here. Other than Lan Xuanyu and Bing Tianliang's team, the other teams can start to hand in your gains and count them, Xiaoqi said lightly. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes immediately looked at Lan Xuanyu and Bing Tianliang. Why did they have to be excluded? What they handed in was nothing more than rare metals. Other than Lan Xuanyu's team, the largest team only had 5 people. This was to control the number of metals they obtained to 4 types. Lan Xuanyu's team wasn't the only one who had seen the map. The others had also seen it. When they discovered that there were only 4 types of rare metals around the base, even the team that had previously organized 6 people split up and left a record for Xiaoqi. Soon, piles of rare metals appeared in front of Xiaoqi. They were weighed and recorded. There were really some students who had quite a lot of gains. Because the 4 types of rare metals were around the base, when they each showed their abilities and used different methods to discover mineral veins, they would transport them back and then continue to mine. Thus, they could obtain more metals. Lan Xuanyu's team wasn't the only one who knew the importance and benefits of rare metals. The others also knew. Naturally, everyone would take as much as they could. Tang Yuge whispered in Lan Xuanyu's ear, in a sense, the 2 final exams of the first year are also opportunities for the freshmen. It's a better opportunity for the freshmen to obtain cultivation resources. It was just different every year. Back then, we also went to a resource planet where we could obtain a kind of energy crystal. That kind of energy crystal could be used as a substitute for soul energy, and the energy blocks created from it were extremely pure. My luck was especially good at that time. I found an energy crystal core and a large amount of energy ores accompanying it. Although I only collected the core, the discovery of the ore vein also gave me a special reward. Hearing what she said, Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood. No wonder Tang Yuge had so many cultivation resources in the 3rd grade. It turned out that this was the root of it. From the looks of it, although everyone had gained a lot this time, it was still not as good as the Tang Yuge incident. After all, she had benefited alone at that time, while they had a group of people this time. Although they didn't calculate carefully, it shouldn't be too much after splitting it evenly. Soon, the other students had finished handing in their resources. Overall, it wasn't a small amount, and everyone had completed the basic mission of the final exam. The team with the most rare metals had obtained 4 types of rare metals, each of which was more than 100 kilograms. The heavenly spirit iron was even more than 200 kilograms, which made the others look at them. Even if it was divided equally among the 4 of them, these resources would be enough for them to make battle armors. The captain of this team was called Ding Zhuohan. When the freshman entered the school, he was ranked in the middle of the class. At that time, he also had a 4-ring cultivation base, but he didn't stand out. This time, he could be said to have shocked everyone. His expression was obviously proud. From time to time, he would look at Lan Xuanyu and the others. Alright, the quantity measurement is complete. Xiaoqi looked at his students and said with satisfaction, first of all, I have to congratulate all of you. In the first semester's final exam, everyone has successfully completed the exam and obtained a lot of rare metals. According to the Academy's rules, all the gains you obtain during the exam will belong to you. However, these rare metals cannot be sold to the outside world. They can only be sold to the Academy at the Academy's purchase price or used for your own use. After you return, you can exchange them for emblems. As soon as he said this, although everyone had already guessed it, they still couldn't help but cheer. For most of the students, the harvest of these rare metals was definitely the largest resource they had obtained after coming to Shrek Academy. Alright, I'll give you 2 hours to rest. You can take a shower and eat something before we return to the academy, Xiaoqi said with a smile. He was indeed in a particularly good mood today. One had to know that all the students' final exam process would be recorded and recorded. He dared to say that this batch of first-year students he was leading was definitely the most outstanding batch in the past 10 years. There was no one else. As the homeroom teacher, how could he not be happy? Other than being the landlord, the colonel was also the monitor and witness of the exam. All the exams had to be carried out in an absolutely fair manner. Unless the students encountered a great crisis, the teachers absolutely could not interfere. The colonel was also a little excited at this moment. He had also witnessed an almost impossible exam result. Wait a minute. Teacher Xiao, why didn't Lan Xuanyu and Bing Tianliang's teams report their results? Ding Zhuohan, who was previously ranked first in the final exam, suddenly said. He really couldn't help it. After a semester of hard work, in the end they finally obtained such good results. It was all for the reputation of being first in the grade. But Lan Xuanyu's team didn't take the test. Why, Xiaoqi said, because their exam process is different from yours. It's not very fair to evaluate them together with yours. Tang Yuga, a third-year student, joined their team. Bing Tianliang's team completed the mission together with Lan Xuanyu's team. So, their results won't be compared with yours. They will be listed separately. After listening to his words, not only did Ding Xuahan not feel relieved, but he also frowned. He was also born on Mother Planet, and his family also had elders who came from Shrek Academy. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the Shrek Academy situation. Ding Xuahan knew what it meant for Lan Xuanyu's team to receive such special treatment. It meant that they had already caught the attention of the Academy's higher-ups and were trying out some special assessment methods on them. Once their assessment reached the results that the Academy wanted to see, they would definitely receive more resources in their future cultivation. In other words, they would definitely become the most outstanding batch of first years. How huge were the resources of Shrek Academy? To be able to obtain the Academy's support, no matter what kind of soul master they were, their cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly, far surpassing their peers. How could Ding Xuahan, who had fought so hard to get first place, be willing to accept this? Teacher Xiao. Why are they different? The Academy has always said that it's fair, but why does it have to be treated differently during the exam? This is unfair to us. Ding Xuahan looked at Xiaoqi stubbornly. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to fight. Lan Xuanyu's team had fought against the third years and won. This was a fight. His elders had once told him that if he wanted to stand out in Shrek Academy, he had to display abilities that surpassed others. He had to have the spirit to fight. He definitely could not take the middle road because there were too many geniuses here. If he did not display his talent, who would pay attention to him? Xiaoqi looked at him and then at the other students. As expected, Ding Xuahan's words caused the other first years to reveal indignant expressions. There were many people who were unconvinced by Lan Xuanyu. Who asked him to have such a weak cultivation? At this moment, many students had already walked behind Ding Xuahan to express their support for his words. The colonel standing beside Xiaoqi frowned and shouted, "It's important to know one's own limits. I'm also from Shrek, and Shrek has always been fair. Why do they receive different treatment? That's because they are stronger than you. It's because they might be able to withstand a more difficult test than you. It's not because their test is easier than yours. If you guys were to complete the same test, your lives would be in danger. They have encountered a more difficult process than you." Ding Xuahan retorted, "If they can do it, so can we. We're not afraid of difficulties, but we're afraid that the Academy won't give us the same opportunity to compete." The colonel was about to refute but was stopped by Xiaoqi. "Want free, see, complete edition, please, Genius Collection, Bookmark Collection, Home." Xiaoqi said solemnly, "Alright, since that's the case, then I'll let you all take a look at their assessment process. Unlike you, their mission this time requires them to obtain 6 types of rare metals. You've already mined the 4 types of minerals around the base and faced the threat of the whirlwinds. Then, let me show you how they obtained the other 2 rare metals." As Xiaoqi spoke, he walked to a wall on the side. He raised his right hand and made some adjustments. A beam of light shot out and turned into a projection, presenting an image on the wall. The video started from the moment Lan Xuanyu and the others entered the ring-shaped mountain range. The speed of the video was clearly faster, and the main perspective was from Lan Xuanyu. Everyone watched as Lan Xuanyu and the others advanced through the ring-shaped mountain range. They formed an igloo to neutralize the threat of the storm, encountered attacks from the earth spirits, and faced them bravely. Ding Xuahan and the other students were watching very carefully. As Ding Xuahan watched, he silently calculated in his heart, he could do this too, and he should be able to do it too. If there were so many people, he could also deal with it. Earth Spirit? It was the third-year senior sister who communicated with the Earth Spirit and resolved the crisis. It wasn't Lan Xuanyu and the others' abilities. They weren't much stronger than us. Finally, the scene was outside the ring-shaped mountain range. The faces of Ding Xuahan and the other students changed when they saw the metal storm that blotted out the sky. Even in the image, the world that had turned pitch black in an instant, and the terrifying metal storm that came from the sky with a sharp whistle, all of them were horrified. The igloo was almost torn to shreds in an instant. Lan Xuanyu activated his spiritual shield. Outside the shield, a terrifying metal storm raged, causing everyone to hold their breath. Oh my god! Was this something that could be resisted by human strength? In such a short period of time, the first spiritual shield was broken. That was a mech shield. Let's not talk about how Lan Xuanyu and the others managed to obtain it. In the midst of the metal storm, a shield of this level could only withstand it for such a short period of time. How terrifying was the power of the metal storm, everyone's breathing couldn't help but quicken. They couldn't believe that this was real. Tang Yuge was digging a hole in the ground. Lan Xuanyu calmly let his companions enter the hole one by one. Their spiritual shield was broken one by one. The third spiritual shield was broken. After Lan Xuanyu kicked his companion into the hole, he couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, he lit up the seven-colored light and used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to stabilize his body and protect Qianlei. Seeing this, everyone's expressions became even more interesting. At that time, Lan Xuanyu was facing a life-and-death crisis. He could have burrowed into the ground quickly. With the help of the Dragon God's transformation and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he had that ability. However, he still gave the chance of survival to his companions. Ding Zhuohan was dumbfounded. He was also a team leader, but could he do it himself? He didn't know. That's right, he didn't know if he could do it without facing a true life and death crisis. However, the scene that appeared in front of him made his blood boil, and his eyes moistened. Captain, this was what a real captain should do. Not only did the captain have to lead the team, but he should also use everything he had to protect his teammates at critical moments, give the chance of survival to his teammates first, and use his own body as the last barrier to resist the danger. Lan Xuanyu did it. He used his actions to prove to everyone that he was a qualified captain. At that time, he was on the verge of collapse and was about to be swallowed by the metal storm. The scene suddenly shifted to the hole in the ground. Everyone saw Dong Xianxia with tears streaming down her face. Yes, even Lan Xuanyu saw it for the first time. Dong Qianxia's eyes were red, and she shouted in the hole, "No, we can't do this. We can't give up on him. Please, save him with me. We are a team, we will live and die together." When she shouted the last few words, her voice was already hoarse. And what Lan Xuanyu heard at that time was the last four words, "live and die together." No one hesitated. Qianlei, who was the last to enter the hole, was the first to come out. The others followed suit and rushed out of the hole as fast as they could, using their strongest attacks to fight against the metal storm. Waves of explosions rang out, and balls of light bloomed. Those lights were so resplendent. As the captain, Lan Xuanyu protected his teammates at all costs. At the last moment, his teammates didn't give up on him. Everyone knew that if they weren't careful, everyone would be swallowed by the metal storm. However, at that time, no one was afraid. Everyone's eyes were filled with determination and fanaticism. They only had one belief: either live or die together. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the eyes of the first years, and almost everyone subconsciously clenched their fists. What they saw earlier was Lan Xuanyu and his teammates returning in a sorry state, but they didn't expect them to encounter such difficulties and obstacles. The scene finally reached the moment when all of them returned to the hole and escaped death at the last moment. It was unknown who was the first to cheer, but in the next moment, everyone, including Ding Zhuohan, couldn't help but praise from the bottom of their hearts. Tears had already wet their faces, but at this moment, no one could be bothered to wipe their tears. In their eyes, there was only one emotion: fanaticism. They were all 12 or 13 years old, at the age when they were most hot-blooded. The scenes in the scene allowed them to truly see what a heroic figure was. They finally understood why Lan Xuanyu was still the captain of the team even though there were so many strong people in Lan Xuanyu's team. Even someone as strong as Tang Yuge's addition didn't change the structure of the team. That was because Lan Xuanyu really had the charisma of a leader. The scene ended there. The cheers and praises gradually stopped. Xiaoqi didn't say anything. He just turned his gaze to Ding Zhuohan. Ding Zhuohan's face was a little red. He looked at Xiaoqi and then turned his gaze to Lan Xuanyu. He took a deep breath and then walked over to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were also wet. The scene of Dong Qianqiu crying and screaming at the top of his lungs appeared in his mind. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been hit hard by something. He was more than moved. After this final exam, their entire team had changed. Yes, it had changed. They had truly become a whole. There was no distinction between them. Xuanyu, I've always been unconvinced by you in the past because I felt that I could do better than you. Ding Zhuohan stood 1 meter away from Lan Xuanyu. His voice was trembling. But if it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do better than you when faced with the dangers that appeared in the scene just now. You're the best in the first year. You're the undisputed number one. I'm convinced. In the future, no matter who the class monitor is, I'll recognize you as our class monitor. Whenever your team is short of people, count me in. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and didn't say anything. He just reached out his right hand. In Shrek Academy, no one would ever sympathize with the weak. They only respected the strong, respected their beliefs, and respected their spirit. Ding Zhuohan reached out and shook Lan Xuanyu's hand. Then he took a step forward and hugged Lan Xuanyu. With his other hand. You're the number one in the first year. Thank you for teaching me how to be a team leader. Lan Xuanyu patted his back and said, let's work hard together. Our first year is the best first year. We're the best. The other students couldn't help but shout with Lan Xuanyu. Ding Zhuohan suddenly turned around and faced them. I suggest that Xianyu be our class monitor from now on. I'm relieved that he's the class monitor. He'll always be our class monitor. Agreed. Qianlei, who was standing beside Lan Xuanyu, was the first to shout. For a moment, there were many who agreed. Xiaoqi stood at the side and smiled silently. As a homeroom teacher, what he had to do was guide them. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu had used his actions to gain the approval of the other students. At this moment, this batch of first years had unprecedented cohesion. This was what he wanted to see the most. How difficult was it to get so many geniuses to admire one person? But in the first year, such a thing happened. Tang Yuga was also watching this scene silently. She was once the class monitor, but she had never received such recognition from all the third years. Lan Xuanyu, oh Lan Xuanyu, you're really different. 2 hours later. All the students had boarded the spaceship on their return journey. Xiaoqi stood at the entrance of the spaceship and said goodbye to the colonel. Teacher Xiao, I have a question for you. The colonel shook hands with Xiaoqi. What question? Xiaoqi asked curiously. At that time, you could have asked Lan Xuanyu and the others to hand in their gains with the other students. With their gains, no one would have doubted them. But why did you release the video? Xiaoqi smiled and said, because I didn't want the other students to be beaten black and blue. Moderate stimulation is the motivation for the students to cultivate, but if it's too much, it won't be a good thing. The colonel said with a meaningful look in his eyes, then you could have said nothing at that time, but you insisted on pointing out that Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't report their results with the other students. Was it intentional? Take a guess. Xiaoqi laughed, let go of the colonel's hand, and turned to board the spaceship. I'm very satisfied with this book. From Tang Le guiding Lan Xuanyu in forging, to Lan Xuanyu's team fighting against Tang Yuga's team, to the first year's final exam, I liked it all very much. I liked the final exam the most because everyone worked together to overcome the difficulties. Nana is coming and will guide Lan Xuanyu in his cultivation again. How will our little Xianyu improve? In the next book, the beast god Dark Demon Dragon King is about to undergo his final tribulation, and the Federation will get some spots to watch it. This is a little bit of information for you. Just thinking about it makes me excited, because an important plot is about to unfold. The spaceship took off. Even though it was very bumpy before Resource Planet number 4 left the atmosphere, Lan Xuanyu was finally able to relax completely. Was he really not afraid at all? Of course not. It was just that when he completed the mission, he didn't have time to think at all. He just felt that as the captain, he had to do that. Back then, when Yin Tianfan was teaching him, he once told him that a person could be good at surprise attacks, but his heart had to be righteous so that he wouldn't go astray. If he wanted to be a true interstellar commander, he had to first integrate his spaceship with himself. He had to make his fleet truly a part of his body. An interstellar fleet could never be controlled by one person, so he needed a group of brothers who were truly trustworthy and could carry out orders without any reservations. Yin Tianfan taught Lan Xuanyu a lot about teamwork and told him many times about the importance of a team. And if he wanted to be a team leader, he had to have some spirit. For example, he had to take the lead. At this moment, he could finally relax. The first semester was over. He didn't feel tired this semester because he didn't even have the time to feel tired. Every minute of every day was packed to the brim, for fear of falling behind his companions. Everyone was working hard, so what reason did he have to not work hard? It was the same for everyone in Shrek Academy. At the end of the semester, his parents were coming, and his teacher Nana was coming to visit him. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu was in a particularly good mood. He was still a teenager after all. At this moment, he was really eager to show the results of his hard work and his ability to the people closest to him. "Xianyu, do you want to sell it when we get back?" Qian Lei's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, waking Lan Xuanyu up from his relaxed state. Lan Xuanyu said lazily, "What do you mean, sell it or not?" Qian Lei said, "Of course it's the rare metals we harvested this time. We have so many rare metals. But I calculated that the Academy's purchase price isn't high. It's more than double the price outside. Now that they're not letting us sell it, I feel like we're losing out. Why don't we keep it for our own use? Although we don't need so much at once. But isn't it better to keep it?" Lan Xuanyu smiled faintly. "You really are Fatty Qian. Whenever it's related to money, you become especially crafty." Qian Lei chuckled. "I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Of course, resources should be used wisely and not wasted." Lan Xuanyu said, "Go back and give old Bing and the others what they deserve. Let us leave that part of ourselves with me. I'll first help everyone forge the 1,000 refined metals required for their one-word battle armor. As for the rest, I have other uses for them. I'll make sure that no one loses out." Qian Lei's eyes lit up, and he gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. "I don't want it. Don't share it with us. Xianyu, you have to be honest. After all, we are your substitutes. We'll deal with this batch of rare metals however you want. We'll listen to you." Bing Tianliang stuck his head out from behind and pinched Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. Lan Xuanyu turned around to look at him, only to see Bing Tianliang's sly smile. "You." He felt a little helpless. "Speaking of which, I think your forging skills are pretty good. You can already 1,000 refine now?" Bing Tianliang was sitting directly behind Lan Xuanyu. He had heard the conversation between him and Qian Lei. I can barely do it. But I'm still a distance away from first-grade 1,000 refinements. I still need to practice more," Lan Xuanyu said. Bing Tianliang's eyes widened. "If you can 1,000 refine, does that mean that you're already a third-rank blacksmith? When did you start learning forging? You're already at the 3rd rank?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I want to tell you that I only started learning this semester." "Stop. Don't provoke me. I don't care when you started learning. In any case, I'll leave the one-word battle armors of Yutian, Lin Donghui, and I to you. You can calculate the forging fee yourself. Just use those rare metals. It's decided then. We're not in a hurry. We only want first-grade 1,000 refinements. Hurry up and practice. Old Bing, there's no such thing as you. First come, first served, understand? Our brothers haven't even gotten one yet," Qian Lei said snappily. Bing Tianliang smiled and said, "It's fine, we're not in a hurry. Anyway, we'll have a share." Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "You're relying on me." "You're right." Bing Tianliang laughed and returned to his seat. After this final exam, he had completely recognized Lan Xuanyu. Following Lan Xuanyu would bring him meat to eat. Aren't you the best proof of that in this final exam? If it were them, would they have gained so much? When the rich life force from the mother planet reappeared in the spacecraft, Lan Xuanyu felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. After using the dragon god's transformation, the life force in his body was very weak. He didn't need to mobilize it at all. Feeling this rich life force, his body naturally began to absorb it crazily. The final exam ended and everyone passed. Xiaoqi naturally recorded the specific results. He directly announced the holidays on the spacecraft. The next 15 days were everyone's rest time. They could stay in the academy or go wherever they wanted. After getting off the spacecraft, the first thing Lan Xuanyu did was to bring everyone to his dormitory to split the loot. No, split the loot. Including Tang Yuga, when the 10 of them saw the rare metals piled up in the room, everyone couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry. Ding Zhuohan and the others' gains were in kilograms, but the ones in front of them were probably in tons. Although they had only gone through simple refinement, they still needed to be refined a second time to become a real rare metal. But it was still an astronomical figure. After classifying them, Tang Yuga's share was given to her. Then, the rest was for Lan Xuanyu's team of 6 and Bing Tianliang's team of 3. Bing Tianliang's team of 3 split 15%, which meant that each of them could get 5% of all the profits. Lan Xuanyu's team and Tang Yuga each got 5%. Of the 6 rare metals, mithril and heptagold were the most abundant. Lan Xuanyu had originally decided to use heavy silver to make his one-word battle armor. But now that there was mithril, the top-grade rare metal, why would he use heavy silver? I suggest that everyone use mithril to make their one-word battle armors. The mithril here is enough for all of us to make our one-word battle armors. It's calculated according to the mass and density of the mithril. If we don't consider the waste rate, each one-word battle armor requires about 25 kilograms of first-grade 1000 refined heavy silver. The mithril we have here is about. At this point, the corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth couldn't help but curve up. 2.5 tons. If it's purified into first-grade 1000 refinements. As long as my level is there, I think I can refine at least 300 kilograms. That's enough. Bing Tianliang said in surprise, "Is your first-grade 1000 refinements success rate that high?" Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. "I don't know yet because my level isn't there yet. I calculated it according to my current success rate of 1000 refinements. It should be much higher than the average blacksmith's success rate." Bing Tianliang, Yu Tian, and Lin Donghui looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. Mithril to make a one-word battle armor? This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Not to mention first-grade 1000 refined mithril, even unpurified mithril would cost a yellow emblem per kilogram. Then, they considered the failure rate of forging. Without 200 to 300 kilograms of mithril, it was impossible to refine a set of first-grade 1000 refinements. 200 to 300 kilograms of ordinary mithril was the price of more than 10 purple emblems. Not to mention them, there weren't many people in the entire outer court who could afford it. The benefits of using mithril to make a one-word battle armor were obvious. Mithril had an extremely high affinity with soul power. Not only was it good for transmitting soul power, but it could also strengthen soul power. Furthermore, it had a very high compatibility with almost all metals. In the future, it would be much easier to upgrade such a one-word battle armor to a two-word battle armor. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the rare metal, the stronger the battle armor made with it. Xianyu, no, boss, you will be our boss from now on. We don't want old Bing anymore, I don't want anything else. My portion of rare metals will be yours. I want a set of one-word battle armor made of first-grade 1000 refined mithril. Yu Tian grabbed Lan Xuanyu's arm with a fawning expression. Lan Xuanyu was really not used to this usually cool guy suddenly becoming like this. Yu Tian, how can you betray old Bing? Are you still human? Lin Donghui asked indignantly. Then, he grabbed Lan Xuanyu's other arm. Me too, count me in. You too. Bing Tianliang wished he could kick each of them, but at this moment, he was unwilling to fall behind. Even if you want to acknowledge me as your big brother, I should be the one to do it first. All of you, get out of the way. Seeing the three of them scrambling to be the first, Lan Mengqin was overjoyed. Do the three of you have to be like this? Yu Tian glanced at her. You don't know this, right? Do you know how much mithril is needed to make a set of one-word battle armor? If you use emblems to buy it, even 10 purple emblems won't be able to buy it. Boss, I'll reserve a set first. It's settled then. All my rare metals will be yours as wages. I'll leave first. With that, he turned and ran. This guy was very smart. Although there were more than 2 tons of mithril here, he really didn't think that Lan Xuanyu could forge more than 300 kilograms of 1000 refined 1 crystal mithril. Was 1000 refined 1 crystal metal that easy to forge? If he made the payment now and settled the matter, he'd be able to obtain a set of 1-word battle armor made from 1 crystal 1000 refined mithril. Bing Tiandu and Lin Donghui also immediately ran away. They had the same thoughts as Yu Tian. Regardless of whether Lan Xuanyu's success rate was high or not, as long as they could obtain a set of first-grade 1000 refined 1-word battle armor, they would be satisfied. Before graduating from the 2nd grade, the most time-consuming and laborious task was crafting battle armor. First-grade 1000 refined battle armor could be fused into one's body, but how many people could actually do that? Not to mention a battle armor made of first-grade 1000 refined mithril. This was a top-grade 1-word battle armor. With this, they were already very satisfied. It was not a big deal to use more rare metals. They could also save time and have more time to cultivate. These guys are too cunning. Boss, you didn't miscalculate, did you? Is the success rate of first-grade 1000 refinements really that high? Qianlei asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu said, that should be about right. But I still need to practice more. First, I'll use other rare metals to practice, then mithril. They left so many rare metals as forging fees, it's already enough. Lan Mengqin looked at the smile on his face and said, you seem to have a card up your sleeve. Lan Xuanyu looked at the mountain of 6 types of rare metals in front of him and smiled. From today onwards, I'll take care of all of you. As soon as he said this, the other 5 people widened their eyes. Boss, what do you mean? Qianlei's eyes lit up. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Xiao said that if we want to sell these rare metals, we can only sell them to the academy, but he's referring to ordinary rare metals. What if I can forge all of them into 1000 refined rare metals? The price of 1000 refined rare metals is about the same in the academy as outside. After all, the success rate of forging rare metals of this level isn't high. How many emblems can I exchange for so many rare metals? It's enough for all of you to cultivate. Lu Feng, who had been silent all this while, said, Xianyu, what's your success rate of 1000 refinements? Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, if it's just ordinary 1000 refinements, it's about 80%. The moment he said this, the other 5 people stopped talking and looked at him with their mouths agape. Qianlei finally understood what Lan Xuanyu meant by earning money. An 80% success rate of 1000 refinements, and this large batch of rare metals didn't cost any money. This was more than 4 tons of rare metals. According to Lan Xuanyu's success rate of 1000 refinements, 3 tons of 1000 refinements was still possible. How much could 3 tons of 1000 refinements be sold for? This wasn't easy to calculate. After all, it involved 6 types of rare metals. But it was definitely an astronomical figure. No wonder Lan Xuanyu said that he would take care of them. Furthermore, 3 tons was the most conservative estimate. The actual amount was definitely more than that. Lan Xuanyu said to himself, I'll use a few rare metals of lower value to practice first. With so many rare metals for me to practice with, I think it won't take long for me to complete first-grade 1000 refinements. When the time comes, I can't sell all of these rare metals. In addition to making a 1-word battle armor, I have to keep a portion for spirit refining. It's said that spirit refining requires a large amount of rare metals. Qianlei muttered, I really want to tell you Tian and the others what they missed out on. Are they losing a watermelon and picking up sesame seeds? Lu Feng shook his head and said, not really. A set of battle armor made of first-grade 1000 refined mithril is already very valuable. That's enough. Yuan and Hui Hui went to Lan Xuanyu's side and giggled. Big brother Xianyu, we agreed that you will take care of us in the future. Haha, then I won't do any missions. Lan Mengqin said, it's the holidays. Where do you guys plan to go? I want to go home. Lan Xuanyu said, I'm not going back. My parents will come to see me, and so will my teacher. As he spoke, he looked at Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu said, I'm an orphan and have nowhere to go. When teacher Nana comes, I'll accompany her. Lu Feng said, I'm not going back either. I'll stay in the academy to cultivate. Yuan and Hui Hui said, my house is here. Going home is the same as going to the academy. I'll continue to cultivate. Qianlei said, I'm going home to show off. With Fatty Jean, we can also engage in close combat. I'll go back and let my father take a look. Lan Xuanyu said, you guys have to hurry up and practice your battle armor design and production. I estimate that by the end of next semester, I should be able to forge enough first-grade 1000 refined mithril for everyone to make battle armor. Organize and provide. Lan Xuanyu's first semester at Shrek Academy officially ended. After this semester, he had changed a lot. He checked his parents' messages and found that they were already on their way here. It was the same for Nana. In 2 days, he would be able to see them. He had gained a lot from this final exam. That night, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei went to see God Lake to cultivate again. Qianlei wanted Fatty Jean to drink his fill so that he could go home, while Lan Xuanyu needed to recover the consumption of his dragon god scales so that he could continue cultivating. The next morning, Qianlei and Lan Mengqin went home. The others' lives didn't change much. Although they didn't have to go to class, they were still cultivating hard. Early in the morning of the 3rd day of the holiday, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu arrived at the Shrek City Space Center together. Not long after, 2 familiar figures appeared in the tunnel. Dad, Mom, I'm here. Lan Xuanyu jumped up and waved at them excitedly. Dong Qianxiu, who was standing beside him, looked at him and couldn't help but have a strange feeling. In the eyes of his classmates, he had always been mature and wise. When he saw his parents, he truly revealed the emotions that a young man should have. Dong Qianxiu's eyes were slightly moist. She was very envious of Lan Xuanyu. To her, the words dad and mom had long been unfamiliar. She couldn't help but think how great it would be if they were still alive. To be continued. Lan Xiao and Nanqing naturally also saw their son. Nanqing threw the luggage to her husband and trotted over. She hugged her son and then kissed his face again and again. Mom missed you so much. Lan Xuanyu's face was a little red. Mom, Nanqing's eyes were red. She hugged her son who had obviously grown taller and almost cried, you've grown taller, but you've lost weight. You must be very tired, right? No, I'm not tired. Leaning in his mother's arms, Lan Xuanyu had someone to rely on. Although he said he wasn't tired, his eyes revealed a weakness that he didn't usually have. Lan Xiao also walked over at this time. His face was kind, and he touched Lan Xuanyu's head, you've grown taller. Lan Xuanyu said, Mom, Dad, this is Qianxiu. You've met her before. Dong Qianxiu had been watching Lan Xuanyu and his parents from the side. Lan Xiao nodded to her. Looking at this girl, his heart was also full of love. Although Dong Qianxiu was still young, girls matured earlier than boys. At this time, Dong Qianxiu already had the appearance of a stunning beauty. Nanqing only just realized that Dong Qianxiu was also there. She immediately let go of Lan Xuanyu's hand. Aya, Qianxiu is getting more and more beautiful. I didn't even dare to recognize you. Saying this, she hurriedly stepped forward and held Dong Qianxiu's hand. The more she looked at Dong Qianxiu, the more satisfied she was. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Dong Qianxiu said with a slightly red face. Nanqing said, you've grown a lot taller than last time. You're even taller than Xianyu. You're really getting more and more beautiful. Did Xianyu, that stinky brat, bully you? If he did, tell Auntie. I'll beat him for you. Yes, he often bullies me. Dong Qianxiu's face revealed a trace of craftiness. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. You're really not polite. She was complaining. Why are you being so polite? How can you bully a girl? Nanqing raised his leg and kicked his son's butt. Dong Qianxiu giggled and looked at Lan Xuanyu proudly. Lan Xuanyu looked at Nanqing, feeling wronged. You're my mother. How can you help an outsider? Nanqing snorted. I'm not helping you. I'm helping you. Where else can I find such a good girl like Qianxiu? Dong Qianxiu blushed. Auntie, Nanqing smiled and said, Auntie knows that you are still young. Don't worry, don't worry. You guys study together every day anyway. Oh right, when will your Nana teacher arrive? Lan Xuanyu said, she should be here soon. Her spaceship will arrive around the same time as yours. Nanqing said, I. Haven't seen her in a long time. At this time, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked in the direction of the passage. It was as if there was a special force in the unseen world that was guiding his line of sight. A figure appeared in the passage. That person was wearing ordinary black sportswear and a black sports cap. The brim of the cap was pressed low and she wore a black mask. Even with such ordinary clothes, it was difficult to hide her charm. Her good figure was impossible to hide, and so was her temperament. That person slowly walked over. She seemed to have felt Lan Xuanyu's presence. She subconsciously raised her head and looked over with her clear and bright eyes. Their eyes met. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but shout, "Nana teacher!" He shouted while waving at Nana with all his might. Nana's eyes were filled with joy. Her footsteps obviously quickened. They hadn't seen each other for so long. She was still dressed like this, but Lan Xuanyu could still recognize her at a glance. There was another person walking with Nana. It was a woman who was also wearing sportswear. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her appearance was ordinary. Everything else about her seemed very ordinary. She didn't stand out in the crowd at all. Nana's long silver hair was braided into a scorpion braid. The ends of her hair reached her calves. Just this head of long silver hair made her particularly beautiful and eye-catching. Nana quickly walked forward. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu had already rushed forward. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, each hugged one of Nana's arms. Nana smiled and hugged them. Her eyes were full of smiles. "You've all grown taller." Smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Lan Xuanyu was excited. Nana teacher, I missed you so much." Nanqing looked at them from not far away. She couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She touched Lan Xiao beside her. "This stinky brat, why do I feel like he's closer to Nana than to me?" Lan Xiao subconsciously said, "Everyone has an innate desire to be close to beautiful things." "What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm not beautiful enough?" Nanqing reached out and pinched the flesh on her husband's waist. Lan Xiao felt the pain. Only then did he wake up. He hurriedly restrained his thoughts and smiled apologetically to his wife. He was also attracted by Nana's temperament. "Hello." Nana also saw them. She took the initiative to walk forward. She smiled and nodded at them. "Nana, long time no see. Thank you for coming to see Xianyu." Nanqing walked forward and hugged Nana. Although she was a little jealous of Nana, she was more grateful. If it wasn't for Nana, Lan Xuanyu's cultivation would have had problems. Nana smiled and said, "I miss them too. This time, I'm going to check on their cultivation after coming to Shrek Academy." Dong Qianqiu stuck out his tongue. "Teacher, you've just arrived and you're going to check on our cultivation?" Nana rubbed Dong Qianqiu's head. "Yes, I'm going to see if you're improving fast." "I feel like it's pretty fast." At this time, the woman who came with Nana had already come to her side. She whispered, "Let's go first. Our car is already here." "Okay." Nana nodded. "Teacher Nana, who is this auntie?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana smiled and said, "This is teacher's friend. She came with me." The woman looked at Lan Xuanyu, then at Dong Qianqiu and smiled. "Hello, my name is Peijiu. I'm Nana's friend. It's nice to meet you guys. I heard that you guys are all top students of Shrek Academy." "Hello, auntie." Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu greeted her at the same time. And Peijiu said, "We have a car on the mother planet. The car is already here. Why don't you take our car together?" "Sure." Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu came by public transportation, so it was best to have a car to pick them up. When they exited the Space Center terminal, a silver-white Soul car was already parked outside. This Soul car had smooth lines and was very long, but it didn't give off a cumbersome feeling. As soon as they walked to the side of the Soul car, the doors on both sides of the Soul car opened, revealing a spacious space inside. Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise, "Is this the Silver-Winged Angel?" The Silver-Winged Angel was the most luxurious mass-produced car in the Federation. It was known as a moving work of art. Not only could it run on the ground, but it could also fly in the air. Its speed was even comparable to a soul warship. However, it couldn't fight like a soul warship. This extended version of the silver-winged angel could accommodate 8 passengers. The thick leather seats were saddle brown and coupled with white oak wood ornaments. It looked noble and luxurious. Nanqing and Lan Xiao looked at each other. They knew how much it cost to buy such a silver-winged angel. This was the most expensive soul car, and the starting price was 4 million Federation coins, not including the extravagant accessories. Nana's friend seemed to be very rich. "Please get in the car." And Peijio smiled and made a please gesture. It was obvious that she respected Nana very much. Everyone got into the car. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu sat in one row, Nana and Peijio sat in another row, and Nanqing and Lan Xiao sat in another row. The car door closed, isolating them from the outside world. The chauffeur's voice came from the front. "Directorin, where are we going first?" And Peijio looked at Nana. "Are we going to our encampment or?" Lan Xuanyu continued, "Teacher Nana, we have applied for a room at the Academy Hotel for you." And Peijio turned to look at him and said, "Shrek Hotel?" Lan Xuanyu nodded. And Peijio smiled and said, "The Shrek Academy is the holy land in the hearts of all soul masters. It's an honor to be able to stay there. I wonder if you can arrange a room for me to experience it as well." Lan Xuanyu said, "Sure, but I have to ask. There have been many parents of students coming over recently. I wonder if there are any empty rooms." Nana glanced at Peijio and said indifferently, "Let's stay at the Shrek Academy." And Peijio looked at her calm eyes and nodded. "Alright, let's go to the Shrek Academy." The silver-winged angel started up and drove steadily and quietly on the highway of Shrek City, as if it was gliding. Lan Xuanyu said, "Dad, Mom, Teacher Nana, and Auntie An, Qianqiu and I have ordered food at the school's hotel. When we arrive later, we can go straight to eat. Then, I'll bring you guys to our dormitory in the afternoon to take a look. The Academy's dormitory is very good." "Alright." Nanqing smiled and said, "I've long heard that the Shrek Academy is the #1 academy in the Federation. I really want to take a look. The air here is really good. It feels different the moment we get off the spaceship. The mother planet is indeed the mother planet." Lan Xuanyu said, "That's right. The life energy of the mother planet is especially abundant, especially in our Shrek Academy. With the eternal tree and sea god lake, the life energy is very dense. Living here is very comfortable, and cultivation is also twice the result with half the effort." Nana looked out of the window in a daze. She felt that she was very familiar with this place, but she was also a little confused. She thought that it was because she had been discovered on her home planet that she felt a sense of familiarity with this place. The words Shrek Academy gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Of course, Peijio was not her friend, but an escort arranged by the officials. She had never even seen Peijio before boarding the spaceship. She applied to come to Shrek Academy to see her students. Ever since she was put under surveillance, she had lived a very peaceful life every day and had never had any problems. After some discussion, the officials agreed to her request. After all, integration into society was good for one's mental health, and integration into society required social connections. Moreover, Nana's request wasn't too much. After she woke up, the people she came into contact with the most were Lan Xuanyu's family and the students she taught at the academy. This time, the officials sent Peijio to accompany her mainly because she had accidentally displayed her powerful strength. The person who originally followed her couldn't bear such surveillance work anymore. The silver-winged angel drove steadily to the entrance of Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu showed his student ID and the proof of family residence that he had applied for from the academy before they entered the Shrek Academy. However, they entered on foot. This was because non-academy vehicles were not allowed to drive into Shrek Academy. This was a rule. The Shrek Hotel was not far from the entrance and was only a few minutes away. Lan Xuanyu went to arrange a place for Peijio. Since Peijio was Nana's teacher's friend, he would naturally try his best to help Peijio apply for a room. Fortunately, there were still empty rooms in the hotel. Every student could apply for 2 rooms per month if they had a valid reason. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu could apply for 4 rooms in total. With the addition of Peijio, they had only applied for 3 rooms, which was enough. After settling the check-in procedures, Nanqing and Lan Xiaoan put down their luggage. Lan Xuanyu brought them to the restaurant while Nana and Enpagio were accompanied by Dong Qianxiu. Everyone met up in the restaurant. Everyone naturally ate the best food in the Shrek Hotel. Lan Xuanyu was not short of money now, and the food in the Shrek Hotel was not expensive. Enpagio praised sincerely as she ate. As expected of the Shrek Academy. The life energy here is too rich. My biggest regret in life is that I didn't get into the Shrek Academy back then. Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise, Antian, are you also a soul master? He didn't feel any soul power fluctuations from Enpagio. Enpagio smiled and nodded. Yes. I really envy you guys. Those who can get into the Shrek Academy have a limitless future. How did you guys do for the final exam? Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, it's alright. Dong Qianxiu said, he's first. Enpagio was stunned for a moment, and the way she looked at Lan Xuanyu changed. What kind of place was the Shrek Academy? It was a gathering place for geniuses. To be able to get first place in the Shrek Academy, even in the outer court, was definitely outstanding, a genius among geniuses. This meant that his future was limitless. First place? Son, you're amazing. Nanqing was overjoyed and gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. Mom wants to reward you. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, what are you rewarding me with? Actually, it's our team who got first place, not me alone. Nanqing held her son's face and kissed him hard on the cheek. I'll reward you with a kiss. Lan Xuanyu looked helpless. This is also considered a reward. Then I'll reward you too. As he spoke, he also kissed Nanqing on the cheek. Then, he raised his hand and a light flashed in his hand. One by one, glass bottles were taken out from the storage bracelet on his wrist. After the final exam ended and he returned to the academy, Yuan and Hui Hui gave him the storage bracelet so that he could carry all kinds of rare metals to forge. This is the water of the Sea God Lake. I exchanged it for it with the Shrek badge. Dad, Mom, Teacher Nana, Antian, try it. It can replenish life energy and at least slow down aging. Can the lake water be drunk directly? Is it hygienic? Nanqing took a glass bottle and looked at it suspiciously. Enpagio was surprised. The water of the Sea God Lake? This is the first time I've seen it. I heard it's quite expensive. Ms. Nan, this is not a matter of hygiene. Only the internal members of the Shrek Academy can obtain this lake water. If this were to be sold outside, such a small bottle would probably fetch a sky-high price. Xianyu is right. Not only can this lake water extend one's lifespan, but it's also helpful for cultivation. Then I'll try it. Nanqing smiled and opened the bottle to take a sip. The lake water had a faint sweet taste, was cool and delicious, and instantly made her feel comfortable and relaxed. She couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. It's really special. The others also drank it. Enpagio remained calm, but Nana was in a daze. Ever since she came here, she had been in a daze. Nana didn't say much during the meal. Lan Xuanyu looked at her dazed expression and thought that she was just a little tired. Dad, Mom, Teacher Nana, do you guys want to rest first? Lan Xuanyu asked. Nanqing smiled and said, after drinking your Sea God Lake water, I don't feel tired at all. Let's go to your dormitory and see where my son lives. Lan Xuanyu looked at Nana. Teacher Nana, what about you? Nana said, I'm not tired either. Let's go together. Okay. After everyone left the hotel, they could only walk. Shrek Academy was a world filled with life and greenery. As the outer court was already on holiday, the interior of the academy was even quieter. Strolling on the small path of the campus and feeling the rich life energy from the Sea God Lake, Lan Zhao and Nanqing felt exceptionally comfortable. Enpagio revealed an envious expression from time to time as she thought too. Herself, the Shrek Academy is indeed a place that people yearn for. Back then, I was really close to getting in. She was not exaggerating. This was indeed the biggest regret in her life. They walked all the way to Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. Lan Xuanyu opened the door. Dad, Mom, Teacher Nana, Antian, please come in. This is my dormitory. The moment she entered, Nanqing was stunned. You live here alone? That's right. There are few students in our school, so everyone lives in a bigger place. There are cultivation rooms, meditation rooms, and simulation cabins. This is the living room, so we can order food directly in the dormitory. The place I spent the most time in was the meditation room. Because I rarely slept these days, I usually rested through meditation. Mom, I'm already at level 30. Xianxia has broken through to level 40. Lan Xiao said, that's amazing. When we were your age, we probably weren't even level 20 yet. And Peijio said, Shrek Academy's level 30 and 40 are different from other places. To be able to get first place in the class, your child is really amazing. Nanqing said, it's all thanks to Nana for helping him build a solid foundation back then. Without Nana's guidance, Xianyu wouldn't be where he is today. Therefore, we have always been especially grateful to Nana. Nana shook her head gently. It's because he's willing to work hard. Xianyu, bring me to your meditation room. You've broken through to 3 ring. I'll help you check your current condition. Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed happily. He was very confident in his improvement in the past 6 months. Even Nana would be satisfied with his improvement. Dong Qianqiu asked, Teacher, can I come with you? Nana said, stay with me tonight. I'll help you take a look at your condition tonight. Let's see how Xianyu's cultivation is going. Okay. Dong Qianqiu nodded. Lan Xuanyu brought Nana to his meditation room. Nanqing and Lan Xiao did not follow them. They went to visit the other rooms in the dormitory, and Dong Qianqiu accompanied them. And Peijio wanted to follow Nana. Don't come in. Nana stopped Peijio, who was about to enter the meditation room. And Peijio was stunned for a moment. Can't I watch? I won't say anything. It won't affect you. No. Nana's expression was calm, but her tone was firm. And Peijio hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll wait at the door. With that, she took a step back. Nana closed the door of the meditation room. Lan Xuanyu looked at her and whispered, Teacher Nana, is Auntie and your friend? Nana said, you can say that. Let's not talk about this. Come and sit down. She pointed to the center of the meditation room and glanced at the meditation room's array. Lan Xuanyu walked over and sat down. Nana said, you can start meditating. Okay. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and circulated his soul power according to the mysterious heaven technique. The gentle soul power quickly circulated in his body, and his aura instantly stabilized. Compared to when he first started cultivating, he only needed an instant to enter a meditative state, even if there were disturbances. Only then could he recover his soul power at the fastest speed. This was something that he had learned through many experiences. He had just entered a meditative state when Nana's expression changed slightly. She floated behind him and pressed a hand on his back. Nana was slightly taken aback, revealing a surprised expression. The elemental fluctuations in the air suddenly became intense. With Nana's body as the center, circles of colorful light spread out. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his surroundings had turned into a sea of elemental energy. The colorful elements combined with life energy poured into his body and were quickly absorbed by his soul power. But at this time, Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the bloodline vortex in his chest quickly revolved. The core shone with a colorful light, and the entire vortex was dyed in color. His chest heated up. The dragon god scale suddenly emitted a blazing light, making his chest resplendent. Nana, who was sitting behind him, appeared in front of him in a flash. She raised her hand and pulled open his school uniform. The colorful dragon god scale on his chest was exposed. Seeing this scale, Nana was stunned. She thought, no wonder his bloodline power and soul power could completely fuse. Was he affected by this thing? She raised her hand and gently touched the scale. Suddenly, the scale gently pulsated, and then turned into a teardrop-shaped gem. Nana only felt her body tremble violently, and a memory fragment crazily rushed out. These fragments formed a picture. She saw a huge valley, and the valley was filled with huge skeletons. A figure was digging a big hole with difficulty, burying the skeletons. The intense headache made her groan. She hugged her head with both hands. The chaotic memory fragments kept pouring into her mind, giving her a splitting headache. "Teacher Nana, what's wrong?" Nana's voice woke Lan Xuanyu up. At this time, the teardrop-shaped gem turned back into the dragon god scale and was stuck on Lan Xuanyu's chest again. Nana waved her hand. "I'm fine." "Where did you get this thing on your chest?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I didn't have time to tell you. I got this from Shrek's auction house. Because of it, my bloodlines seem to have evolved." The two different bloodlines, gold and silver, blended together, and no longer collided. After that, I felt that my abilities had increased a lot, and I could harmonize the strength of the two bloodlines. The silver bloodline increased my control over the elements, while the gold bloodline increased my fighting strength. The two bloodlines could also be used together with different soul skills. At that time, I also had a dream. "What did you dream of?" Nana asked. Lan Xuanyu didn't hide anything, and described his dream. "Teacher Nana, are there really dragon gods? Is this gem I got the scale of the dragon gods? Then my bloodline should be related to the dragon gods, right?" Nana looked at him blankly, and the headache gradually disappeared. "Dragon gods? I can't remember, but my subconscious tells me that your guess is correct. There should be dragon gods. I remember something. The soul skills that your golden bloodline gave you have names. Your first soul skill should be called Yellow Jinlong Body, your second soul skill should be Jinlong Tyrant Body, and your third soul skill should be Yellow Jinlong Roar. Then I'll use these names in the future." "Teacher Nana, have you seen anyone else in the same situation as me?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Nana replied, "I can't remember, but I've definitely seen it." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then will there be any problems with my cultivation in the future?" Nana shook her head. "There shouldn't be any problems, your two bloodlines have already fused. The thing you got isn't the scale of the dragon gods, it should be called the blessing of the dragon race. That scale was produced after your two bloodlines fused, but your current strength is still too weak, so you can't produce more scales. As your strength increases, these two bloodlines should completely fuse into one. At that time, your bloodline should be the true bloodline of the dragon gods, and your strength will increase again." Lan Xuanyu said, "The bloodline of the dragon gods? Isn't that very strong?" Nana nodded, "But it'll take a long time, until you break through your limit, then you'll truly possess the bloodline of the dragon gods." "Are you saying that my soul power will break through to rank 100? Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana said, "Should be. There's no problem with your current cultivation method, as long as you continue to work hard." Lan Xuanyu said, "But why is it so easy for others to break through to the next stage, but it's so difficult for me to break through to level 30? Will it be difficult for me to reach level 40 in the future?" At that time, I seem to have used the power of the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd to complete my breakthrough. Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd? Nana was stunned. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and revealed the ring on his thumb. "That's it. It can become a halberd, but I need to stimulate the Dragon God scales to give me the power of the Dragon God's bloodline before I can use it." Nana held his hand, and Lan Xuanyu felt the weight on his thumb lighten. In the next moment, the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd appeared out of thin air, and the dark blue halberd was held in Nana's hand. Nana had once used the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd to destroy a spaceship, so Lan Xuanyu wasn't surprised that she could use it. What a familiar name. Nana's headache seemed to have started again. She gently waved the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd in her hand, leaving after images in the air. "It's very strong. It's as if nothing can stop it. I've used it to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than me." "Teacher Nana, is the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd a divine artifact?" Some of my classmates said it was. But the teachers didn't say anything. Nana subconsciously said, "Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd ignores defense, true damage, and is indestructible." After saying this, she seemed to wake up. With a flash of blue light in her hand, the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd turned back into a ring and landed on Lan Xuanyu's finger. It should be considered a divine artifact, but it's very difficult to control it. You have to be careful not to accidentally hurt yourself. It's not an ordinary divine artifact. It's very strong. Nana touched Lan Xuanyu's head. Lan Xuanyu nodded. What do you mean it's not an ordinary divine artifact? My mother said that I was born with this ring, and it's always been there. It's as if it was born with me. When I used it for the first time, its name naturally appeared in my heart. What's going on? Nana shook her head. I don't know. But for you now, the disadvantages are actually greater than the benefits. It's fine here, but if you leave the academy, it's very likely that someone will want to snatch your divine weapon. Therefore, before you are strong enough, try to use it as little as possible. At the very least, not everyone thought that it was a divine artifact. Did any of the teachers in the academy ask you about it? Lan Xuanyu shook his head. When he defeated Tang Yuga, he had used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, but no one in the academy had ever asked him about this halberd. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu didn't care too much about it. Now that he heard Nana's words, he realized how big of a problem it would be for him to possess a divine artifact with his current strength. I'll try to use it less in the future. I'll use it when I can really use it in the future, Lan Xuanyu said seriously. Nana said, you've improved a lot and changed a lot. In the next few days, I'll help you sort out your abilities. Tell me about you. What have you learned in the past 6 months? What abilities have you mastered? What changes have you made? Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed and started talking about his entrance exam. He told Nana about his experiences after coming to Shrek Academy. Nana listened very seriously and never interrupted him. She just listened to him. Lan Xuanyu talked for an hour, all the way until his final exam. When he talked about the recognition of all his classmates, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Then we came back. This time, we harvested a lot of rare metals. I can start forging later. It's enough to make battle armors. You guys came today. We have 15 days off. After listening to his story, Nana smiled and said, you've experienced a lot in the past 6 months, and you've done well. But there's one thing you're wrong about. Ah? Lan Xuanyu looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Nana said, you underestimate yourself too much. Especially after breaking through to 3-ringed. In fact, you still haven't truly controlled your abilities. Your martial soul, your bloodline, and your 3-ringed martial soul can also shine brightly. But you've always placed yourself in a support position, only occasionally erupting. You've relied more on your brain to fight. It's not a problem to rely on your intelligence. It's a good thing. It proves that you're smart enough. But this also makes you neglect your true abilities. You haven't fully displayed your true strength. Most of the time, you don't even need to put in much effort, because your strength is enough. I haven't fully controlled my abilities? Lan Xuanyu said in surprise. Nana nodded. Yes. You're lacking a lot. Your bloodlines have already fused. The original 2 bloodlines can now be seen as one. Then, they'll be much more compatible with each other than before. More importantly, you've neglected your control over your strength. Your spiritual power, soul power, martial soul, and bloodline power are all very strong at the same level. But you haven't been able to combine them organically. If you can't do this, you'll be unable to use your abilities. Lan Xuanyu nodded as if he understood. Teacher Nana, what should I do? Nana said, I'll stay here until you start school. During this period of time, I'll help you sort out your abilities. You can already have your own fighting style. I'll teach you the direction of cultivation. When you have more abilities in the future, you can continue to improve in this direction. Also, the reason why it's so difficult for you to advance is because you need to accumulate a lot of experience before you can advance. And once you advance, it's equivalent to an evolution. The next time you break through, don't take the power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Although it's sharp enough to help you quickly break through the bottleneck, it also reduces the accumulation process. When you break through to 4-ringed, it'll be even more difficult. And once you use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to break through again, in the future, it'll be even more difficult to break through to 5-ringed. Therefore, you have to rely on your own accumulation and your own ability to break through. Only when you accumulate enough and have enough control over your own abilities can you truly break through. Although this will cause your soul power cultivation to improve much slower than others, every improvement and evolution will allow you to undergo a complete transformation. In the future, when it's time to achieve the bloodline of the dragon gods, success will follow naturally. Lan Xuanyu said unwillingly, but my soul power cultivation is already far inferior to my companions. Nana smiled. What does that matter? If you're at 3-ringed, your combat strength won't be inferior to 5-ringed. When you're at 5-ringed, your combat strength can even be compared to a 7-ringed or 8-ringed soul master. What does the level of your soul power matter? Soul power is just a number, it doesn't represent your true strength. What you need to improve is your true strength, and what you need to accumulate is your true foundation. Think about it, if others have reached an insurmountable bottleneck when they reach 9-ringed, and you're only 6-ringed or 7-ringed at that time, your strength is already about the same as theirs. You can still improve, but they can't. Compared to that, which is better? Lan Xuanyu was a smart child. After hearing Nana's explanation, his eyes lit up. Teacher Nana, I understand. As long as I can continue to improve, I'll be satisfied. Nana said, after your bloodline fused, a brand new door has been opened for you. Breaking through will be difficult, but accumulating will be easy. As long as you work hard to control your own abilities, you will continue to break through. Your growth is only a matter of time. Thank you, Teacher Nana. Nana smiled. Alright, let's go out. Your parents are probably waiting anxiously. After walking out of the meditation room, and Peijio had been waiting outside. She looked at Nana and then at Lan Xuanyu. She only smiled but didn't say anything. Nanqing and Lan Xiao were talking to Dong Qianxiu in the living room. Seeing Nana and Lan Xuanyu enter, Nanqing asked, Nana, has he improved? Nana said, he has improved a lot, but there are some areas that need to be adjusted. I will guide him in the next few days so that he won't take any detours. Then I'll have to trouble you, Nanqing said with a smile. And Peijio looked at Lan Xuanyu and was a little envious of him. Did this little guy know that the person guiding him was a god-level expert? Although she was a god-level expert who had lost her memories, her strength was still there. A day passed quickly. According to the rules of the Shrek Academy, there were restrictions on where family members could visit the academy. Some teaching areas were not open to visitors, and the lakeside of the Sea God Lake was also not open to visitors. After everyone saw Dong Qianxiu's dormitory, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu sent them back to the hotel and stayed for the night. Dong Qianxiu stayed with Nana while Lan Xuanyu stayed with his parents. Even though he was sleeping on the sofa, he was still very happy. It had been a long time since he saw Nanqing and Lan Xiao. He told them about what happened after he came to the Shrek Academy. Of course, it was a little different from the version he told Nana. For example, he downplayed his adventures and encountered danger so that his parents would not worry. The holidays were wonderful. Nana would guide Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu in their cultivation every day, helping them sort out their abilities and teaching them how to use their abilities better. Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had returned to the days when Nana stayed at his house and taught him every day. He was especially happy to see Nana every day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Lunchtime. Teacher Nana, it would be great if you could stay in the Shrek Academy. I've really learned a lot these days. If you hadn't taught me, I wouldn't have known that my martial soul could be used in such a way. It would be great if you were a teacher in our academy. Lan Xuanyu said to Nana in high spirits. In the past few days, he really felt that he had made great progress, which was beyond his imagination. His abilities were still the same, but under Nana's guidance, Lan Xuanyu realized that he hadn't been able to control his abilities well after breaking through to 3-ring. He had 6 soul skills, but he didn't use them well. At the same time, Nana also gave him pointers after he completed the Dragon God's transformation, allowing him to understand what kind of improvements the Dragon God's transformation brought. The Dragon God's transformation had brought about a comprehensive increase in strength, but he had no idea how to display this comprehensive increase in strength. After Nana's guidance, he finally understood. In these 5 days, his cultivation did not increase by much, but he felt as if he had been reborn. I want to stay and accompany you guys too. I wonder if the Shrek Academy still needs teachers, Nana said with a smile. That might not work, and Peijio, who had been listening to them silently, suddenly said. Nana turned to look at Peijio. And Peijio said seriously, Nana, the system is different. You belong to the Federation's education system, and the Shrek Academy is a separate system. You can choose any of the other academies in the Federation, but I'm afraid you can't choose Shrek Academy. Did I sell myself to you? Nana looked at her calmly. And Peijio was shocked. Nana, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. But your situation is special, you know that. Teacher Nana, don't be unhappy. Lan Xuanyu quickly grabbed Nana's hand. Nana's expression changed when he held her hand. She smiled and said, I'm not unhappy. I'm very happy when I'm with you. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, there's an auction tonight. Shall I bring you there to take a look? Our Shrek City's auction has a divine weapon for auction, although the price is very high. Nana nodded and said, all right, I'll go with you. She spoke to Lan Xuanyu but kept looking at Peijio. Peijio panicked under her gaze. She stood up and said, I'll go out and make a call. A moment later, she returned and said to Nana, let's talk alone? Okay. Nana nodded and stood up to follow Peijio out. Nana, we have always respected your choice, which is why we came to Shrek Academy this time. But your situation is special because your background is special and you have lost your memory. The Federation has to pay attention to you at all times. At the same time, you were resurrected by the Federation and have control over the Federation. We know that you have God-rank strength, and this kind of strength is too terrifying for ordinary people. Although we all know that you will not do anything that is detrimental to the Federation, you are like a terrifying weapon. The Federation has to protect you to prevent you from being used by others or from becoming emotionally unstable. Shrek Academy is a very special existence in the Federation. It can be said to be independent of the Federation and even equal to the Federation. Let's not talk about whether you can enter Shrek Academy. If you can, you will be out of the Federation's control. Even in the entire Federation, God-level experts were as rare as the wind and unicorn horns. I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart that the Federation sees you as a part of the Federation and will not give you to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is already very powerful. I just communicated with the higher-ups and I think it can be done this way. If you really want to stay by these two children's side and teach them from time to time, we have a compromise. Do you want to hear it? Nana looked at her calmly. Speak. Peijio said, other than Shrek Academy, there is also an Advanced Soul Master Academy on the Mother Planet. It is in the Federation's capital, Bright City. It is called the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy and has a long history of 20,000 years. There are many outstanding students. If you are willing, you can teach there. From Bright City to Shrek City, if you use the Silver-Winged Angel, it will only take about 2 hours of flight time. You can come here to visit these two children and teach them at any time. If you can persuade them to drop out of Shrek Academy and study at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, it will be even more convenient. Although the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy is not as good as the Shrek Academy, with these two children's current results, if they are willing to go, they will definitely receive the best resources from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. In the future, they can even be specially groomed by the Federation's War God Temple. This should be their best way out. After all, even if they graduated from the Shrek Academy, going to the War God Temple was the best choice. What do you think? Nana frowned slightly. Firstly, I am an independent individual. I have always obeyed your arrangements not because I am willing to be arranged by you, but because I just want to live a peaceful life. I can't remember what happened in the past. You told me that I might have come from 1,000 years ago, but you can't find any records of me from 1,000 years ago. Xianyu and Yuqiu are my students. To me, they are like family. I won't control their choices. I can accept your idea, but please tell your people that I have never been one of you. Please don't treat me as a resource. Do you understand? Peijio hurriedly nodded. Yes, I understand. If the Federation really has something to ask of you in the future, I believe that the Federation will definitely take out something that can move you. You can make the arrangements. I will go to that academy. However, I won't teach. I will come here to see Xianyu and Xianxiu at least once a month. After Nana said this, she turned around and left. Looking at Nana's back view, and Peizhou's gaze was a little complicated. She thought to herself, when have I done such a job? As night fell, they left Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu led the way. They brought Nana, his parents, and of course, and Peizhou to the food street. After tasting a few delicacies, they headed to the auction. Nana did not have many requirements for food, but seeing how excited Lan Xuanyu was, she ate happily. Lan Xuanyu and the others were definitely regular customers of Shrek Auction House. They came every week. After discussing with the guards at the door, they expressed that their family would not participate in the auction. They were allowed to bring Nana and the others to sit in the Shrek Academy's exclusive area. It was not unprecedented for students to bring their parents to the auction. After all, this was Shrek, and the students of Shrek Academy had always been given absolute preferential treatment. Walking into the auction house, Nana looked around curiously. Ever since she was reborn, she had never been to such a place. She rarely even went to crowded places. She preferred silence. When she had nothing to do, she would just empty herself. They sat down at the front of the auction house. Shrek's exclusive area was a little empty today because the students were on vacation. Most of them chose to go home or continue cultivating in the academy. The seats at the back were gradually filled. Lan Xuanyu said to his parents and Nana in a low voice, "Our Shrek's auction has a lot of good things, and we students have priority. There are many especially good spirit fruits. The most expensive ones are the ones that can extend one's lifespan. But our academy's teachers said that if we join the Academy School of Life, we will be able to receive similar fruits in the future. Dad, Mom, I plan to join the School of Life in the future. When the time comes, I will get you some of those fruits of life so that you can stay young forever." Nanqing smiled. "You brat, you only know how to make us happy. But is there really such a thing as eternal youth?" As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Nana beside her. It had been many years since he first met Nana, but she hadn't changed at all. She still looked as youthful and beautiful as before. Lan Xuanyu said, "It should be possible. There are many teachers in our academy who can't tell their true age." And Peizhou continued, "Eternal youth is actually a little exaggerated, unless one cultivates to the god stage. However, it was said that there was an age limit for god-level experts. But I don't know the details. However, in a place like Shrek City where life energy was rich, it was certain that it could prolong one's lifespan and slow down aging. The fruit of life that Xianyu mentioned was a rare treasure that could only be produced by the eternal tree. Aside from Shrek's place, it was impossible to find it in any other auction. But the price is still astronomical." Nanqing praised, "Shrek Academy is really different. It's a pity that we weren't talented enough back then, so we didn't even have the chance to apply." And Peizhou smiled and said, "You can be satisfied with such a good son. If he can always maintain his first place in the outer court, his chances of getting into the inner court will be very high. Once he enters the inner court of Shrek Academy, it will be different. Almost every inner court disciple of Shrek Academy will become a big shot in the Federation. They have an important position in the Federation." Parents were naturally the happiest when others praised their son. Lan Xiao smiled and said, "Mizan, you flatter me. We only hope that he can grow up safely. As for how far he can develop in the future, that will depend on himself. No matter what he chooses, we will support him." Right at this moment, the lights on the stage dimmed and a beam of light descended from the sky. Today's auctioneer had already gone up the stage. A familiar face. The auctioneer dressed in a silver evening gown was Ling Yi. Ling Yi walked to the front of the stage with a sweet smile and nodded. "Dear bidders, welcome to our Shrek auction house again. We have prepared many good things for everyone today. Of course, the finale is still that item. Before the auction begins, there are doubts about this item that the entire Federation has been paying attention to. We have some explanations to make. There is no doubt that this item was taken out by the Shrek Academy and is an absolute treasure of Shrek. The reason why it was taken out and put up for auction was for some special purposes. We hope to spread the news of the existence of this divine artifact and attract an old friend of Shrek's to come. That's why the price is so outrageous. We are very sorry for this. In view of the doubts from the outside world, today will be the last time it will be put up for auction. At the same time, in order to satisfy everyone's curiosity, we have invited an elder from the inner court of Shrek Academy to personally bring the item to meet everyone and let everyone see the elegance of this divine artifact. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. The outside world had long guessed that the Shrek Academy didn't really plan to auction this divine artifact. However, all the previous auctions had only shown images. How could a divine artifact be shown to people so easily? But they didn't expect that in today's auction, they would actually take out this divine artifact for everyone to see. How could this not make the people participating in the auction excited? That was a divine artifact. In the history of mankind, the number of divine artifacts that appeared could be counted on one hand. To be able to see the true appearance of a divine artifact, one could brag about it for the rest of their lives. Almost everyone present was excited by Ling Yi's words. They even felt that the other auction items were no longer important. They just wanted to see what this divine artifact looked like. The divine artifact is the silver dragon spear, Lan Xuanyu explained to his parents and Nana in a low voice. It's said to be an especially powerful divine artifact. And Peizhou had already sat up straight. Her back was straight, and her eyes were shining as she subconsciously clenched her fists. Divine artifact, that was a divine artifact, it came from the Shrek Academy and was a true divine artifact. Silver Dragon Spear. It was definitely a famous divine artifact in the history of mankind. Although it could not be compared to the sea god trident of the creator of Tangmen, the sea god Tang San, who was known as the first to become a god, it was definitely one of the top artifacts. Divine Artifact List, ranked 6th, Silver Dragon Spear, and Peizhou muttered. Silver Dragon Spear? Nana repeated these words. She didn't know why, but a strange feeling spread in her heart. She only felt that these 4 words seemed to be very, very familiar to her. She couldn't help but look forward to it. What would it look like? On the stage, Ling Yi glanced at the bidders below with a smile on her face. Her gaze naturally fell on Shrek's exclusive area. When she saw Lan Xuanyu, she couldn't help but smile. This kid was a famous tycoon in the outer court. Back then, the battle where they defeated the Third Years had brought them a lot of benefits. Moreover, he had attracted the Academy's attention more than once. The person beside him should be his family. It was the holidays and his family had come to visit him. Who was that? Ling Yi's gaze swept past Nana, who was wearing a mask, and landed on Peizhou beside her. The moment she saw Peizhou, her pupils constricted. It was her? Why was she here? Alright, let's begin today's auction. Everyone, please look at the big screen. As she spoke, Ling Yi turned around and walked towards the back. The first auction item of the day was displayed on the screen. It was a rare and precious fruit. It was also produced in Shrek City. Ling Yi hurried backstage. Backstage, another figure that Lan Xuanyu was very familiar with was sitting there drinking tea. Master Shu. Ling Yi bowed respectfully to Master Shu. Master Shu nodded. Let's begin. Hurry up, I'll go back after I'm done. This time, the main purpose is to show the true body of the Silver Dragon Spear to create a news effect and better spread in the Federation. Yes. Master Shu, I saw Peizhou. She's sitting in our Shrek Academy special area. I'm afraid that who is Peizhou? Master Shu asked curiously. The 7th war god of the War God Temple, Devil War God Peizhou, Ling Yi said in a low voice. Master Shu's eyes flashed. You mean the War God Temple might make a move? The price is so high, can they take out so much money at once? Ling Yi said, it's hard to say. If it's just the War God Temple, it shouldn't be possible, but the War God Temple has the Federation behind them. If the Federation is determined to get this divine weapon, it's not impossible for them to fork out so much money. After all, to the Federation, this price is just a number. They can make up for it by issuing more currency. Master Shu narrowed his eyes. Then let them be disappointed. Adjust the price to 1 trillion. I'll see if they have the courage to use 1 trillion Federation coins to make up for it. Even if they do, we'll arrange for our own people to participate in the auction. It won't be that easy to take away the divine weapon. Yes. The bidding for the first auction item soon began. Lan Xuanyu was mainly here to accompany his family to take a look and didn't have much thoughts about the auction. He only told them about the auction situation here from time to time. Hearing the prices of the auction items, Nanqing couldn't help but click his tongue. It's too expensive. Just a few fruits are worth so much? Lan Xuanyu said, this is the welfare price given by the academy. Some of the items in our Shrek auction house can't be seen outside, so it's actually not too expensive. After all, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. The auction items appeared one by one, but there weren't many people bidding today. Almost everyone was attracted by Ling Yi's initial words and wanted to see the true appearance of the divine weapon as soon as possible, so they weren't that interested in bidding. Time passed by minute. One item after another was sent to the auction stage, and there was no lack of good stuff among them. The next item was crafted by a 6th-rank spirit forging grandmaster. It's a piece of spirit-forged cloud iron weighing 3 kilograms. It's an excellent material for 2-word battle armor. The starting price is 500,000 Federation coins, and each increment must be no less than 20,000 Federation coins. Let the bidding begin. Spirit-forged cloud iron. Hearing these words, Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. 500,000 Federation dollars? This price wasn't too high. Is spirit-refined metal really that cheap? It must be known that a yellow emblem here could be exchanged for 200,000 Federation coins, and 500,000 Federation coins were only 2 yellow emblems. Cloud iron wasn't too expensive among rare metals, but if one wanted to buy 1 cubic meter of ordinary rare metal, it would cost 2 yellow emblems. 1 cubic meter of ordinary rare metal could produce a few dozen kilograms of 1,000 refined metal. Spirit refinement had to be purified again, and there was a chance of failure. All in all, 500,000 Federation coins was almost the cost price, right? This should be the case for normal blacksmiths. Just as he was thinking this, the people behind him started discussing fervently. There's actually spirit-refined metal in the auction house? This is too rare. We have to get it at all costs. 1 million. The first bidder actually doubled the price, dispelling the doubts in Lan Xuanyu's heart. He subconsciously looked back and saw a group of people with excited faces. Of course, 1 million wasn't the final price. It was just the beginning. The bidders bid one after another, and the price of this piece of spirit-forged cloud iron rose rapidly. It wasn't until it exceeded 1.5 million Federation coins that the price gradually stabilized. A piece of spirit-refined metal could be sold for so much money, one had to know that at the auction house, a purple emblem could only be exchanged for 4 million Federation coins at most. Is spirit-refined metal that valuable? Dong Qinqiu nudged him and asked. Lan Xuanyu said blankly, I don't know either. And Peizhou said, the profession of blacksmithing is very niche, and high-level rare metals are always in short supply on the market. Almost all high-level soul tools are made of rare metals, and the quality of the rare metal often determines the value of the artifact itself. As members of the Shrek Academy, all of you must know about battle armors and have them. Making battle armors requires rare metals, and the higher the level of the battle armor, the higher the requirement for rare metals. It's the same for mechas. The most extravagant mechas are made entirely of high-level rare metals. When rare metals reach the level of spirit refinement, they will have a very strong self-healing ability. If the rare metals used to make mechas had the ability to recover, then how powerful would such mechas be? There are also many soul tool core arrays that require rare metals to be made. The higher the level of the rare metal, the higher the efficiency of the array and the longer the durability. Therefore, you should be able to understand how popular high-level rare metals are. This is the reason why the Federation's Blacksmith Association status is comparable to the Mecha Master Association. Most of the high-level blacksmiths are managed by the Blacksmith Association. The source of high-level rare metals is monopolized and distributed by the Federation. To obtain high-level rare metals, it's no longer a matter of money. How could such a large piece of spirit-refined metal not be fought over at the auction? Just watch, the price will definitely exceed 2 million. As expected, just as Peizhou spoke, the bidding price of the cloud iron had already exceeded 2 million Federation coins. Can't the blacksmiths sell it themselves? Wouldn't they be able to earn more money? why should they give it to the Federation? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. And Peizhou said, because it's too difficult to become a high-level blacksmith. If a blacksmith wants to reach the level of spirit refinement, they need to consume countless rare metals. How can ordinary people afford it? They need the support of capital. Therefore, high-level blacksmiths are almost all specially nurtured. After signing an agreement, the items they forge can only be sold to investors. Almost all the major forces had their own blacksmiths, but they still didn't have enough high-grade rare metals. They weren't saturated yet. Think about it, if we have enough high-level rare metals, we can even build battleships. Of course, that's impossible because we don't even have enough high-level rare metals to make mechas. Mechas made of 100 refined metals are already the best among purple mechas. If it's made of 1,000 refined metals, it can even reach the black level. What Peizhou said was very useful to Lan Xuanyu. If a blacksmith wanted to improve, they needed a large amount of resources, and the resources were naturally rare metals. Lan Xuanyu already had such conditions, so his plan to rely on forging to obtain funds was not a problem. In the end, this piece of cloud iron was sold at a high price of 2.26 million Federation coins, setting off a small climax of today's auction. Next, a few more auction items were taken out for auction, but they didn't cause much of a stir. Next up is our main auction item today. We've already introduced it many times, and the relevant news has spread widely in the Federation, so we won't waste any more time here. Next, let's invite the Vice Pavilion Master of the Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion, the leader and founder of the Life School, Master Shu, to meet everyone with the divine artifact. The entire venue burst into thunderous applause as everyone stared at the stage with wide eyes. A divine artifact was about to appear. And Peizhou's eyes lit up as well. That was the silver dragon spear. A green light flashed and the white-haired Master Shu appeared on the auction stage with a smile. Seeing Master Shu, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt very close. The life rui that Master Shu had given him back then had been of great help to him. This also made him have a very good impression of the life school. The moment Master Shu appeared, the life aura in the entire auction house became dense. Everyone subconsciously quietened down and focused their gazes on this person. On behalf of Shrek, I welcome everyone to participate in today's auction. In a sense, the silver dragon spear is indeed not for sale. Therefore, we have adjusted the price to 1 trillion today. Public opinion will probably attack us again tomorrow, but that doesn't matter. Who asked this old man to be so thick-skinned? Master Shu said humorously. 1 trillion? The price of the silver dragon spear had increased to 1 trillion Federation coins? While everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry, they couldn't help but gasp. Was Shrek really just taking it out to show off? Master Shu sighed softly and said, the original owner of the silver dragon spear is inextricably linked to our Shrek Academy. This divine artifact has always been kept in the Academy. After today's display, it will be taken back to the Academy. Everyone, please take a look. As he spoke, Master Shu raised his right hand, and a green light lit up in his palm. The color in the center of the light was deep, as if an independent space was slowly opening. In the next moment, a silver light nimbly drilled out and silently landed in Master Shu's palm. It was a silver spear without any gorgeous decorations. It was completely silver and looked like it was forged from ordinary silver white metal. There was nothing special about it. However, the moment it appeared, the air in the entire auction house seemed to have undergone a slight change. The air seemed to have become sticky. Lan Xuanyu widened his eyes as he watched. He was shocked to sense that countless elemental fluctuations were swarming around the silver spear. Others couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly. There were blue, red, green, yellow, silver, black, and gold. The 7 colored elements surrounded it, cheering and jumping in joy. Was this a divine artifact? Master Shu smiled as he looked at the spear in his hand. He was about to say something when the silver dragon spear in his hand suddenly trembled for no reason, and the surrounding elemental fluctuations suddenly became violent. Master Shu's eyes narrowed, and the green light on his body instantly shone brightly. It was an extremely dense life aura, and it immediately enveloped the silver dragon spear, wanting to suppress the rebellion of this divine artifact for some reason. It was also at this moment that a dark red figure silently appeared out of thin air, right behind Master Shu. Two streaks of dark red light intersected and slashed out. He did not reveal any aura. His appearance was extremely sudden. Even with Master Shu's strength, he only sensed the two dark red lights when they were about to touch him. However, he was currently suppressing the silver dragon spear with all his might, and it was already too late for him to block it. His expression changed drastically. The silver dragon spear in his hand stabbed out without hesitation. A glaring silver light flashed, and with the injection of life energy, the silver dragon spear emitted a spear light. Ding! With a crisp sound, a dark red vortex suddenly appeared behind Old Shu without warning. It was as if it had burst forth in an instant. A strong suction force was released. It pulled Master Shu and actually wanted to suck him into the vortex. Not only that, the suction force of the vortex was too strong, so much so that all the bidders below were sucked up and thrown towards the auction stage. Who would have thought that someone would dare to make a move in Shrek City? How many years had it been since something like this happened? Furthermore, the strength of the person who had come was enough to shock everyone. One had to know that Master Shu was able to become the deputy pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion and the leader of the School of Life. His cultivation base was extremely terrifying. He was a true god-tier powerhouse. At the same time, he was also the guardian of the Eternal Tree. Within the vicinity of Shrek City, he could borrow the power of the Eternal Tree at any time. This was also the reason why the Academy allowed him to bring the Silver Dragon Spear with him. Beside the Eternal Tree, he was one of the strongest people in Shrek Academy. However, the combat power of this sneak attacker was simply too strong. Under the Silver Dragon Spear's rampage, Master Shu was actually completely immobile. With a cold snort, Old Shu's feet suddenly took root, and his whole body turned into a green color. With a flick of his head, his beard fluttered, turning into thick vines that shot out, entangling the bitters flying in the air one after another. He did not want them to be sucked away by the suction force behind him. Clang, clang. Two dark red streaks slashed Master Shu's back. That attack was simply too fast. In the next moment, a dark red figure actually pierced through Master Shu's body, leaving a deep wound on his waist and almost cutting his body in half. However, Master Shu's expression did not change at all. The wounds on his body healed at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. At the same time, his eyes lit up with a brilliant gold color. The entire Shrek City trembled slightly because of this. A vast amount of life energy instantly erupted. While Master Shu's injuries healed, his aura skyrocketed. Eternal Tree. A low and hoarse voice rang out. However, in the next moment, the dark red color suddenly turned pure red, sparkling and translucent like a ruby. Master Shu only felt his divine sense blur for a moment. In the next moment, his right arm had already left his body. Although another right arm grew out almost instantly, he was originally holding the silver dragon spear in his right hand. That person instantly held the silver dragon spear, and a dark red light flashed on his body before he disappeared into thin air. B** starred. Master Shu was furious. Terrifying life energy immediately poured out, sealing all the surrounding space. However, it was as if that figure had never appeared, and it had already disappeared into thin air. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it all happened in a flash. It only took a few breaths for the dark red figure to succeed from the moment of surprise attack to the moment it succeeded. The silver dragon spear was taken away. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's body was still in the air. Roots wrapped around everyone and placed them back in their seats. Including Enpagio, Old Shu, who was on the stage, disappeared in a flash. Enpagio was also sucked up by the strong suction force from before and was also saved by Master Shu's roots. She knew that she was quite strong, but the two people who had fought on the stage were clearly the top God-rank experts in the world. In front of a God-rank expert, she sadly realized that she really couldn't do anything and was still being controlled. Where's Teacher Nana? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's surprised voice suddenly sounded in Enpagio's ears. She immediately turned around in shock. Wasn't that so? Nana, who was sitting beside her previously, had already flown away. Shrek City, 100 miles away. In the void, a crack suddenly appeared and a dark red figure flashed out. He was wearing a dark red cloak. He was holding two dark red blades in his right hand and a silver dragon spear in his left hand. Master Shu's right arm had disappeared. The dark red cloak behind him was constantly emitting dark red flames. He wore a mask on his face, concealing his original appearance. He let out a long breath and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, the divine concealment cloak can conceal my aura. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape the eternal tree's lock. I have to leave the mother planet as soon as possible." Right at this moment, he suddenly raised his head. In the air, water-like ripples appeared in all directions. Silver light flickered and a figure silently appeared not far in front of him. Her long silver hair was combed into a long braid behind her head. She wore a mask on her face and only a pair of clear purple eyes were exposed. "Give me the silver dragon spear," she said indifferently. His pupils constricted rapidly. No matter what, he couldn't understand why someone could still chase after him even though he had used the divine concealment cloak to completely conceal his aura and divine sense. Even the eternal tree couldn't sense his location. This was completely unimaginable. He had planned for a long time for today's operation. With the two divine artifacts on him, he was confident that nothing would go wrong. That was why he dared to make a move at the critical moment, but he didn't expect to be stopped. Furthermore, in his memory, this person wasn't a powerhouse from the Shrek Academy. Right at this moment, he felt the silver dragon spear in his hand tremble violently. He hurriedly circulated his soul power with all his might, wanting to control the silver dragon spear. The woman opposite him only shook her hand, and the silver dragon spear in his hand let out a pleasant dragon's roar. It was a dragon's roar filled with excitement, longing, desire, and countless other emotions. Divine artifacts had spirits, and all divine artifacts had their own emotions. The spirituality of powerful divine artifacts wasn't inferior to that of humans. It was just that divine artifacts didn't easily reveal their spirituality. At this moment, the silver dragon spear in his hand trembled violently. Oval silver scales appeared on the surface of the spear, and the bottom of the spear blade split open. A silver-white gem appeared and instantly emitted a rainbow light. He could no longer hold on to the divine artifact in his hand. With a Tenryu roar, the silver dragon spear actually soared into the sky and transformed into a silver dragon in the air. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. In the next moment, the silver dragon transformed into the silver dragon spear and descended from the sky, landing in the woman's hand. However, the silver dragon spear in her hand changed its appearance. The tip of the spear disappeared and was replaced by a huge silver gem with a rainbow light at the top. Oval scales appeared on the spear shaft, and then the spear transformed into a staff. Her purple eyes revealed a rare look of joy. She didn't know why she was so happy, as if an old friend had returned to her side. She gently waved the staff that was transformed from the silver dragon spear. Instantly, the surrounding world turned into a rainbow color. The man in the dark red cloak felt that all the origin energy of heaven and earth had nothing to do with him at this moment. The person opposite him was the core of the entire world. "Level 11, he said in shock. "Get lost." The silver-haired woman gently waved the staff in her hand. Immediately, a loud sound came from the sky. Then, a powerful force appeared, and the man was instantly sent flying 10,000 meters away. At this moment, the entire sky turned into a turquoise color. The man gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The divine artifact that he had spent so much effort to obtain was gone just like that. At this moment, he could feel the wrath of the entire Douluo planet. As the core of the entire planet, the wrath of the eternal tree was the wrath of the planet. Not only did he fail to obtain the divine artifact, but he also had to bear the consequences. How sorrowful was that, the Shrek auction house had been sealed off. At this moment, although the entire Shrek city was still calm, an incomparably powerful aura had already surrounded the auction hall. Where did Teacher Nana go? Lan Xuanyu stared at Enpeigio with wide eyes. Cold sweat dripped down Enpeigio's forehead. If not for the fact that she could clearly see Nana beside her when the dark red figure appeared, she would have suspected that Nana had made a move. Such a god-rank powerhouse had suddenly disappeared. What should she do? For a moment, her heart was in a mess. She regretted taking on the mission of monitoring Nana. At that time, she wanted to get closer to a god-rank powerhouse and feel her powerful strength to provide ideas for herself to break through to the god rank in the future. But who knew that such a huge thing would happen in Shrek City? Someone had snatched the divine artifact of the Shrek Academy in Shrek City and succeeded. This was a huge matter that would cause a sensation in the Federation. More importantly, who knew how many more things would be involved? I'm here. I was just sent here. At this moment, Nana's voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw Nana sitting on the other side of the same row. She stood up and walked towards them. Hearing her voice, and Pejo heaved a sigh of relief. As long as this person was still around, it was fine. She was most afraid that Nana would snatch the divine artifact and then Nana would leave. It was impossible to hide the fact that she was the war god of the War God Temple from the Shrek Academy. Once the Shrek Academy pursued the matter, she wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, a group of people walked over from backstage. Ling Yi strode forward and her gaze landed on Pejo. Pejo took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. As long as Nana was not missing and was still here, she was not so worried. Even if something happened, the higher-ups would take care of it. Heavenly Devil War God Pejo, I wonder why you came to our Shrek Academy? Ling Yi said coldly. Heavenly Devil War God? Hearing this title, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxia were stunned. Nanqing and Lan Xiao widened their eyes. In the Federation, only people from the War God Temple could have the title of War God. Moreover, this was a war god, not a reserve war god or an ordinary member of the War God Temple. In other words, the person who had been chatting with them these few days and was very approachable was actually the active war god of the War God Temple, and Pejo said, I'm just accompanying a friend to see her students. I don't have any other intentions. What happened just now? Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the Shrek Academy. Ling Yi said seriously, I need to know your entire schedule. Before this matter is investigated, I'm afraid you have to stay and cooperate with the investigation. Pejo didn't defend herself or resist. She just nodded. I'll cooperate, but can I contact the headquarters? Ling Yi hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Sure. This matter is very important. The loss of the Silver Dragon Spear is not only a matter of the Shrek Academy, but also a matter of the Federation. Contact the War God Temple and tell them the truth. Our Pavilion Master will be here soon. Sea God Pavilion Master? The true leader of the Shrek Academy, or rather, one of the leaders of the Federation, was a legendary powerhouse. The Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion was very mysterious. Very few people knew who he was. There were 4 Vice Pavilion Masters in the Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion, and they were all god-rank powerhouses. Usually, it was the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters who appeared. This time, for the Silver Dragon Spear, the Sea God Pavilion Master personally appeared, for a moment, and Pejo's relaxed mood couldn't help but become nervous again. Could they tell that Nana was a god-rank powerhouse? If they could, then this matter would be very troublesome. At this moment, she felt a splitting headache. She really shouldn't have come to this auction house. If she hadn't come, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Senior, what about us? Shall we stay too? Lan Xuanyu asked Ling Yi. Ling Yi glanced at him and said, let's stay for a while. We have to register. Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed. Then, he turned to Lan Xiao and Nanqing and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. It'll be fine. Let's wait here for a while. Okay. Okay. Nanqing quickly agreed. The scene just now had really frightened her and Lan Xiao. This was the first time they had seen a battle of this level. Although it happened in an instant, that terrifying aura and the powerful suction force that they couldn't resist still left a shadow in their hearts. Nana also sat down. Her eyes were calm, but there was a hint of joy in the depths of her eyes. A few people wearing Shrek Academy's uniform started to walk in. They were all red coat. Red coat represented the inner court. This time, more than 20 inner court disciples of Shrek Academy arrived. The oldest looked to be in his 40s, and the youngest seemed to be in his 20s. All of them looked very serious. Lan Xuanyu even saw familiar faces, including Tang Yu. They were registering each bidder, and no one knew what they were checking. All of you, come with me. Xianyu, bring your family here. Devil Battle God, who is the friend you are accompanying? Ling Yi asked directly when she walked over again. And Peizhou glanced at Nana and said, it's this. 1. She used to be Lan Xuanyu's teacher. Her name is Nana. Only then did Ling Yi notice Nana's existence. Looking at her masked face, she frowned and asked in Peizhou, she's one of your people? And Peizhou hesitated for a moment but still nodded. She's one of us. Ling Yi said, then let's go together. Under her lead, everyone was brought to a lounge backstage. At this moment, there were already a few people waiting in the lounge. It's you again? A deep voice sounded and a surprised gaze landed on Lan Xuanyu. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a dignified aura. Lan Xuanyu, on the other hand, was stunned by his words. Who was this person? Did he know him? Ling Yi hurriedly said, Xianyu, this is the deputy pavilion master of our Sea God Pavilion, Pavilion Master Wang Tianyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't know him, but Wang Tianyu knew this little guy. From the time he snatched him from the school of life by the Sea God Lake, to the commotion caused by Tang Le coming to the Shrek Academy to see Lan Xuanyu, he had always paid close attention to this child. He was even very clear about Lan Xuanyu's results for the final exam. Hence, how could he not be surprised to see Lan Xuanyu here? Hello, Pavilion Master Wang. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly bowed respectfully. Hello, Thunder God. I am Peizhou. And Peizhou also stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Thunder God Douluo Wang Tianyu was a true big shot in the Shrek Academy and was also the most well-known powerful existence in the Shrek Academy. Wang Tianyu nodded. Ling Yi's lips trembled as she transmitted a few words to him. Wang Tianyu looked in Nana's direction and narrowed his eyes. Can you take off your mask? Nana said indifferently, why should I take off my mask? Wang Tianyu raised his brows slightly and asked, why can't I take it off? Nana said, because I don't want to. Nana. And Peizhou was a little anxious. Who was Wang Tianyu? He was one of the top few people in the world. He was very important. His status was even higher than Master Shu's. Furthermore, this person had always been belligerent. Back then, he had gone to the War God Temple. At that time, he had yet to become a god, but he had challenged the War God Temple and fought for 3 days. He had even challenged a god rank expert as a title Douluo. He had always been very hot-tempered. Wang Tianyu said, according to the video we pulled, after the attacker disappeared, you also disappeared for a period of time. Although it was very short, please explain where you went. Nana said, I went after that person. You caught up? Wang Tianyu's eyes focused. No. His aura should be hidden by a divine artifact and I couldn't lock onto him. I only chased after him based on the spatial fluctuations left behind by him and came back before I could catch up, Nana said calmly. Wang Tianyu couldn't hear anything wrong from her words. Her tone, expression, and aura were all very calm. Wang Tianyu narrowed his eyes. I wonder when the War God Temple gained you. And Peizhou hurriedly said, Her Excellency Nana's existence has always been a secret of our War God Temple. It's just that by chance, she took in Xianyu as her disciple and taught Xianyu some cultivation techniques. This time, she specially came to see him. Our War God Temple guarantees that today's matter has nothing to do with us. We will definitely cooperate with Shrek to find the thief. Wang Tianyu nodded gently. Please stay for a while. The Pavilion Master will be here soon. After the Pavilion Master arrives, he will make a decision. With that, he walked to the sofa at the side and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. And Peizhou looked at Wang Tianyu in surprise. When did this former Thunder God Douluo, the current Thunder God, become so easy to talk to? The Thunder God was famous for his belligerence. He must have already seen that Nana was a god rank expert, but he didn't probe further. This was really abnormal. Little did she know that Wang Tianyu, who was resting with his eyes closed, was already in an uproar. He didn't probe? Of course he did. Just as Peizhou knew, he was extremely belligerent. When he first saw Nana, he probed with his divine sense. But what he felt was that Nana's divine sense was like a vast ocean that instantly devoured his divine sense. He couldn't even withdraw his divine sense. Between god-rank experts, probing with one's divine sense would be seen as a provocation. Wang Tianyu was very confident in his divine sense, which was why he did this. But the feedback he received was that the other party's divine sense was stronger than his. Hence, the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. He knew all the experts in the War God Temple, but he had never heard of such a female war god in the War God Temple. She was actually so powerful. Although divine sense didn't determine a god-rank expert's full combat power, it could at least represent half of it. His divine sense was directly devoured by the other party, which meant that the other party's divine sense was more than just a little stronger than his. While he was shocked, he was even more curious about Lan Xuanyu. Is this kid a magnet? The last time a god-rank celebrity came, he was really a big celebrity. Wang Tianyu had done an investigation later on. That person's strength was extremely strong. Now, another god-rank expert had arrived. She didn't feel weaker than the previous one, and she was a woman. There were very few female god-rank experts. If the War God Temple officially announced that there was such a person, it would probably shock the Federation. Was this a powerhouse secretly nurtured by the Federation? Everyone found a place to sit down. Nana naturally sat beside Lan Xuanyu, still not taking off her mask. Not long after, the door opened and a few people walked in. The person in the lead was wearing a long white dress. The strange thing was that she wore a hat on her head and a white veil hung down, covering her face. One could only tell that she was a woman with a graceful figure. Behind her were two people. One of them was Master Shu. At this moment, Master Shu's expression had returned to normal. The other was a young man with a dignified appearance. He looked to be in his 20s and was also dressed in white. But from the way he walked side by side with Master Shu, it could be seen that his status in the Shrek Academy was probably not lower than Master Shu's. Pavilion Master. Wang Tianyu stood up and bowed to the woman in front of him. This thunder god was actually very respectful. And Peijio felt her breathing quicken. The Sea God Pavilion Master was a woman? Not many people in the entire Federation knew about this, right? Although she couldn't see her appearance, she could tell from Wang Tianyu's performance what kind of existence this Sea God Pavilion Master was. The arrogant thunder god was actually so respectful to her. The others had already stood up. And Peijio suddenly felt a strange feeling. The number of god-rank experts in this room today was probably half of the Federation's, right? The Sea God Pavilion Master walked to the innermost area and sat down. She said indifferently, Divine Concealment Cloak. 10th Divine Artifact. The Eternal Tree is also unable to lock onto its location. Now that all the space centers on Douluo planet have been closed, unless he can pass through the Sea of Stars with his physical body, he won't be able to leave. Her voice was very cold. It wasn't pleasant to the ears, but it made one's heart tremble. Nana frowned and subconsciously looked at the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. As if sensing her gaze, the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion also subconsciously looked in her direction. One of them was wearing a mask while the other was wearing a veil. The Pavilion Master suddenly stood up. Because it was so sudden, Master Shu, the white-cloaked youth, and Wang Tianyu were all shocked and subconsciously condensed their divine senses at the same time. You are? The Sea God's Pavilion Master's voice suddenly trembled. Nana was stunned. You know me? The Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion suddenly lifted her veil, revealing a stunning face. At this moment, her face was filled with excitement. Look at who I am. Nana looked at her face and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Indeed, she seemed to have a sense of déjà vu on this person's face. But she really couldn't remember. I can't remember anything from the past. Do you really know me? Then who am I? Nana looked at her in confusion. Can you take off your mask and let me see? Let me confirm it, the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion said with a trembling voice. Nana raised her hand and took off her mask. Instantly, the entire room seemed to light up. The white-clothed youth standing behind the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion suddenly trembled. And exclaimed, It's you, you're not dead? It's really. Shut up. The Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion suddenly shouted. The white-clothed youth was also trembling with excitement, but he didn't say a word. Nana looked at the pavilion master of the sea god pavilion and then at the white-clothed youth. You all recognize me? And Pejo was also shocked. What was going on? The pavilion master of the Shrek Academy actually recognized Nana? She had awakened from 1,000-year-old ice. Didn't that mean that the pavilion master of the sea god pavilion and the white-clothed youth had lived for more than 1,000 years? The pavilion master of the sea god pavilion took a deep breath. You really don't remember anything? Nana shook her head. The sea god's pavilion master subconsciously asked, where were you when you woke up? Nana looked at Enpejo. Enpejo hurriedly said, Pavilion master, this is a Federation secret. I don't care what kind of Federation secret you are. You can leave now. Go back and tell your War God Temple's Hall Master to come here personally. Tell him that I sent him here. Bring all the information you have on this person. Otherwise, I'll tear down the War God Temple. How you deal with the Federation is your business. The Sea God Pavilion Master said coldly. The young man in white beside her waved his hand and a yellow light enveloped Enpejo. In the next moment, Enpejo dissipated like dust. Lan Xuanyu didn't understand what was happening in front of him. The only thing he could barely understand was that these people in front of him seemed to know the Nana teacher. Everyone else, please leave for a while. The master of the sea god's pavilion waved his hand. Master Shu pointed at himself in confusion. Little tree, you go out too. You and Tianyu stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Bring the others to the other lounge to rest. We need to talk. Nana glanced at Lan Xuanyu but didn't say anything. Everyone else was brought out, leaving only the young man in white, the master of the sea god's pavilion, and Nana in the room. You really don't remember anything? The master of the sea god's pavilion asked. Nana shook her head. They were the ones who melted me out of the ice. I lost my memories. I can't remember. My head hurts when I think about it. Are you the only one? They only saved you? The master of the sea god's pavilion asked anxiously. Nana said, I'm the only one. Could there be someone else? They said that I should have been frozen at least 1,000 years ago. The master of the sea god's pavilion smiled bitterly. 1,000 years? More than 1,000 years. You took the silver dragon spear, right? Nana frowned but didn't deny it. I caught up to that person and got it. Do you want to take it back? No. It belongs to you. The master of the sea god's pavilion shook his head. The eternal tree asked us to show you the silver dragon spear. I didn't understand what was going on at first, but now that I think about it, it must have sensed your existence and specially used the silver dragon spear to ask you to return, the master of the sea god's pavilion said softly. Who exactly am I? Nana asked curiously. The master of the sea god's pavilion shook his head. I can't tell you now. I have to ask the eternal tree for instructions. Your identity involves many things. How many more days will you stay at the Shrek Academy? Nana said, didn't you want to force me to stay? The master of the sea god's pavilion shook his head. If you don't want to stay, who can? Nana said, I want to stay and teach Xianxia. The War God Hall said that I can't stay at the Shrek Academy and can be a teacher at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. I'll come and visit Xianxia occasionally. Xianxia? The master of the sea god's pavilion looked at the white-clothed youth behind him in confusion. The white-clothed youth said, it's that child just now. He's a first year from the outer court. I heard from Tianyu that he's a very outstanding child among the first years. The master of the sea god's pavilion looked at Nana. If you're willing, you can stay at the Shrek Academy and be a teacher here. Nana said, you're not going to tell me what happened in the past. Although she had lost her memories, it didn't affect her intelligence. Of course, she could tell that the master of the sea god's pavilion didn't seem to want to tell her what happened in the past. The master of the sea god's pavilion asked, are you satisfied with your current life? Nana was stunned for a moment. Yes. The master of the sea god's pavilion said, then why do you have to know what happened in the past? There are some things that are better left unknown than known. Nana frowned slightly. It seems like I've done something in the past. The master of the sea god's pavilion said faintly, that was a long time ago. It's all in the past. Even if you know, it doesn't mean much. Nana said, but I still feel that there are some things that I have to remember. But I can't remember them now. The master of the sea god's pavilion said, remembering them might give you a lot of trouble. At least, I won't tell you. If you can really remember them yourself, you'll remember them sooner or later. Were we friends in the past? Nana suddenly asked. The master of the sea god's pavilion was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I don't think so. Nana said, then are we enemies? The master of the sea god's pavilion shook his head. Not really. The war god Hall doesn't seem willing to let me stay in Shrek. Can you? Nana asked. The master of the sea god's pavilion's eyes flashed, but he seemed to think of something. Because of your strength. Although you've lost your memories, your strength is still there. Therefore, they definitely don't want you to join Shrek. Actually, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy isn't a bad choice. If you're willing to come to Shrek, you can visit your disciple at any time. Yes. Nana nodded. The master of the sea god's pavilion said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you about the past. It's for your own good, and for the good of some people. In addition, I might be a little selfish. Nana said plainly, I don't quite understand what you're saying. But if you don't want to tell me, then so be it. Just like you said, I don't want to add to my troubles now. Yes. The master of the sea god's pavilion looked at her with a complicated gaze. Nana suddenly said, you, on the other hand, have a very strange body. The master of the sea god's pavilion lowered his head and looked at his own body. You'll get used to it. Strange? Your description is already very conservative. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll let everything return to normal. I'll still seal and search for you. But all of you will return to normal, and I won't pursue this matter. Yes. Goodbye then. The master of the sea god's pavilion turned and walked out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Nana. Actually, I don't really want to see you. I'd rather you had disappeared. I can feel your hostility, but you said that we are not enemies. Nana looked at her calmly. In a sense, it's not wrong to say that we are enemies. The sea god pavilion master smiled and pushed the door open. The young man in white followed behind her. Watching them leave, Nana's eyes became blank again. Who exactly am I? She actually recognized me. I've been frozen for more than 1,000 years? Nana and the others were allowed to return to the Shrek Academy, and there was a special car to send them back to the Shrek Hotel. And Paigio was also released, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, the news of the Silver Dragon Spear being stolen spread throughout the Federation in a short period of time. For a moment, the Federation was shocked. Who dared to make a move in Shrek City and really snatch the Silver Dragon Spear? This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that with the Eternal Tree, the Shrek Academy could make anyone on the entire Mother Planet unable to hide. But the person who snatched the Silver Dragon Spear seemed to have disappeared. All the space centers had been sealed, but without the Eternal Tree's ability to detect life, finding a person on a planet was like finding a needle in a haystack. Eternal Sky City. In a quiet room. The Sea God Pavilion Master sat silently on the only futon in the quiet room. The young man in white was sitting 2 meters away from her. Why didn't you tell her? She will no longer be our enemy, nor will she be the Federation's enemy. Furthermore, that person last time, if it was really enough. The Sea God Pavilion Master shouted in a low voice. I don't want to hear this, and I don't want him to be hurt again. Have you forgotten how they left back then? So many years have passed, but they are still alive. Nana was frozen, so what kind of pain and suffering did he experience? They seem to have forgotten what happened in the past, so let them have a new life. It might be good for both of them if they don't have any more interactions. Are you still thinking about him? The young man in white's gaze suddenly became complicated. How rude. How can you talk to your teacher like that? The Sea God Pavilion Master's temper suddenly became irritable. The white-clothed youth revealed a bitter smile. Teacher? I would have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. We've been together for so many years. Speaking of which, I really should forget everything that happened in the past. Forget about Jinlong's moon whispers, and forget about the silver dragon waving Qilin. I'm sorry. The sea god's pavilion master's voice suddenly became very low. Perhaps it's because I've lived for too long, and my mentality has long since changed. Or perhaps I'm not a normal person in the first place. I've been the master of the sea god's pavilion for far too long. I'm tired and want to retire. I'll leave it to you from now on. Me? Do you think I'll take over? I haven't been here any less than you have. If you leave, what's the point of me staying? I'm already used to staying by your side, whether it's being your student or your friend. Wherever you are, I will be there. Even though I know that in your heart, I will never be able to compare to him. But I'm willing. What should I do? You're such an idiot. The pavilion master of the sea god's pavilion suddenly exclaimed in exasperation. The white-cloaked youth smiled. That's right. It's not like this is the first time you found out. Then what should I do? Who told me to be so foolish back then? Fortune favors fools. How many fools can live for as long as I have? The sea god's pavilion master sighed softly. Thank you. If I were a normal person, perhaps I would have been together with you long ago. Actually, in my heart, everything that happened in the past is just a memory. Even though the memory is very clear, it has long lost its meaning. I'm not a normal person, and there are many things that I can't give you. You're really foolish. The white-clothed youth shook his head. I don't care. Do you really want to leave the Shrek Academy? Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. The sea god's pavilion master shook his head. Forget it, I'll stay. Like you said, I've long since gotten used to it. How can it be easy to change a person's habits after they've gotten used to it? Furthermore, the Federation has long wanted to control the Eternal Tree. If you and I aren't here, they'll make a move. After all, no matter who it is, they all want to live forever. The white-clothed youth harumphed coldly. The Federation's politicians are just short ants. The sea god's pavilion master's voice also became cold. Really, anyone dares to have designs on the Shrek Academy. We should take this opportunity to let some people see what the silent Shrek Academy will do once it gets angry. You should go and deal with this matter. The person who took action this time had the divine concealment cloak. This divine artifact had been missing for many years and no one knew where it came from, but this was not important. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? The white-clothed youth asked. Yes. All right. The white-clothed youth stood up and walked out. Looking at his back view, the sea god's pavilion master sighed softly. Actually, you're not wrong. Even after so many years, my heart still can't accommodate others. Thank you, but I'm sorry. And Peijio returned to her room and finally calmed down. She felt that it was very strange. That sea god's pavilion master seemed to really know Nana. What did this mean? This meant that the sea god's pavilion master had lived for at least 1,000 years. Even though she was already the 7th war god, she didn't know much about the higher-ups of the Shrek Academy. She didn't know who the sea god's pavilion master of the Shrek Academy was. To the Federation, these were all huge secrets. She only vaguely knew that the Federation didn't dare to have any ill intentions towards the Shrek Academy. Shrek City, the Eternal Tree, what kind of existence was that? The life energy there was so dense that it could extend one's lifespan and allow one to cultivate with half the effort. How could the Federation not have any thoughts about controlling the Eternal Tree? However, it had been 10,000 years since the Eternal Tree appeared. The Federation still didn't dare to make any requests of the Shrek Academy. Why was that? It was because the Shrek Academy was strong enough. The Shrek Academy was definitely a colossus that even the Federation couldn't afford to offend. And this time, someone actually dared to pull the tiger's whiskers of the Shrek Academy. Who knew what would happen next? Fortunately, the Shrek Academy was observant and let her off. Furthermore, after the sea god's pavilion master chatted with Nana, nothing seemed to have happened. After Nana returned, she didn't say anything, as if everything was normal. And Peijio was originally a little uneasy, worried that Nana would have a deeper relationship with the Shrek Academy because of this, but reality proved that nothing had changed. Her application to the headquarters to transfer Nana to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy was quickly approved. Nana didn't change her mind either. She didn't have much to begin with, and she was all alone. She didn't even need to return to Heaven Do Planet. "Teacher Nana, will you stay on Douluo Planet?" Lan Xuanyu's first reaction was excitement when he heard this news. I will visit you guys every month." Nana smiled and patted his head. "That's great." Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. What could make him happier than this? Dong Xianxia also hugged Nana excitedly. Her attachment to Nana was even deeper than Lan Xuanyu's. "Teacher, why don't you just stay at the Shrek Academy? You can also be a teacher at the Shrek Academy, right?" Dong Xianxia asked curiously. Nana said, "The Shrek Academy doesn't lack teachers, and Ming City is very close to here." Dong Xianxia said, "That's great. The previous method of summoning doesn't work anymore. I don't even know how to contact you. The interstellar long-distance communication fee is too expensive. Now that you are also on Douluo Planet, we can call you if we need anything." Dong Xianxia was on Lan Xuanyu's side, so Lan Xuanyu naturally couldn't contact Nana through Dong Xianxia. Now that everyone was on the same planet, it was much more convenient to contact each other. Nana looked at Lan Xuanyu and then at Dong Xianxia with a faint smile on her face. With these two students around and being able to see them often, she truly felt happy and blessed. Without her memories of the past, all that was left was a simple life. Although the holidays were beautiful, they passed very quickly. As school reopened, Lan Xuanyu sent his parents away with tears in his eyes. Lan Xiao told Lan Xuanyu that he would be following the exploration fleet on a mission again and would probably be gone for more than half a year. He asked Lan Xuanyu to go home and visit Nanqing after the first school year ended. Nanqing wanted to leave some Federation coins for Lan Xuanyu, but Lan Xuanyu didn't want them. The emblems he earned were enough to buy cultivation resources for himself. Nana went to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy and was still accompanied by Enpagio. School had started and the students were back. In the new semester, their studies would still be very intense. This semester, the first years would start to take classes such as mecha driving, duo mecha master, and battle armor creation to lay the foundation for the battle armor creation. This semester was destined to be even busier than the previous semester. The preparations before making battle armor would definitely take up a lot of the students' energy. They had to have a one-word battle armor by the time they graduated from the second year. This was the Academy's rigid rule, otherwise, they would be eliminated. Although there was still a year and a half, who would dare to slack off at this time? After Nana left, Lan Xuanyu immediately began his forging career. He had so many rare metals that it would take him a lot of time to forge them. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about rare metals. These 6 rare metals covered 3 grades of metals, which were enough for him to practice forging. While Shrek Academy carried out the work of the new semester step by step, the public opinion of the Federation gradually calmed down. The Silver Dragon Spear being stolen was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Shrek Academy's reputation. The divine artifact of the Shrek Academy had actually been snatched away. How shameful was this? Many media outlets were questioning the true strength of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, the #1 academy on the continent, didn't live up to its name? Or was there a sufficiently powerful expert in the Shrek Academy's mysterious sea gods pavilion, in the vast outer space? Battleships flew quietly. Their bodies were completely black, and only the flames from their tails and the lights on their hulls could be recognized. A total of 16 warships formed this fleet. The appearance of these warships was somewhat special. They looked like huge lizards and were filled with a ferocious aura. The flagship was a War God-class battleship that was more than 2,000 meters long. Generally speaking, the length of a battleship was between 1,500 meters and 2,500 meters. This battleship was of medium size. Other than this battleship, there were also 8 Meteor-class attack ships, 4 Meteor-class reconnaissance ships, 2 Taoya-class transport ships, and 1 Meteor-class supply ship. This was a very complete small space fleet. The sides of the 16 warships had the same pattern. It was a blood-red skull. That's right, this wasn't a regular fleet of the Douluo Federation, but a powerful space pirate fleet. There were many space pirates, but there weren't many of them on such a large scale. The Red Skull pirates were definitely ranked in the top 3 among all the space pirates, and their warships also had their own style. The base of this kind of pirate group was usually on Sin Planet or some especially hidden asteroids. A pirate group of their level even had the ability to build their own warships. The warships of the Red Skull pirates were called Dark Lizards by themselves. Their biggest characteristic was that they were fast and could move freely in space. If they missed, they would escape thousands of miles away. The Red Skull pirates were full of evil. Their main targets were the spaceships that carried out interstellar transportation. They had even tried to sneak attack some of the Federation's resource planets and caused considerable losses to the Federation. The Federation had also sent out a space fleet to encircle and annihilate them. However, mobilizing a large-scale space fleet required a lot of resources. Furthermore, it was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Every time the Red Skull pirates encountered such a situation, they would hide as quickly as possible. In the vast space, it was really difficult to find their traces. If they sent out a small space fleet, they might not be able to defeat them. The Red Skull pirates gave the Federation a headache. Space pirates, including the Red Skull pirates, would bring huge losses to the Federation every year. It was a very troublesome problem for the Federation. However, the Federation couldn't always send space fleets to escort the interstellar transportation spaceships. This was impossible. The Federation was currently carrying out a project, which was to set up a large number of cosmic reconnaissance satellites. They hoped to use this method to cover the entire area in advance to ensure the safety of the transportation routes. However, the speed of construction was never as fast as the speed of destruction. Many space pirates joined forces to continuously destroy these reconnaissance satellites. Therefore, until now, the only transportation routes that could truly ensure safety were the few that passed through the resource planets. Space pirates also had their own rules. Under normal circumstances, they would only plunder merchant ships and wouldn't attack passenger spaceships. For example, the situation that Lan Xuanyu and the others encountered last time was very special. Furthermore, after a robbery, the pirates would release the people. Of course, there were also pirates who wouldn't release the people. The Red Skull pirates were one of these pirate groups. The reason why they didn't release the people was because they found it troublesome. Therefore, they had always been the Federation's public enemy. It was only because their battleships were advanced and had quick reactions that the Federation was unable to do anything to them. At this moment, in the main control room of the Red Skull Pirates flagship, the Dark Lizard King, a bearded man wearing a dark red military uniform with 3 shining stars on his shoulder, was flipping through the universe news in boredom. His beard was also red, and there was a huge piece of metal on his forehead that covered almost a third of his forehead. "Boss, we are still 7 hours away from our target." A spaceship navigator's voice sounded. "Idiot! How many times have I told you to call me Admiral? Calling me boss makes you look like you have no manners at all," the red-bearded man shouted angrily. "Yes, Admiral Redbeard." The navigator quickly changed his words in fear and trepidation. The red-bearded man snorted. "If you call me that again, I'll hang you outside and let you blow in the cold wind." The red-bearded man was the captain of the Red Skull Pirates. He was notorious and was one of the top 100 villains on the Federation's bounty list. He was very cautious and almost never left his fleet. Even if he did leave, he would disguise himself. At first, he only had a Meteor-class attack ship. Now, he had 16 battleships. Among them, there was even a powerful battleship like the War God-class battleship. It could be seen how powerful he was. This time, their target was a resource planet that the Federation had just developed. To space pirates, these resource planets were the most lucrative. After the Federation developed a resource planet, they would regularly transport resources to the Federation's administrative planet. Before the transport, the resources would be stored on the resource planet. To space pirates, these resources were extremely important supplies. They could take the resources to Sin Planet in exchange for what they wanted. After careful planning and confirming that this resource planet had accumulated a large amount of resources, the Red Skull Pirates finally took action. The resource planet was guarded by warships, and there were also heavy planetary weapons like the planet's railgun. It was not an easy task to capture and plunder a resource planet. They had asked around and found out that the fleet guarding the resource planet needed to change defenses this time, so there was a short gap. They naturally wouldn't fight head-on. They only planned to use the speed advantage of the warship to snatch the resources and run. The red-bearded man looked out of the porthole with a fierce glint in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him. A silver light flashed outside the porthole of the flagship. Meteor? The red-bearded man frowned. Right at this moment, the broadcast system in the flagship was suddenly activated. The Red Skull Pirates were established 26 years ago. In the past 26 years, they have plundered 618 times. After the plunder, they have never taken any prisoners. Their crimes are too numerous to be recorded. They deserve to be killed. What's going on? The red-bearded man was shocked and furious. He stood up abruptly. Who is it? Which bastard is it? Is he tired of living? The rest of the pirates were also shocked by the sudden appearance of the voice and looked at each other for a moment. Admiral, it doesn't seem to be one of us, someone said fearfully. There's someone outside. Right at this moment, a pirate suddenly said. The image on the detection screen of the main warship quickly enlarged and a figure appeared on it. It was a silver mecha. It didn't look big and flickered with a gentle light. The mecha's eyes were like two diamonds. It floated in space and followed the warship. Mecha? Destroy it. The red-bearded man shouted and gave the order without hesitation. He didn't need to know who the other party was. As long as it wasn't one of his own, he would defeat it first. Pirates who could roam freely in space were all quite powerful. The moment he gave the order, dozens of dark purple soul rays shot towards the silver mecha. These were soul rays from an interstellar warship. Not to mention ordinary mechas, even a warship would need to use a protective shield to block them. But at this moment, the voice from before appeared again. Shrek Academy, upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. In the next moment, silver light blossomed. The silver mecha shot out like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the soul guidance rays seemed to be slower than its movement speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of a meteor-class assault ship as if it had teleported. Redbeard could clearly see the mecha's fist landing on the surface of the meteor-class assault ship. Meteor-class spaceships were 500 meters long, while this mecha was only about 3 meters tall. In front of a meteor-class warship, mechas were like ants. However, all the pirates soon saw an unforgettable scene. The moment the silver mecha collided with the meteor-class assault ship, it suddenly turned bright yellow. The meteor-class assault ship was actually stopped by the mecha's attack. In the next instant, the mecha disappeared. That's right, it had directly disappeared from the front of the meteor-class assault ship. A terrifying scene unfolded. From the point of impact of the mecha, the meteor-class assault ship with its powerful protective shield began to melt. Yes, it was melting. If one took a closer look, they would see that the battleship had turned into countless yellow particles that quickly disappeared. Main cannon attack Red Skull 7. Redbeard was afraid. At this moment, his heart was filled with intense fear. To destroy a battleship with a mecha, what kind of strength was this? Silver was not the normal color of mechas. This meant that the mecha that appeared in space might be a super god-grade mecha. Boom! The main cannon of the War God-class battleship was charged and let out a buzzing sound. At the same time, the 8 secondary cannons fired at the same time. 8 huge pillars of light cut through the sky and headed straight for Red Skull 7's meteor-class assault ship that had already melted by more than a third. Pirates were not only cruel to their enemies, but also to their own people. In order to survive, what could they not do? Rumble. Even the secondary cannons had the power to destroy the world. The protective shield of the meteor-class assault ship had already disappeared a moment ago. How could it withstand such an attack? In an instant, a rumbling sound rang out, and a huge ball of fire lit up in space. The Red Skull pirates reacted very quickly. All the assault ships and reconnaissance ships quickly spread out, and their main and secondary cannons began to charge. Redbeard quickly issued orders. What terrified him the most was not the mecha he saw earlier, but the name that the voice said. Shrek Academy. Was this person from the Shrek Academy? Could it be that he was targeted by the Shrek Academy? Just now, he had seen the news of the Shrek Academy's silver dragon spear being snatched away. He was so excited that he even had the thought of snatching the silver dragon spear. That was a divine weapon, but in the blink of an eye, he actually met someone from the Shrek Academy. What was going on? How dare you, Redbeard? How dare you snatch the silver dragon spear? This is unforgivable. Today, the Red Skull Pirates will end here. That voice appeared again. Red Skull 7's meteor-class assault ship exploded. Before the pirates of the Red Skull Pirates could even heave a sigh of relief, that voice appeared again. What the hell? Redbeard was dumbfounded. You're saying that I snatched the silver dragon spear? Are you kidding me? Although I'm a titled Douluo, would I dare to go to Shrek City to snatch the silver dragon spear? No matter how crazy I am, I'm not that crazy. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Redbeard couldn't help but shout. Boom, one end of another meteor-class assault ship began to melt. This time, Redbeard's reaction was even faster. The battleship's fully charged main cannon immediately fired at that battleship. With the power of the battleship's main cannon, even a small planet could be blown apart. But in the next moment, that voice appeared again. If I say it's you, it's you. Immediately after, a silver light flashed and a silver mecha silently appeared in the flagship's main control room. You? Who exactly are you? Redbeard was shocked. Red light flickered on his body and a thick battle armor instantly appeared on his body. I'm from the Shrek Academy. A cold voice came from the silver mecha. In the next moment, a glaring yellow light filled the entire main control room. Urgent news, urgent news. The infamous Red Skull Pirates were attacked on their way to the resource planet and were completely wiped out. The video is below. Lan Xuanyu had just returned to his dormitory when the sole television in the living room suddenly lit up and played the news. Oh? What's going on? Ever since he came to the Shrek Academy, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He had been forging for the entire afternoon today and was very tired. He had made some progress and the metal he was forging was close to first grade 1000 refined. He didn't expect to see such news after returning. The news switched to space. In the boundless space, a silver figure flickered. The speed of the video was clearly sped up. The pitch-black battleships exploded in space one after another, lighting up with balls of flames. One of them was actually a battleship. Throughout the entire process, both sides had only exchanged a few blows. A total of 16 battleships were destroyed one after another. The Red Skull Pirates were completely wiped out, the battleship exploded from the inside out. It seemed like the Soul Reactor had exploded. The scene ended and Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Heavens, a single person destroyed an entire fleet? Lan Xuanyu felt that it was a little unreal. Was the mecha in this scene the same as the mecha he knew? The silver mecha was like a ghost in space. When the mecha pilot silently entered the battleship and said, "I'm from the Shrek Academy," Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Was this done by the Shrek Academy? The silver dragon spear was snatched away by these space pirates? Could a mecha destroy a fleet? Without a doubt, that was a transcendent mecha. He wasn't sure if it was a duo mecha master. With his strength and eyesight, he couldn't even see clearly how the silver mecha destroyed so many battleships. But he saw the result. An individual's strength could actually be so strong that even a fleet couldn't contend against it. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that his worldview had been overturned. This was the second time he had seen someone destroy a battleship with their own strength. Without a doubt, this time was even more shocking. The first time he saw an individual destroy a battleship, he had doubts about his choice of the interstellar command faculty. Without a doubt, he was even more suspicious this time. If an individual's strength could reach such a level and be able to contend against a battleship, then what was the point of learning interstellar command? If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to raise his own strength and let his strength reach the level where he could destroy a battleship as soon as possible? Just as he was thinking this, a voice came from the Seoul television. After verification, the Shrek Academy has confirmed that they have sent people to destroy the Red Skull Pirates. It has been revealed that the Silver Dragon Spear has been recovered. Our station will continue to follow up and report on the relevant matters. This news undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the Federation. Who would have thought that the Shrek Academy would act so quickly and decisively? Only one person went to destroy an entire space pirate team. This person's strength was so terrifying. He wondered which powerhouse from the Shrek Academy he was. The Silver Dragon Spear had been retrieved. All of this didn't seem to be important anymore. What was important was that the Shrek Academy, which had always been gentle, fair, and neutral, had actually displayed such a strong side. The entire battle took less than half an hour. The people of the Federation had always advocated individual heroism. How could this battle only topple Lan Xuanyu's worldview? The impact it would have on the entire Federation's soul masters, especially mecha pilots, was simply immeasurable. For a time, news from all over the world kept coming in. The Mecha Master Association said that it was an extremely powerful super god-class mecha. A mecha like this would definitely be able to fight against a battleship. This was the most advanced technology available. And the pilot of the mecha had to be a god-level powerhouse. Only a god-level powerhouse would have such power. Without a doubt, this incident made the Mecha Master Association famous. Shrek Academy seemed calm, but in reality, all the students who saw the news were extremely excited. After the Silver Dragon Spear was snatched away, the students of the Shrek Academy were surprised and had doubts about the Academy's ability. But now, their doubts instantly disappeared. Information about the Red Skull Pirates was quickly presented in the tracking report. For a time, the Shrek Academy's reputation soared. Teacher? Have you seen the news? Lan Xuanyu called Tang Zhenhua. Yes. Tang Zhenhua's voice was low. Can a single person really destroy a battleship so easily? Is a fleet so fragile? Lan Xuanyu asked. His heart was in a mess. Come to my place, Tang Zhenhua said in a low voice. Yes. Lan Xuanyu hurried out of the dormitory and headed straight for the Interstellar Center. When he reached the door, he realized that Tang Zhenhua was already waiting for him. Follow me. Tang Zhenhua waved at him and brought him to his office. Have a seat. Tang Zhenhua pointed at the sofa. Lan Xuanyu realized that there was something in Tang Zhenhua's eyes. It was as if he was helpless and dissatisfied. Teacher, you, Tang Zhenhua waved his hand and said, the academy is really too unfriendly to our interstellar command faculty. We only have 2 or 3 kittens here to begin with. With this, who would still enroll in our faculty? Lan Xuanyu was speechless. Tang Zhenhua said, let me ask you a question. If you were the commander of the fleet at that time, facing such a situation, what order would you have given? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He thought to himself, you haven't taught me how to command. But since his teacher asked, he had to answer. After thinking for a while, he said, I would probably have all the battleships scatter and escape as soon as possible. Why? Tang Zhenhua asked. Lan Xuanyu said, the enemy only had 1 mecha, but he dared to face more than 10 battleships in the vast expanse of space. Then, first of all, we can determine that this mecha is definitely not an ordinary mecha. At the very least, it is a mecha that can fly in space for a long time. The enemy dared to intercept the fleet, which means that he is either crazy or has absolute confidence that he can fight against the fleet. Later on, the enemy quickly destroyed a battleship. Then, the possibility of him being crazy is eliminated. This also means that unless the fleet has some special means, it is almost impossible to fight against him. Then, we can only run as many as we can. Tang Zhenhua looked at Lan Xuanyu with a complicated expression. With limited knowledge, it's already very good that you can think of this. If I were the commander, that mecha wouldn't have succeeded so easily, at least not in a short period of time. Are you thinking that if a mecha's strength can reach such a level, what's the point of the interstellar command faculty? Lan Xuanyu didn't hide his thoughts. A little. Tang Zhenhua said, in interstellar battles, mechas are not the mainstream. The Red Skull Pirates have 1 battleship and 8 Meteor-class attack spaceships. Their overall strength is considered very strong among the pirates, but in reality, their battleships are only very ordinary battleships. The difference between battleships is also very big. Let's give a simple example. Can a mecha made of rare metals and a mecha made of ordinary alloys have the same combat power? Space pirates lack resources, and most of their battleships are modified from defective battleships. The only bright spot of the Red Skull Pirates' battleships is that their thrusters can help them reach a faster speed in a short period of time. However, this is in exchange for sacrificing defense. At the same time, their interference system isn't complete enough. Interference system? Is the interference system useful against mechas? Shouldn't it interfere with the enemy's battleship to prevent itself from being locked onto? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Tang Zhenhua said, there are many kinds of interference systems, and the most important one is called a spatial interference system. The price of this interference system far exceeds the price of ordinary interference systems. It's extremely expensive, but it's very powerful. At the same time, it consumes a lot of energy. Ordinary interstellar battleships aren't equipped with such interference systems, much less the pirates' battleships. If the Red Skull Pirates had such an interference system, then that mecha wouldn't have been so easy to succeed. The main purpose of this interference system is to disrupt space and make it impossible to travel through space. When one's strength reaches a certain level, they have the ability to break through space. Today's mecha undoubtedly possesses such power. The reason why it was able to destroy so many warships so quickly was mostly because it was able to travel through space and destroy from the inside instead of attacking from the outside. Even a god-rank mecha wouldn't be able to break through a warship-grade protective shield easily. If I were the commander of this fleet, the control interference system would be indispensable and I would have to obtain it at all costs. At least the flagship would have it. With this system, at least when facing a strong enemy, the commander would have sufficient time to mobilize his fleet. Tang Zhenhua gradually became excited as he spoke, and continued quickly, and even without this system, at that time, the first order I gave to the warship was to attack. At that time, the first order I gave would be for all warships to attack each other. Attack each other? Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Tang Zhenhua said, that's right. This is also a trick. Without a space interference device, how can we prevent enemies with powerful space travel abilities from invading the interior of the warship? Then, we'll disrupt space. As a commander, you should have a detailed understanding of the attack power of every soul cannon in your fleet and clearly know their specific data. You should also know the strength of your warship's protective shield. Therefore, if I were in command, I would order all warships to attack each other with a strength slightly lower than the protective shield's tolerance. This way, when the soul cannons collide with the protective shield, there will definitely be a large amount of energy explosion. The energy explosion in space is enough to disrupt space and prevent the enemy from directly entering the warship through space. We will temporarily force the enemy away and buy time for ourselves. After listening to his explanation, Lan Xuanyu's eyes gradually lit up. He really didn't expect that an interstellar warship could be commanded like this. They could actually use their own method to fight against the strong. This was too interesting. Tang Zhenhua said, force the enemy back, or at least prevent the enemy from teleporting into the interior of the warship to attack. I will give the order for the warship to speed up in this state of attack. Speed up at all costs. A powerful mecha can indeed speed up in a short period of time and even enter the level of space jump. But there is a problem with mechas. After all, its energy could not be compared to a battleship, as it was too small. When performing a space jump, it was necessary to fully protect oneself. In other words, it was very difficult for it to launch an attack during this process. The premise was that it could not penetrate the interior of any battleship. Therefore, I will do everything in my power to make the fleet enter the space jump state before the protective shield is broken. The moment they entered the space jump, the space around them became chaotic due to their mutual attacks. The fleet would encounter certain dangers and might even be torn apart by space. Therefore, at that moment, we must stop attacking. But at that time, the fluctuations produced by the space jump will cause the surrounding space to be completely distorted. The opponent's mecha will definitely not be able to take advantage of this opportunity to invade. Once he entered the space jump state, he would be safe for the time being. This kind of jump was blind, so no one knew where they would jump to. There was no special wormhole to guide them. Unless you're extremely unlucky and the other party follows you to the same place, you'll have a great chance of avoiding the other party's attack. They were both fleeing in the same general direction. However, after Tang Zhenhua's analysis, almost all of the fleets had fled. It was not the kind of fleeing that Lan Xuanyu said. It was only at this moment that Lan Xuanyu realized that escaping actually had such artistic and tactical qualities. 16 battleships against 1 mecha, is there really no chance of winning? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Tang Zhenhua said indifferently, then do you know what kind of strength the Almighty who appeared today is? In the entire Federation, among all of humanity, his individual combat power is at least in the top 5, or even the top 3. It's not impossible for a powerhouse of this level to destroy a planet. What can a small pirate fleet do? If you give me a Federation fleet, I can make it so that he can't get close and force him to retreat. But if you want to kill him, you need to make arrangements in advance, extremely careful arrangements, and if he really falls into the trap, then there's a chance. Lan Xuanyu was still a little disappointed. But that's one person after all. The difference in resources between a person and a fleet is like heaven and earth. Tang Zhenhua chuckled. Then do you know how long it would take to build an interstellar fleet with the current technology level of the Federation? Lan Xuanyu shook his head in a daze. Tang Zhenhua said, under the circumstances of investing capital at all costs, more than 10 years is enough. But do you know how many years it would take for such an almighty to appear? Let me tell you, 1,000 years. Although I'm not sure which almighty you saw today is from our academy, I can tell you with certainty that he is at least 1,000 years old. Furthermore, the mecha he used should be a 6th level transcendent mecha. There are only 5 transcendent mecha recorded in the entire Federation, and today should be the 6th. Not to mention that he has at least a 5th or even a 6th level battle armor. This is the peak of Duo Mecha Master. I don't know how many resources it requires, but it has cultivated for more than 1,000 years. That's right, a fleet definitely requires more resources, but compared to 1,000 years, 10 years is different. How can it be the same? Give me a space fleet and I'll be able to contend against such a powerhouse, and I'll be able to do more. But such a powerhouse can't be replicated in today's world. If I'm not wrong, this person's cultivation level is probably at rank 11. Rank 11? Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua said, rank 99 is the limit that we humans can reach, and it's called an ultimate Douluo. With the evolution of the mother planet, there's a possibility of becoming a god. Breaking through to rank 100 is rank 10. It's god rank. There's an even higher level above rank 10, and that's rank 11. Rank 11 is a truly terrifying existence. It's called a true god. I don't know how many true gods there are in the Federation. But our Shrek Academy definitely has one. The one you saw today is one. Rank 11, true god? Does that mean it's equivalent to rank 110 or above? For a moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel dazzled. Humans could actually be so powerful that they could really become gods. What else do you not understand? Hurry up and ask, Tang Zhenhua said indifferently. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Teacher, don't worry. I'll study hard. I won't give up on the Space Command Department. The corner of Tang Zhenhua's mouth twitched and he sighed. You can also learn the Duo Mecha Master at the same time. Don't give up. Actually, in space battles, a powerhouse is also very useful. In fact, all the fleets of the Federation have powerhouses overseeing them. In a situation like today's, it would usually be a conversation between powerhouses. As far as I know, each of the 7 fleets of the Federation has a god-rank powerhouse overseeing them. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, the Federation fleet has god-rank powerhouses? Then how many god-rank powerhouses do we have in the Federation? Can god-rank powerhouses really live forever? Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said, I don't know exactly how many there are. These god-rank powerhouses overseeing the Federation fleet have different origins, and some of them are from our Shrek Academy. There's also the Spirit Pagoda, Tangmen, and the War God Temple. All of them. Actually, I've always had an idea. Humans can have god-rank powerhouses, and mechas can have god-rank powerhouses. If warships can also have god-rank powerhouses, why would we be afraid of them? It's just that building an ideal god-rank warship is too difficult. Lan Xuanyu said, God-class battleship? Teacher, What kind of battleship is considered a God-class battleship? Tang Zhenhua's eyes sparkled as he said, I've thought about using God-class metals as the main material, the War God-class battleship's origin core array as the driving force, and a series of fine manufacturing processes. A battleship between 300 to 500 meters long can instantly complete a space jump. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. Although he didn't know much about battleships, he knew about forging. He really wanted to tell his teacher, be realistic. What was a God-class metal? That was something only a God-class blacksmith could forge. How much metal would it take to build a 300 to 500 meter long battleship? That was calculated in units of tens of thousands of tons. With so much God-class metal, it should be enough to build a legion of God-class mechas. Teacher, I didn't expect you to be an idealist, Lan Xuanyu said softly. Get lost. Tang Zhenhua glared at him. I'm making a bold assumption. Be careful and verify it, do you understand? Of course, you have to think according to the best-case scenario. The battleship's external and internal structures need different materials, and the origin core array needs to be compressed. There are too many things involved. Lan Xuanyu said, your idea of using God-class metals to build a battleship is impossible. Even the entire Federation doesn't have that much God-class metals. Tang Zhenhua said, I know, but I'll continue to design according to this idea. This is my dream. It can't be realized now, but it doesn't mean it can't be realized in the future. What if one day we find a material that can replace God-class metals? Actually, the main thing is that the external structure needs God-class metals. The strongest point of God-class metals is that they have the ability to self-repair, and they have an abundance of energy. With the support of such energy, a battleship can have super strong defense and self-repair abilities. Furthermore, God-class metals can stop any expert from traveling through space, and they can withstand the impact of flying at higher speeds. It's not that our current space battleships lack power, but that they can only withstand a limited amount of impact, especially during a space jump. Think about it, if there's a battleship that can fly at high speeds for a short period of time, then it will be very useful on the battlefield. Lan Xuanyu said, then I wish you success. Tang Zhenhua harumphed coldly. When you're done with your one-word battle armor, you can start researching it with me. Therefore, he wishes us success. The process of researching a warship is the process of understanding a warship. It is also an important course for you to learn in the Interstellar Command Department. Oh. Lan Xuanyu agreed, but in his heart, he was somewhat disapproving. God-class warship, it did sound very powerful, but warships could only take off and not land. This was something that was simply impossible to accomplish. After leaving the Interstellar Center, Lan Xuanyu finally regained some of his confidence in learning interstellar command. He was especially interested in Tang Zhenhua's explanation of how to command. If one day, he could become the commander of a planet-level space carrier and command a space fleet, that would be something he yearned for. After the final exam on the resource planet, he gradually understood that the Federation's interstellar exploration process was not as peaceful as ordinary people thought. This was also the reason for the existence of space fleets, but now was not the time for him to understand those things. Lan Xuanyu's time became even more tight. In order to forge the metals needed to make his one-word battle armor, he arranged for himself to forge for at least 2 hours every day. During this process, he did not seek to be fast. Instead, he seriously studied the characteristics of different metals. If he wanted to forge a good metal, he first had to understand its characteristics. Currently, his forging level was still at the 1000 refinements, and he was still some distance away from the 4th grade 1000 refinements. Apart from forging, he spent most of his time learning about battle armors. The academy began to teach him about battle armors and the basic operation of mechas, as well as the connection between battle armors and mechas. At night, it was naturally time to cultivate. Because he had so many rare metals, he didn't have to be so frugal. Lan Xuanyu went to see God Lake once every 2 weeks, and his soul power cultivation steadily increased. Lan Xuanyu and his companions' daily study life was peaceful and fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lan Xuanyu arrived at the classroom early in the morning. After the final exam last semester, he was chosen by his classmates to be the permanent class monitor. As the class monitor, he had to come early to help the teacher prepare some things. Teacher Xiao, I'm here. Lan Xuanyu came to the teacher's lounge next to the classroom. Xiaoqi glanced at him and said, "How is it? How's your forging recently?" Lan Xuanyu said, "My 1000 refinements level is very stable. I'm preparing to break through to the first grade 1000 refinements in the next 2 months. Are you confident?" Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. There weren't many students in the entire outer court who could complete the first grade 1000 refinements. If Lan Xuanyu could complete a first grade 1000 refinement, it meant that he would have great development in the future on the path of forging. He would then be a resource-type talent. This kid would definitely be able to enter the inner court in the future. Then, if his forging skills continued to improve, Xiaoqi might even ask him to forge in the future. Which one of the people in the inner court who were good at forging weren't very rich? The prerequisite was that their forging skills had reached a higher level and they could complete spirit refinements and even have a higher success rate of soul refinements. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "I'm somewhat confident." Under Nana's guidance, his control of his abilities had improved greatly, especially the combination of the 2 types of blue-silver grass and the ability to use his own strength. Both of these could be used in his forging. That's good. By the way, I will be announcing something today. You have to be mentally prepared, Xiaoqi suddenly said. Ah? What is it? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Xiaoqi said, "Among the 7 administrative planets of our federation, aren't there 2 soul beast planets? The 7th administrative planet, the Elven planet, is a soul beast planet. Something big happened on the Elven planet. A soul beast powerhouse is about to complete his final tribulation and invited some powerhouses from the Federation to watch the ceremony. Our academy also obtained some spots. The inner court naturally made arrangements and for the sake of fairness, they also gave a few spots to our outer court. But the spots aren't given for free, we have to fight for them ourselves. Watch a soul beast powerhouse transcend tribulation. 100,000-year soul beast? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. He had never seen a real soul beast before. Not to mention 100,000-year soul beast. He was very curious about what 100,000-year soul beast was like. It was said that in ancient times, they were the rulers of this world. It's not 100,000-year soul beast. If it was just 100,000-year soul beast, they wouldn't have mobilized so many people. This spot is very rare and is only given to students like you. Watching a soul beast powerhouse transcend tribulation might be of great help to your comprehension. Lan Xuanyu asked eagerly, "Teacher, how do we fight for a spot?" "Of course it's based on strength," Xiaoqi said. "Alright, I'll announce it later. You can go to class first." Oh. Lan Xuanyu's heart was tickled by his words, but this teacher Xiao only said half of it. Competition? How could they compete? Was it the competition of the entire outer court or the competition of the entire year? If it was the entire year, the first years would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The students arrived in 2s and 3s. Some were in high spirits, while others looked tired. Everyone had their own cultivation and life, and they were all different. After everyone had arrived, Xiaoqi leisurely came to the classroom. "Before class today, I have something to announce. The Academy has obtained some spots to head to the Elven planet to watch a soul beast transcend its tribulation. Our outer court has also received some. For the sake of fairness, these spots need to be obtained through competition. Hence, the Academy specially organized an outer court student competition. This competition is very interesting and will also be a test for all of you. There are a total of 6 spots in the outer court. In principle, there is 1 for each year. The rules of the competition are that each year has 1 spot. They will be divided into groups of 3. The winner would be able to obtain a spot. After obtaining a spot, you can challenge someone of a higher year. If you win, you can obtain the other party's spot. To put it simply, our class will first undergo an internal selection. The internal selection will be divided into groups of 3. The strongest group will obtain this spot. The 3 of them will compete in an individual competition. And the winner will obtain this spot. It is the same for the other years. Then, we will undergo a year-skipping challenge. The year-skipping challenge will be carried out at least once. In other words, the winner of our class will have to challenge the second years at least. If we win, their spot will be ours. If we lose, our spot will belong to them. And they will have to challenge the third years at least once. And so on. Do you understand? Oh, right, there's more. For the sake of fairness. When challenging someone of a higher year, the number of people will be reduced by 1 for every year. In other words, we are the lowest year. If we send 3 people to challenge someone of a higher year, then the second years can only send 2 people. If we challenge the third years, then they can only send 1 person. If you can challenge the sixth years, then you can send 6 people to fight 1 person from the sixth years. After listening to Xiaoqi's explanation, Lan Xuanyu really felt that it was quite interesting. This meant that if they were to compete against the third years again, it would be 3 against 1, 4 against 2, or 5 against 3. Teacher Xiao, can the seniors use their battle armor? Qianlei asked, raising his hand. Of course it's possible. We've already reduced the number of people. Battle armor was his ability. If you have the ability, make one too. Xiaoqi said. I can use my battle armor? This was a completely different story. Those who could win in their own year were naturally the strongest in their year. When it came to the 5th and 6th years, they would probably even have 2-word battle armor. Was that something they could deal with? Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Xiao, let's say that during the challenge process, we defeated the 2nd and 3rd years, but lost to the 4th years. Then, will we lose all 3 slots to the 4th years, or just one of them? Xiaoqi said, in order to protect the weak, the factor of encouraging cross-level challenges. If the lower years challenge the upper years, they will only lose 1 slot. Therefore, the rules of the competition this time were actually slightly unfair to the seniors. However, the 5th and 6th years are all busy preparing for the inner court exam, so they might not have much anticipation for this ceremony. On the other hand, if you guys have the chance to go, it will still be of some help. After all, you guys haven't been to a Soul Beast planet yet. After the 4th years, the Academy will organize you guys to go to a Soul Beast planet to train. Many students' eyes lit up when they heard this. They could actually go to a Soul Beast planet to train when they were in the upper years? As expected of the Shrek Academy. Why did it sound like this learning method was high-end and rich? Now, you guys are free to form teams. 3 people in a team. After school today, report to the class monitor. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously raised his head and looked at his teammates. What's there to compete for? How can we compete? The class monitor plus Hui Hui, who can beat them? I forfeit, Ding Zhuohan said casually. That was the truth. Lan Xuanyu's small team was too strong, and they had already been tested against the 3rd years. Yuan and Hui Hui's cultivation was already close to rank 60. With Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianqiu, Lan Mengqin, and the others, the chances of the other first years defeating them were infinitely close to 0. Qianlei winked at Yu Tian in the back row. Little Tian, do you want to try? Yu Tian said in annoyance, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Let's bet on a meal. Do you dare? I won't. Wait for me to reach 4-ring. You're already 4-ring, what's the point of bullying a 3-ring? Qianlei said righteously. TSK, damn fatty, coward. Alright, quiet down. Let's start class. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything, but he was calculating in his heart. It shouldn't be a problem for them to get the spot for the first years. Then, if they were to face the second years, would they be able to win with 1 more person? If they won, what should they do? How many people would they send out? Then, what about challenging the 3rd years? Even if the 3rd years had 2 fewer people than them, how much amplification would a 1-word battle armor provide if they all had battle armors? This was a question that needed to be studied. Without a doubt, with 2 more people, 3 against 1 was the best choice, right? However, if it was 3 against 1, would the 3 of them be able to defeat Tang Yuga, who was wearing a 1-word battle armor? What about the higher years? He didn't know much about the 4th, 5th, and 6th years. After school at noon, no one in the first year signed up. That's right, no one came to Lan Xuanyu to sign up. During the final exam last semester, the video of Lan Xuanyu's team was too shocking, but at the same time, it also made the first years especially united. Therefore, everyone's intention was very simple: to challenge someone of a higher grade. Among the students in the class, whoever was suitable to fight would fight. If they could win a match, it would be a match. They would be deployed and commanded by Lan Xuanyu. The investigation was undoubtedly the most important step. If they wanted to defeat their opponents, especially those of a higher grade, they had to first familiarize themselves with their opponents. In an ordinary academy, once a genius appeared, it might not be too difficult for them to challenge someone of a higher grade. However, in Shrek Academy, a place that only nurtured geniuses, there was no lack of geniuses. Lan Xuanyu didn't even need to think to guess that the second years would definitely be able to send out one-word battle armor masters to participate in this competition. It was already halfway through the second semester of the second year. If they couldn't become a one-word battle armor master, they wouldn't even be able to pass the final exam. Therefore, they had to plan to fight against a one-word battle armor master. Returning to the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu had just ordered lunch and was about to eat and rest before going to the Interstellar Center in the afternoon and forging in the evening. He would continue his daily cultivation. At this moment, he received a call from a soul communicator that surprised him. "Yuga? Why are you calling me?" Lan Xuanyu picked up the call. "Do you know about the trip to the Elven planet?" Tang Yuga asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "I know. They said that they are going to observe a mighty figure in the world of soul beasts transcending a tribulation. The teacher didn't say the details. But they said that they are going to compete. It should be fine for us first years." Tang Yuga said, "That's why I'm looking for you. When you challenge the third years, I hope you can choose a 3-on-1 battle." Lan Xuanyu was stunned. "That's our plan, but aren't you worried that we won't be able to pass the second years? After all, they are also 2-word battle armor masters." Tang Yuga said, "If you guys can't even pass the second years, you wouldn't be the people I know. With you around, such a problem won't occur. Although a one-word battle armor can increase a soul master's overall strength, it's only a one-word battle armor after all. If the difference in soul power and talent isn't too big, a one-word battle armor won't bring much of an advantage in a 1v2. Lan Xuanyu said, "What about a 1v3? Are you confident that you can beat us?" Tang Yuga smiled bitterly. "If it wasn't a 1v3, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to appear. Only if you guys choose to let the third years send out only one opponent will I be able to obtain the qualifications to appear through competition. I'm already considered a loner among the third years." Lan Xuanyu frowned. "Is it always like this?" Tang Yuga said indifferently, "Sima Xian's organizational ability is stronger than I imagined." "I understand. Alright, if we can reach that stage, we'll choose a 3v1 challenge. That's what we originally planned. After all, this is our biggest advantage. We'll do our best to defeat you. By the way, we can't use mechas in this competition, right?" Tang Yuga smiled. "Are you worried?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Of course I'm worried. If it's a duo mecha master, then the gap between us will be too big." Tang Yuga said, "That won't happen. In order to avoid danger to the students, soul devices are generally not allowed in the academy's internal competition. This time, the competition would be held in the real world, not in the simulated world. You guys have to be prepared for this and try your best to avoid injuries in the competition." Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked this important issue. It's actually a fight in the real world. What if I can't stop? Tang Yuga said, "There. We'll be teachers in charge of supervising, you don't have to worry about this." However, the teachers are only limited to situations where there is a fatal threat, so they are relatively relaxed. Actual combat and simulated battles are always different. No matter how realistic a simulated battle is, it's still a simulation. The psychological feelings are completely different. You'll know when you reach the third year. Almost all the assessments and competitions in the academy are carried out in the real world because the missions we have to complete in the future are also in the real world. We only have one life. In the real world, death is death. It's impossible to revive like in the simulation pod. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. "I understand, I look forward to fighting with senior sister again." I'm looking forward to it too. After hanging up the communication, Lan Xuanyu's a headache. He had personally witnessed Tang Yuga break through to rank 60 and possess a powerful soul skill like the 5 elements escape technique. Just the thought of her 5 elemental movement arts being extremely useful, and in addition to her great 5 elemental divine light and battle armor, it wouldn't be an easy task for them to defeat her even in a 3-on-1 battle. Who would be better to deal with her? There was another thing that gave Lan Xuanyu a headache. His classmates had given him all their trust. If he obtained a spot to attend the ceremony in the end, how should he choose? This was also a big problem. Of course, he hoped that his teammates would go and his team would go together. However, in terms of individual ability, not everyone in their team was the best in class. If they obtained enough spots in the end, but the spots were all won by their own team, what would the other students think? Therefore, if everyone didn't sign up to participate in the competition, it would be troublesome for Lan Xuanyu. It would be better for everyone to fight and the winner would get a spot. After a hurried lunch, Lan Xuanyu arrived at the Interstellar Center early in the morning. When he saw Tang Zhenhua, he expressed his confusion. Isn't that simple? Tang Zhenhua said disapprovingly, go and apply to the academy. If you first years can go all the way up, pass 5 stages in a row, and finally defeat the 6th years, the academy will think of a way to let your entire class attend the ceremony. On the other hand, if you lose a match, your entire class won't go. Isn't that enough? This is called cutting off all means of retreat. Not only will it make your class more cohesive, but it will also consolidate your position in the class. During this process, you have no way out and will definitely give it your all in the competition. Even if you lose, this will be a good training for you. At most, you won't go. Isn't it just attending the ceremony? Anyway, you will go to the Soul Beast planet sooner or later. When dealing with something, first of all, don't take it too seriously. Because once you take it too seriously, you will restrict yourself in your heart, and you won't be able to judge how to maximize your benefits from other aspects. You should think about this matter in reverse. Is it more important to attend the ceremony, or is it more important to unite the entire first years and make everyone trust you more? You will command the team. Even if you lose in the end, at least you have fought hard. The cohesion between the students will definitely be stronger. There are more than 30 people in the first years. In the future, as long as you can successfully graduate from the outer court, they will be your most reliable connections. As the class leader, the most important thing is for the class to have a strong cohesion. Tang Zhenhua's words enlightened Lan Xuanyu. That's right. Was it really that important to attend the ceremony? What was important was the cohesion of the entire class. But, will the academy agree? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Tang Zhenhua said, you don't know Shrek Academy well enough. What Shrek Academy wants to see the most is for you to turn the impossible into the possible. This is the greatest joy of nurturing monsters. Do you think it's easy to pass 5 stages in a row? Then you're underestimating Shrek Academy too much. The opponents you will face might be so strong that they will make you despair. Don't worry, the academy will 100% agree because they don't think you can succeed. As for the quota, with Shrek Academy's status in the Federation and the relationship between Shrek Academy and the 2 Soul Beast planets, having more quotas is nothing. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously clenched his fists. If they could really challenge the 6th years and defeat the 6th years, it would definitely be more important than attending the ceremony. Teacher's suggestion was too good. His problem was that he didn't jump out of the circle of thinking about the ceremony. What he thought was still more important than attending the ceremony, which was why he fell into a fixed mindset. If they followed the teacher's instructions, all the first-year students would be on the same side. They would either go or not go. In this way, the problem would be solved. So what if they didn't go? If they didn't go, so be it. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu felt that his entire train of thought had become clear. Teacher, can I take a leave of absence? I want to gather my classmates now and plan properly, Lan Xuanyu said to Tang Zhenhua. Go. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, just fight it out. Youth is to fight because youth is not afraid of failure. Tang Zhenhua said with a smile. What he liked to see the most was his students being filled with motivation and energy. After leaving the interstellar center, Lan Xuanyu immediately dialed a number to inform all his classmates. At the same time, he also informed Xiaoqi that there would be a class meeting in an hour. This was obviously a difficult task. After all, every student had their own study arrangements. But Lan Xuanyu told them that the class meeting was about going to the Elven planet to attend the ceremony, so they had to participate. In fact, the other students were also thinking about the same thing as him, especially those who were stronger, such as Bing Tianliang and Ding Zhuohan. Bing Tianliang, Ding Zhuohan, and the others were also guessing who Lan Xuanyu would bring if they succeeded in the year-skipping challenge and obtained more spots. Everyone knew that Lan Xuanyu and the others had their own small team. Bing Tianliang was a little better because he saw himself as a substitute. Ding Zhuohan felt uncomfortable because he felt that this matter no longer had anything to do with him. He was afraid that he would not be selected to participate in the competition, nor would he have the chance to go to the Elven planet. Hence, when they received Lan Xuanyu's notification that everyone had a chance to go to the Elven planet, they were very surprised. They all came to the classroom with the attitude of wanting to listen and see. When Lan Xuanyu arrived at the classroom, most of the students were already there. After waiting for another 10 minutes, all the first years were present. The incident during the final exam last semester had been a huge help to Lan Xuanyu's status in the class. At least after that incident, he had gained the trust of all his classmates. Xiaoqi also came. He looked at Lan Xuanyu and gave him a questioning look. He had just announced this in the morning and was holding a class meeting in the afternoon. What was Lan Xuanyu doing? Lan Xuanyu said, "Everyone is here. I'm sure you guys are also very puzzled as to why I called everyone back in such a hurry. I won't take up too much of everyone's time, I only need a few minutes. This morning, Teacher Xiao talked about the ceremony and we decided to challenge the upper years. But after going back, I quickly realized a problem. I believe many students have also realized this problem. That is, no matter how many spots we get, who should go? Should I, the class leader, go? Or should I let the stronger students go? I believe many students will feel that this matter has nothing to do with them, but this is something I don't want to see because we are a group of first years and everyone is a member of the first years. You guys gave up the chance to compete because you trust me as the class leader, but if I give the spots to some students in the end, even if I don't want them myself, will the students who didn't get a spot not have any thoughts? I think that more or less, there will be some thoughts. Everyone will wonder why it wasn't me." These words immediately attracted the attention of all the students and resonated with them. The matter of going to the ceremony had not been decided yet, so no one had much of an opinion. But just as Lan Xuanyu had said, who should they choose? This was a problem. Lan Xuanyu said, "After I consulted my teacher, I suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity for us. The reason why the school organized the tournament was to make the competition between us even more intense. We're first-year students, so we're undoubtedly the weakest in the entire outer court. However, if we're able to climb all the way up and defeat our seniors, shouldn't we receive more resources from the academy? Therefore, I have an idea for everyone to consider. I would like to propose to the academy that if we, the first years, can defeat all the senior years in the upcoming competition, then I would like to ask the academy to fight for a spot for us and let our entire class go to the Elven planet to watch the ceremony. If we can't do it and lose a match, then we won't go. Either we go together or none of us go." When he said the last sentence, Lan Xuanyu's voice was firm and powerful, and all the students couldn't help but be moved. Even Xiaoqi couldn't help but widen his eyes. This kid really dared to dream. Defeat all the seniors, including the sixth years? Was that something they could do? After saying this, Lan Xuanyu felt relieved. Even if everyone didn't agree, at least he had expressed his stance. He would maintain an absolutely fair attitude on this matter. If everyone agrees, we will jointly submit this application to the academy. If you don't agree, then we'll discuss it again. What I can guarantee is that I don't want this spot, Lan Xuanyu continued. Only by being unrestrained could one stand at a higher position and see the problem. Before holding this class meeting, Lan Xuanyu had already thought about it. A man had nothing to ask for. If he expressed that he wouldn't go first, then no matter what method he used to deal with this competition, he would obtain the approval of his classmates. I agree, isn't it just challenging the seniors? So what if we lose? Either we go together or we don't go. Ding Zhuohan, who had a straightforward personality, slammed the table and stood up. At the same time, he gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. Lan Xuanyu's words ignited the passion and fighting spirit in his heart. Agreed. Qianlei raised his hand and shouted. Agreed. The members of Lan Xuanyu's team raised their hands one after another. Bing Tianliang's team did the same. Either we go together or we don't go. They were all 12 or 13 years old youths, the age where they were hot-blooded. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers was used to describe them. For a moment, they couldn't help but shout. Xiaoqi didn't interrupt from beginning to end. He just watched silently from the side and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter the result of this competition, Lan Xuanyu had won. He had won the hearts of his classmates, and his position as class monitor was completely secured. What was a qualified class monitor like? It wasn't someone that the teachers liked and was outstanding, but someone that the students were convinced of. A selfish class monitor would never be an outstanding class monitor. Then it's settled. I'll write a joint letter immediately and ask everyone to sign it. Teacher Xiao, can I trouble you to pass it to the dean? Lan Xuanyu looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi said angrily, you only thought of me now? Don't you know that you're acting first and reporting later? The originally lively classroom immediately quieted down. Everyone was very convinced of Xiaoqi's abilities. This teacher was knowledgeable and very concerned and protective of his students. Looking at the children's gazes, Xiaoqi suddenly smiled. I agree. Young people have to have this drive at critical moments. Dissatisfaction is the motivation to move forward. What if you don't agree? Then fight. First years, do your best. First years, do your best. Lan Xuanyu was the first to jump up and wave his fists vigorously. First years, do your best. For a moment, the classroom was filled with a tsunami of cheers. The first years had never been so united. At this moment, each of the youth's eyes were burning with a burning flame. Lan Xuanyu quickly finished writing the joint letter and handed it to Xiaoqi. Furthermore, the students had reached a consensus. If the academy didn't agree, no matter how many rounds they won or whether they could reach the end, they wouldn't go. Either they went together or they didn't. Unity was more important than personal interests. Xiaoqi went to look for Ying Luohong, while Lan Xuanyu struck while the iron was hot and immediately began to assign tasks. The first thing they had to do was to investigate the information of the seniors. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu voiced his thoughts. When we challenge the seniors, our biggest advantage is that we have more people than the other party. We can challenge the second years 2 against 1, challenge the third years 3 against 1, challenge the fourth years 4 against 1, challenge the fifth years 5 against 1, and when it comes to the sixth years, we can even fight 6 against 1. So I suggest that we participate in the competition this way. In other words, no matter which round it is, we will be facing the same opponent. Lan Xuanyu said, what we can be sure of now is that our third year's opponent should be Senior Tang Yuga, whom we've faced before. I've also asked around. Mechas are not allowed in this competition, but Teacher Xiao said that battle armors are allowed. This means that our opponents, starting from the second years, are at least one-word battle armor masters. By the fifth and sixth years, they might even be two-word battle armor masters. Which student in our class is more familiar with the seniors and wants to lead this investigation? Lan Xuanyu looked at the students. I'll do it. I'll do it. Two people raised their hands at the same time. One was Yuan and Hui Hui, and the other was Ding Zhuohan. Lan Xuanyu looked at the two of them and didn't ask too much. You two can do it together. The time for the match hasn't been finalized yet. I'll keep an eye on it. You guys have to get the information back as soon as possible. We have to investigate at least 2 to 3 people in each grade as our hypothetical opponents. Next, I'll formulate a strategy to send out different students to fight against different opponents. No soul master is omnipotent and has their own flaws. We'll target their flaws and use our advantage in numbers to reveal our strengths as much as possible. We'll definitely be able to defeat the enemy and win. For the entire afternoon, Lan Xuanyu and his classmates were planning for this match. No one left. Even the students who knew that they wouldn't be able to go on stage were still excited. Because this match was no longer a matter of a single person or a small team, but the entire first years. Outer Court Dean's Office. These little guys really dare to think. Looking at the joint letter in her hand, Ying Luohong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoqi smiled and said, "This is a good thing. I'm liking Xianyu more and more now. He dares to think and dare to do, he's smart and hardworking. He's definitely a rare seedling. If it weren't for his low soul power, I think he would definitely be able to leave a strong mark on Shrek Academy in the future." Ying Luohong said, "I will report this matter to the Sea God Pavilion. Personally, I support it. Other things aside, the fact that these children have such courage and can be so united is worth encouraging." Xiaoqi smiled and said, "I think so too. I already feel blessed to be able to lead such a class." Ying Luohong said, "Don't be happy too early. This was just the beginning." In the outer courtyard, the second-year graduation was a watershed. The quality of their one-word battle armor began to widen the gap between the students. When he graduated from his fourth year, it would be another watershed. At that time, they would be able to see who would be able to enter the inner court, or who would have the opportunity to enter the inner court. "You still have a lot of work to do," Xiaoqi said. "Don't worry, I will do my best to take care of them. Since the students are working so hard, as a teacher, I naturally won't slack off." Ying Luohong said, "In fact, what you should be thinking about the most now is how to comfort them after their failure, so that they can still maintain that impulse to move forward." "Why should we consider failure?" Xiaoqi looked at Ying Luohong. "Even I don't think they can reach the end. However, as their teacher in charge, all I can think about is victory. I believe in my students. No matter how far they can go, they will give it their all. What's more, the meaning of a miracle is to turn the impossible into the possible. Isn't that so?" "Very good." Ying Luohong smiled. "Then I'll wait to see them create a miracle." "Thank you for your support, Dean." Watching Xiaoqi leave, Ying Luohong couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Looking at the joint name book in her hand, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Sixth year, the 6th year of the historical record. Hee. I didn't expect another first year to appear. The time for the competition was announced the next day. First was the internal selection competition. The internal selection was arranged by each class. It could be used in actual combat or simulated battles in the Douluo world. In order to deal with the subsequent year-skipping challenges, the vast majority of the classes chose simulated battles. The Academy's rule was 1 week. Within a week, the selection of each class had to be completed. Then, the year-skipping challenge would begin with the first years. Because it was an actual combat, after each battle, there was a day of rest. The winner could choose to continue. And each grade had to challenge at least once. The premise was that they were not defeated. The internal challenges of the other grades had already begun, but the first years were calm, at least on the surface. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. All the grades had already competed. And the year-skipping challenge was about to officially begin. Shrek Academy's exchange center had been very lively recently. Especially when it came to the exchange for the tournament. The exchanges were mainly for the candidates of each outer court grade who were likely to participate in the year-skipping challenge. There were also some heaven and earth treasures that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Because soul devices were not inferior to those used in the challenge, they were not very popular at this time. Shrek City's gambling center had specially opened a bet for this competition. Because it was an internal confrontation of the academy, it was not open to the public. The scale was not very big. And it was only opened within the academy. It was aimed at the teachers and students of the academy. There were several benefits to doing this. One was to earn Shrek emblems from the students. Only emblems were accepted. Also, through the odds, everyone could make a more intuitive judgment. Every cross-level challenge had its own individual payout rate. There was also the odds for winning streaks. The outer court was once again bustling with noise and excitement. The students, who were usually busy with their own training, had recently turned their attention to the year-skipping challenge. In fact, there were only 5 rounds in all the challenges. But they were undoubtedly the peak battles of the outer court students. It was still very interesting. Especially since there would be a difference in numbers between different grades, it was relatively fair. At this moment, what no one knew was that Lan Xuanyu was sweating profusely at the Blacksmiths' Association. There were a few people standing in his forging room. Among them was the senior who led Lan Xuanyu into the world of forging, Yang Yingming. Other than him, there were 3 others. These 3 were all wearing red school uniforms. Obviously, they were all inner court students. And these 3 had even more important identities in Shrek Academy. They were the president and vice president of the Shrek Blacksmiths Association. The presidents of all the associations in the academy were all students. The 3 in front of him were naturally all students, and they were all inner court disciples. The person in the lead looked to be 26 or 27 years old. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, and he wasn't tall. Everything looked ordinary. But his arms were longer than ordinary people, and his palms were larger. They were very wide and thick. The other 3 people, including Yang Yingming, stood behind him. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was focused on forging the metal in front of him. It was a piece of mithril. Among the rare metals, it was also one of the most valuable. It was also brought back by Lan Xuanyu and the others from last semester's final exam. His body spun, and the hammer fell. Everything seemed simple and neat. Every rumble was steady and continuous. More importantly, it was mental focus. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu seemed to have become one with his forging hammer. The rumbles echoed in the smithing room. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been annoyed by the deafening sound. But for the few blacksmiths, they were used to it. Yang Yingming counted silently in his heart, 34, 35, 36. 37 hammers. 38, 39, 40, 41. Just as he counted to this point, suddenly, accompanied by a low rumble, a silver light suddenly soared into the sky. Lan Xuanyu also spun around on the spot and put away the forging hammer in his hand. End of chapter 458. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.